American Broadcasting Company presents
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Flushed and waiting as the great newspaper presses rolled to a stop, and the curious press room men gathered around to ask questions.
Just what's happened, Gunnigan?
Yeah, we just got the Bulldog edition rolling.
Yeah, what are you stopping us for?
Head down, all of you! We've got everything set for a quick change. It's a front-page switch.
Well, give her the hot news, Gunnigan. What's up?
Yeah. Plenty. Mayor Rhinecliffe's just been indicted for graft.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young playboy publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room discussing the news with Gunnigan and Mike AXFORD, one of the Sentinel reporters.
Frankly, I've been stunned by the news of Rhinecliffe's indictment. He's a close personal friend of mine, and has been proven to be the best mayor this city has had up to now.
Maybe so, Reed. Sure, it's easy to know how you feel about it when you know him so well, but that's the way it was.
So you still think he's guilty, eh?
What else can we think, Chief? According to the indictment, he's...
Gunnigan, don't forget he has only been indicted. That doesn't prove he's guilty by a long shot. And it's only fair to consider him innocent until he is proven guilty.
Well,
Especially since we're newspaper men. It's downright unethical to try the mayor's case in the papers, as the others have already doing. That's a function for the courts.
By golly, Reed, you're right. Guess I wasn't thinking.
Well, that might be the case, Chief, but remember the guy who's accusing Rhinecliffe is David Frankton, big political boss of the state. Now, he ain't sticking his neck out like that for nothing.
Well, that remains to be seen. AXFORD, try to get an interview with both Rhinecliffe and Frankton. Then let me know what you get from them.
Say, that's a good idea, Chief. We'll run both interviews in the same edition. If AXFORD gets anything from him.
Oh, I'll come back with something all right. Don't worry about that. See you both later.
Okay, AXFORD. I'll be waiting to know what they say, so see me when you get back.
Okay, so long.
It was late the following afternoon when Mike AXFORD finally got in for the interview with Mayor Rhinecliffe. The mayor, a genial-faced, stocky man, showed no trace of worry as he sat talking to AXFORD.
Of course, the accusation by Frankton and the indictment came as a complete surprise to me, Mr. AXFORD. But I'm sure the whole case will fall through.
But what about the fact that Frankton says he can prove what he claims, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's preposterous. I've never taken one penny of graft, and I never intended to do so. According to Frankton, I'm supposed to have taken a large sum of money from the citywide construction company, in return for which, according to Frankton, I influenced the city housing director in picking their bid.
So that's the charge he brought, huh?
That's it. But I can prove I had nothing to do with the selection of that bid. And I can further prove I did not receive 1 cent from that construction company, or any other company for that matter.
Well, it's easy to see you're not the least bit worried about the whole thing, Mr. Mayor. But what gets me is why Frankton should bring a charge like that if it's not true.
Frankly, that puzzles me, too. I've always been on the best of terms with Frankton, or so I thought up to now. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to bring the interview to a close, Mr. AXFORD. There's nothing more I can say on the subject right now.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. But if you don't mind, there's just one thing I'd like to ask. Very well. Have you any idea what sort of proof it is that Frankton expects to bring out?
Well, for one thing, he claims he can produce a letter written by me to Mr. Purcell, the assistant housing director. Purcell handled the bids while the director was on extended leave. Frankton says that in the letter, I definitely directed Purcell to give the bid to Citywide, that I spoke of certain money which would be forthcoming to me. Whole thing is ridiculous. Purcell will be my main witness.
Yeah. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mr. Mayor.
Not at all. I'm always glad to talk to a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Good day, Mr. Axford.
Goodbye, sir. And good luck to you in your case. I hope Purcell can throw the lie to Frankton.
Axford walked slowly down the steps of the city hall as he put his attention on the notes he had scribbled while interviewing the mayor. Then, suddenly...
Suffering snakes! Somebody got shot down. Let me through!
Get back, everybody. Stand back. Oh, hello, Axford.
Hey, Cassidy. What happened? Anyone hurt bad?
Sure. This man lying here was killed by bullets from that machine gun. You must have heard it.
I heard it all right, but it all happened so fast. Have you found out who he is or who did the shooting?
Well, the killers got away too fast to find out anything about them. But I know this guy all right. He must have just come out of City Hall.
Yeah? Who is he then?
He's an assistant in the housing director's office. Guy by the name of Purcell.
A short time later, in the Daily Sentinel...
Casey, he's reading his office.
Well, yes, he is, Axford.
Oh, Axford, I've been waiting for you to come in. But Gunnigan told me you called in the story about Purcell's murder. He's been waiting for a follow-up.
I stopped at the city room on my way here, Reed.
Oh, good.
I gave Gunnigan what details I could. Of course, the cops haven't any clue to the killers. But from something the mayor told me, well...
Well, what?
Reed, Mayor Rhinecliffe told me just a while ago that Purcell, he's the assistant housing director for the city, you know. Well, Purcell was to be the main witness for Rhinecliffe in the graft case.
Really?
Well, it looks to me as though somebody didn't want Purcell to testify for Rhinecliffe.
Yes. Yes, it does, Miss Case.
And I wouldn't trust Frankton any further than I could see him just among us.
Frankton? Huh. You don't think a big shot like him would pull a thing like that, do you?
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't, Axford.
Now, see here, Casey. It could have been the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, maybe Purcell was going to testify against the mayor, in spite of what he told me. So what's to prevent Rhinecliffe from trying...
I know Rhinecliffe wouldn't do such a thing.
Okay, but my way of thinking's just as good as Casey's.
Well, what any one of us thinks doesn't matter. The facts will have to be proved before either Frankton or Rhinecliffe can be involved in Purcell's killing. Come into my office, Axford. Tell me everything Mayor Rhinecliffe said to you in the interview.
Sure, Reed, sure. I took notes so I can tell you what he said, almost word for word.
Britt Reed listened closely as Axford told about his interview with Mayor Rhinecliffe. A short time later, Britt sent Axford to police headquarters for further news. Then, leaving the Sentinel building, the young publisher went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The two men discussed the case.
Cato, Axford told me he found out from the mayor that Frankton claims he can produce a letter signed by Rhinecliffe in which he directed Purcell to give a housing construction bid to the citywide construction company.
Oh, that's not good.
Moreover, Mayor Rhinecliffe is said to have mentioned in the letter that he was to receive a sum of money if the bid went through.
Would say a man in position of mayor not do anything so unwise as that, Mr. Britt.
Of course. Mayor Rhinecliffe is a smart man. He certainly wouldn't put anything like that into a letter to a subordinate, or to anybody else for that matter.
Oh, yet person in position like Frankton not
I know.
likely...
Frankton wouldn't make a statement he couldn't back up.
Well, then you think Frankton be able to produce such a letter, perhaps?
Yes. He must have a letter signed by the mayor that will prove damaging. Yet I have faith in Mayor Rhinecliffe.
Well, you think there's some trick to make letter damaging, Mr. Britt?
It could be. I'd like to see that letter. Of course, if Rhinecliffe has pulled something crooked, He'd have to take the consequences.
Well, Frank did not show letter to anyone, not even publisher of Sentinel. But perhaps there's some way Green Hornet...
Yes. Maybe the Green Hornet could get that letter, Cato. It's worth a try, anyhow.
Will Green Hornet try tonight, perhaps?
Why not? We'll leave right now. Come on. We're right in the back of the building where Frankton has his offices. His private office is on the first floor at the back.
Do you know which windows are in Frankton's office, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Those two there. Pull close to the building and stop. This office is just above us.
Will you think it difficult to get in?
No. We'll climb to the top of the car. From there, I can reach up and manipulate the window catch. Come on.
It's dark here in back alley.
Yes. No one will notice the Black Beauty. Now we'll get to the car top.
This brings us right up to window.
Yes. Here goes.
Using a thin steel instrument, Britt Reed worked for a few minutes in the window catch, until finally it gave way.
Well, that did it. Follow me inside, Cato. Don't make any noise. We don't want to have the building guard on our necks. Okay, come on.
I'm coming.
Flash your light around to get our bearings.
Yes, sir. Look. Their file cabinet.
Yes. You go look through the files under the R's. See if you find anything on Rhinecliff. I'll go through Frankton's desk.
All right. It'll only take a minute.
Now to search his desk.
Britt and Cato made an exhaustive search of Frankton's office, but without success. Then, noticing a small safe, the old-fashioned type, in the corner, Britt decided to force it open. Time moved swiftly as Britt, with experienced fingers, worked on the safe. With the aid of a small electrical device to amplify the sound of the tumblers, he twirled the knobs untiringly.
I'm familiar with this type of safe, but it's taking a long time to... There. I heard the tumblers fall, Cato.
Oh, that's good. We here in office too long for comfort.
Yes. Now for a look inside.
Safe connected with burglar alarm.
Yes. I'll have to hurry. The guard will be here any minute. You go out the window now. Hurry.
I have Black Beauty ready for quick getaway.
An envelope. Evidence against Rhinecliff. I got it. Oh, the guards have to beat it.
Hey, look. Going through the window. It's the Green Hornet. Shoot again, Bill. Quick.
No.
You hit it. You shot the Green Hornet.
Attracted by the burglar alarm which had been connected to Frankton's safe, two guards rushed into Frankton's office as Britt Reed started through the window, and they shot at him. At the second shot, Britt groaned, and for a few seconds swayed as he straddled the window ledge.
He's shot. Close in on him.
You hit. Hurry, I help.
I'm all right. Graze my shoulder. Quick, help me.
You must hurry. Jump to ground.
Get in quick. Hurry, Cato.
Hey, yes, sir. Hornet wounded escaping from Frankton's office. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel X Street.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Cato were back in their apartment discussing their narrow escape.
Would have me plenty scared, Mr. Britt, when I see you get hit.
Luckily, the bullet just grazed my shoulder. But for the moment, I was slightly stunned. Oh, it feels all right now, thanks to your doctoring, Cato.
Oh, you not look at letter yet.
We'll look it over now. Hand it to me, will you?
Yes.
Let's see now. City House.
What did it say, Mr. Britt?
It's a long letter, Cato. Taking up a whole sheet of paper and part of another. The incriminating part is the last paragraph on the first page and the ending.
Oh, it not seem possible Mayor write such a letter.
Well, there it is. Of course, he'd have to have something on Purcell to dare to put on such a thing in writing.
Well, then you think Rhinecliff really signed letter?
Oh, he signed it all right. I've seen his signature often enough. But
Well, you have other thought?
Yes, I have, Cato.
What you thinking of, Mr. Britt?
I'm thinking of a plan to find out the truth. I'll tell you what my plan is, and then in the morning I'll put it into effect. And I have reason to believe we'll get results.
It was late the following afternoon when Mr. Frankton, big political boss, looked up from his desk as one of his assistants entered the office.
Well, what is it?
Frankton, this special delivery letter just arrived for you.
All right, let me have it.
Here it is.
From the Daily Sentinel, huh?
Yeah.
Dear Mr. Frankton, the rumor has reached us that in view of a turn of events, you intend to resign your office. We shall appreciate it if you will send us a signed statement verifying or denying this rumor, as the case may be.
But, Mr. Frankton...
Wait a minute. We shall withhold any mention of the matter until we have definite written word from you. Well, of all the... How did such a rumor get started?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you go get a denial typed up right away and bring it in for me to sign. I'll stop that rumor here and now.
Okay, right away.
Yes?
You wanted me, Mr. Nixon? I was out of the office.
Miss Hood, I have a letter here from the Daily Sentinel. Special delivery that just arrived.
Yes, sir.
There's a rumor going around that I'm going to resign as city housing director. I want you to write out a denial of that rumor and bring to me for my signature as soon as possible.
Yes, Mr. Nixon. I'll type it right now.
That same afternoon in the mayor's office...
We shall withhold any mention of the matter until we have definite written word from you. I'll have to get out a denial of that rumor right away.
The following night, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment.
Will you get replies to letters, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Needless to say, all three denied the rumor. Here are the replies. Come over to the desk. I want to get the letter we took from Frankton's office the other night.
Oh, it'd be interesting to find out that you're on the right track.
Yes. Well, let's see. Yes, here it is. Now, we'll study these carefully. Now, look here. On the second page of the letter, offers as evidence, there's only two small A's used. In the words anxious and R. But they're perfectly formed. On page 1 of this same letter, the small letter A is broken. A nick in the type.
Oh, that's right.
Otherwise, the type is well matched. On both pages, it's clear and dark.
Oh, in Mayor's denial note, the AA matched that on second page.
Yes. That proves somebody retyped the first page, making it tie in with what was written on page 2, which contains the signature of Rhinecliff.
Well, perhaps one of the other two denials show that... Oh, look, Mr. Britt.
Well, that's it, Cato. There's the slight neck.
Then that the one who...
I feel sure it is. If so, he was responsible for Purcell's death, too. I'm going to make a phone call. Then we'll act. I hope he's still at his office. It'll make things easier for us. Hello? This is Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel calling. Oh, is it? Good. I was afraid you might have left. I called to say we received your denial, and we'll spike the rumor. Yes. And, by the way, it might interest you to know the authorities have a line on Purcell's killers. Yes. They expect to close in on their hideout later tonight. Oh, yes, of course. Good night. All right, Cato. Now we'll go take out the Black Beauty. The Green Hornet has a job to do.
Well, maybe he'll not drive to hide out, but use phone instead, Mr. Britt.
I don't think he'll phone. He'll want to make sure those killers leave town without putting the finger on it.
It's not good we wait too long inside alley. If someone comes...
Quiet, kiddo. There's someone coming out over there now.
Oh, you think it him?
Wait till he passes under the street light. And be ready to leave us. That's our man, kiddo.
He getting into car at curb.
There he goes. Get after him, and hurry.
There, car of man we follow.
Yes. There's a light in the front room of that old house. Come on.
I must be careful. They killers.
We'll be ready for them. Anyway, we'll be taking them by surprise. Easy now.
They in there?
Yes. I'll sling the door open suddenly. You come in when I need you.
Yes, sir.
Here goes. Don't move, any of you. Well, Nixon, here I am, according to your plan.
Plan? What are you talking about?
Oh, don't worry about those two mugs, Nixon. I promised I'd get rid of them for you.
Hey, what's that you say? Don't pay any attention to them boys. He's
Look,
trying to...
Nixon, I don't fool around when I have a job to do. You want them out of the way because they might involve you in the murder of your assistant, don't you?
Sure. Nixon told him about us knocking out Purcell.
Yeah, that dirty skunk. He's the one who paid us to do it, too.
Shut up, you two.
It's a double cross. He's hired the Hornet to rub us out, Joe.
This is all a trick. But you won't get away with that, Hornet.
No, you won't.
That was lucky. This time I'll show you.
You talk too much, Nixon.
Joe, we better do something.
I'll do something right now.
Joe, use your rod. Get the Hornet.
Watch it, Joe.
Joe, not help you from this.
Oh, hey, listen, Hornet. Let me alone. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Honest, I will.
Listen to me, killer. If you know what's good for you, you'll tell the cops everything you know about Purcell.
Yeah.
Turn state's witness. And then maybe you won't hang with those two.
Yeah, I'll tell everything.
See that you do. Now take this. Now you can phone the police, Cato. I'll leave a little note telling that these are Purcell's killers. Joe's talking will do the rest.
Later that night in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
And alive, Axford, we sure got a story this time.
Yeah, that we have. I phoned Reed and he said he'd come down. Wants to write an editorial as a follow-up.
Yeah, I suppose he'll... Oh, here he comes now.
Well, seems as though you have big news tonight, Gunnigan.
We sure have, Chief.
Imagine, Reed, the city housing director Nixon was behind the whole thing.
He was?
Yeah. The cops got a confession from one of the killers that he'd hired to get rid of Purcell.
But I don't get it.
Let me tell you, Reed. Nixon had it in for Mayor Rhinecliffe because the mayor was suspicious of him and warned him if he didn't watch out, Purcell would get his job.
That's right, Chief.
Then, when the big housing project came up, the mayor purposely sent Nixon out of town so as Purcell could handle the bids.
But what about the evidence Frankton had against the mayor?
Oh, that. Well, Nixon took that to Frankton, so Frankton thought it was on the level. But it wasn't.
No?
You see, the mayor wrote to Purcell telling him how important it was to deal honest with them bids, saying it meant a lot to the city. He said any partiality would bring disgrace to the department, and to him, the mayor, that is, and would result in Purcell's dismissal.
Well?
Nixon took that letter, 2 pages it was, and retyped the first page so it fitted into the second page, making it seem like mayor was taking a bribe. Nixon had Purcell get the mayor's copy of the first letter. Then Purcell got suspicious and guessed the truth.
Sure. So Nixon had him killed before he could show him up. But it was the Hornet who tipped off the cops where to find Nixon with the killers, though.
The Green Hornet?
That it was.
That's right.
He was in with them. But he and Nixon had a falling out, so he messed him up and phoned the cops.
Well, I'm glad to hear Frankton and the mayor are both in the clear.
Sure. Frankton already sent an apology to Rhinecliffe.
Well, Franklin was only doing his duty as he saw it.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. And the Hornet did his duty as he saw it, too. Only all he was thinking about was himself. I know that spot feeling like a book, that I do.
Well, Remember, you can't judge a book by its cover, Axford. Good night.
Now, what the devil did he mean by that, I'd like to know?
Cut the next speed. Red Bob, Mayor cleared. Nixon indicted for Purcell murder. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Cut the next street. Red Bob!
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Pair of Nylons. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael AXFORD, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, sat stiffly behind the wheel of his old car as he drove along through the heavy downtown traffic on his way to the Sentinel building, when suddenly...
Suffering snakes. Something must have happened. Look at that crowd. I'll get out and see what it's all about.
All right, ladies. Up on the curb there. Come on now. That means over here. You're blocking traffic.
Hey, officer. What happened here?
Hey, big boy, stop your shoving, will you?
Lady, I'm not shoving. And I have as much right here as you.
Hey, girls, look who's in the line. What a sight he'll be in a pair of nylons.
Holy crows, that's what it's all about?
What do you think it was, Expert? A front page story for the Sentinel? Wait till I tell the boys you were lined up to buy nylons.
Oh, is that so now? Well, just to show you, I'll stay right in this line till I do get to buy a pair. Now, what do you think of that? Good morning, Casey.
Axford, I'm going to lock you out of this office if you can't learn not to slam that door.
Lock me out, you say? Aha, Casey, you better think twice about that. Look, got a present for you.
A present for me?
Yep. Here, take the bag and open it.
Hey, I don't get this. This is some kind of a joke. And if it is Mike Axford, so help me out. Why, it's a pair of hose.
Nylons, that is.
Nylons? Oh, Axford, that's wonderful.
Sure, I thought you'd like him. Believe me, Casey, I stood in line with a bunch of crazy women just to get them for you.
Oh, but why did you do that for me, Michael? Oh, after all...
Well, now, while I was coming to work this morning, I spotted a big line of women pushing and shoving to get some nylons. So I says to myself, I'll surprise Casey and get her a pair. So there they are. They're the best, too. Cost top price. That they did.
It was sweet of you to do it, Michael, and I do appreciate it. But I still want you to remember, don't...
Yeah, I know. Don't slam the door when I go out.
Oh.
The following afternoon, Lenore Case was in the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, taking dictation.
Furthermore, it has always been the policy of the Daily Sentinel to...
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Oh, what's the use? I tell him time and time again not to burst in here when we're busy.
It's all
and...
right, Miss Case, forget it.
Say, no, Casey. Ain't you wearing them nylon stockings I got you? Those you have on look kind of wrinkled.
Well, to tell the truth, Axford, I am wearing the hose you gave me. Well, they're definitely not nylons.
Not nylons, you say?
That's right. I washed them out last night before wearing them, and this is the result. Now, they're a cheap grade of rayon treated to look like nylons until they're washed. I hated to tell you.
Great St. Patrick. I've been gypped, that I have.
What's this all about?
Axford got in one of those nylon lines yesterday to get me a pair. He thought he bought nylons, but, well, as I said, they aren't.
Well, maybe the store made a mistake.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Reed. When I first saw the hose, I thought they were nylons, too. It wasn't until I rinsed them out that I knew they weren't.
Holy crow. It's a racket, that's what it is.
Could be, Axford. I want you to go back to that store and tell them about this. Of course, they may not know what they're really selling.
I'll soon find out. Sure, and I'll go right down there now and face them down with it. And what's more, I'll get me money back or else.
An hour later, Mike Axford hurried into the city room at the Sentinel, where Britt Reed was conferring with Gunnigan, the city editor.
Reed, I've been to your office looking for you.
What's up, Axford?
Well, from the look on his face, I'd say he'd lost a good story to the Clarion.
Oh, is that so now? Well, for your information, I'll have you know I did lose $1.85.
Now you won't eat for a week, I guess.
Tain't the money I mind. It's the way I lost it that riles me, Gunnigan.
Are you still talking about those hose you bought for Miss Case?
That I am, Reed. I got took in by a racket, just like I said.
What did you find out at the store?
That's just it. It was just a hole in the wall place. And when I went back there a while ago, it was locked up. Nothing inside but a few empty glass cases.
That will teach you to deal in the regular stores, Axford. You can be sure they're reliable.
Well, that guy'll go in anywhere to get a bargain. Then he yells every time he gets stung.
Listen here, you. I don't have to take that from every...
Skip it. I was just thinking. The people selling those hose yesterday must have taken that small place just for the day, to take advantage of the great demand for nylons.
Reed, I'm going out every day and hop into every lineup for nylons that I come across. And when I meet up with the little pin-headed guy that told me them phonies, I'll have him run into cops' headquarters quick as a wink, that I will. The point-sized little shrimp.
Say, maybe you'll get a good story on the racket at that, Mike. Go ahead, see if you can run him down.
Go to it, Axford, and good luck.
For 2 days, Axford wandered about the city, hunting for lineups in front of small shops. He found several and pushed inside to get a look at the salespeople, but each time he was disappointed. It was late afternoon of the second day that Axford shuffled along in a line that led into a very small shop, the window of which was plastered with nylon hose signs. Soon he was inside and approached the counter.
Okay, mister, you're next. One pair to a customer. What's the size?
Oh, I've changed my mind. I guess I don't want to buy
Here's the last case, Mabel. Get rid of these and close the doors.
Okay, Harry.
Now move them out as fast as you can.
You ain't kidding. My feet are killing me. All right, mister, if you don't want any, move on. There's others waiting, you know.
Oh, I've changed my mind again. I'll take a pair. Any size will do.
That's a hot one, any size, he says. Okay, mister, any size it is. First pair I laid my hands on. There you are. $1.85.
Right. There it is, $1.85.
Had the right change already, eh? Thanks. Next. Come on, lady, it's your turn.
Now I'll step just outside and wait till they leave. Then I'll follow them. I've time enough to call the cops when I find where they hide out. I'll get them this time.
Here's your change, lady.
Thank you.
Well, Harry, that's the last one.
Good. Sorry, everybody. That's all we have. Outside, everybody.
Hey, I've been standing here for 2 hours.
Sorry, we don't have any more. We can't sell them to you. You'll have to go now. We're closing up. I'm sorry. That's all.
Hurry up, Harry. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, get the dough out of the register. Come here, Mabel.
What's the matter?
Look, out there, that fat, dopey-looking guy.
Yeah, he's dopey, all right. He's the guy bought up here and said any size would do.
So that's the guy, huh? I don't like the way he's hanging around outside. Looks like a flatfoot to me.
Gee, Harry, do you think he's wise?
Must be, or he wouldn't have bought the hose the way he did and hang around.
Hey, I just remembered, Harry.
What?
Well, first he said he didn't want any. Then when you came back with that last box, he stared at you funny-like and said he would take a pair. Besides, he had the right change in his hand, $1.85.
Yeah, he's got a line on us all right.
Harry, what are we going to do?
Take it easy, kid. We'll have to work fast, but I have a plan.
What is it?
You slip out the back. Get the car and bring it to the curb out front, see? How about the front way here?
Then what?
Just leave the rest to me, Mabel. I'll take care of the nosy flatfoot, but good.
Meantime, Axford waited in front of the small shop. Finally, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man coming out the front door. Axford turned and stared into the window of a nearby store.
You're off key, buddy. More ways than one. It's a loaded gun you feel in your back, so keep quiet.
Oh, Negro, why do you have
You're
to...
smart, don't you? Well, I'm out of your game, see? You're going to come along with us right now.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll have you.
Careful, Flatfoot.
Hey, you knocked me hat off. Let me get my hat.
There's your hat. And if this gun goes off, it'll kick a bigger hole through you than I did through that derby.
Here now, let's talk this over, me good man. After all,
Get going. Toward that car at the curb.
Okay. But you won't get away with this, you half-pint crook.
Get in. You're sitting in the middle. This gun will be right in your side.
Come on, fat boy. Snuggle up and enjoy the ride.
Fresh games get my goat. When you're one of them.
Shut up, you. Okay, Mabel, get going. And fast.
It was after dusk when Lenore Case entered Britt Reed's office.
Yes, Miss Case?
Well, Mr. Reed, Gunnigan's raving because Axford hasn't come back or phoned in. He was supposed to be back to take that political assignment, you know.
Well, Axford knew about that. He usually comes back when he knows he has an assignment.
Well, Lowry came in, so Gunnigan sent him out in Axford's place.
Well, good. Lowry will handle it all right. Strange, though, Axford didn't call in.
Well, I think so, too. Of course, he may have been delayed. I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Oh, is that you, Miss Case?
Yes, it is.
This is Berg at headquarters. Is Axford there?
Axford? No, he isn't, Sergeant Berg. In fact, we were just talking...
I asked. One of our men picked up something belonging to Axford over on 10th Street.
Just a minute, Sergeant. I'll let you talk to Mr. Reed. Sergeant Berg said that one of the policemen found something belonging to Axford over on 10th Street.
Oh, I see. I'll talk to him. Hello, Sergeant Burke. What was it one of your men found?
Hello, Mr. Reed. I called to say one of our men picked up Mike Axford's derby. He has his press card inside the hat band, you know.
Axford's hat? Well, that's strange.
Yeah. It had a hole in it like he'd been socked over the head or something. And lying beside it was a small paper bag containing a pair of women's stockings.
Where were they found?
In front of a hole in the wall joint on 10th, just off Water Street. You think anything could have happened to Axford?
Well, yes, I do. He was trying to run down a nylon hose racket. He must have caught up with him.
Great day. I'll go right down and look that place over.
Axford spoke of a small, undersized man with an oddly shaped head. Pinhead is the word he used. Have your men look for a man of that description. Also put out a description of Axford and make an extensive search.
Sure, Mr. Reed. And we'll be on the lookout for that undersized guy.
Good. I feel that unless we find Axford soon, Sergeant, he may not be found alive.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Britt Reed was visibly shaken as he put down the phone after talking to Sergeant Burke. For a moment, he sat staring at his desk. Then Lenore Case broke the tense silence.
Mr. Reed, do you really feel that way about Axford?
What do you mean?
You just told Sergeant Burke that you felt Axford must be found soon. If he's to be found alive.
I'm afraid Axford's in great danger, Miss Case. If he's in the hands of crooks running that nylon hose racket. Sergeant Burke says the police found Axford's derby lying beside a package containing a pair of hose. The derby was crushed in when they found it.
Oh, well, that sounds as though he might have been hit on the head. Oh, I wish I'd never told him about the hose he gave me. Then he wouldn't have gone hunting for those racketeers.
You did the right thing, so don't be upset about it. I'm going home. Keep me posted if you hear anything from police headquarters.
Yes, sir. I'll stay a while in case they do phone.
All right, Miss Case. Good night.
Britt
Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The two men discussed Axford's disappearance.
Will you go to a place on 10th Street to look for a clue, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato. The police are working on the case. They'll find any clue that they might have left. I told Burke how Axford described the man they're hunting for. They may turn up something.
Well, what we do?
We'll wait till I get some word from headquarters. If they fail in the search, then the Green Hornet will have something to think. I hope we hear from the police soon.
2 hours passed by while Britt Reed and Cato waited impatiently for some news from police headquarters. Finally, the phone rang.
Hello?
Mr. Reed, this is Sergeant Burke.
What have you found out?
Plenty. When we searched that place on 10th Street, we found part of the wrapping that was used to hold the plain little bags they used to put the stockings in.
Well?
By means of that piece of wrapping, we traced the place where them bags came from. A wholesale paper house on Water Street.
Good work. What else?
We went there and found that 10,000 of them little bags had been sold to a funny-looking pint-sized guy who paid cash and didn't give his name.
Well, that must be the man Axford was looking for.
Sure. Well, we found out where the bags were delivered, Mr. Reed. To a small warehouse out on River Road about 2 miles out. We're going to go out and raid the place now.
Sergeant, you and the force deserve a lot of credit for what you've accomplished so far. I'd like to be in on that raid.
Okay, meet us out there in about 20 minutes. We'll bust that racket and find Axford at the same time.
Right now, I'm more concerned about Axford.
Sure, I know. See you out at the warehouse, Mr. Reed. So long.
Goodbye, Sergeant. Cato, you wait here. The police may settle this without the aid of the Green Hornet. But if they don't, I may have to call you to meet me with the Black Beauty.
Oh, yes, sir. I be here, ready. Where you go now?
To be on hand when the police raid a certain warehouse on River Road. And I sincerely hope they find Axford safe and sound.
Britt Reed took his regular car and drove out River Road until he came to the warehouse Sergeant Burke had mentioned. He parked a short distance back, and within a few minutes, 2 police squad cars drew to a stop behind him.
That you, Mr. Reed?
Yes, Sergeant.
We're going to move in on them right now.
Good. I'll come along.
You stay behind in case there's any shooting. You're not used to mixing up with crooks like we are.
Well, I'll be careful.
All right, boys. Let's close in. All right. Ain't a very big place. I can see light shining through the cracks in the shutters. Have your guns ready, all of you. All right. Take it easy now. Here's the door. Just an old wooden one. It'll be easy to bust in if it's locked. When I give the word, we'll bust right in. We're ready, Sarge. Okay. Now! Get him up, all of you!
You're cops.
3 of you, huh?
You can't catch cover.
That's enough out of you. Boys, take them other 2 to headquarters. Cassidy, you stay here with me while I ask this mug a few questions.
Right. Got nothing on us.
Oh, yeah? Look at all them bags stacked there. And I'll bet those cartons on the other side contain ladies' stockings. Bring them over here, Cassidy.
Okay, Sarge. I still don't see you got anything on us.
Here's one of the cartons. See what's in it.
Yeah. Stockings, just like you said.
Sure. Phony nylons are in this, my guess. We'll test them at headquarters.
So what? Maybe they are phony. But that don't...
Shut up, you. Where's that half-pint guy who runs this racket?
Never heard of him. I just work here. And the other 2 are new helpers, see? So you can't get any information.
Look, you. I got plenty to ask you. And I'm staying right here to get the answers.
Well, Sergeant Burke.
Oh, Mr. Reed. Well, we got the 3 that were here. But it's easy to see the one we want ain't around.
Well, I know. I think I'll go on back to town now. I'll meet you at headquarters later. Have to give the news to the paper.
Sure, okay, Mr. Reed. I'll do a little drilling on this mug, then we'll take him to headquarters. See you later.
Yes, Sergeant. I'll see you later.
Britt Reed drove along the road toward town until he came to a gas station where there was a phone booth. He put through a call to Cato and was soon giving him instructions.
Come as fast as you can in the Black Beauty. I'll be parked on a dirt road to the left, just beyond the Red Top gas station on River Road.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll be there in short time.
I'll be waiting. Hurry. a good time, Cato.
Where are your car, Mr. Britt?
I headed back along this dirt road. While you drive me out to the old warehouse on River Road, I'll put on the Hornet disguise. Get going. We haven't much time.
Arriving in the vicinity of the small warehouse, Britt Reed was relieved to see that the squad car was still there. He and Cato parked the Black Beauty in the shadows a short distance behind. Then they went on foot to the squad car and crouched down behind it.
Burke is still inside with that racketeer. The other two can't tell anything, I'm sure of that. The man Burke is questioning inside won't tell. He's the one we want.
Well, you think you know where a small man is who'll take AXFORD away?
Yes, I do think so. Anyway, that's what I'm going to find out if I can.
Oh, they're coming now.
Yes. I'll stay on the off side of this car till I say the word.
Says you cover, I know my rights.
I'll get in under the wheel, Cassidy. Just put that mug in the middle. Watch him now.
This is it. Come on. Hey, what the... Take it, you?
No!
Green Hornet, where you taking
Stop
me?
out cold. Run quick.
Hey, where you taking me?
Car back here.
Hurry. Come on. Hurry up.
Hold on, Cassidy. Hey, you on the rail!
You left the guard at the warehouse.
Here, car. Door open.
I'll drive. Get in, you.
I don't know.
Get in.
Okay.
We leave and hurry.
Maybe you'll tell me why you stuck your neck out to help me get away from the cops.
Maybe we both work for the same little boss.
Yeah.
And maybe I had a date to meet him at the warehouse in about half hour from now.
Yeah, maybe so. How come you got there when you did, then?
Maybe I dropped past early, just to make sure it would be safe later.
Oh, so that was it, huh? Hey, the boss is going there in a half an hour to run into the cops.
That's right. Why don't you phone him and tip him off?
He's got a phone at the place, all right, but he don't trust anyone with a number.
You know where the place is?
Sure, but...
Then don't be a fool. Tell me where to go, and I'll take you there to warn him.
You mean you don't know where he hides out?
Look, I'm the Green Hornet. When we had business to discuss, the little boss always came to one of my hideouts. I've never been interested enough to care where he hid out.
Well, I ain't so sure.
The police catch him, it's too bad.
Right. That little guy has some big plans for better rackets. But if he's caught, he might squeal about a killing or two.
Say, I better show you where to go. Better warn the boss. Keep going, straight.
In a room of a small farmhouse set back from the main road, the short man, Harry, and the girl, Mabel, were talking, while Axford, bound hand and foot, watched them from a nearby cot.
Hey, Harry, I don't see the sense in having Fat Boy with us like this. Can't we get rid of him?
Mabel, I have a reason for keeping him with us. He was wise to the racket. Maybe he'd talk.
Sure I did. And when the cops find you, they'll...
Oh, shut up, will you?
You see, Mabel, if the cops should find us, we can threaten to shoot this fat dope if they close in. After we make a getaway, we'll settle with him for snooping on our racket.
You dirty little half-pint. If you hadn't had a gun, you and that dame would never have got me. I'd have shot that funny-shaped head of yours off your shoulders.
You big windbag. Half-pint, am I? Oh!
Hey, now the big stuff is passed out. What'd you do that for, Harry?
It must be Spike. I didn't hear a car drive up.
With the noise that big lug was making, what'd you expect? Open the door.
Hi, Harry. I got it.
Get inside.
Hey.
What the? Take some of this, Spike.
I'll come across it. Yes.
The Green Hornet. I'll give you
Guns
something.
don't scare me easily.
Look, get at the gun. Hold it.
I don't think so.
I'm sick of you short stuff.
Let go of that gun or I'll bite your hand off.
Do not fight. I think not. I got gun now.
She's a fine specimen of what a lady doesn't look like. And a lady never bites.
What do you know about a lady, you...
Here, sleep this off, Blondie. Here's Miss Axford. He's out cold, but okay. We'll tie these three up and untie Axford. Then you can phone the police.
Later that night at police headquarters...
And then, believe it or not, I got real sore. Busted the cards that bound me and wiped up the floor with the big guy in half pint. And the girl fainted from fright.
Is that so, Mike? Funny you waited all that time to get real sore, huh, Mr. Reed?
It's amazing to me how he did it.
Amazing is right. Especially since he forgets we found the Hornet seals on the foreheads of both them racketeers.
Oh, them? That's funny now. I just can't for the life of me figure out how those seals got there.
Maybe you've suffered a slight touch of amnesia.
Huh? Oh, stop kidding, Reed. The truth is I've suffered because of a pair of nylons. Now, ain't that something?
Reporter found nylon racket broken, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Central Street platform.
Honey, did you get it, Clicker?
And how?
Thanks, Jennings. You saved us the trouble. Put the cuffs on him.
Okay, Doyle. Listen, officer, it's a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Tell it to the judge, Kruger.
Don't listen to him. He's in as deep as me.
I tell you, the Green Hornet brought me and Slagle here.
Sure he did, and a good job, too. The Green Hornet. Is that why you got the tip, Jennings?
Yeah, and it worked smooth as clockwork.
Trust the Green Hornet for that.
So the Green Hornet's responsible for this, eh? Well, that's the first good thing he ever did.
Listen, Sergeant, the Green Hornet's okay, see? No matter what people say, he's one guy I'm going to believe in from now on.
Sentinel XP, Sentinel! Hornet smashes gasoline racket! Slagle under arrest! Sentinel Pepper! Gasoline operators freed from racket rule! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel XP!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Youth Takes the Headlines. The Green Hornet strikes again. Juvenile delinquency seemed to be on the increase in the city. Night after night, reports came to police headquarters, and the papers blazoned the headlines that youth was on the rampage.
It's a good time to pull a job, Kitty. Late enough for the boulevard to be deserted.
Yeah. There comes a car now, Joey.
Okay, I'll go into your act, kid. I'll be right behind that tree back there when he stops. While you stall him along, I'll come up on the driver's side. You get it?
Sure, I know, Joey. Go hide, quick.
Okay, do your stuff, kid.
Hi there. Looking for a ride? Going your way.
Well, I was hoping a bus would come along. Of course, it's so late.
Why wait for a bus when you can ride with me? What do you say?
I don't know whether I should or not. After all, I don't even know.
Sucker, climb out and make it quick.
Hey, what's this?
I'm gonna ride in your car, mister. But you're not. My friend over there has a gun.
You getting out, or do you want me to give
Oh,
you...
I'll get out.
Hurry up, Joey.
Still pointing his gun at you, mister, so keep quiet.
Hey, you can't take my car.
I'll be seeing you, sucker.
Look, Eddie. That's the coat the boss wants. See? There in that window.
Yeah, so that's it, huh?
Yeah. It's mink, Eddie. Worth a lot of money. And there's nobody near right now.
Yeah, okay. You go get in the car and have it ready. I gotta rock in my pocket.
I'll get the car running in just a minute.
That kit's ready. Well, here goes. Yeah, now to get the coat. Yeah, I got it.
Central X Street, paper, boy and girl take car at point of gun.
Here you are, sir.
Mink coat stolen from store window.
Here you are, lady.
Juvenile delinquency on the increase. Read all about it. Central X Street, paper.
The following morning, Mike Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was at police headquarters talking to Sergeant Burke.
Sarge, them young toughs sure are getting out of hand around town. Something's got to be done about it.
Don't I know it, Axford? You don't have to rub it in. We're putting some extra men out to keep a watch for them. Seems to be the same gang of them pulling off all the jobs that's been done in the last few nights.
Sure, and it don't seem possible young squirts like them could get away with it.
Yeah, they're plenty smart. Or else they got someone planning the jobs for them. Some older guy, maybe.
Yeah. And if they ain't stopped soon, there's no telling what'll happen. They'll be terrorizing the whole city.
If we can lay our hands on just one of them, then maybe we can get the ringleader. Believe me, Mike, we ain't going to stop till we do catch him. You can bet on that.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office with his secretary, Lenore Case, and the city editor, Gunnigan.
As much as I like news that makes the headlines, I hate to see so much front-page space given over to crimes by juvenile delinquents. It's getting worse day by day.
I agree with you, Mr. Reed.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it, Chief.
It seems to me those young people are organized. Well, they seem to know just where to strike and just when to strike without getting caught.
Kids like that must come from the worst kind of homes, if they have any homes.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Gunnigan, if we found that some of them actually came from better-class homes. Homes in which parents neglect to supervise their adolescent boys and girls. The place to stop the rise in juvenile delinquency is right there in those homes.
That's right, Mr. Reed. Too many youngsters in their teens are left to manage themselves, even in so-called nice families.
We'll get out an editorial to that effect in the next edition.
Okay, Chief. Send it down to me when you have it ready.
Well, you can toss one off, Miss Case. You seem to have the right idea along those lines.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best.
On Gunnigan.
Yes, Chief.
Here's a short paragraph you can put in a box on the front page.
Okay.
It's directed to the police, suggesting that if and when they catch the young criminals responsible for the crimes which have held the headlines for the past few nights, they be given stiff sentences as an example to others. We'll run that in the next edition, too.
Just as you say.
Let's hope that the next time they try to pull off a job, they get caught at it. You can be sure the Sentinel will keep the subject alive until juvenile delinquency in this city is brought under control once and for all.
That evening, in a comfortable home on the west side, young Bob Hobart sat at the dinner table with his father and mother, waiting as they finished their coffee.
Say, Dad, how about a game of chess? Bet I can beat you 2 out of 3.
No, sorry, Bob. Not tonight. Some other time.
Oh, gee, Dad, you always say that.
Robert, don't pester your father.
But, Mom,
Stop slouching at the table, Robert.
Yes, ma'am.
Really, I've never seen a boy like you, Robert. You're always so restless. I should think for a boy of 16 you'd read some good books if you haven't any lessons to do.
My lessons are all done, Mom.
Your mother and I are going out right after dinner, Bob. Be sure to put all the lights out downstairs when you go to bed.
Golly, do you have to go out again tonight?
Robert, you have no right to question what we do. Remember, we're your parents.
Sure, Mom. I know. Say, can I have a few of the kids in for a while?
Mercy, no. I'm not going to have a bunch of hoodlums wearing out my good rugs with that crazy dancing and all that.
Oh.
No, Robert. Once and for all, you can't have them in.
Why don't you go to a movie or something, Bob? Here, go see a good picture somewhere.
Thanks, Dad. Guess there's nothing else to do.
See that you don't stay out too late, Robert.
Yes, Mom.
Hurry, dear. We're supposed to be over at Emily's at 8, and it's almost that now.
I'll be right with you, Dora. See you in the morning, Bob.
Yeah, sure. Good night, Dad. I'll go to a movie like you said.
That's the way, son. You're big enough to take care of yourself now. Good night. Have a good time.
It was almost midnight when young Bob stopped at a jukebox cafe to get a soft drink.
Here you are, kid. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Yeah, hi, kid. Who are you with? Well, nobody. Why? Yeah, why don't you come over to that booth and sit with us? Come on, bring your drink along with you. Well, I... you might as well be sociable. No use being alone and missing all the fun. How about it? Okay. Don't care if I do.
Yeah, Kitty, that's a good one.
Hey, Eddie. He's a kid looking for cover.
Oh, hi there.
Hi, sit down.
Oh, thanks. I'm Joey. That's Kitty. And that dope there is Eddie.
Look who calls me a dope. What's your name, kid?
My name's Bob. You call me a kid, but I'll bet none of you are older than I am. I'm 17. So's Eddie. Kid's 16. Well, I'm 16, too, so I'm no kid. Okay, then you're no kid. Say, is that really a cola you have there? Well, sure. Isn't that what you're drinking?
Yeah, sure. Cola Plus.
Cola Plus? What's that?
Show him, Joey.
Anybody looking? Nah, go ahead. Here, Bob. A little of what's in this bottle will make that cola just right. Well, hold on. I don't... Yeah, just a minute. Please. There you are. Now, drink that down. Gee, Is that real liquor?
Is it real liquor, he said?
Well, go on, taste it. It won't kill you. Well, I don't drink, though. I'd rather not take any if you don't...
He is just a kid after all, Joey.
No, it isn't that, but...
Don't be a sap. Go ahead.
Well, okay.
Well, come on, take it all. Bottoms up. If you don't, you're a sissy.
Oh, golly. That's strong. That'll make a man of you. Oh, I don't like
Well, you get used to it. Say, Bob, how'd you like to make some easy dough? Maybe your old man gives you all you need.
Well, he does give me a little. Not much. How can I make some dough?
Can you drive a car?
Well, sure, but I...
Well, that's it then. You can make $10 just for a little driving. Can he, Eddie?
Sure. If he really can drive a car. I said I can drive, didn't I?
Yeah, we believe you, Bob. Look, you got a little spare time before you have to go home?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Then you can earn that $10.
Well, how? If it's anything... No. It's on the up and up, ain't it, Joey?
Why, of course. Bob, you don't think we try to pull anything funny, do you?
Well, no,
He's afraid, Joey.
No, I'm not.
Don't mind Kit. She's just trying to get your goat. Now, here's the dope, Bob. Kit here is Eddie's date, see? And my date works in a neighborhood movie right down the street. We have my car tonight.
Well,
I want to go over and wait for my date, but Eddie and Kitty here want to go on home. Now, you drive me to the theater and take them home and come back with a car to me. That's all. And I'll give you $10.
$10 for just doing that?
Oh, I don't care how I spend my dough. I get plenty. How about it?
Well, all right. I don't see any harm in that.
Good. Let's get going right now. Hey, you see, Bob? So many cars, you have to double park. Come on in a minute, Eddie, Kitty.
Yeah.
Just say hello to Millie.
Okay. You're right out, Bob.
Might as well keep the motor running, Bob. We won't be long.
Yeah, don't be long.
Oh, we won't. Come here, you two. Hey, the cashier's just getting ready to leave the booth. Now, Kitty, when you see that she's unlocked that little door behind her, you rush up to the window and do your stuff. Hey, she's unlocking it now. Come on, we'll get around behind the booth.
Pardon me a minute.
Too late, girlie. The last show's about over.
Oh, I don't want a ticket. Fact is, I found this ring in the theater, and I thought I'd better give it to you.
Oh, thank you, honey. The owner will probably come back looking for it. Say, it looks like a
Hold
real...
it, sister. Don't make a noise.
I'll take that bag of dough.
Okay, get it for the car. Ready, run.
Yeah, okay. Hurry up.
Now sit down and put your head on your elbow. If you make a sound, I'll plug you one.
Yeah.
Now stay that way for a while.
Come on, hurry up.
Okay, Bob, get away from here and make it fast.
Say, wait, you...
Get going, I said.
Well, you held up that theater cashier. You're nothing but a lot of crooks. I'm going to
If
call
you know
a
what's
cop.
good for you, Bob, you just keep driving that fast.
Yeah, he better. What a sap. Now he'll have to play along with us whether he wants to or not.
I won't do it. I won't.
Yes, you will, Bob. You see, if you squeal on us, or if we get caught, you'll go to the pen right along with us. Now, just think that over for a while.
Joey's threat thoroughly frightened young Bob Hobart, and he became an unwilling member of Joey's little gang. A few evenings later, after the theater holdup, Mike AXFORD entered Britt Reed's apartment just before dinner.
Hi, Reed. Dinner ready?
The kid who's getting it ready now, AXFORD. What's your hurry?
Oh, I can wait a bit, I guess. Matter of fact, I dropped into a jukebox joint and had a bit of a snack to tide me over.
And you walk in yelling, "Is dinner ready?"
Sure, why not? There's a healthy man I am to have such a healthy appetite. Oh, by the way, I ran into young Bob Hobart. Remember, he's the kid you had Gunnigan give a part-time job to last summer.
Oh, yes, Fred Hobart's boy. I didn't see much of him when he was here, but I think I remember him. Slim, dark hair, nice looking.
Yeah, that's the one. Sure, and I thought he was having trouble at first when I heard him talking in that joint.
What made you think so?
Well, 'twas like this, Reed. I was sitting in one of them booths having a snack when I heard someone talking loud just across the way. Look, Joey,
count me out. I'm not going to come to your place tonight. Seeing all those headlines scares me, even if they Shut don't... up, kid. Now, you listen to me.
Look,
now, shut up, I said.
I thought I recognized that voice. It's young Bobby Hobart. I wonder...
Keep quiet, I'm talking.
I'll speak to him.
And whether you want to or not, you have to come there tonight, and I'm...
Hi there, Bobby. Remember me?
Oh, Mr. Axford. Sure, I remember. Who's he?
Bobby, are you having trouble with this guy? From what I heard,
No, sir. This is a friend of mine, Joey. Joey, meet Mr. Axford from the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Joey.
You come here on purpose to talk to Bob?
No, I just dropped in and saw him sitting here with you. I heard him talking loud.
Yeah. I guess you thought we were having a hot argument, huh?
Well, I heard you
I'm having some of the gang over to my house tonight. Bob promised to come, but now he's trying to get out of it. Says those headlines scare him. He's afraid to be out. Ain't that right, Bob? Yeah, sure. We were just arguing about that, Mr. Axford. I was telling him he'd have to come whether he wanted to or not, because I already made a date for him. We'd have one extra girl at the party, see?
So that's it. Sure, and I didn't realize Bobby was old enough to have dates and all. Time sure flies, that it does.
I don't have dates, Mr. Axford. Well, that is, not very often.
Oh, well, it's okay for youngsters to get together in a crowd and have a good time. Can I give you a lift home, Bobby?
Oh, yes, thanks. It's almost dinner time. Hold it, kid. We ain't through talking yet. You don't live so far. Oh. Okay, Joey. Well, thanks just the same, Mr. Axford.
Don't mention it. I'm glad I saw you again. Drop around and see us at the Sentinel sometime. So long. So I left him there with his friend and came on home. Sure, and I was a bit surprised at the type of friend young Hobart was with. That I was.
From what you say, that Joey doesn't seem to be the right kind of company for a boy like Bob Hobart.
Oh, that's right. That Joey guy was much bigger than Bobby, though not much older, I'd say. Talked kind of tough, too. Oh, well, you never can tell these days. I'm going out and see how Cato's coming along. I want to get finished with dinner and get to cops' headquarters.
Tell Cato to hurry it up. I might have something to do tonight, too. Who can tell?
After dinner, Axford left the apartment. Britt Reed sat for some time in deep thought. Then he spoke to Cato.
Cato, I've been thinking about something Axford told me.
What's that, Mr. Britt?
Axford met Bob Hobart, a young boy who worked part-time at the Sentinel last summer. He was a fine boy, well-liked. His father belongs to the Civic Club.
What about boy?
He was in the company of a bigger, slightly older boy, one Axford described as tough. The young Hobart was trying to get out of keeping an appointment tonight. Said something about all the headlines scaring him. He seemed nervous and frightened.
Why he being nervous about headlines?
Well, that's just it. It set me wondering. The headlines lately have all been about crimes committed by a youthful gang.
You think a Hobart boy have something to do with gang, perhaps?
Well, not willingly, if that is the connection. He was trying to get out of something and was being bullnosed by the bigger boy. Cato, it's just possible that in some way young Hobart is tied in with that gang.
Well, from what he say about headlines...
Yes, the fact that he said he was scared.
Well, perhaps if Green Hornet have talked with boy...
Maybe the Hornet could scare him even more so that he tells something. It's worth a try. Come on, Cato.
Meantime, Mr. and Mrs. Hobart had gone out for the evening, and Bob lay across the bed in his room, nervously waiting for the time to leave for Joey's meeting place. Fear and apprehension filled the boy's mind, and as he lay with closed eyes, he failed to hear the window over the porch roof open slowly. Suddenly, he sat up with a start.
Oh! Don't be frightened, kid. I'm not going to hurt you.
Why, you're the Green Hornet.
That's right. And I know you're Bob Hobart. I came here to have a talk with you. About Joey and the others.
Well, then you must be working with them.
Maybe. Aren't you?
Joey sent you here. He sent you here to make sure I came tonight. I'll bet that's why you came.
Why shouldn't you meet Joey tonight? Getting cold feet now that the cops are hunting for you? You should have thought of that before you started your crime life.
Well, I didn't start. They made me join them by a trick. Now I can't break away from them. If I try or tell anyone, well, I'll go to jail.
Maybe if you told your father or went to the cops...
No, they'd fix me if I did. Joey said so. They got me to drive the car the other night. I just met them. I didn't know they were going to hold up that theater. And if they're mixed up with you, there won't be anything...
Listen to me, youngster. I don't like a bunch of young kids horning into my stuff, see? If you're not really in with one of that gang, maybe there's a way out for you.
What do you mean?
Tell me what they plan to do tonight. I'll see to it that they get caught and that you don't get mixed up in it.
No, I don't dare tell you.
Okay, son. Maybe if I tip off the cops about your connection with that gang, they'll get plenty out of you.
But, gee, I don't know what to do.
Look, they'll make you the fall guy sooner or later, Bob. I'm out to break them. Come on, tell me.
Well, they're going to hold up the Jukebox Cafe at midnight when it closes. We're all to meet there and wait till everyone else goes out.
So that's it, eh? And they'll all be there?
Yes, all of them. And I will, too. I have to be.
Okay, you go with them. And if you tell them you talk to me, I'll tip off the cops. Or worse.
No, I won't, honest. But what are you going to do?
You'll find out later. And if you do as I've told you, maybe you'll get out of all this mess. Remember, keep your mouth shut and forget about the Green Hornet. So long, Bob.
It was a few minutes before midnight. Joey sat with Eddie and Kitty in one of the booths. Every few seconds, Joey glanced across the table at Bob Hobart. Then he spoke in a low tone.
Now get hold of yourself, kid. And make sure you don't pull nothing funny. After everybody clears out, there'll be no one here but the owner. It'll be a cinch. What are you going to do to him?
That depends on how he takes it. Don't it, Joey?
Yeah. Hey, there he comes now. Getting ready to close the place.
Everybody out, closing time. Come on. I want to get some sleep tonight. I got to get up in the morning again.
Just sit tight now. I'm going to stand up. He's coming this way.
Hey, everybody's out but you folks.
We're not going right yet, mister. This is a holdup.
Oh, no, you don't, kid.
You asked for it. Hey, what did you do that for? Shut up. All right, Kit, you go lock the door.
Okay, Joey.
Eddie will get the cash. Bob can carry some on him just in case.
I locked the door, Joey. Nobody can get in now.
You forgot about the back door, sister.
Hey, what? The Green Hornet.
Do something, Joey.
I'll put a bullet through him. No, don't. Let go of my arm. What's the matter with you?
Oh, get that gun and...
Not so fast, girl.
Let me go.
Have a bit of gas.
No.
I'll get you, you little... grabbing Joey's arm.
You not boy with bottle.
Get that gun.
You not so tough fella.
Now, the two of you. I got you covered.
Look, youngster. You just hold that gun on these tough friends of yours. Get some rope, tie them up, then call the police. We haven't time to play games with you. Let's go.
Hey, wait! Come back or I'll shoot! Oh, well, I guess I better do as he said. I'll call the police right now and then tie them all up. And then I'll have to take whatever comes.
Later, Britt Reed arrived at police headquarters to find an excited group around young Bob Hobart.
That's all right, Bob.
Hello, Axford. What's happening?
Hi, Reed. I phoned you to come down so as to be in on a good story.
Mr. Reed, we got that gang of young crooks that have been pulling off all them crimes.
Really? Is that one of them?
That's Bob Hobart, Reed.
Oh, so it is.
How do you do, sir?
Bob here phoned us in to say the gang of crooks was tied up and waiting to be picked up in the Jukebox Cafe.
Sure. When we got out there, we found this youngster standing holding a gun on him. There was two big boys and a girl in the gang.
They tried to say Bob was one of them, and he admitted he had been with them, but a note we found stuck in the door cleared it up.
A note?
Sure. A note.
Where's my son?
Oh, Robert. What happened? Why are you here? What have you done?
Gee, Mom, Dad, I don't know how to tell you, but...
What about that note, Sergeant Burke?
Oh, yeah, the note. Listen to this, all of you. To the police. I'm leaving this note because I want you to know that a kid was smart enough to catch that juvenile gang before you did by playing detective and joining up with them. He was even smart enough to get a gun on me a while ago. So I'm leaving him to his glory and you to your chagrin. Signed, the Green Hornet. And it's got his seal on it.
Oh, Robert, you might have been killed.
But, Mom, it really wasn't like he said.
Don't be so modest, Bob. You did a good job. And even the Green Hornet admits it.
Well, Reed, youth takes the headlines once more. But this time, 'tis good news.
Too bad the boy didn't catch the Hornet. That would have really been something. He's a bad one.
I don't think he's so bad, Sergeant.
Listen to that, would you? That kid's a brave one, all right.
I'm sure, Axford, the Green Hornet admits that, too.
That's the Lex Street. Breakfast! 16-year-old boy traps youthful gang. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. That's the Lex Street. Breakfast!
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Classified Ad. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael Axford sat in Lenore Case's office looking over the headlines in the Daily Sentinel, while Miss Case looked through the classified section.
Say, now, Casey, there's sure plenty going on these days, what with strikes and shortages and all. It's discouraging to pick up a newspaper.
Uh-huh.
And there's them countries over there yapping at each other like the war wasn't over yet. 'Tis hard to say what we're coming to, ain't it so?
Uh-huh.
Sure, and right here in the Sentinel it says... Casey, you haven't been listening to a word I've been saying.
What did you say, Axford?
I said you haven't been listening to a word I was saying. Have you now?
What were you saying, Michael?
I was saying... what's the use? Hey, what are you so interested in anyway?
Well, the classified ads.
Well, I know that. Think I can't see? What are you looking through the classified ads for?
Oh, Axford. Axford, what makes you so nosy?
Oh, a secret, huh? Okay. If that's the way you feel about it.
All right. Now sulk like a little kid. As a matter of fact, there's no secret about it. I have no reason for looking through the classified ads, and I'm very much interested in reading about the things people want and have to sell. Now, does that satisfy you, Axford?
Oh, I thought maybe you were hunting for a job or something, that's all. I was worried.
Oh, Michael. I'm sorry I was sharp with you. You were actually worrying for fear I was hunting for another job.
Well, not exactly, Casey. You see, I was worried for fear you wouldn't find one.
Mike, Axford, Yes, Mr. Reed.
Will you come in a minute, Miss Case?
Yes, sir, right away.
Suffering snakes, Casey. I didn't know Reed was in his office. Why didn't you tell me?
Listen, Axford, when you come in and plunk yourself down and start reading the paper, it isn't up to me to warn you that Mr. Reed's in his office.
You were sitting there reading the paper, weren't you?
So what?
Well, if you can sit around reading the Sentinel, so can I. And why not, I'd like to know.
I was told to check the classified by Mr. Reed, if you want to know. I'm going in. Mr. Reed will want to know why you didn't report to him when you came in. You'd better think up a good one, Michael.
Did I hear Axford out there in your office, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. He's dying to know why I've been going through the classified ads.
He'll soon have his curiosity satisfied. Oh, did you find anything?
Yes, I checked one ad there that might be the one we're looking for.
All right. Tell Axford to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, Axford, Mr. Reed wants to see you.
Okay, Casey. I've been waiting outside, Reed. I knew you'd be wanting to see me about something.
That's a hot one.
Now, Casey, when I say I've been waiting outside...
Axford, and sit down.
Sure, Reed, sure.
Axford, Here in my desk, I have 3 letters from recently discharged soldiers. They all read about alike. Well, this is one typical. Read it.
Okay, read. To the editor of the Daily Sentinel. Dear Sir, in answer to an ad in your paper, I bought an engagement ring that was advertised by a private party. I paid $75 for it and have since found out that it's not a diamond ring as I thought. The police say there's nothing can be done about it, since the person who sold it to me didn't say it was a diamond. So I've been gypped in a racket the police can't touch. I'm surprised that a newspaper like yours would carry ads like that. Signed, an ex-GI. It makes me sort of think about it, that it does.
I know how you feel, Axford. The other 2 letters are about the same racket.
Say, do you mean to tell me the classified ad manager lets things like that go into the Sentinel?
You have no way of knowing it wasn't legitimate, Axford. But we'll certainly see to it that the ads take it out right away.
Let me see that ad, Casey.
Well, here it is. It's checked off right here.
For quick sale by private party. Beautiful engagement ring in solid gold mounting. Must sell. Apartment 2, 420 Green Street. You mean to say they sold 3 of them rings and they're all phony?
Well, that's what these letters say, Axford. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more than 3 have been sold.
It's a racket that should be stopped somehow.
Have them take out that ad in this case.
Yes, sir.
Of course, the crooks will put ads like that in other papers, too. But at least we'll keep it out of the Sentinel.
Ain't there anything can be done to him, Reed?
Well, offhand, I can't say. Why don't you go to that address and see what you can find out, Axford?
Sure, that's just the thing. I'd go today.
And don't act belligerent. Pretend you want to buy a ring.
I never acted like that in me life. Or have I?
Mr. Reed means don't lose your temper, Axford.
Oh, that. Sure, I know what you meant, all right. I'd get over there and see what you...
Chief! Chief, things are sure popping on that political investigation.
Really, Gunnigan? What now?
Now, see here, Gunnigan. I was just in the middle of an important talk with Reed when you come busting in, yapping about stuff that don't matter. Why don't you knock on the door?
Stuff that don't matter. Mike, are you nutty? That investigation is front page stuff. Has been all week.
Yes, that's right. What's the latest news on it?
Well, Louis Niles has resigned as chief investigator. He says there's no sense in going on with it. There's not enough evidence to indict those 2 legislators for graft.
Niles resigned. You mean he really made a statement like that?
Absolutely. The whole thing will fall through now.
But he intimated in the beginning that he had plenty of evidence.
Well, if you ask me, Mr. Reed, I wouldn't trust Niles around the corner.
I agree with you, Miss Case.
Maybe Niles has been bribed to drop the investigation.
I wish we could prove that.
What slant do you want the Sentinel to take?
I'll let you know, Gunnigan.
All right, I'll be at my desk.
The way he busts right in, you'd think the Niles case was more important than this racket and phony engagement rings.
Maybe it is.
Huh? But look here, Reed, that Niles
case... Go to
case...
that address on Green Street, Axford. See what you can find out.
That I will, by golly. And if it's a racket, I'm the right guy to pick to go and smash it. I'll keep in touch with you. Apartment 2. This must be it.
Well, what is it, mister?
Oh, hello, miss. I came to, well, you know, to ask about...
Oh, yes. About the engagement ring.
Yeah, sure. That's right. The engagement ring.
Well, do come in, Mr.
Axford. That's my name, miss. Mike Axford.
I'm Miss Revere. Come in, Mr. Axford. You saw the ad, of course.
Well, sure. How else do you think sure, Miss Revere.
Well, I'll get the ring. I hate to part with it.
Do you mean to tell me I'm the first to answer your ad?
No, others have come about it. Well, they didn't want to pay cash. You can pay cash, I suppose, if you take it.
Well, I got $1. Sure, of course, if I take it.
Well, wait just a moment. I'll get it.
Nice-looking dame to be mixed up in a racket like this.
Here it is, Mr. Axford.
Oh, let me see it, if you don't mind.
Certainly. Here you are.
Not bad looking at all. Do you guarantee it to be genuine?
Mr. Axford, believe me, there's a solid gold setting, and, well, you know how diamonds have gone up in price.
What's the price of this ring? What are you asking for it?
Well, I value it highly for sentimental reasons, but, well, I'll part with it for as little as $75 in cash, Mr. Axford.
Of course, you haven't said this is a real diamond.
Why, Mr. Axford, I'm sure a man of your intelligence is able to judge the value of this ring for yourself. Of course, if you don't want the ring at that price, I'm sure someone will.
You still haven't said that stone's a real diamond, young lady. Now stop beating around the bush and tell me...
Listen, wise guy. If you don't want that ring, give it to me. I don't want your money anyway.
No, but you'll grab the door from the next post hat that comes along. Is that it? I'm wise to your racket, girlie, and I'll tell you what you... Hey, what's the idea of sneaking into the room behind me like that? Who are you?
What's it to you? Give back that ring.
Sure, why not? I don't want it anyhow. Here.
Take it, Stell.
Give it to me, you bugling beagle hound.
Insult me if you like, but at least I found out you're running a racket.
So we're running a racket. What of it? Go on. Go to the cops. See what good it'll do. We know all the angles to keep us within the law.
You're just a couple of dirty crooks, that's what you are.
Listen, you overgrown baboon, I'll take you...
Easy, Tom, easy. Don't lose your temper. Let him get on out of here.
Okay. Go on, beat it, you. Come snooping around here again, you might be sorry.
Oh, a tough guy, eh? Well, they don't come too tough for me, see?
Run along home, you bother me. Beat it.
First, I'm going to tell you this. Maybe you can get around the cops with your racket, but you'll slip up someday, that you will. Now I'll be on my way.
You'd better before Tom loses his temper and let you have it.
I've got a bit of temper myself. 'Tis a good thing I know when to keep me temper and when to lose it. Right now, I've decided to keep it. But if we meet again, watch out. Good day to you.
That boy was trying to play Sherlock Holmes, but he's too much of a dope to trick little Stell. Right, Tom?
Yeah. We got a sweet racket, baby. One even the law can't touch as long as we're careful. And this city's full of suckers who'll come to buy those rings. What a racket.
Axford returned to the Sentinel building and reported what had happened. Then he went to police headquarters for news. At dusk, Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment, where he discussed the day's news with Cato, his Filipino valet.
Cato, there are two situations which bother me a great deal.
Well, yes, Mr. Britt?
One is a racket within the law. Crooks are selling engagement rings, fake stones in gold settings for which they get $75. They've had an ad in the Sentinel, but we've discontinued that.
Why people buy rings if they're not of value?
Complaints came in from some GIs who had bought the rings in good faith. They took it for granted that they were getting a diamond ring.
But if they tell police...
The police can do nothing, because the crooks are very careful not to say the stone is a diamond. Though they do mention the gold setting, and the setting is gold. It would bring very little on the market. Axford went there today and found out just how they worked it. They stay just within the law. We've got to find some way to get at them.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Britt Reed told Cato about the engagement ring racket and expressed his concern about the fact that the crooks were able to stay within the law. He came to the decision that something would have to be done to catch the racketeers. Cato, recalling that Britt had mentioned another situation which bothered him, thought a moment, then asked,
What other situation bother you, Mr. Britt?
The resignation of Louis Niles and that political mess. You see, I'm positive Niles had plenty of evidence against Richland and that other state senator. But now Niles says he has none, and the case will fall through. I'd certainly like to have a look in Niles' safe at his home. I bet it would prove interesting.
Well, maybe it's possible.
No, I know what you're thinking. But I happen to know that Niles, with his wealth and power, has stymied every attempt to get inside his place. He has the electric eye type of burglar alarm around his house.
Oh, that type of hidden eye is very difficult to detect so as to put out of order.
Yes. Anyone passing into the house by any means causes an alarm to ring at police headquarters.
But maybe a Green Hornet find way to get in.
No, Cato. Even if I did get in by the alarm, it would be too risky for me to go there.
Well, I not understand.
Cato, Louis Niles knows me very well, and he's a man who remembers little details. He might recognize me even as the Hornet.
Oh. Then Niles plenty safe from all crooks with device like that. They not take chance.
That's right. Cato, you've given me an idea. An idea that may result in the downfall of the ring racketeers and of Louis Niles. Now listen carefully.
Britt Reed outlined the plan he had in mind to Cato. He went into detail and was pleased to see that Cato gave the idea his approval.
I really think plan will work, Mr. Britt.
I think so, too. That racket must be broken. And Niles must be shown up for what I suspect he really is. And the sooner both things are accomplished, the better.
Will you put plan into effect tonight, Mr. Britt?
Yes. There's no time like the present. Let's get going, Cato, right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We and Ellie right in back of place now, Mr. Britt.
Yes. The apartment we're looking for is dark. They must be out.
Well, that better for our plan.
Yes. You can wait out here for me. But first, I want to write something.
What that you take from wallet?
It's a blank press card. I'm going to predate it and fill in a certain name. Ah, there. Now keep your eyes open. I won't be long. Success, Cato. I got what I went after.
Where we go now?
First, we'll drive along the river so I can dispose of this package. Then return to our apartment and wait for results. Get going, Cato.
That sure was a good picture, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Joe slept through most of it. You ought to stay home to do his sleeping.
Oh, yeah? I always sleep better in the movies, Tom. I guess it must be because... Hey, somebody's been at the desk drawer where we keep the rings.
Tom, look.
All the rings are gone.
Well, I'll be... Some dirty crook must have come in here.
Tom.
What's the matter, Stella?
Look. Stuck there on the desk.
Holy mackerel.
The seal of the Green Hornet.
What would he want with our stuff?
Don't be a dope. We can't get any more of those rings, so, well, maybe he wants to get into the racket and get us out.
I'll tell him just what he does.
Hey, what's this?
What'd you find, Tom?
Looks like some kind of a card.
It is a card, isn't it? Hey, this is more than that. It's a trump card.
What do you mean?
Yeah, why the happy look, Tom?
Listen, that racket of ours was small potatoes compared to what this card means to us.
Well?
Look, the Hornet must have dropped this card when he came in after the rings. I always knew he was a guy with a lot of money. And I've been sure that he was somebody of prominence.
So what?
So now I know who the Green Hornet really is.
What?
You do?
Yeah. He's the one who stole our stock of rings. But we're going to go one better. We're going to hunt him down right in his own place. Get the proof against him and turn him over for the reward. This is going to be our big night. Come on.
You sure this is the place, Tom?
Positive, Stell.
Hey, Tom, We're taking an awful chance going in after that Hornet. He's mean, plenty smart.
Joe, he's not so smart or he wouldn't have dropped that card. We'll be taking him by surprise, remember that. He'll be without his disguise, so he won't expect us to be suspicious even when we come face to face.
Well, I've got my automatic ready.
So have I. Still, you stay here in the car in front of the place. It's too risky for you.
Okay, if you say so, Tom.
All right, Joe.
Right with you, Tom.
Now for this showdown. Come on. We'll give that Green Hornet the surprise of his life.
Meantime, Louis Niles, influential politician, put some papers in his wall safe. He was just about to close the safe when...
Don't move, Niles.
What? How did you get in here?
Very easy. Your door locks are not very strong. Now get away from that safe.
Now listen here, both of you.
Get away, he said.
All right.
That's better. Joe, take everything out of that safe.
Okay, that'll be easy. So you came to rob me, huh? Or were you sent here for some particular purpose by certain parties?
Niles, we came here for a purpose, all right. No one sent us here. But you yourself made a slip that brought us.
What are you talking about?
Well, perhaps you don't know that we're the ones you robbed a while ago, huh?
Are you crazy? I'm out of this house tonight.
No? Bring all the stuff over here to the table, Joe.
Okay, I got it all.
It's really a shame to see you going to all that trouble.
Here's all that was in the safe.
Where's the mask? And the rest of your disguise? Hornet?
I beg your pardon.
Don't bluff, you heard me. We know you're the Green Hornet.
That's the best story I've heard yet. I've been accused of lots of things, but that's the one that takes the cake.
Think you're smart, don't you? Trying to bluff out of it all.
Keep your gun on him, Joe, while I go through the stuff in the safe.
Right.
The rings he stole from us aren't here. Neither is any of his Hornet stuff. But believe me, Joe, this other stuff is plenty hot.
Yeah? What is it?
Evidence Niles said he didn't have for that investigation, for one thing. And for another, here's some certificates of stock showing a recent transfer of steel stock holdings from Richland's name to Niles. He bought you off, eh, Niles?
This is going far enough.
Hey, there's a lot of cash, Tom. That'd pay for the rings he took from us.
Good idea. We'll take that cash.
You crook.
Yep, all of us together. And you the biggest of all. Louis Niles, big politician, and at the same time none other than the Green Hornet. We'll get a big reward for this.
Your joke about the Hornet isn't funny.
Yeah, maybe not, but we think it is.
You may not know it, but the police are pulling up outside. They've come for you.
Hey, Tom, maybe we'll...
Calm down, Joe. We'll be heroes. Niles, when you stole those rings tonight, you left the Hornet seal. But you also left something else by mistake. This card. A special press card with your name printed on it.
I never had such a card. Your mistake was coming in here. You automatically set off an alarm at police headquarters when you crossed the hidden electric eyes which surround this house.
What's happened?
Get in there, you.
Take it easy, cop.
Officer, these two men broke in here and tried to rob me. You can see they have guns.
With the cops here, we'll put them away. What's this all about?
Hey, there's something funny going on here, seems to me. Anyway, hey, Sarge, that girl and that guy there, they're on a racket.
Oh, it's you again, eh, Fatso?
Quiet. Now you, speak up. Officer, this man known as Louis Niles is really the Green Hornet. Quiet! Now what makes you think that? Well, he stole something from us and left a Hornet seal. And also, he dropped this card with his real name on it.
Now, hold on. This must be a frame-up. The police sent these men here purposely to see what's in my safe. I demand that you do
Calm
something.
down, Niles. As a matter of fact, I'll take these two guys and the woman in for attempted robbery and for carrying guns.
That one has my money in his pocket.
So much the better. They'll all get good stiff sentences. Take them away, boys.
Now, wait, he's the Hornet, I tell you. And what's more, the evidence against Richland that Niles swore he didn't have is right there on the table. There's evidence to show that Niles was bought off by Richland, too.
That's personal property. Don't touch it.
I'm a reporter. I'll take a chance of looking it over. Sarge, the guy's right. This stuff is enough to indict Niles.
You can't do this. It's all a put-up job.
I still think he's the Hornet.
Hey! There goes the Green Hornet now.
Then Niles couldn't be him. But he is coming down and explain all that stuff you found on that table there, Axford.
What about those crooks?
The charges will stand. Anyhow, they have no business carrying guns. Take them away, boys. All of them.
Later in the Sentinel City room,
Heavens to Betsy, Chief, we got a doubleheader tonight. Those racketeers being picked up as crooks, and Niles being held for the grand jury.
I can't understand how it all came about so quickly. Can you, Axford?
Sure. It's as plain as the nose in your face, Reed.
How's that, Axford?
Yeah? What's your version?
Justice. The Hornet was in with Niles and also in with the racketeers. He got sore at all of them, so he sicked the one on the other, and they showed each other up. Simple, ain't it?
The biggest mix-up of the year, still unexplained, and he calls it simple.
Unexplained, me eye. Niles squealed all over the place about what he did, and the racketeers came clean with what they did. So, to me, it's simple. To you, phooey.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lex Street paper.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Gas Pen. The Green Hornet strikes again. Two hard-faced men sat in a compartment of a city-bound express from Washington. The larger, more aggressive-looking of the two did most of the talking.
Look, Spike. If we pull this job off right, we'll be on Easy Street.
Yeah. Why'd we have to go all the way to the junction this morning to get on this train and ride back? Could have met it in the city.
Because it was planned that way. That's why we parked our car near the station in the city before we left. All you gotta do is what you're told. I found out you know how to keep your mouth shut when we were doing time together in stir, so I sent for you.
Sure. I'd like to know just what it is I'm getting into, Sartell.
Honor, Spike, I don't know myself yet.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just that. But we'll know before long. I'm expecting the guy to come to this compartment any minute. He's the one we'll be working for.
Who is he?
Some guy from one of the consulates in the city. He's on the way back from Washington, ain't he? There he is now.
Senor Sartell, you're expecting me?
Yeah, sure. Come on in. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable, Mr.
I am known as Pedro Camas.
Camas, huh? This is Spike. He's going to help me.
Good.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
Have a light.
Thanks. I'll come directly to the point.
That's what we're waiting for, ain't it, Spike?
Yeah. What's cooking?
I was directed to you by my cousin, Hans Struber. I believe you and Hans were together for some time in...
Yeah, we were cellmates in the pen for a while. But he was there for being a Nazi. You being a South American, I don't see how you...
How we could be cousins? Well, very simple. I've been in South America for a long time. I have cultivated an accent, you see. But all Nazis have not been stamped out, my friend.
What do you know? Ain't it risky for you?
Sartell, can this man be trusted absolutely?
Sure, Spike's okay. He was a friend of Hans, too. What is the job you want done?
Now, listen carefully. I'm an attaché at a certain consulate in your city. There is a messenger on this train carrying papers from South America to the consulate. And in a small leather pouch. My underground friends must have those papers. You are to get that pouch.
That's going to be a tough job, mister. How are we supposed to get it? You figure that out?
Yes, I have.
How do we do it?
The consulate car, driven by the chauffeur, will meet the train. The car has a crest on the side, so you can easily spot him.
Yeah, but if we stop that car and snatch some papers, we're taking a chance of getting caught later. But 2 guys to put the finger on.
The authorities will be looking for someone else, my friend.
What do you mean?
Look here. Here in my pocket, I have masks that will disguise you well.
Hey, they look like Green Hornet masks.
Exactly. Here, too, is a seal. A Hornet seal.
Where'd you get that?
The Hornet left that behind when he trapped Hans 3 years ago. Hans kept it. It is a genuine Hornet seal.
Say, this job's beginning to shape up right.
And it will pay well if you do it right, Sartell.
Okay. How do you want us to work it?
Do you have a car? You left one at the station?
Sure, a good fast one, too.
Good. Follow the consulate car from the station. When you reach a deserted stretch along the highway, you can stop them easily enough.
Yeah, sure.
Here also is a pen containing a small amount of gas. Use it on the chauffeur and leave the seal on the dashboard.
What about the other guy?
The messenger? It's very important, my friend, that he does not live to talk. Be careful. Wear gloves. Use the disguises and work fast. Tomorrow night I will call for the papers. Remember, you must not fail to get them.
Well, here's a good stretch of road. Not another car inside.
Move up on him now?
Yeah, step on it. We're closing up on him. Give the horn, Spike.
He's moving over.
Good. Put alongside and run him into the ditch.
Stop.
Pull in front and stop. That's it. Come on.
Right.
Make it snappy.
Why do you... The Green Hornet?
Yeah, that's right, bud. Here's some gas for you.
No. You cannot stop us like this.
Says you. Do your stuff, Spike.
Okay. Wait.
Lady, diplomatic cuts missing. Read all about it. Here you are, sir. That's the Lake Street paper.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room discussing the murder with Mike Axford, one of his reporters, and with Gunnigan, the city editor.
Find out any more about that murder at police headquarters, Axford?
Nothing new, Reed. The Hornet gassed the chauffeur, killed the messenger, then swiped the pouch full of papers. The spalpeen had the nerve to leave a seal right on the dashboard of the car.
Yeah, sure looks like he wanted everyone to know he did it.
Yes, doesn't it?
Of course, the chauffeur thought it was the Green Hornet before he got gassed. He told Sarge so.
That puts the Hornet right in the middle.
I'll say it does. The whole country will be hunting for him now.
We'll need a good follow-up story, Axford. Go over to the consulate and try to get an interview with the consul. Maybe you can find out just what was in that missing pouch.
Okay, Reed.
And try to make it back here so we won't be trailing the Clarion with a story that ought to be due for the morgue.
Ah, stop beefing, will you, Gunnigan? The Clarion don't have a chance to get a beat when I'm on a story. Be seeing you shortly. So long.
Early that afternoon, Britt Reed was busy in his office when his secretary, Lenore Case, entered.
These letters are all ready for your signature, Mr. Reed.
All right, Miss Case. Just leave them on my desk.
Yes, sir.
Well, say, has Axford come back yet, do you know?
No, sir, he hasn't.
He went for an interview about 3 hours ago. He should have returned
Well, if you mean the interview at the consulate, Axford phoned a story to rewrite a while ago.
Oh, did he?
Yes, but Gunnigan isn't satisfied. Seems that Axford didn't see the consul, and the story doesn't amount to much.
Well, the consul probably isn't giving any interviews. Axford usually gets what he goes after.
I know. Well, it could be that he's just delayed.
Hi, Cassie.
Well, we were just talking about you, Axford.
Huh. I suppose the minute me back is turned, that's all you do talk about.
The Daily Sentinel wouldn't be very interesting if we couldn't find anything else but you to discuss. What happened at the consulate?
Oh, that. Well, you see, Reed, they said the consul wasn't seeing anyone today, especially reporters.
I was afraid of that.
You took a long time getting back, Michael.
Is that so now? Well, I'll have you know I wasn't wasting the trip. So I asked who I could talk to over there. And after a while, a guy comes in, an attaché he was, and I asked him some questions.
What did he have to say?
Well, Reed, to tell you the truth, the interview wasn't worth going after. But I tell you just what he did say, if you want me to.
Go ahead, tell me.
Well, this guy's name was Camus, Senor Pedro Camus. He took me into his own office just off the front hall and asked me what I wanted. So I commenced to ask questions. First of all, Mr. Camus, we want to know what was in that there pouch that was stole from the murdered messenger.
That, of course, I cannot say. There were papers of great international importance.
Oh, is that so? I guess that thieving Hornet will sell them for a lot of money, eh?
That may be so, senor. Needless to say, he went to great lengths to get those papers.
That's right. Killing a man and all.
The chauffeur was fortunate the Hornet used a gas pen on him instead of using his gun.
I guess you mean the gas gun he used to put the chauffeur out.
Perhaps that's as good a name as any. That gas pen is a very ingenious weapon at close quarters.
Yeah, that it is. I suppose you questioned that chauffeur?
No, I leave that to the authorities. I hope your newspaper will stress the great importance of catching that Green Hornet before he has the opportunity to dispose of those papers.
Sure. The Daily Sentinel's out to get that Spalpeen's hide. You can bet on that. When do you think I can get to see the consul?
Perhaps he'll see the press tomorrow. He's quite upset about the whole thing, of course.
Oh, of course. Yes. I can see why he would be. Well, sir, I'll be getting along. I'll drop around in the morning just in case.
Really didn't get much of anything from that interview, Axford. Say, what sort of a man is this Senor Camus?
Oh, kind of dark and heavy-set, Reed. Talks with an accent, of course. And he's got eyes that look right through you, if you know what I mean. Got big, shaggy eyebrows, too.
Oh, by the way, Axford, what was the effect of the gas on that chauffeur, do you know?
Yeah, Sarge mentioned that, Reed. Said the chauffeur must have got just a slight whiff of the stuff. He wasn't out at all, like most of the people the Hornet gases. He just couldn't see and coughed a lot. But he stayed conscious and hailed a passing car a short time after the Hornet left.
Well, maybe the Hornet used tear gas on him this time.
Could be, Miss Case. Well, where does the chauffeur stay, Axford, do you know?
Sarge says he has a room at the consulate garage.
I see.
He's lucky the Hornet didn't kill him, too.
Yes. Almost looks as though the disguised killer wanted to leave a witness.
Well, that chauffeur's a witness to the fact that it was the Hornet who did it.
I suppose the police will leave a guard with the chauffeur so the Hornet can't get to him.
No. Sarge says if the Hornet wanted to kill that guy, he'd have done it then and there instead of just gassing him.
That seems logical, Axford.
Sure. That's the way I look at it, too.
You better go to the city room to see Gunnigan, Axford. He's been waiting for you to come back.
Okay, Casey. See you both later.
Well, I guess Axford's interview was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Miss Case. Sometimes seemingly insignificant conversations can lead to startling headlines in this business. You never can tell.
It was dusk when Britt Reed left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting.
You look serious, like something on mind, perhaps.
Are you kidding? After what happened last night, why shouldn't I be serious, Cato?
Oh, I mean you have looked like Green Hornet thinking of plan to turn tables on imposter.
Cato, you're familiar with those gas pens, aren't you? You know, looks like a fountain pen.
Oh, yes, sir. Such pens use small amount of tear gas. I see them advertised in magazines.
I'd like to know for certain that such a pen was used last night by that killer who posed as the Green Hornet. Also, I'd like to find out if the fact was mentioned that a gas pen was used.
Why do you think it important, Mr. Britt?
Because if a gas pen were used and the fact was not mentioned by the chauffeur, we'll be able to track down that killer before the night's over.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. In discussing the consulate killing with Cato, Britt Reed stated there was a possibility of tracking down the killer before the night was over. Cato's interest was immediately aroused.
Well, how do you find out about gas pen, Mr. Britt?
The Green Hornet could find out from that chauffeur.
Suppose he not notice which kind of gas weapon killer used.
Even that fact would answer my question, Cato.
Well, then Green Hornet go out in Black Beauty tonight?
Yes, right now. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Wait here, Cato. I won't be long.
You certain there's no police guard?
Yes, unless they've changed their minds. Keep your eyes open. Be ready for a quick start.
I'll be ready.
Good. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Britt Reed moved like a shadow toward the small garage. Then he went noiselessly up the outside stairway that led to the room above. Reaching the landing at the top, he stood for a moment listening. Then he knocked on the door.
You again? Why do you come here?
To talk to you. But if you try any tricks...
No, don't shoot me. That must be the same gun you used to shoot.
Used to do what?
To kill the messenger last night.
You don't think this gun shoots gas, then, eh?
No, of course not. Last night you used what looked like a pencil or a pen.
So that's what you told the police, eh?
No. I just said I was gassed. I didn't mention what you used. It meant nothing. But that gun, don't use it on me. I can't harm you. Why should you kill me?
I didn't come to kill you, fellow. But a bit of gas will keep you from giving an alarm. Here it is.
No.
Now, Cato and I will really go into action. Better get out of here.
That you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato.
You have success, perhaps?
Yes. Now, I'm sure a certain party is connected with that killing last night.
Well, who you mean?
Senor Comas.
Comas? Will he attaché in consulate?
Yes.
Will you go over to house and force him to take you to killers?
No. From AXFORD's description, he's not the type one can bluff or force into anything.
Well, what we do now?
His office is just off the hall. I'm going in, locate it, and leave a Hornet seal on his desk. Then we'll wait on the Black Beauty and see what he does.
It was a simple matter for Britt Reed to locate Comas's office just off the hall. And waiting until the coast was clear, he effected an entrance and left a Hornet seal. Then he returned to the Black Beauty to watch and wait. It was almost 20 minutes later when Comas left the conference with the consul and entered his own office.
It will soon be time for me to... A seal. A seal of the Green Hornet. He has been in here. I know exactly what that Hornet expects me to do. I, too, know a lot of tricks.
Hello?
Sartel?
Yeah. Who are you?
Comas. I have just had a visit by the Green Hornet. He left his seal on my desk.
Holy mackerel. You must have found out something. What are you going to do?
Hold on now, my friend. Don't become panicky. I am going to come over there
I'm sure he will be watching and will follow me.
You crazy? We ain't playing sitting ducks for the Hornet.
Wait, Sartre, wait. Listen. I know what I'm doing. I sincerely hope he does follow me there. It will fit in just right with my plans. Now listen closely. I'll tell you how we'll trap this Green Hornet.
From their vantage point in the Black Beauty, parked in the shadows outside the consulate, Britt and Cato could see the figure of Thomas at his desk using the telephone.
He phoned warning to others, Mr. Britt. He not lead us to them.
So then they had no phone at the hideout, Cato. Guess he is phoning someone about finding that seal.
Well, maybe he called police.
Could be, though I hardly think so.
Well, look, he finished phoning. Put on coat and hat.
Yeah. Maybe I misjudged that man.
What you mean?
Nothing much, Cato. Get ready to follow him when he comes out. His own car must be parked somewhere along the street.
He come out now.
He's going toward a car in the driveway. There he goes. Get after him, Cato.
Look, he go up alley to back door of old house.
Yes. There's moonlight enough to show the place up for what it is. An old, small frame house, probably deserted. So much the better.
What you do now?
Follow him inside, of course. Before I go, Cato, there's some instructions I want to give you. I'll wait outside until you carry them out.
What I have to do?
Listen very carefully, and I'll tell you all the details.
In South, Thomas had been talking to Sartell and Spike.
Thomas, I don't like this. You say you think the Hornet followed you here?
That is what I think.
But you've been here for 20 minutes. If he did follow you here, it'd have been...
I say let's get away from... No. I didn't expect the Hornet to move hastily. I still feel that he'll come in. We better get ready for him. Now listen to me. This door leads to the back. That door over there leads to the front of the house. The only window in this room is boarded up, as you see.
What about it?
What are you driving at? The Hornet will come in that back door. I left it unlocked for him. You, Spike, stand against the wall alongside it. Have your gun handy.
Okay.
You, Sartell, get on the other side.
Right. Okay. Now what are you going to do?
I'll stand before the door leading to the front so he cannot go out that way. Anyway, it's locked. He'll see me when he enters, but he will not see you two. Quiet now. We'll trap the Hornet. Tie him up. Leave the empty pouch near him. Then phone the police. We'll get away before they come.
I don't like this. I think...
Quiet. The doorknob is turning.
Don't move, Thomas.
I haven't any intention of moving, Hornet.
Lots of nerve, haven't you?
Of course. You're pointing one gun at me. There are two pointing at you from behind.
Hold it, Hornet.
A trap, eh?
What do you think, Dope?
Close the door, Spike.
I see you have a gun too, Thomas.
Yes, that makes three guns pointing at you. Rather a droll situation, is it not? Of course, it can be tragic, Senor Hornet.
Okay. Now you make the next move.
It is my pleasure. First, Hornet,
Hey, there's fire near here.
We have no time to go look at fire, Spike.
Thomas, look. Smoke coming up through the floorboard.
Yeah, and under the doors. Hey, this house is on fire. We gotta get out.
Wait, hold on.
The back door, it's locked. From the outside.
The pouch with the papers, where is it?
Under the floor in that corner.
Oh, Spike.
Yeah, Spike. Get on here.
I have it. Now we'll...
Like a smart guy.
Spike, Sartell.
They're too busy trying to get out. Take this big shot.
No, that gun. Gas.
Yes. Should have known I used a gas gun.
Gas.
Then you wouldn't have said the wrong thing, Dope.
Oh,
We gotta get out.
This'll put you out.
Oh. I'll get you the last
The last thing you do is run. Here's another one.
You hurry. I hold door on the other side.
Yes, I thought it was bolted outside. Got the extra mask?
Here.
Put on our canvas. Leave the pouch with it. There. Thing we put those smoke filters on our masks.
I make smudge fires. One in each hall, one in cellar. Call firemen and police.
Yes, and they'll catch us if we don't beat it. Come on.
Later in the city room at the Daily Sentinel.
Reed, I'm glad you came down to get the news.
Yeah, and what news, Chief? Tell him, Sergeant Burke.
Well, Mr. Reed, we got the killers of that consulate messenger and found the stolen pouch.
That's marvelous, Sergeant. How did you do it?
Oh, it was one of those things. The Hornet turned the tables on some killers that used his name.
Yeah. Golly, Reed, we went to a dump on the waterfront. The fire department was there. Somebody called them. But all they found was some pails with greasy rags burning in them to make a lot of smoke.
And when we busted in, we found a guy with a Hornet mask on. AXFORD like to went crazy thinking we got the spell paint. But it turned out to be a minor attaché from the consulate, Camus by name. He's really a spy.
Yeah, can you tie that, Reed? 'Twas the guy I interviewed yesterday. Imagine, me in the room alone with the killer. We got the other two along with him.
Sounds like a two-man police force to hear you and Burke talk.
I'm a reporter, not a cop. And I just gave you a humdinger of a story, Gunnigan.
Sure, after the cops gave it to you. Camus was an underground Nazi spy after them papers.
How did you find that out, Sergeant?
All three of them squealed all over the place. They used Hornet masks, a seal, and the gas pen when they held up the car for the killing.
A gas pen, you say?
Yeah, ain't that something? Any dope ought to know the Hornet uses a gas gun. But of course they did get away with it. Almost.
Almost is right, actually.
I'll bet the Green Hornet's saying about the same thing right now. Huh, Mr. Reed?
I wouldn't be surprised, Sergeant. I really wouldn't be surprised.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. Sentinel X3. Pepper!
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. The biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Figure in the Photograph. The Green Hornet strikes again. Mike AXFORD, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was on his way back to the Sentinel building, accompanied by one of the staff photographers.
Well, Jack, me lad, it was quite indeed what we had at the Charity Bazaar. I hope some of them pictures you took will do justice to the story I'm going to have in the Sentinel.
Well, don't worry, Mike. I'm sure I got some good shots. Say, when are you going to get rid of this jalopy and get a new car?
This is good enough for me. Gets me there and back. Well, most of the time, anyhow.
Well, I guess it's better than walking.
It's a good thing you admit that. You'd be walking right now. As far as I'm concerned, this car is good enough for... Suffering snakes! There comes a fire truck behind us. I gotta pull over. Look at him go, would you? Must be a fire someplace.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Mike.
Huh? Oh, yeah. More trucks coming from the other way and turning down 3rd Street, looks like.
Hey, must be a big fire.
Big fire? You think so? Then that's for us. Maybe we'll get a scoop. You having your camera now?
Step on, it'll be out before we get there.
Is that so now? We'll be there almost as soon as the firemen. Get your camera ready and hang on to your hat. If it's anything more than a chimney fire, the Daily Sentinel will have a scoop this night. I'll be name mate Mike Axford. Jack, what a fire. Get some pictures from this angle, why don't you?
Right. Now for another.
Hey, get back! Get back! The walls are falling!
We better beat it.
I'm going to get a picture of the wall caving in it. Hey, there's gold. Got it. Well, let's get away from here.
Yeah. With the pictures, this should soon make a story. We'll head for the Sentinel right now.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan and Axford.
That was a fine story on the Fairbury clothing store fire last night, Axford.
That it was, Reed.
The picture of the walls falling in was the best thing about it, Chief.
Well, for your information, Gunnigan, it was my idea to get there and take the picture.
Okay, it was your idea. But Jack took the picture and got a Jim Dandy.
Too bad about the fire chief who lost his life. I understand they found his body this morning.
Yep. Star says they had to identify the remains by his dental work. Poor guy didn't have a chance when the wall started to give way.
Wonder how the fire started. Do they know?
No, not yet. They think, though, it was a defective wiring or something like that. The place was locked up tight and no one was inside.
Fairbury sure took a loss on that.
He must have been fully insured, Gunnigan.
Oh, sure. Sarge says he won't lose a thing. He owns 2 other stores in the city, you know.
Yes, I know. You were lucky to get there and take a picture just as the walls were caving in, actually.
Oh, we got there a little before, Reed. Jack took some other pictures, but that one was the best to print, of course.
I'd like to see the other pictures Jack took. Well, let's go over to the photographic room, actually.
Sure. See you later, Gunnigan.
Yeah, that's something that can't be avoided.
He thinks he's smart.
How long was it before they found out the chief from number 29 was missing?
That I don't really know. But sometime after we left the scene of the fire. I was at cops' headquarters when we got the news. Oh, here's photographic. Hey, Jack, Reed wants to see them other pictures, the ones of the fire.
Oh, good morning, boss. Hi, Axford.
Good morning, Jack. If you have those pictures handy,
Yes, sir, right here on my desk. They'll give you a good idea what it was like just before the walls collapsed.
Oh, that was quite a fire, wasn't it?
Oh, that it was. These pictures were taken just a short time after we got there. And Jack and I got there almost as soon as the fire took.
The fire certainly had a head start. What's that off to the side in this one?
You mean that white speck there?
Yes.
A speck of light may have gotten on the negative, but I was so careful I don't
Too
see
small in the picture to tell, but it seemed to look like a tiny figure when I first saw it. Oh, do you have a magnifying glass, Jack?
Sure, right here in the drawer. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, thanks. Now, let's have a look at that white speck. Look here, that is a figure. In a white helmet and coat. He seems to be jumping from a side window or something.
Holy crow, so it is.
The fire chiefs wear white raincoats and helmets. That one must have known the walls were going to cave in, so he got out in a hurry.
But the chief from Battalion 29 was the only one who went inside, Reed.
Are you sure?
That's right, Mr. Reed. There were 2 other battalion chiefs there, but neither one went in the building.
That must have been the poor chap who got caught. He jumped out, then went back in for some reason.
Could be.
Oh, sir, it couldn't be. This picture was snapped just a few seconds before the walls fell. He wouldn't have had time to get back in.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive, sir.
Yeah, that's right, Reed. I remember now. Now, ain't that a funny one, though?
It's odd to say the least, actually.
I can't figure it out.
Jack, make another print of this. Blow it up to a large size so that figure is definite.
What are you going to do with it, Reed?
I want you to show it to Sergeant Burke at police headquarters and to the fire marshal. Then, check to make sure there were only 2 other battalion chiefs at the fire, and that neither one of them went inside the building.
Say, maybe the chief from Battalion 29 got out, and the body they found was someone else.
No, you're wrong, Jack. They positively identified the remains they found as the chief. Anyway, if he got out, then he wouldn't be missing.
Well, in that case, the figure in this picture doesn't make sense.
There's some explanation. I'm curious to know what it is. Axford, as soon as you check with Burke and the fire marshal and get the reactions to the enlarged picture, let me know.
Okay, Reed. I'll get on it just as soon as Jack gives me the picture. Believe me, I'm as anxious as you are to know what that figure's doing in that photograph.
Meantime, John Fairbury sat at a desk in an office in one of his other stores. He glared impatiently at the hard-looking man who sat opposite him.
Well, see here, Niles. You shouldn't have come here this morning. I'd rather meet you elsewhere.
What's the difference, Fairbury? People don't know you hired me to...
Never mind. Why did you come?
Oh, just to remind you that I'm in need of dough. You must admit I did a complete job for you.
Yes, I admit that. But I want to be sure there's no slip-up before I pay off. As soon as the insurance company pays me, you'll get yours.
You play safe, all right, don't you? Here I go risk my neck getting out of that fire by sheer luck. You hold back on me.
You mean you were almost caught in the fire?
Right. After starting a good blaze, I was on my way out to the delivery chute at the back when I missed my initial cigarette lighter. I went back to find it.
Did you find it?
Well, not right away. Still hunting for it when the fire department arrived outside.
You fool. Somebody may have seen you getting out.
Now, hold on. Let me explain. I decided the fire had such headway, I'd better get out. Take a chance that no one would find a little thing like that lighter. When I saw a figure moving through the smoke with a flashlight.
Did he see you?
He saw me, all right. Just when I saw the lighter on the floor. Picked it up. He yelled at me. I saw he was a fire chief wearing a smoke mask. He rushed at me. I shot him. Shot creased his forehead and he fell. Took his hat and coat and went for the side window. Made it just as the wall fell in.
And you were responsible for his death.
Oh, I guess he could have gotten out. Man outside shouted warnings. What? Well, it was him or me.
I didn't expect anything like that. What if you were spotted getting out?
The falling walls drew everybody's attention. I beat it down the alley, took off the coat and hat, and made a getaway to my place. I hid the white coat and hat in my apartment. You see, Fairbury, I really earned that 10 grand you promised me.
You'll get paid as soon as I get the insurance, not before. And I hope no one gets a clue to what really happened. Or it'll be too bad for the both of us.
It was late afternoon. Britt Reed was busy in his office going over letters with his secretary, Lenore Case.
Here's a letter that should be answered today, Mr. Reed.
You know as much about that as I do, Miss Case. Answer that one. You're on way.
Yes, sir. And I'll take these letters you've signed and I'll get them out.
Reed!
Oh, interrupted as usual.
Hey, Casey!
Don't you ever knock before you go into places, Michael.
Knock, you say? I always get better news by walking in places without knocking.
You're impossible.
Yes, I know.
What did you find out, Axford?
A heck of a lot, Reed. Besides the chief from Battalion 29, the one who was killed in the fire, there were only 2 other battalion chiefs there. And neither of them went into the burning building.
I see.
Sarge tried to argue that the figure in the picture must have been the same one who got caught inside, saying he must have run back in. But I convinced him he was wrong.
According to what you and Jack tell me, you wouldn't have had time to go back inside.
That's right. Jack took them pictures one right after the other.
Mr. Reed told me about that photograph, Axford. And I was thinking, might possibly be that someone, well, maybe a firebug who was still inside, used that means for a getaway and purposely left the chief to die.
And now all the cops have to do is to find the guy you think was inside.
Mrs. Case's theory is a good one, Axford. Of course, it would have to be proved. If the remains of the chief showed evidence of foul play, then...
The little that remained of the poor chief can't be used to prove anything. The fire marshal was wondering if some freak of light shining on one of the regular firemen's black hat and raincoat made us think it was white.
I'm positive the hat and raincoat in the picture were originally white.
I agree with Miss Case on that.
Well, no matter what you both think, the whole thing will stay a mystery, I guess.
Well, why do you say that?
Reed, both the fire marshal and cops' headquarters are of a mind that we must have made a mistake about taking those pictures a few seconds apart. They think the figure must be the chief from Battalion 29, and that he must have gone back in just before the walls fell in.
I see.
I suppose that's all they can think.
The case will be closed, and Fairbury will get his insurance dog.
Oh, by the way, where was Fairbury during the fire?
Oh, him? It was a late dinner party at the country club. He got into town long after the fire was out.
Oh. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm inclined to think the mystery of the photograph will be cleared up, with results that may give the Daily Sentinel some real headlines. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Mike Axford reported that the authorities were inclined to take their own explanation of the figure in the photograph and close the Fairbury fire case. A short time after talking to Axford, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt told Cato all the details.
You come to any conclusions, Mr. Britt?
Nothing definite, Cato. One thing, though, I'd like to do.
Well, what's that?
Make the authorities think a little more about that man who escaped the fire, wearing the chief's white hat and coat.
But if they already decided he was...
I'll use the identity of the Green Hornet to make them change their minds. I'm going to print a note to the police and have you mail it special delivery. It'll set them thinking. And perhaps bring about other developments that will give us the lead to what we want to find.
The following morning at police headquarters...
Hey, what you got there, Sarge?
Give me a chance to find out, will you, Axford? It's a special delivery. Printed note. Let's see. If you cops want to play smart, you'll hunt for the man who set the Fairbury fire and escaped wearing the dead fire chief's white helmet and coat. Or do you expect me to round the killer up for you? The Green Hornet. Great day from the Hornet.
Holy crow. He must have seen that guy escaping. The one whose figure shows up in that picture.
I got to do something about this.
Yeah, but give me a copy. I got to get it to the Sentinel. Wait till Reed hears about this.
Police received note from Green Hornet. Here you are, sir. Hunt firebug in Fairbury fire. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel Street.
Sentinel City Desk.
Hello, this is John Fairbury speaking.
Oh, what can we do for you, Mr. Fairbury?
I've just read about the note the Hornet sent to the police. It's my opinion that the Green Hornet himself is the one who started that fire.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's evident that he's trying to cast suspicion elsewhere by sending that note. I'm willing to back up my opinion by adding $5,000 to the standing reward your paper offers for the Hornet's capture.
$5,000, huh? Fine. We'll put your offer in the Sentinel, Mr. Fairbury.
Good. I hope they get him soon. I'm sure he's the one who shot the fire chief and used the helmet and the coat to escape.
Could be, Mr. Fairbury. Did you say the fire chief had been shot?
Well, whatever it was, you'll be sure to publish my offer. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Oh, holy cats, that fire is turning up more.
Talking to yourself, Gallagher?
Oh, hello, Chief. I was just about to give you a buzz. Fairbury just phoned.
Fairbury?
Yeah. Says he's certain the Hornet's behind that fire, and what's more, he said the Hornet probably was the one who shot the fire chief and beat it in the chief's helmet and coat.
Shot the fire chief?
Yeah.
Did we get a report from headquarters about the chief?
No, we didn't get any such report. First time I heard it mentioned was when Fairbury said it. Just his own idea, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He's offering $5,000 reward for the Hornet's capture.
He seems sure the Hornet did it, eh?
Yeah.
Well, publish his offer along with the Sentinel's standing reward. Then we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Maybe we'll get a big story out of all this yet.
It was dusk when Britt Reed left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment.
Cato,
I'm coming, Mr. Britt.
never mind dinner. We have work to do tonight.
It sounds like you find out something.
I have, plenty.
A note to police have results, perhaps?
Yes, from a source I least expected. John Fairbury himself.
Oh, well, you think he mixed up in burning of own store?
He knows something I want to know.
It's not hard for Green Hornet to find out things from people like that.
I don't know about that, but the Hornet's sure going to make a try. We'll take the Black Beauty, and I'll call on Fairbury tonight. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Brick Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. John Fairbury lived alone in a luxurious apartment on the west side of the city. He sat at his desk in the den, drumming nervously with his fingers as he glanced at the clock nearby.
That infernal lies. He should have phoned me by this time.
Why don't you phone him?
What? How did you get in?
The service door. Very simple, sir.
You were the Green Hornet.
Yes. If you capture me, you'll save yourself $5,000.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
Maybe some information. Maybe to make a deal.
I can't tell you anything, and I don't deal with crooks.
I do. And I'm sure you can tell me everything I want to know.
Put down that gun. It makes me nervous.
It won't go off unless I want it to. How much did you pay for that job?
What job? I don't know what you
Yes, you do. What was the deal?
Wait. Don't shoot her.
Then talk. Hurry.
What deal are you talking about?
Okay. You want to play guessing games. Listen. Maybe if I go out and get that bungling ape you hired to start that fire and leave him on the steps of police headquarters, you'll be sorry you didn't deal with me.
You know where he is?
What do you think? I found you, didn't I?
Look, I will make a deal with you, but I'll have to have time to think it over. Come back a little later and I'll...
Nothing doing. I gave you a chance. Now I'll go get that hired killer of yours and give the police a chance at him. No use bothering with you. Hold on, sucker.
Oh, wait. Come back. Listen to me. He's gone. I'd better warn Niles. What a position to be in. Hornet mustn't get to Niles. If Niles started to talk, I'd be up against it. Hello? Niles, this is Fairbury.
What's bothering you? You seem upset.
The Green Hornet, he was just here. He knows everything. He just left on his way to get you.
What? Did you tell him?
I didn't tell him anything. He seems to know who you are and where you are. Now listen. Leave there right away. Put that helmet and coat in the valise and take them with you. We'll dispose of them later. Go right away to my cabin up the river. I'll meet you there.
Okay. Bring my doll along. I'll have to get away from the city.
Yes, I'll bring it. Leave right now. Goodbye.
Meantime, Brick Reed and Cato crouched against the wall in the next room. Did you hear what he said?
Yes. Small amplifying device you invented is a wonder for hearing through walls. There. He's finished. Come on. I'll tell you what he said. Then we'll put the call through to police headquarters.
Police headquarters. Yeah? What's that? If we want to what? Hold on, say that again. Holy mackerel. Is this on the level? Yeah, sure. But who's talking? What? The Green Hornet. Hey, wait. Something snake. Sir, that wasn't really the Hornet, was it? Nobody else but. And he told us how to break the Fairbury case. I'll tell you on the way. Boys, get the squad cars, quick. All right.
Later, in Fairbury's cabin, Niles and Fairbury were discussing their plan.
You'll have to go a long way from the city, Niles. The Hornet is wise, and he'll get you if you stay around here.
Did you bring my dough?
Yes. Here it is.
Hey, doesn't look like 10 grand to me.
That's 5,000. I've done you a good turn by warning you and help you get away.
What?
Now, don't lose your temper.
Why, you underhanded crook. I set your place afire, take a shot at that nosy fire chief, and barely get out with my life. Now you want a chisel. You hired me. Now pay me.
Don't move. We got your covered. Sure, and we heard everything you said. Put the cuffs on them, boys.
Hey, Sarge, there's that police you mentioned.
So it is. We'll open it. Glory be. Look here.
A white helmet and a white coat.
Yeah, with the fire chief's name and battalion printed inside. Get them dirty killers out of here. We'll make them squeal when we get to headquarters.
Get that copy into the composing room quick.
Okay, Gunnigan. Axford ought to be here soon with the details for a follow-up.
Yeah. His idea of giving a story to rewrite over the phone is to yell, "We got the firebug killer more later." Then he hangs up. For 2 pins.
Hey, Gunnigan, start getting along with me. Hi, Reed. Evening, Mr. Reed. Some story you got, eh?
Story? What story? Axford, so help me. If you don't...
Take it easy, Gunnigan. What's the dope?
Reed, remember that figure we saw in that picture?
Well?
It was just like we thought, for the firebug escaping. Only he murdered the fire chief first and took his team. Jump and jive, Cat. Copy, boy.
Going, sir.
Get this typed up and into composer.
Okay.
Let me finish, Gunnigan, will you? Oh, look, we've got an extra to get out, remember? Okay. Reed, who do you think was in with the killer? Now we play the game of who do you think? Get to the point.
Tell us, Axford.
None other than John Fairbury himself, that's who. He hired that killer to set the fire. He wanted the insurance. Oh, now he tells us. Copy, boy! Hold on! We got more to go!
Poor Gunnigan's about to have a stroke or something.
That guy has him every hour on the hour. He'll have another when he hears the rest read.
What? Is there something else?
Sure. 'Twas the Green Hornet who tipped off the cops about where the killer and Fairbury were hiding out.
That's right, Mr. Reed.
Well, what do you know?
Sure, and it took the Hornet to clear up the mystery of the figure on the photograph.
About the Green Hornet?
Tell him, Axford.
Like I said, the Hornet tipped off the cops and the mystery of the photograph.
Copy, boy! Copy, boy!
Poor Gunny. Ain't he a scream?
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Check and Double Check. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed's secretary, Lenore Case, sat with Mike Axford in a small Italian restaurant, having lunch.
Well, Michael, I've enjoyed my lunch very much. I don't know when I've eaten so much in the middle of the day.
Sure, and I'm glad you decided to come with me, Casey.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I was sure I had some change in my pocket somewhere.
No. Here's where I pay for our lunches. Is that it? Oh, I might have known.
Oh, no, Casey, that's any way to talk. You know, I wouldn't bring you here expecting that. And even if I don't have any change, I do have my paycheck that I just got.
Paycheck already? I know it's payday, but you must have been the first to get a check.
I was, and a good thing, too. I had to talk to pay desk into giving me mine early. They usually don't pay off till Christmas time.
I know. That's how I knew that you got the first one. Now, shall we go?
Yeah, sure. I'll pay the meals check as we go out and get Tony to cash me paycheck. Come on.
It's a good thing you know Tony, or we'd have to wash dishes. I'm almost broke.
Well, it's Mr. Axford. This one of your sisters, just like the one you bring last week?
Uh-huh.
Tony, you must have been seeing someone else last week and thought it was me.
You're not full of Tony. This the girl she has.
Sure. Let's forget the past, Tony. Look, I want you to cash me paycheck.
Sure. I'll look at the register to see if there's enough money to cash you the check. Already I cashed you 2 paychecks from your paper today. But for you, I cash you this one.
Fine. Take out for the lunches. Here's the meal tickets.
Here's your change.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Tony. There's a man after my own heart, yeah.
Axford.
Huh? Something wrong, Casey?
I was wondering who got 2 paychecks ahead of yours, that's all. I guess it's none of our business, though.
Look, I'm a bit curious myself. Say, Tony, before you close that register, could I see whose checks you cashed from the Sentinel?
Sure. Take a look.
James Hobbs, $100. The other one's to William Inwood, and it's for $100, too. Hey, Casey, I don't know anyone by them names, do you?
No. Let me see them a minute. I thought for a moment there were checks paid to someone outside the paper. But it says payroll check on each one, and they're signed by Mr. Rogers. I guess they must be new people on the staff we haven't heard of, Axford. Thank you, Tony.
It's all right. Come in some more.
Let's go, Axford.
Oh, yeah. We better be getting back. But, Casey, I'd sure like to know who the new guys are who are getting $100 apiece. That I would.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was talking to Miss Case and Axford in his office.
It's a good thing you and Axford don't go to lunch together every day, Miss Case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but really, we were gone only an hour.
I wasn't thinking about the time. I thought perhaps Axford rooked you into paying for the lunch.
No, Reed, is that any way to talk?
Well, from experience, I happen to know, Axford, that you're usually just out of change.
Well, this time you did all right, Mr. Reed. He had his paycheck with him.
I heard you're always the first one at the pay window, Axford.
Oh, he wasn't quite the first one this time. 2 others cashed their paychecks at Tony's before Axford did. James Hobbs and William Inwood.
Hobbs? Inwood? Who are they? I never heard of them.
I bet you don't know half the people you pay out money to, Reed.
Well, you ought to know them, at least by name, Mr. Reed. Well, the amount of their take-home check was $100 each.
I still think you're mistaken about it. I'll soon find out.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Rogers, maybe you can set me straight on 2 Sentinel employees. I want to know what department they're in.
What are the names, Mr. Reed?
One is James Hobbs and the other William Inwood.
Wait just a minute, please.
He's looking them up.
I guess he signs too many checks to remember all the names.
Just so he remembers mine every payday, that's all I care.
Money matters.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
We haven't either a Hobbs or an Inwood on the Sentinel payroll.
You haven't? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's all, Rogers. Thanks. You 2 are talking through your respective hats.
Oh, no, Mr. Reed. I took the checks in my hand. I looked at them closely. They were Daily Sentinel payroll checks, and the names were Hobbs and Inwood.
That's right, Reed. We both looked at them.
I'll call Rogers back.
Yes, sir?
Rogers, have you any way of checking to see if you made out payroll checks to the men I mentioned? James Hobbs and William Inwood?
The checks were dated today, Mr. Reed.
The checks were dated today, Rogers.
I can check, all right. I'll call you back in a few minutes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks.
Strange Mr. Rogers hasn't heard of those 2 men. I should think if he signs their checks each week, he'd remember them.
A minute ago, you said he probably signed too many to remember. Remember?
Oh, stop stammering, Axford.
Well, who's stammering? I just said you said he
probably
signed...
Well, I just changed my mind, that's all.
Okay. You changed your mind. Then tell us what's so strange about Rogers not remembering.
Oh, pipe down, Michael.
I think it's strange, too.
You do? It is a start, ain't it?
So now you're a yes man.
Say, listen, Casey. For 2 pins, I wouldn't take it lunch. I hadn't already taken you.
Makes sense. Or does it?
Oh, to Axford, it makes sense.
Well, Rogers?
No payroll checks have been made out to either Hobbs or Inwood at any time, Mr. Reed. In fact, no checks of any kind have been made to their names.
Well, thanks, Rogers. That's all for now.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Then what about those Daily Sentinel checks Tony has in his cash register?
I don't know yet, but we're soon going to find out. Come along, Axford. We'll go to Tony's and get another look at those checks. And you say, Tony, that both men showed you a Sentinel press card as identification? That's all right, Mr. Reed. They tell Tony they come anew to work under the Sentinel. I asked her for to show Tony card or something. That's how I cashed the check.
It's a jeep, that's what it is.
That's, what do you call it, the jeep?
A fake, a racket, a phony, that's what.
What Axford means, Tony, is that the checks aren't genuine. They're no good. Let me have the checks. I'll see you get the cash this afternoon. Whatever you tell her, Tony, Mr. Reed, it's so good. Here, you take the checks. Well, thanks, Tony. I'll send the money down to you.
Sure.
Come on, Axford. We have work to do.
A short time later, in Britt Reed's office.
Yes, Miss Case?
I've told Mr. Rogers to hold back the checks and to pay off in cash today. He called the bank about stop payments on any payroll checks of ours dated after last week. And we'll have to have a new supply of different payroll checks day after tomorrow. Is there anything else, sir?
Get the police commissioner on the phone for me.
Yes, sir.
What do you want me to do, Reed?
Well, after I talk to the commissioner, you can take Tony's money, then go down to police headquarters. They'll want to see those checks. You can carry them along.
Yeah. And believe me, they better do something about stopping those crooks, too. Imagine them jipping the Sentinel.
I don't have to imagine. They are jipping the Sentinel. Hello?
The police commissioner's on the phone, Mr. Reed.
All right, switch the call to me, Miss Case. Hello? Commissioner, this is Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed. What's wrong?
Well, we ran across a couple of what seemed to be Sentinel payroll checks. Almost perfect in every detail, even to the signature. But they're forgeries. Each was made out and cashed for $100. No telling how many others are being passed.
That's serious business, all right. I'll get the men working on it right away.
Mike Axford is coming down with the checks, and your experts can look them over. I'll send along one of our real checks with Roger's signature for comparison.
Good. You can be sure we'll do everything we can to catch the men responsible, Mr. Reed. We'll put out a warning to all merchants right away.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm sure you'll do all you can.
You can count on that, Mr. Reed. Bye.
Bye. Axford, tell the police at headquarters that Tony couldn't give a very clear description of the men. Maybe they can get something out of him if they want to question him.
Okay, Reed.
You better get started. And if you find out anything down there, let me know right away.
Sure. That I will, Reed. I'll be seeing you later. So long.
It was late afternoon when Britt Reed walked into the city room of the Daily Sentinel and approached the city desk.
Hello, Gunnigan. Anything new?
Hiya, Chief. Where you been the past 3 hours?
I had a luncheon date at Civic Club. Why?
Miss Case was looking for her. She had a phone call from police headquarters.
You did? What about?
They called to ask that we kill the story about the phony checks till we get the go sign from them. Said that they are keeping it off the radio and out of the papers for the time being.
I wonder why they want the story.
Say that they've notified the business associations about the check, and they've contacted all the cops and cruisers and on the beats to tip off the city merchants. Then if somebody walks in to cash one of those checks, bingo, his goose will be cooked.
Say, that's a good idea. If the crooks don't know we found out about the checks, they'll go on cashing them.
Yeah, I guess you're right there, all right. City desk, Daily Sentinel.
Gunnigan, this is Mike Axford. I'm at cops headquarters.
So what?
I got news about them phony Sentinel checks. Some guy tried to cash one at a big store downtown. Store Dick grabbed him, and Sarge is on the way over with one of the boys to bring the crook to cops headquarters for a drilling. But tell Reed, he'll be glad to know.
Holy mackerel, that's fast work for the cops, all right. I'll tell the chief. He's right here.
Okay, I gotta go. I'll call you back when they break the cash by grilling the guy in the cart. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I wanted to... Oh.
What's up?
Chief, the cops sure went to work on that phony check business. They've caught a guy passing one of them, and they're taking him in.
Swell.
Yeah, they'll break the case wide open. They should have the whole gang rounded up by early tonight.
The trouble with mugs like you is that you don't know when to stop. You'd already passed almost 50 of them checks up to noon today when we found out about them. The last one you tried to pass was a break.
Dry up, will you? He thinks he's tough, Sarge. He'll get over that and we grill him.
You won't get nothing from me, copper.
We know there's others working in that check racket with you. You'll spill the beans all right before we're through. You'd be a fool to take the rap alone.
Oh, stop your preaching. You tire me out.
Okay, Jim, here's headquarters. Park right in front.
Right, Sarge.
Keep your eye on him, Jim. Have your gun handy. Come on, you.
I'm getting out. Stop pulling, will you?
Look out for him. Get down!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. As Sergeant Burke and his prisoner stepped from the police car, the officer behind the wheel shouted a warning.
Look out, Sarge!
The speeding sedan swerved toward them with a blazing machine gun aimed through one of its windows.
Sarge, are you hurt? Grazed my shoulder a bit, but I'm okay. That was close, all right.
Our prisoner, Sarge. Look!
Let me go! Hey! Get out of my way! Hey, look out there! Sam! What's happened? Is that the guy you were bringing in?
Yep, that's him, all right, Axford.
Did he hurt bad, do you think?
What do you think?
Holy crow. You don't mean he...
Axford, the guy is dead.
Well, Cliff, we did a good job on Lou. He's dead. And dead men tell no tales.
Still that stubborn Evans. You know as well as I do that Lou wasn't going to scream.
Couldn't take any chances, Cliff. Anyway, he should have been more careful. Then he wouldn't have been caught. Good thing I was tailing him and saw the pinch.
I still say there was no need to gun Lou down.
Now, listen, Cliff. The cops are going to grill Lou. How long do you think it would have been before they broke him down? Lou couldn't have taken it, believe me.
You told me we were going to pick off the cops and give Lou a chance to beat it. But you deliberately aimed at Lou and filled the poor guy with bullets. Joe Calvert and Eddie Forrest aren't going to like it either when they get the news.
Joe and Eddie? Look, those two and Lou have been well paid to pass the checks for us. Lou was dumb enough to get caught. Being either of the others, he would have taken it instead of Lou.
Joe and Eddie worked with Lou and me when we ran the fake mutual racket a few years ago. They know Lou wouldn't squeal because he got picked up at that time and held out against the cops for 2 days till they got him sprung. They didn't pin a thing on us.
Well, it's too late now. Lou's gone. You might as well forget it. Stop blowing your top about something that can't be helped.
Okay. I'll pipe down, Evans. But I won't forget what happened to Lou. You can bet on that.
Meantime, Britt Reed had left the Cecil building and gone to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. The two men discussed the happenings of the day.
And now that the man police pick up has been killed, there's no clue to gang?
That's right, Cato.
Miss Reed's apartment?
Cato, this is Axford. Let me talk to Reed.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Oxford.
Hello, Axford. What's new?
I suppose you heard about the killing?
Yes, I heard it over the radio, and of course the Sentinel put out extras on it.
Sure. Well, Reed, Sarge wanted to take Tony down to the morgue to see if he could identify the corpse as being one of the guys who cashed one of them checks today in Tony's place.
Well?
Tony said he didn't think so. So there must be several to the mob that's passing them.
Yes, I'm sure there must be.
But that ain't all, Reed. I recognized the dead guy.
You did?
Sure. And we verified it with his fingerprints, too. It was back in the days when I was on the force. I picked that guy up for passing fake mutual tickets at a racetrack. He was mixed up with a bunch of slick workers at the time. Maybe you remember Cliff Clifford, the racketeer, and his pals Calvert and Forrest.
Oh, yes, I do remember. The police never could get anything on them in the way of direct evidence.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, I guess this bug, Lou Morris was his name, must have got mixed up with the wrong bunch this time. They didn't waste any time bumping him off to save their own necks.
That's right, Axford.
I wasn't sure you heard about the killing, so I called. Thought you might like to know I identified the victim, too.
Well, thanks for calling, Axford. And keep me posted.
That I will, Reed. Though the cops are sort of stymied right at this point. Be seeing you. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Oh. Clifford, Calvert, and Forrest.
What do you think of, Mr. Britt?
I think I've got something, Cato. Listen. Cliff Clifford was a racketeer who used to own a roadhouse. He sold out some time ago. Before that, he had worked in a bank and was discharged for some discrepancy or other.
Well, Axford mentioned this Clifford?
Just to recall that the murdered man at one time worked along with Clifford and two others, Calvert and Forrest.
Who are they?
They used to have a cheap printing shop. The whole bunch were mixed up in some racing ticket racket, but it was never proved. Then racing went out, and the case was forgotten.
What that have to do with present case?
It struck me that the same group might have come together again, perhaps with others, to work this check racket. Clifford's bank experience would be helpful. And if Calvert and Forrest still have their print shop, they'd be in a position to get the necessary equipment.
Well, you think gang work from print shop, perhaps?
I doubt it. That shop was investigated too many times in the past. Get the phone book.
Yes, sir. It's right on the table.
Bring it here. I'll look through the classified section.
Here, phone book.
Let's see. Printers. Here it is. Now the name. They used to use the name Calvert. Yes, here it is. Still listed. Calvert and Forrest, commercial printers, 10 Water Street. Come on, Cato. I have a plan that may break this case. First, we'll see if one of those men is still at the print shop office. Let's go.
Calvert, a thin, shifty-eyed man, was in the small back office of the print shop, talking on the telephone.
Yeah, this is Joe, Eddie. Sure, I heard about Lou. That's why I called you. What? I don't know. That's what I want to talk to you about. Well, come on down here to the shop where we can talk private, huh? Yeah. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. So long.
So Eddie Forrest is coming down, eh?
Hey, what the...
Too bad about Lou Morris, eh, Joe?
What do you know about Lou? Did you have to... I mean... I don't know what you're talking about, Hornet.
Same old Calvert, aren't you? Still hooked up with Clifford, I suppose, running that phony check racket.
So, maybe I am. What's it to you? You tried to pull a fast double cross on us once before, Hornet. Got us all picked up by the cops. But the evidence didn't stick. We all got off.
You're going to tell me where Cliff hides out.
Am I? Even if you did get to Cliff, you couldn't bluff him. You can't tie him into anything without evidence.
Come on, you're going with me.
Hey, let me go. I ain't going nowhere.
You need help, perhaps? We'll take this lug to the car, tie and gag him, then we'll wait for his partner to show up. We'll take Forrest, too.
Hey, wait, what are you going to do?
After we make you tell us where Clifford's hideout is, well, who knows? Take him.
No. No, wait for this will help.
We'll take him to the car. He'll come to in a short time. Let's go.
2 hours later, close to midnight, Clifford and Evans were playing cards in the cabin hideout which they shared.
I'll get it, Cliff.
Who is it?
Nobody. Whoever it was must have... Hey, there's a big package here.
What the devil can that be?
We'll soon find out. What? Look here.
Old clothes. Why should anyone...
Cliff, don't you recognize these suits?
Say, they look like the suits you joined anywhere.
They are the suits they wore. Here's a printed note.
What's it say?
The bodies won't be identified, but the clothes might. You can get rid of them better than I can. I knew where to send them because I followed you after we made the deal. When you're ready for that other job, you know where to contact me. Remember, that will be for cash, too. Signed, the Green Hornet.
What does he mean? I don't quite get... Evans. What do you know about this?
Not a thing. Something's happened to Joe and Eddie through some deal the Hornet made with somebody who... Oh. Maybe I do know what it's all about at that, Cliff.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you do, Evans.
No. No, what I was thinking can't be right. Some kind of trick.
Sure. I guess it is some kind of trick of that.
Look, Cliff, I'm going to run up to the gas station with the car. We might have to use it. I won't be long.
Okay. I'll wait here for you, Evans.
I'll be back shortly.
That dirty double-crossing skunk. I had the Hornet to give Joe and Eddie the works, huh? And I have to be next. I'll fix him. All right, I know telling the cops everything. Accuse Evans of killing Lou. Enough for them to come out here and lay for him. I'll lay him out on the next plane. Try to trick me, will he?
A short time later, Evans was talking into a payphone at the gas station.
Police headquarters? Here's a straight tip. Go to the cabin on the point up the river. You'll get the killer of Lou Morris. Yes, it's the truth. It's Clifford. He's heading that check racket, too. That's right. There's a trapdoor under the couch. All the equipment he used is there. He's there now. It's the truth, I tell you. My name's not important. Goodbye. Now I'll get to the airport, take the first plane out. So long, Clifford.
Hey, Sarge. You haven't said why you feel sure the crooks are at the airport.
Look, you went to the cabin with us, didn't you?
Yeah, but why
you
did you...
saw us find all that evidence. The check writer and other counterfeiting and check writing equipment, didn't you?
Sure I did,
And
but
that
why...
note tipping us off that a guy named Evans was the head of the gang. But what you didn't see us find was another note saying go to the airport and signed by the Green Hornet. Step on it, Cassidy.
A short time later, Cliff Clifford hurried onto the airfield toward a plane which stood with motors warming up, ready for a takeoff. As Clifford went up the steps and into the plane, he suddenly stopped in amazement.
Evans. That's you.
What are you doing here?
So you decided to take a sudden trip, huh?
You followed me here to finish your job. Is that it?
Finish it, job. What are you talking...
Hey, that's the guy. Clifford, right there.
Get him up, Clifford. We want you.
The cops.
So that's it. You brought the cops after me. Well, you're the one they want, all right?
You killed Lou.
You were in the car with me.
Both of you are coming with us.
Not me.
Look out! Good thing you missed. Well, take them all, boys. These are the killers we want.
Hey, Sarge. Flash just come over the radio in the waiting room. 2 men was found tied up in an old warehouse. They confessed to being in with a phony check gang. They were double-crossed by the Green Hornet.
What do you know? Well, that does it. Guess we got them all by now.
Yeah, I guess you did. But 'twas the Hornet led you by the nose to each of them, Sarge.
Hornet? I ain't seen or heard of the Hornet.
Holy crow. Listen to that. You're hearing the Hornet right now, leaving after making sure you got the gang. Now, there's the guy you ought to have in the force. It takes a crook to catch a crook every time.
That's the Maxie, 34 killers arrested, fake check racket broken, Green Hornet solved. Read all about it, Green Hornet still in charge. That's the Maxie, 25.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. once the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Dr. Niles' Patient. The Green Hornet strikes again. After relinquishing his coat and hat to his butler, Hobart Newton paused and glanced upward as his daughter Carol, a vision of blonde loveliness in a flowing white evening gown, came down the heavily carpeted stairway, carrying a black velvet evening cape over her arm.
Hello, Dad. You're later than usual tonight.
It's of little consequence, Carol. Aren't you staying home for dinner?
I'm dining out tonight with a friend.
Really?
Why, yes. Do you mind?
Why do you take that cheap velvet cape when you have expensive furs for evening wear?
I like this cape, Dad. And it really isn't a cheap one.
Carol, you're a Newton. Heiress to millions. It is such it's fitting that at all times you should
Please, Dad. Why do you always
Perhaps
talk
this article in the gossip column of the Clarion has something to do with your sudden desire for modest clothes.
Now, Dad, you know that every time either of us makes a move, there's an article about it in the gossip columns. Personally, I pay no attention
Read that.
All right. Those who have missed the gay and beautiful heiress to the Newton fortune from the swanky night spots of late might be interested to know that she now does her night clubbing in the more reasonable places, accompanied by a certain young intern from City Hospital. Looks like the real thing this time.
What do you say to that?
The usual rubbish. I prefer to disregard the gossip columns and live my own life.
Don't try to dismiss this with a wave of your hand, Carol. I want to know if that article's true.
I have met a very charming doctor.
My daughter. I think I've done everything to make life easy and pleasant for you. Given you everything any girl could ask for. The best of homes.
Schooling, clothes, jewels. Yes, I've heard all that before. But you refuse to let me be happy in my own way, the one thing I want most. Oh, Dad, try to see, just this once, see things my way. Please. David is fine and clean, and someday he'll be a brilliant and famous surgeon
who got that way because of your fortune. I know his type.
But you don't know David Niles. And what's more, he doesn't know I'm your daughter.
Then the boy must be stupid. Everybody knows Carol Newton is my daughter.
Wrong again. I use Mother's maiden name. I told David my name is Carol Galt.
Why did you do that? Where did you meet him?
I went to the city hospital to see Ruth Moylan. She took up nursing.
Housekeeper's daughter, huh? She's a party to this. Well,
now, hold on, Dad. Ruth had nothing to do with it.
Go on.
Ruth and I went to a drugstore across from the hospital to get milkshake. While we were there, a nice-looking young man came in and told Ruth they were looking for her at the hospital. Ruth, in her hurry to get back, just said goodbye and dashed out without introducing us. The young man sat on the stool next to me and spoke.
Well, it's not very nice of Miss Moylan to dash away without introducing us. Since she's a mutual friend of yours, I'll introduce myself. David Niles, intern, City Hospital. Would-be surgeon. Are you in the nursing profession, too?
I'm sorry to say I'm not, Dr. Niles.
No Ruth Moylan very long?
Oh, years and years.
That's impossible. There aren't that many years in your life. Neighbors, maybe?
Sort of. We both lived in the same house till Ruth went to the hospital for training.
Really? Ruth told me her mother was housekeeper for Hobart Newton, the millionaire.
That's right.
Boy, I'd hate to work for people like Newton and his daughter. They think the world was made just for them and the people in it for them to step on.
I see you form your opinions from what you read in the papers, Doctor. If you really knew the Newtons, maybe you'd change your opinion.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Say, I don't even know you. You must work for Newton, too, do you? And, what's your name?
I'm Hobart Newton's social secretary. My name's Carol Galt.
Carol Galt. A pretty name. Free white and 21, more or less?
Footloose and fancy free, Doctor.
David to you. Carol?
That makes us friends, I suppose?
Of course. You like to dine on hamburgers?
Love them.
Tonight, maybe? And a movie afterward?
Well...
Ruth will vouch for me, I promise.
All right. It's a date, Doctor.
Good. I'll call for you at 7.
No. I'll meet you here at 7. Be easier.
Well, a girl who makes her own decisions. That's what I like. And someday when I'm famous, we'll do all the best places. For now, we'll get the best out of the cheaper places. But we'll sure have fun.
It was almost 3 weeks ago that David and I met. And we have had a lot of fun, Dad. He's a grand person. You'd like him, I know. I have an engagement to see him tonight.
Forget it. And forget him. You're staying right here. If you see him again or get in touch with him in any way, I'll trump up charges and we'll get him thrown out of the city hospital and ruin his so-called career.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, yes, I would. You know me well enough for that.
Yes. Yes, I guess I do. All right, Dad. I'll try to forget about David Niles.
It was after midnight, and the Newton household had retired. In Hobart Newton's study, 2 men, their faces covered with handkerchiefs, were busy working on the safe.
Okay, Joe, everything's set. Light the fuse, and that bit of soup will do the rest.
We'll have to move fast after she's blown, Carwin. Here goes.
I hope Bud has a motor running for a quick getaway. Light it.
There. Now duck.
That did it. Come on, clean out the safe, quick.
Yeah, somebody's coming in a minute.
Got everything. Now scram for the window.
Oh, come in. Hey, quick, out the window. He's got a gun.
I'll help you. Keep going. Come on.
Hey, Bud, quick, help me. Hurry up. Holy mackerel, wing Carwin. Yeah. Let's get him to the car. Here. Help me lift him in. Okay. There. All right, get going, Bud. Hurry it up.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office looking at the morning edition with his secretary, Lenore Case, and reporter, Mike Axford.
Hobart Newton will howl as usual when he sees his picture on the front page.
Yeah. When I went over there last night with Sarge right after the robbery, Newton was raving. Said they got away with about $50,000 in cash and negotiated securities.
Negotiable is the word, Axford.
Sure. Just so you know what I mean, Casey. He was more upset about some private papers that were stolen.
I wouldn't mind catching those crooks and getting the $5,000 reward Mr. Newton's offering.
Every cop in the force is after that $5,000. You could bet on that.
Did the police find any clues, Axford?
No, but the butler swears he wounded one of the thieves as they were going through the window.
I see.
Did you see Newton's daughter, Axford?
Yeah, she was there. And believe me, she's really a good looker. I asked her if there was any truth in that Clarion Gossip column story about her running around with the young intern.
Axford, you didn't.
Sure I did. But before she could answer, the old man scowled at her and said, "Carl, go to your room at once." So she left. But before she went, she said, "I'm not afraid of the truth, Dad, even if you are." With that, she swished on upstairs.
Oh, the poor thing. Father probably clamped down on her as soon as he read that story.
From what I know of Carol Newton, she's a level-headed girl. She values people for their true worth and not for the money they may have. You'd better get over to police headquarters, Axford. They might come up with something on that robbery.
Okay, Reed. I was going to go anyway. See you both later. Hello.
In the backroom hideout of a deserted warehouse on Water Street, the 2 crooks, Joe and Bud, stood beside the cot upon which their leader, Carwin, who had been shot in the escape from the Newton mansion, lay delirious with fever.
Light the fuse, Joe.
Carwin's getting worse, Bud. Bandaged him up last night. He seemed okay. Even this morning he wasn't so bad. This afternoon he's out of his head all the time. Yeah, we ought to try to get a Sawbones to come in and do something, Joe.
How can we without taking a chance of giving ourselves away?
If we don't get one, Carmen's going to conk out on us. That's for certain, Bud. Cops know one of us got nicked. Docs will all be leery of any calls that sound suspicious. There was some way to get
Hey, Joe, I know how we can work it.
How?
I was in a dumpy bar a couple of weeks ago, and some guy got slugged with a bottle. Laid him out in the back room and called an ambulance. Old Sawbones came in and fixed the guy up and took him away.
Yeah, but what...
Well, don't you see? You can drive over to Brownie's pool room, tip Brownie off, and call City Hospital for an ambulance. And tell him a guy has a heart attack.
But the ambulance will come to the pool room.
Sure. We'll be waiting for him. I'll show you what to do when it does get there.
But I didn't know you were smart enough to think of anything like that. Okay, let's get going to Brownie's. Sooner we get a doc here for Carwin, the better. Come on.
Are you the doc on this claim wagon?
Yes, I am. Bring the stretcher, Jim.
Okay, Doc. I'm any judge, Doc. You ain't gonna need that stretcher. I just saw the guy in there, and he looks like a goner to me. Better look at him, though.
Yes, I'll go examine him. Hold the stretcher, Jim, unless I send out for it.
All right. I'll wait here. He's in the back of the pool room, Doc. Come on, I'll show you the way. Right through that door, Doc.
All right. All right. I don't see anyone here. What,
Doc? There's the back door, Doc. Go right out that way.
Say, what is this? I'm not going anyplace.
This says you are.
Gun might go off, Doc. Go on out the door.
Now get into that car.
Now, look here. I don't know what this is, but I'm not...
I said.
Look out, my medical kit.
Help me pick that stuff up, Bud. Hurry.
Yeah. One of my medicine bottles broke.
Forget it. Hurry up.
Yeah, we got it all.
Now get in.
You'll be sorry for this, both of you.
Button your lip. We got a job for you to do.
Now I get it. You must be the crooks who robbed Newton last night. I heard one of them had been shot.
Hey, you heard one got shot, so now you'll have him for a patient. And he'd better get well. Step on it, Bud. Doctor's going to take a ride. And who knows, it might be his last.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. A short time after forcing Dr. Niles into their car in the alley behind the pool room, Joe and Bud entered the hideout with the doctor between them.
Okay, Doc. There's your patient over on that cot. Open up that kit of yours and get busy. Don't forget you'll have a gun pointing your way all the time.
Motor running. Get away, quick. Oh.
The bullet went right through his shoulder. But infection setting in. Give him my kit.
Here.
Thanks.
Well, stop fiddling around with that kit. Go on, do something.
Because of you, the very thing I need isn't in my kit. That bottle that was broken when you knocked the kit out of my hand contained a sulfur drug in powdered form, which I need now to stop the infection.
So you ain't got it? Use something else.
At this point, nothing else will be effective. If you really want this man to live...
Listen, Joe. Maybe one of us could get some of that stuff he needs.
Yes. I could give you a prescription and you could go...
Oh, yeah? Prescription with your name on it, huh? Listen, you. Just spell out what you need on a plain hunk of paper. Bud can go to a drugstore and read it off to the druggist.
All right, if you insist. And you better hurry if you want your friend here to live. Now I'll write down what you're to get.
Darkness had fallen when Mike Axford entered Miss Case's office just as Britt Reed was passing through on his way out.
Hi, Casey. Going home, Reed?
Yeah, so it's just starting.
I suppose you've come in to tell us about the scoop for the season.
If it's a story you want to hear, I can give you one, Casey. I just gave one to rewrite. One that rates an extra.
What is it, Axford?
An intern from City Hospital disappeared under mysterious circumstances, Reed, about an hour ago.
Under mysterious circumstances, you say?
Yep. He was on an ambulance that answered a hurry call to a pool room downtown where some guy was said to have had a heart attack.
Well?
The intern left the driver waiting.
and followed some guy into the pool room. But he never came out.
Never came out.
No. The driver waited half an hour, then went hunting for him, but couldn't find him or any sick guy either.
Hadn't anyone seen the doctor?
Nobody'd admit they saw him. The driver phoned the hospital, and they called the cops. I went with Sarge and the boys. They didn't find the doctor, but Sarge did find a clue, sort of.
A clue? What was it?
A small broken bottle in the alley with some powder in it. It turned out to be a sulfur drug and must have come out of the doctor's bag.
Looks like that intern was shanghaied by somebody.
Sure. The cops figured out that he was snatched by the crooks who robbed Newton last night. One of them got shot, you know.
That's good reasoning on the part of the police.
Those cops are smart, Reed. You see, just before they got the call about the missing intern, some druggist phoned in that a guy made him give out some sulfur drug in powdered form like the doc had. The guy had a gun and had the name of the drug written down, along with something else that didn't make sense to the druggist or the cops.
Do you remember what that something else was, actually?
Sure. Sarge wrote it down, and I got it from him. Let's see now. Here it is. See, it says AQUA, followed by a big V with a period after it. That was followed by X11.
Aqua V period X11. Didn't the druggist have any idea what it meant?
Oh, he said he guessed it was Latin for water of life, which is some kind of wine or something. The X11 meant 12. So he sent 12 ounces of a wine tonic.
Well, aqua vitae is the term. I don't know why the doctor would order anything like that, if it did mean that.
The crook could have copied it wrong.
Oh, I suppose so. It's a bit puzzling, though.
You weren't the only one that's puzzled, Reed. Oh, by the way, Miss Carol Newton phoned cops headquarters when she heard about the intern over the radio. His name's Niles, Dr. David Niles. And she was all upset. We figured he must be the guy she's been running around with.
Oh, that's too bad. From what you told us this morning, I guess her father objects to the intern. From now on, she has this to worry about. She must be in love with him.
Even I figured that one out, Casey. But an old man would never go for a lowly intern with no dough. Not that guy.
If Carol Newton likes the chap, he must be okay. If he has been forced to go with the crooks to doctor their wounded friend, young Niles' life is in danger.
You don't think they'd kill him?
They won't dare let him go or he'd turn them in. Axford, if you get any more news, phone me at home. I'm interested in this case.
That I will, Reed. I'm going to grab a bite, then beat it back to cops' headquarters tonight.
Good. Well, I'll be running along. Cato is waiting dinner for me. I'll see you both in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
So long, Reed.
Leaving the Sentinel building, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. Britt told him the details of the story about the missing intern.
It would seem everyone believed Dr. Niles taken by crooks who steal Newton valuables, Mr. Britt.
It's a sure bet, Cato. Oh, I wish there was something I could do. I don't care about Newton's loss so much, but I sympathize with Carol and young Niles.
The nature of words to a druggist intrigued me, Mr. Britt. Sulfur drug necessary for a bullet wound, perhaps, but other words not make sense.
I know. Aqua vitae is a rarely used term. I can't see why. Cato, maybe Dr. Niles intended that as a clue of some sort. That capital V followed by a period, and then those numerals. I wonder... Cato, I know what that V period X11 could mean.
What do you think of?
The V period could stand for an abbreviation of via, meaning way or street. Aqua means water. The Roman numerals X11 mean 12.
Well, then it mean crooks at number 12 Water Street?
That's what I think it means. Come on, we'll take the Black Beauty. Maybe the Green Hornet can find that intern, and at the same time straighten things out for Carol Newton. Let's go.
A short time later, in the Water Street hideout, Carwin, stretched out on the cot, opened his eyes and spoke.
Joe. Bud.
Oh, how you feeling, Carwin? You should feel a lot better now, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
What are we going to do with the doc now that you're okay? Tied up over there on a chair.
He expects us to drop him off at the city hospital, I guess.
That was the bargain I made with you. If I fixed him up all right, you promised.
He's a dumb cluck, Joe. You and Bud know what to do with him. Take him for a ride if he wants it.
But it won't be to the city hospital.
You won't get away with it. The police will find you sooner or later. You're crooks and murderers, and you'll all wind up in the electric chair.
Stop beating your gums, Sawbones. I'll bust him one with the butt of my gun and put him out for keeps. And Bud can ditch him somewhere.
Go ahead. Get it over with.
Don't make a move, Floyd. The Green Hornet.
Let him have it, Joe.
I got you covered. Don't raise that gun.
You can't cover all three of us at once.
Only two, Dopey. The lug on the cot doesn't count. If either of you fire at me, my friend in the doorway will plug your friend in the cot.
Don't fire at him, fellas. There's a guy with a gun in the doorway.
Tell them to drop their guns.
Drop them. Joe, Bud, drop your guns.
Okay.
There's mine.
Well, I ain't dropping my rod, Carwin, for you or the Hornet. Expected that from you, killer. You missed, but I won't.
No, I take this one. No, little guys. Oh, this time I hit harder. Oh.
So you're Carwin, eh? Heard about you. Escaped killer, aren't you?
Wait, I'm wounded, Hornet. We'll divvy all the dough we got from Newton.
Where is it?
Here in the bag under this cot. Honest, if you'll split up...
Take it.
Gas. Oh.
That must be Dr. Niles. Get the ammonia from his kid over there.
I get it quick.
I'll tie these mugs up tight with his bandages and tape their mouths with adhesive tape.
Here, Dr. Skip. You get stuff you need. I help.
This'll do the trick. There. And there's one.
I'll get one finished.
Get the one on the bed while I work on the doctor. We'll pile the three crooks from the back of their own car and put the doctor behind the wheel.
Good idea. Then he'd drive him to police station when he come to.
Right. And he'll have the stolen swag from the Newton safe with him. I think things will be different around the Newton home later tonight. Let's get busy. Later at police headquarters.
Dr. Niles, I swear I don't know how you did it, all single-handed. Boy, you sure earned that 5,000 reward.
Well, Sergeant, frankly, I don't deserve that reward. You see, I have no idea that...
Where is the chap who captured those crew?
There he is, Mr. Newton.
Take the head off.
Oh, David.
Carol, darling.
Here, what's all this? I thought this young man was one of...
Dad, this is Dr. David Niles, intern at City Hospital.
Why, you young whippersnapper, you're the one who...
Hold on a minute, Mr. Newton. Doc Niles is the one who captured the crooks and brought back your dough and other stuff. He did it all single-handed, too. What?
I thought... That is...
You owe David $5,000, Dad.
Now, wait a minute. I thought this intern didn't know you were my daughter.
I didn't. Till last night when she didn't keep our date. I was going to get a cab and go to your home looking for Carol, but Ruth Moylan stopped me. She told me then who Carol really was, so, well, I decided to forget.
Oh, so my daughter isn't good enough for you, huh? Old Mary intern is going to turn my Carol down cold with that.
Dad, you're wonderful.
Yeah? Well, we might as well keep that 5,000 in the family. And the doctor's a handy thing to have around these days.
Ain't it the truth? Say, Doc, we were wondering about that guy who got sulfur drug from the druggist.
Well, he was one of the crooks. I put a clue in the prescription, but I guess it wasn't clear.
A clue, you say? What was it, Doc?
Aqua, V, period, followed by X11. I was hoping that a student of the classics or perhaps an ex-serviceman in the police department who'd been in Italy would see it and guess its meaning. The V period was used as an abbreviation of via, meaning way or street in Latin. I was afraid the crook might guess it if I wrote it out.
Then that Aqua V period X11 meant number 12 Water Street.
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, what do you know? Nobody can figure it out. But after all, you made it out all right with yourself.
Well, frankly, I don't know what happened. It's all hazy to me. But one thing I do know. I found this on the side of my medicine kit.
My goodness, what is it?
Glory be. It is a seal of the Green Hornet.
Holy crow! The Green Hornet seal, you say? Dr. Niles, looks like you can clip out appendixes with one hand and clip the wings of the Green Hornet with the other. I'll bet that escape killer Carwin is sorry he was ever Dr. Niles' patient.
You can say that again, AXFORD. Huh, Mr. Newton?
Oh. You said it, Sarge. You said it.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who tried to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Polarized Glasses. The Green Hornet strikes again. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, looked up as Mike AXFORD entered her office.
Good morning to you, Casey.
What on earth? Who do you think you are with those dark glasses on? A movie star in disguise, Michael?
But they look as good on me as they would on anyone else.
Don't bet too much on that. What's the idea? They look like expensive ones, too.
Sure, gold rim ones they are. As a matter of fact, Casey, I found them and wore them in here just for a gag.
Oh, so that's it. I wondered.
Yep. Here's the case they were in.
Well, let's see. It's a nice case, too. Hey, there's an address label pasted inside the cover. There's a name and address on it.
Sure, I know that.
Mrs. Davidson Forrest, apartment 101, Bayside Terrace. Quite a swanky address, Michael.
That it is, Casey. It's that big apartment house built right on the edge of the cliff along the bay. A lot of big shots live there.
You'd better send those glasses over to Mrs. Forrest today.
Send them, you say? Nothing doing. I'm taking them over myself in case there's a reward.
Oh, you would.
Sure. And what's more, who's to say that dame Mrs. Forrest ain't a good-looking widow with a lot of dough?
So that's it.
Casey, I knew you'd be jealous when I said that. So you admit it, do you? You can't stand the thought of me maybe falling for the rich widow, so you flare up and you get mad.
The big joke around here.
All right, now, AXFORD is, Mr. Reed. You found a pair of glasses. These. And the owner's name is inside the case. He decided she might be a widow, and that she might be rich.
In which case, she'd swoon at the sight of AXFORD and later drag him to the altar, is that it?
Oh, naturally, according to him.
Oh, Casey can't take a little kidding, Reed. I'm going to return the glasses to the lady that owns them, Mrs. Forrest.
Mrs. Davidson Forrest of Bayside Terrace Apartments?
Yeah, that's her, all right. You know her, Reed?
Well, I've heard of her. In fact, I've been invited to a reception at her place day after tomorrow.
Huh. You never met her. How come you get invited?
You don't get around much, do you, Michael? She's probably invited the whole social register.
Well, Mrs. Forrest is a newcomer to the city. Does a lot of entertaining. Seems to have some wealth and manages to draw a good many prominent people to her affairs.
How come she gets to invite people she don't even know?
Oh, a swanky address, a good social secretary, and a prominent name as honor guest will get people to her affairs. For instance, on my invitation, it says, to meet Baron de Soroka.
Huh. She must be somebody to know a baron.
It might turn out that the guest of honor won't show up.
Why not?
Mr. Reed means there's a possibility there isn't any such person as the Baron. It's just a come-on to get other prominent people to attend.
I'd go anyhow, baron or no baron. Well, I'm going to drive me jalopy over there this morning and take back her glasses. See you later, Reed. If she's a rich widow, Casey, maybe I can get you an invite to the wedding. So long! Sure, it's a swanky dump, all right. Just about noon. Maybe she'll invite me to stay and have a bit of lunch at her.
Yes, sir?
My name's Mike AXFORD, and I found something belongs to Mrs. Forrest. What's more, I ain't giving it to anyone else. So go tell her I'm here.
Please step inside, sir.
That I will.
I shall inform Mrs. Forrest that you're here, Mr. AXFORD.
Okay, I'll wait.
Very good, sir.
Them kind of guys always give me the willies. Can't tell whether they're smiling or sneering at a guy the way they look you over. Yeah, what a joint.
Mrs. Forrest will see you, sir. Walk this way, please. Right in here. Mr. AXFORD, madame.
Oh, good morning, Mr. AXFORD.
Good morning, ma'am.
You may go, Charles.
Very good,
I guess he thought he was going to get an earful.
I beg your pardon.
In the movies, you know, butlers are always listening to doors and the likes of that.
Oh, you've come on a confidential matter, perhaps?
No, I came because I found a pair of glasses belonging to you, ma'am. I got them here.
Oh, yes, my polarized glasses. How nice of you to bring them back to me, Mr. AXFORD.
It was the only honest thing to do, ma'am. Here they are.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sure you wouldn't think of taking a reward, so I won't embarrass you by offering one.
Oh, you won't? Well, and now that I think of it, I guess I wouldn't think of it. That is...
Oh, great. You really have a very charming sense of humor, Mr. AXFORD.
I have? Yeah, that's right, I have.
My husband had no sense of humor whatsoever, poor thing. He was dreadfully boring.
Are you a widow by any chance, ma'am?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid I'm getting the reputation of being a very gay widow, too.
I knew you were a widow. I was right.
You knew? I don't understand.
Oh, no matter. I know. It's a fine place you got here. What's that out there? A balcony overlooking the water?
Oh, that's the terrace. Come see the view I have of the bay.
Sure. Glad to. Say, no. You sure do have a view at that. Will you look at that swell-looking boat out there?
Oh, that's Baron de Soroka's yacht.
Is it really now? You know, I heard somebody say that Baron stuff was a fake.
I see. May I ask who it was who told you that?
Well, no. As we newspapermen say, it was said off the record, ma'am, so I won't mention names.
You're a newspaper man?
Oh, sure. Reporter on the Daily Sentinel. And if I do say so myself, a darn good one at that.
Really?
Yep. When Mike AXFORD goes out to get a story, he gets it one way or another. You can bet on that.
Well, I'm glad to know that. By the way, how would you like to meet the Baron, Mr. AXFORD?
You mean I'm invited to your party day after tomorrow?
Well, yes, of course. But the other guests are coming at 9 o'clock. I'd like you to come earlier. Say at 8. Then you and the Baron can become acquainted.
Say now, that'll really be something, that it will. The others will have a fit when they hear I'm going to get a chance to have a long talk with the Baron.
Well, if you really hope to get a story, why not keep it a secret about your coming here ahead of time? Otherwise, some other reporter may try to get to the Baron before you do.
Say, that's a good idea. I'll keep quiet about it and surprise all of them. Thanks for inviting me, ma'am.
Oh, not at all. Shall we go inside now?
Okay.
I'll see you to the door, Mr. AXFORD.
Sure. Time I was getting back anyhow.
Well, let me thank you again for bringing my glasses to me.
Oh, that's okay, Mrs. Forrest.
Your hat, sir.
Huh? Oh, it's you. You must have popped up from under the table.
The table, sir?
Sure, the table there that my hat was on. I'll take it. Thanks.
Well, good day, Mr. AXFORD. I'll be looking forward to seeing you the night of the reception.
I'll be here with bells on, ma'am. That I will. So long.
Charlie, that man's dangerous. You'll have to take a message out to the yacht tonight. We have plans to make.
That guy's too smart for his own good.
He'll be sorry he stuck his nose into our business when Paul gets through with him. You can bet on that.
It was a few minutes before 8 on the night of the Forrest reception. Mrs. Forrest was in the living room of her apartment, in earnest conversation with the butler, and with a tall, dark-haired man in evening clothes, whose close-cropped Van Dyke beard and small mustache gave him a distinguished and foreign appearance.
It's almost 8 o'clock, Paul. He'll soon be here.
Are you sure you'll come alone, Lily?
Well, if he doesn't, it'll spoil everything. I tell you, both be on guard. That man AXFORD is dangerous.
Charlie says he was smart enough to play the dope when he came here.
Yeah, that's right. To look at him and talk to him, you'd think he was really dumb. But he was suspicious of Charlie right away, and he hinted that he knew the Baron was a fake.
Yeah, and he knew Lily was a widow. Then he made an excuse to get out on the terrace and mention a yacht.
Do you think he's working alone, Lily?
No, I don't. So you'll have to be careful. He said he was told the Baron was a fake. Well, I thought he was a government man at first, and then he said he was a reporter.
You checked that, of course?
Yes, there is a reporter named AXFORD on the Daily Sentinel. Made quite a point of seeing me personally to hand me my polarized glasses, too.
Charlie and I'll see that he's taken care of.
You'll have to play your part as the Baron very carefully until you get him on the terrace.
Yeah, he's heavy set. Looks like he might put up a good fight. We'll have to move in on him easy.
We will, don't worry. My role as the Baron is my biggest gamble yet. But my forged credentials are perfect. I have the backing of a certain government. My disguise has proven itself. I'm not going to let that snooping reporter crab everything right at the climax of our act.
Oh, he's at the door. Go let him in, Charlie.
Okay.
I'll stay only a minute, and then I'll suggest you two go on the terrace for cocktails. That'll give you your chance.
Right. Now, for the switch to the Baron's accent.
Mr. Michael AXFORD.
Good evening, Mrs. Forrest.
Mr. AXFORD. Oh, you're right on time. Baron de Soroka, may I present Mr. AXFORD?
Delighted, my dear Mr. AXFORD.
Glad to meet you, Baron.
I'll leave you two gentlemen alone so that you can get acquainted. I have so much to do before the other guests arrive.
You're most thoughtful, Madame Forrest.
Go right ahead, ma'am. Don't let us keep you.
I suggest you go out on the terrace. I'll have Charles bring cocktails.
Suits me. Eh, Baron? Let's go.
Of course.
Connie, tis a nice moonlight night, ain't it, Baron?
Yes, of course. It reminds me so much of the moonlight on the waters of that damn old Vienna. Look, far over there. Ah, such beauty.
Yeah. By the way, I want to ask you...
Oh. Good work, Charlie. Now we'll take this guy where he won't do any snooping for a long, long time.
Almost an hour had passed since Mike AXFORD had met with foul play in Mrs. Forrest's apartment. Britt Reed, with his faithful valet Cato at the wheel, was driving along in a smart club coupe on the way to the Forrest reception. The road ran straight down to the bay. The Bayside Terrace Apartments was outlined to the left. Directly in Britt's line of vision were the moonlit waters of the bay and the lights of the boats at anchorage.
The view of water and boats much better when seen through a polarized glass of windshield, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Polarized windshields should be made standard equipment on all cars, Cato. I often think... That's strange.
What do you think strange?
Now look. See the outline of that yacht out in the bay?
Oh, yes, sir.
Notice the light on it?
Oh, it seemed to flash off and on.
Well, that's it. It flickers as though someone were sending signals.
Was that true?
Now stop for a moment, Cato. We'll watch it. See? 1, 2, 3. Pause 1. Now there's 2 very quick ones.
Well, there, 1, 2, pause 1.
And 2 more quick ones. There's no doubt those are signals of some kind, Cato.
With not Morse or international code.
I know. The 2 quick ones seem to indicate the end of a word or perhaps a letter. Oh, let's go down, Cato.
Yes, sir.
It won't do any harm for us to phone police headquarters and have them investigate.
Well, that's best. If there's nothing wrong, there's no harm done by calling police.
That's right.
Well, here at Bayside Terrace.
I'm not going to stay long, Cato. You might as well wait for me.
I'll wait.
I'll see you later.
Good evening, Mr. Reed.
Well, Sergeant Burke, what are you doing around here? Something wrong?
No, nothing like that. I just drove over with a couple of the boys. This is a big affair, and the cars get pretty well jammed up unless we keep them moving.
Oh, I see. Oh, by the way, I was going to call headquarters, so I'm glad I ran into you. There's something I want you to see. Step out here to the curb where you can see the bay, will you?
Sure. What do you want me to look at?
Well, out there on that yacht. Notice the light? It flickers regularly, as though signaling.
Well, I am looking at it, but it ain't flickered yet, Mr. Reed.
That's right. Well, I'll run along to the reception. If you find out anything about that light, let me know.
That I will, Mr. Reed. See you later.
Okay, Sergeant. I'll talk to you when I come out. I won't be long. Mrs. Davidson Forrest's reception was in full swing. Diplomats, political figures, officials of state, and service officers intermingled with the city's social set. Oh, Mrs. Forrest. Admiring the view? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to startle you.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Mr.
Reed.
Oh, yes, of course. I should have remembered. But with so many, you know.
I understand. I've been noticing your dark glasses. Isn't it difficult out here to see?
These. I like to look at the light through them. You see, these are polarized lenses. They dispense with the glare.
Oh, of course. I should have known. Well, I stepped on something. It felt like a bead.
Probably just a pebble. Sometimes the wind blows a few onto the terrace. If you don't mind, I'll go back to my guest.
Yes, of course. I'll have a look at whatever it was I stepped on. Light my lighter. Looks like black pearl stud. Real pearl, too. It would have been crushed under my foot. These aren't too common. Well, this one is mine. I can tell from the setting. Have a look around. Axford must be here someplace. He must have crashed the gate. A short time later, Britt Reed left the apartment house. He learned from Sergeant Burke that the light had not flickered and that Axford had not been seen going to the party. After returning to his own apartment, Reed sat in deep thought, holding the pearl stud in his hand. Then Cato spoke.
What you think of, Mr. Britt?
This is one of my very own studs that Axford was wearing tonight. Yet Burke says he didn't go into the reception.
Yet you find stud on terrace of Mrs. Forrest's apartment?
That's right. Then I keep thinking of those signal flashes. Or at least that's what we thought they were. Burke says the light has been steady ever since I told him about it.
Oh, yes, that's true. I watch also through back window of car, but light stays steady.
Another thing that I've been thinking of is Mrs. Forrest standing on the terrace away from her guests looking at the view, which she can see anytime. She has polarized glasses just for the purpose of looking at... Wait a minute.
What matter?
I just thought of something. We're going back down there, Cato. We'll check things once more. But this time, we'll take the Black Beauty just in case. Come on.
We are on road that go down to Bayside Terrace. I not see any cars. The party all over, perhaps.
Yes, Cato, it's late. Look, that light's flickering again, Cato.
Was that right?
Stop in the shadows, and then we'll watch it again. I'll get out a pencil and a bit of paper. We'll keep track of those flashes and try to figure out the code. For some time, Britt and Cato sat watching the light, jotting down the number of flashes. Suddenly, Britt spoke. Cato, I think I've hit the code. The flashes before the short pauses seem always to run numerically from 2 to 9. None over, and no ones.
So that's right.
The flashes after the pauses run only from 1 to 3. I'm convinced they're using the telephone dial as a code. There are 3 letters in each circle from 2 to 9. So that flashing, let's say 2, pause 1, that could be the letter A and so on.
Well, that code all right.
Okay. And let's put together what we've written down and see what they were saying with that light.
What'd you get, Mr. Britt?
Listen. Drop roll from wire recorder on line to ledge below terrace. We'll send for. And this says, give warning if reporter trace there.
Would that mean Oxford, perhaps?
I think so. And these messages were directed to that woman's apartment. I don't see how... Wait a minute. Cato, lean out here and look at that light.
Yes, sir. Light not flicker now.
Now look through the polarized windshield.
Now it flicker, Mr. Britt.
That's it, Cato. Axford must have found out something. He went to that party and something happened. He's in danger on that yacht, I'm sure of it. Get going, Cato. We have work to do and fast.
A short time later, at police headquarters...
Funny how Britt Reed thought he saw signal flashes coming from the light on the Baron's yacht, Cassidy.
Yeah, guess that guy needs glasses, Sarge.
Well, I don't know. But I sure couldn't see anything wrong with that light. It was as steady as... Glory be, what's that?
A bomb! Somebody threw it in the window.
That ain't any bomb. It's a stone. Something tied to it. Let's see what it is.
It's a printed note. Read it, Sarge.
Well, give me a chance. That Baron's a fake and his yacht's a spy's nest. Raid that yacht and you'll save the life of a reporter named Axford. Then go to the forest dame's apartment for the rest of the gang. Great day. Let's check on this. Get the harbor police on the phone. We got work to do. Mike Axford's mixed up with spies.
We find roll of recorded wire, Mr. Britt, on ledge below terrace. Now what we do?
We'll wait here just outside until we hear a commotion from the yacht. Then we'll go inside.
Well, maybe police come here before we get it...
There go the harbor police to the yacht.
The men on yacht shoot at police.
Yes, come on. That's our cue for some action. Later in Mrs. Forrest's apartment...
Charlie!
What's going on out there?
The police must be raiding the yacht. We better get out of here in a hurry.
What's the rush, lady? You're not going anyplace.
Oh.
The Green Hornet. You'll not shoot. Hornet.
Oh!
Good throwing, fella.
Oh, that roll of wire. Where'd you get that?
Stop worrying, lady. This'll help you to do it.
No! Oh.
The police will soon come. We'll leave them here with that roll of recorded wire and her polarized glasses as evidence. Let's get out of here.
Later in Britt Reed's apartment, soon after Sergeant Burke brought Axford home...
Wasn't that some story we got, Reed?
Yes, it was, Axford.
I still don't get it how polarized glass works.
Polarized glass?
Yeah, that's how the spies worked. They used polarized glass in front of the searchlight.
Oh, so that's it.
Well, how's it work?
Well, polarized glass breaks a light beam into a very thin beam.
Like in Venetian blinds?
Well, something of that sort. It's used to cut down glare and reflection. I have it in my car's windshield. Now, if two pieces of polarized glass are held together in a certain way, they cut off the light. If I look through my polarized windshield at the headlight of a car, and that headlight has a lens of polarized glass set in the right way, I won't see the light at all.
That's it. Mrs. Forrest had glasses like your windshield. Those guys on the boat held polarized glass over the light, and it was cut off from Mrs. Forrest.
And for me when I saw it through the windshield of my car.
Yeah, and people seeing the light without looking through that trick glass didn't notice any change.
That's how those lugs could send signals no one but the dame could see. They made dots and dashes by covering and uncovering the searchlight with the polarized glass. And she saw those dots and dashes because she had on polarized glasses.
That's it.
Reed, there's more to tell you. That Baron was a fake. He was just to come on to get important officials to Mrs. Forrest's party. Then when they were talking confidential, she'd give the butler a signal and he'd start the wire recorder going. Microphones were hid all over the place. They got important bits of news for the foreign power that paid them.
Amazing. Sergeant, you did a swell job of breaking that case. How you did it is hard for me to say.
Huh. It ain't hard for me to say it. 'Twas a tip-off by somebody that did it. I'll bet it was the Green Hornet. 'Cause when we found them spies, there was a Green Hornet seal on the wire recorder. And to think the whole thing started over me finding them polarized glasses. Ain't it amazing?
popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who tried to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Champion. The Green Hornet strikes again. Mike AXFORD, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, entered Britt Reed's outer office where Miss Case, secretary to the young publisher, was busy typing letters.
Hi, Casey.
Well, Michael, you certainly took long enough for lunch today.
Oh, I ain't been eating all this time. I've been talking to the sports editor. I talked him out of some tickets to the fight tonight. You want to go along?
I don't know about that. I've never been to a boxing match, and I don't
Sure,
know...
this is something you shouldn't miss. That middleweight fighter, young Burbank, is taking on Ennis. And if he wins this fight, Burbank will meet the champ next month.
Well, if Mr. Reed thinks it's all right...
Let's go in and ask him right now. Come on.
All right.
Hi, Reed. Casey and I want to ask you something.
Well, what is it you want to ask?
This is really AXFORD's idea, Mr. Reed.
What is?
Look, Reed, I got 3 swell ringside seats for Burbank's fight tonight. I was wondering if you'd like to come along. I asked Casey to go, too.
I told AXFORD I'd never been to a boxing match.
It'll be a new experience for you then, Miss Case. Say, we'll all go. I'd like to see Burbank in action.
That's great. You'll sure see a good fight, Casey, when you see young Burbank in the ring. You can bet on that.
That night, Lenore Case sat between AXFORD and Britt Reed and watched breathlessly as the Burbank-Ennis bout entered the third round.
Oh, it's only the third round. Burbank already has Ennis on the run. Now he's closing in. There's a solid right to the body. Another and another. Ennis is trying to move in for a clinch. He's winded and groggy. Burbank smiling and confident. Ennis is weakening fast. Ooh, a 1-2 perfectly timed sends Ennis to the canvas. He's down, ladies and gentlemen. Ennis is down. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that means that Burbank...
Oh, my goodness, that was certainly exciting.
And how, Casey? Look, Burbank hardly winded at all.
Oh, Burbank's certainly a sensation. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll be the next middleweight champion.
Who was that nice-looking boy who climbed into the ring just as we were leaving?
Oh, that was Burbank's 18-year-old brother. Burbank won't fight unless his kid brother's sitting right there at the ringside near his corner. Brings him good luck, he says.
I understand the two of them are alone in the world, and practically inseparable.
Well, that's what they say, Reed. Burbank's only 23 himself, but he watches over that brother of his like a hawk.
Say, I noticed Childress and his crowd at the ringside.
Who's Childress, Mr. Reed?
A big-time gambler. Owns the Redbird Roadhouse. He and his bunch have always backed the champ. They'll probably swing over to Burbank now, though.
That's right. Anyone can see right off that the champ ain't got a chance against Burbank. I can hardly wait to see Burbank take the championship. And believe me, for that guy, it'll sure be a pushover.
Later that night, at his office in the Redbird Roadhouse, Ed Childress was discussing the fight with two of his men.
That guy Burbank's got what it takes, all right. He's ripe to take the championship.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to me, Ed. But that ain't so good for us.
That's right. We were hasty in putting out dough on that has-been champ. Everybody will be putting their dough on Burbank after tonight.
You know, if anybody happened to have a lot of dough on the champ, and he did win, they'd more than double their money. Even before we left the arena, they were offering 2-1 on Burbank to win.
Yeah, but nobody's going to be fool enough to put a lot of dough on the champ to win. Not with Burbank in the ring.
Me, I'm taking all I can get on Burbank from now on.
I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you, Ray.
Why, what do you mean by that, Ed?
Yeah, don't tell us that Ed Childress, who always bets on a sure thing, is going to take a long chance. Come again, Ed. We don't get you.
Go ahead and laugh, Buck. But I have an idea that might make it worth our while to grab all the dough we can get on the champ to win.
What are you figuring on, Ed?
When the time comes, I'll tell you. And when I do, you'll both agree I know what I'm talking about. You can take my word for it. Burbank won't win the middleweight championship.
It was a few days before the big bout. Joe Burbank lay resting on one of the beds in the hotel room he shared with his younger brother, Danny. Joe watched as Danny smoothed his hair in front of the dresser.
I wish I could go to the movies with you, Danny. But that'll have to wait until after the bout.
I wish you could, too, Joe. I'll be glad when the fight's over and you'll be off training for a while.
Think I'll win, kid?
Why, you know I do. Joe, you could lick that worn-out champ with one hand.
Don't forget, he's still the champ, and he'll be fighting to hold the championship.
Sure, but you'll be fighting to win it. And you will, Joe. I know you will.
With you there to bring me luck, kid, I can't lose.
Nothing could keep me from being there, you know that. I wish Mom and Dad could be there, too. See you become middleweight champ.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you better run along, Danny. I don't want you out too late.
Okay, I'll come back right after the show. Goodbye, Joe.
So long, kid. Have a good time. Hey, you.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
What do you want?
You're Joe Burbank's brother, ain't you?
Yes, I am. Why?
Well, I just happened to see you come out of the hotel. I was just coming in. There's a friend of Joe's manager there in that car at the curb. He's got a message.
Well, I won't be going back in for quite a while. You better go in yourself and
It
get
don't matter. It ain't too important. You can tell him when you go back. Come on to the car a minute.
All right.
Here he is, Buck.
What did you want to
Get inside and don't squawk if you know what's good for you.
Hey, what is this?
Shove him in, Ray. Get in, I said.
Hey, listen, here, you can't get away
Shut
with
up.
this.
This ain't no pop gun I got here. Okay, Buck. Step on it.
It was well after midnight when Joe Burbank was awakened by a knock at the door.
Who is it?
Bellboy, sir.
Just a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
A note, sir, for Joe Burbank.
Oh, look, my manager in the next room attends to all my mail, fella.
A man gave it to me in the lobby, sir. Said it was very important that you receive it personally.
Okay, I'll take it. Thanks. Wonder what this is. Joe Burbank. We've got your kid brother. If you ever want to see him again, make sure you don't win. Also, make sure you don't mention this to anyone. Remember, don't win and don't talk. No. No, it must be a joke. Danny.
The following afternoon, Mike Axford entered the Sentinel City room where Britt Reed was talking with Gunnigan, the city editor.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Gunnigan.
Hello, Axford. What's new?
Yeah, what's on your mind, Mike?
Nothing much. Only I just found out something funny about the way the betting on the fight's going.
Well, what do you mean, funny?
Well, there's plenty betting. It's all in Burbank's favor, from what I hear.
Then you ain't been hearing from the right places, Gunnigan.
Oh, yeah? How do you make that out?
Now, listen. Here's what I mean by funny, and I just got it from the sports editor. Childress and his bunch are betting on the champ to win, and they're getting some high odds.
Ah, stop your kidding.
I ain't kidding, Gunnigan. Some of the guys in the press room down at Cobb's headquarters told me the same thing. Some of them laid bets with Childress.
But everybody knows the champ ain't got a chance to win against Burbank.
Sure. So that's what makes it funny for Childress to be betting on the champ so heavy.
Yeah, that is strange. Childress usually bets on a sure thing.
Yeah, that's right, Chief. For a so-called big-time gambler, Childress is mighty cagey.
The last I heard, Joe Burbank was in perfect condition for the fight.
Well, for my dough, Burbank is still the right guy to bet on.
Sure. I got $1 on Burbank to win.
Boy, you really spread your dough around, don't you, Mike?
Sure, and I just made a bet for fun. I got better things to do with me dough.
That's right, Axford. You'll come out ahead on the long run if you stay away from the big betting. Maybe you'd better run over to Burbank's hotel and look him over. He's stopping at the downtown, you know.
Okay, Reed. I'll go over there right now.
Yeah, but don't hang around there the rest of the day. Find out what you can and get back here.
Okay. Be seeing you later. So long.
So long.
It was dusk when Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting.
Hello, Cato. Dinner ready?
Oh, it'll be ready quick like anything, Mr. Britt. There's not much to... Oh, I answer it. Miss Reed's apartment?
Cato, let me speak to Reed. Is he there?
Oh, yes, he here, Miss Axford. Just a moment. Oh, here you are, Mr. Britt.
Well, thanks, Cato. Hello, Axford. What's up?
Reed, I came over to see Burbank. He isn't seeing anybody, but I talked to his manager.
Well, what's the matter with him?
That's just it. The manager says Burbank's acting mighty funny. Won't talk to anybody. Doesn't want to eat, and acts jittery as all get out.
Oh, that's strange. Does his manager have any idea what the trouble might be?
Nope. He says he can't get a word out of Burbank. He says it could be that maybe Burbank had a falling out with his brother Danny. The manager ain't seen the kid around.
I see.
It sure looks bad for those who are betting on Burbank. Childress might clean up after all. Well, gotta go. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Axford.
Will Axford have bad news, perhaps?
Cato, thousands of people are counting on Joe Burbank to win tomorrow night. And if he doesn't win, Childress and his mob will win thousands of dollars.
Why you think he not win, Mr. Britt?
Well, something's wrong with Joe Burbank. What it is, nobody knows. And if he doesn't snap out of it by tomorrow night, he won't have a chance of winning that bout.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
After Axford's phone call concerning Joe Burbank's strange attitude, Britt Reed began to do some real thinking.
Cato, I watched Joe Burbank's climb with great interest. He was the Daily Sentinel entry in the Golden Glove tournament. Never known him to show nerves or temperament.
I often read about Burbank, Mr. Britt.
This manager perhaps thinks he's upset because of a falling out with his young brother. Personally, I believe if that were the reason for his attitude, Burbank would come right out and say so. He's that type.
Well, you have idea, perhaps?
I thought of several things that might be wrong. The only way to be sure would be to get Joe Burbank to talk. Axford says he won't talk to anybody, not even his manager.
Well, you think maybe he talked to Green Hornet?
It's worth a try, Cato. The old downtown hotel has outside fire escapes, and I know the room Burbank occupies. It'll be easy to get in.
We leave now, Mr. Britt?
Why not? The sooner the better. Let's go.
A short time later, Joe Burbank sat on the bed in his hotel room with his head in his hands. He failed to hear the window behind him raise slowly, nor did he know of the sinister figure that stepped over the sill and moved noiselessly toward him. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet as a voice spoke behind him.
Thinking about the fight, Burbank?
What the... The Green Hornet.
Right. You seem a trifle upset. Worried about your brother, perhaps?
What do you know about Danny? Where is he?
Oh, so you are worried about him.
If you didn't have that gun, I'd show you how worried I am. You must have sent that note telling me to throw the fight. You're the one who took Danny away, so I'd be forced to let the champ win.
Maybe. Are you going to throw the fight?
Isn't it enough that you snatched my kid brother without coming here to gloat? Knew darn well I'd throw the fight rather than have you harm him.
I can count on you going into the ring, then.
You figured it all out, didn't you? You knew I'd go in and make it look real so as to get Danny back. Well, without him in the corner, I couldn't win anyway. And you know that Danny won't squeal when he does come back because he won't want me disgraced for throwing the fight.
You do expect him back after the fight, of course.
If you don't bring him back, Hornet, so help me, I'll hunt you down if it takes the rest of my life and tear you apart with my bare hands.
I'll remember that, Frank. I've heard what I wanted to hear. So long.
What'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
Plenty, Cato. Burbank received a note telling him to throw the fight. And to make sure he does, his younger brother has been taken away.
Well, who sent the note?
Well, he thinks I sent it, so it must not have had any signature. But the way things are going, I can make a good guess who's behind the whole thing.
Who do you think?
Well, Childress and his gang are taking heavy bets on the champ. That proves they know something's wrong with Burbank, and they know what's wrong with him because they're the ones who put him on the spot.
Why Burbank not tell police?
He's afraid they'll hurt his brother, and rightly so. Childress has too much money at stake now to let anything interfere. That's the way I see it, anyway.
Where are you driving to now, Mr. Britt?
Out to the Redbird Roadhouse.
Did you go to make Childress tell where boy is?
No, not exactly. The main thing now is to locate Danny Burbank without Childress knowing that we're hunting for him.
Well, how we do that?
I don't know yet. We'll look the ground over first. Then I'll decide just how to go about it. I'd better step on it.
Well, there, Redbird Roadhouse, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Childress' office is in that left wing. The windows are dark. He's not in the office.
Oh, too bad we're not able to hear him talking to men. Maybe they say something that give hint to whereabouts of boy.
Yes. There's no use waiting around. There's no way to... Cato, I've thought of a way.
What you think of?
That improved automatic wire recorder, the one we worked on. It should be here in the space behind the seat.
Oh, yes, sir. It's still there.
Good. The amplified microphone will pick up the voices through a wall or floor, and it's turned on automatically by the sound of a voice.
Oh, that's right. It worked like automatic water heater that turn on only when water run. Well, there's enough wire to record several hours if necessary. Well, how you think to use special wire recorder?
We'll get into the basement under Childress' office and rig up the recorder. We'll leave it there.
and come back for it after the nightclub closes down.
Oh, that good. The Childress bound to go to office to talk during evening.
I hope something will be said that'll lead us to the place they're hiding Danny Burbank. If not, then I'll have to try some other way. Come on, let's get that wire recorder and find a way to get into that basement right now.
It was an easy matter to get into the basement under Childress's office and to set up the wire recorder. Then Britt and Cato went back to the apartment and waited. It was after 2 o'clock when the gleaming black car of the Green Hornet returned to the vicinity of the Redbird Roadhouse, and 2 sinister figures moved through the shadows toward the cellar window which had been used in the previous visit.
Here's the window. You wait here. I'll go in and bring out the wire recorder.
What matter?
I left this window unlocked when we left. It's locked now. I'll have to force it. There. Now. Uh-oh. They had a burglar alarm set. Childress and his gang have sleeping quarters here. They'll be coming out.
We must hurry. Leave now.
No, I've got to get that recorder.
Men coming.
Listen, run to the Black Beauty. Start it and turn on the Hornet horn. That'll attract their attention. I'll meet you on the road later.
But, Mr. Britt, what
Get going, Cato. Quick.
Yes, sir.
Somebody running that way. Shoot, Mike.
I think I hit him. Good. 10 feet up, sir. Holy smoke,
Green Hornet.
Better move while I have a chance.
Moving quickly and silently, Britt Reed eased through the cellar window and made his way to the place where he had hooked up the wire recorder. He quickly detached it, closed the case, and started up through the window.
Hey, look. Find out where he was trying to get in. Then I'll see if the safe's okay. Keep your gun handy.
Okay, Andrew.
All right.
Must have been one of the cellar windows. Guess he didn't look.
Hey, what the... Quiet, Mug. You have to put you down fast. He's seeing you, dope.
Hey, Ed! Ray!
Later, Britt and Cato, having returned to their apartment, set up the recorder to see if there had been any results. Britt sat tense as Cato turned on the machine.
I hope it works, Cato.
It should begin soon.
Oh, Ed, what kind of a night we had tonight? Much of a take?
Yeah, pretty good, Buck.
It worked all right, Mr. Britt.
Changed what we'll get tomorrow night, Ed. You said it, Red.
How much we get out of the fight?
About 30,000. Some at 2 to 1, some at 3 to 1. We'll rake in the dough when Burbank goes down for the count.
When do you bring the kid back, Ed? Listen to the dope.
Look, Ray. We meet here tomorrow night at 7. The fight's at 8:30. You'll go out to the cabin, bump off Danny Burbank, then join us in the fight. You get it?
So that's it. You ain't gonna bring him back, huh?
You think I'm a fool? He might take it into his head to squeal on us. Get rid of him.
Just as you say, Ed.
Fine. You can leave here around 7:15 in the coupe. You'll be back in time for the fight. Well, come on, let's close the map.
They plan to do away with Boy.
Yes, but thanks to your improved recorder, we'll be around to prevent it. And then that recording will be evidence against all 3 of them. Maybe that fight isn't lost to Burbank after all.
The following evening, a small coupe set out from the Redbird Roadhouse. Not far behind was the low, powerful car of the Green Hornet. Meantime, in a cabin along the riverfront, Danny Burbank lay tied hand and foot on a cot in the corner.
If I could only get loose. Joe will throw the fight because of me. Oh, it's no use. I can't get loose.
Well, kid, this is a big night. That brother of yours gets licked for good.
Hey, look, let me out of here. I won't say anything. I won't even go near the arena. I promise you.
Shut up. I'm untying your feet so you can walk a bit. There. Stand up.
Where you taking me?
For a little ride, Bud. Maybe you'll even get a little swim in the river with a nice rock around your neck.
Why, you dirty...
Kick me, will you? Now get up and get along the car. Come on.
All right.
Going someplace?
Hey, how did you...
I'll take that gun. This will settle you.
Oh, wait. You can't be mean enough to hit me when my hands are tied. I know you're the Green Hornet, but even you wouldn't...
A little of this won't hurt you, fella.
Yeah, fast.
Grab it.
I catch him.
I'll take them both to the car. Danny won't be out long, but just long enough for us to get them to the arena for the fight. Let's go.
The fight had already started. It was the second round, and Joe Burbank was barely holding his own. The fight fans sensed something was wrong.
Burbank has lost his punch tonight. He's taking a terrific beating. Champ's moving in, keeping that right cock, waiting for the opportune moment. Yes, sir, it looks like the end for Burbank. Oh, that was a right to the chin, and Burbank is down. Burbank's trying to get up. He's on one knee, but he'll never make it. This is the finish of a great little fighter.
Joe, get up, Joe! Get up fighting, Joe! It's me, Danny!
He's up at 9. Burbank's up and fighting, folks. Something's happened to Burbank. He's coming back fast, throwing left and right. Oh, what a fight, ladies and gentlemen. The champ is backing up under this barrage of blows from Burbank. He's hitting the champ with everything but the kitchen sink. The champ's knees are buckling. Oh, what terrific right! And the champ is down. He's down.
Joe, you did it!
Danny! Danny, boy. Are you okay, kid?
Oh, sure, Joe, I'm okay. Everything's fine, Joe. 9, 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and new middleweight champion, Joe Burbank!
Later that night in Burbank's hotel room...
Sure, it was a great fight, Joe. That it was.
Thanks. You can put in the Sentinel that it was due to Danny being there.
I heard all about that at Cops headquarters. Somebody left a crook and a roll of recording wire on the steps at headquarters with a printed note telling them to check on Childress. When the cops heard what was on that wire, they hustled out and picked up Childress and his gang for what they did to your brother.
And did they get the Green Hornet, too?
The Hornet? Was he mixed up in it?
Well, wasn't he, Danny?
Joe,
there's just 2 people I'll bet on every time. You and the Green Hornet.
Holy crow! What's the younger generation coming to, I'd like to know. That's the next street. Take 5. Burbank wins. Childress and gang held for kidnapping and attempted murder. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X Street. Take 5.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Thank you for listening to RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Torn Map. The Green Hornet strikes again. Young Jack Rhodes paused at the big gate of the federal prison and took a deep breath of the free air that was to be his. Then, with a smile, he held out his hand to the guard.
Well, so long, Bill. I guess I wouldn't be telling the truth if I said I hope to see you again.
Well, goodbye, Rhodes. If you want my advice, prison's no place for a nice guy like you. You watch your step and play it straight from now on.
Yeah, thanks. I'll remember your advice.
Hey, kid.
Huh?
You're Jack Rhodes, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Your cellmate, Joe Locke, told me what you look like and when you be getting out.
Oh. Well, then you must be McCall.
Yeah, that's me. Mac for short. When I saw Joe just before I went to the hot seat, I promised to meet you when your time was up, so here I am.
I've heard Joe speak of you.
Sure, we were friends before I went to the pen. Say, get in. I'll take you back to town.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, just what talking to Joe do about me, kid?
Oh, he just mentioned that you were friends, that's all?
Look, we don't have to be cagey with each other. Joe and me were good friends before he got picked up for pulling that federal payroll job. Yeah, good guy, Joe. He took the rap along. Went to the chair without telling where he hid the dough or who was with him when the job was pulled and that guard killed.
I know.
I suppose Joe told you he gave me half a map showing where he hid the dough.
Yeah, he told me that.
Well?
Well, what?
Listen, kid. I happen to know Joe told you where you could find the other half of that map.
That's right. He did.
He also told me you were sort of hard to get next to. But it stands to reason both of us must have been his best friends, or he wouldn't have wanted us to have that dough. We gotta trust each other, see?
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mac. Well, the fact that I've just been freed is the reason I'm, well, not talking very much. Joe told me to trust you.
Yeah, I get it, kid. Being in stir for a year like you have makes a guy careful, I guess. I've been through it myself, you know.
Yeah, Joe told me you had. Hell, you have any plans?
Yeah, I have plans. But first I'll drive you to my place. You can stay there for a while. After we get that dough, you can do what you like.
Okay. I'll go to your place, then we can talk over a plan to get the money. We'll have to be careful, though. The federal men are smart, you know.
Yeah. But the thing for us to do is to be just a little smarter. And once we get our mitts on all that dough, we can go where they won't think of looking. Kid, it was a lucky day for you when they put you in the cell with Joe Locke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, kid, this is it. Come on in.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Mac. Is this Rhodes?
Yeah, this is him. Al, meet Jack Rhodes.
Hello, Al.
So you were Joe Locke's cellmate, huh?
That's right.
Mac was telling me about you. Him and me work together sometimes.
Oh, I see. Yeah, if you don't mind, Mac, I'd like to rest a bit. Is there any place I can...
Sure, kid. Right through that door there. Go flop in the bed a while. We can do our gabbing later, huh?
Yeah, thanks. About an hour's sleep is all I need.
Yeah.
Strange acting young guy, ain't he, Mac?
Yeah. But Joe said he's okay after you get to know him. Plenty smart, too. Got an education, all that sort of stuff.
Maybe if he's that smart, we'll have to be careful. If he finds out you and me were with Joe Locke on that federal job, he might get ideas. And getting caught would mean the hot seat for both of us.
Just keep your mouth shut, and there's no way for him to find that out. He thinks Joe was just a good friend of mine before he went to stir.
Hey, look. What about the hidden dough? Why should he get in on it?
We'll split it 3 ways. He'll have to agree to that. We got to cut him in because he was the only guy Joe would trust with the other half of the map. If it wasn't for that kid, Joe would have gone to the chair without letting us find that dough at all. He didn't like taking a rap alone.
I had a good job lined up for tonight. But now that the kid's here and we can get all that dough, guess we can let it ride. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Thought I heard something. Don't move, kid. I got you covered with this ride.
I was just coming out.
On your hands and knees? Don't make me laugh.
Bring him in here, Al.
Come on, get in here. He was listening just the other side of that door. He must have heard every word we said.
All right. I was listening. So what?
So you know something about us you shouldn't know, Rhodes. That ain't good.
You mean about both of you haven't been with Joe on that federal job? I'm not dumb. I suspected you weren't being cut in on the hidden money out of mere friendship.
See, I told you he was smart.
Too smart. Now he knows too much. The best thing we can do...
You won't do anything. Don't forget. Without my half of that map, you and Mac won't find that money. And if you could, you'd have taken it long ago.
He's right, Al. Put down the run.
Okay. But let me tell you something, kid. Without our half of that map, you can't find the stuff either.
That's true. So we have to trust one another if we want the money.
Now, hold on, Jack. Right now, Al don't trust you because he caught you snooping at the door. If you're on the level and really want to work along with us, how about putting in with us on a little job tonight?
See, he's hedging already.
I'll play along. What's the little job?
Something Al cooked up. Tell him about it, Al.
Sure. I got a friend in a certain factory here. He tipped me off that a car from the paymaster's office is running to their branch factory north of the city tonight, leaving at 9 o'clock and following the boulevard out. It'll carry 30,000. We can grab it easy.
If you help us do it, you'll prove you're on the level.
But I'm hot out of the pen. If I should be recognized, I'll be on
That's right. Say, look, I got an idea.
Yeah, what's cooking?
Jack's tall and dark. We'll stick a mask on his face. Fixed up like the one the Green Hornet wears. Then we won't have to risk bumping off the driver of the car. He'll report the Hornet is the guy who did it, huh?
Good. The Hornet was the mug who messed up things for Joe Locke anyway. This'll be getting even. Okay, kid, are you willing to go along?
Well, okay, I'll do it. I guess that's the only way we'll ever get together on getting the hidden money.
Fine. If you play along with us on this, we'll know we can trust you. Then we'll get both halves of the map and find the money Joe hid. Kid, we'll have enough to retire for life.
It was a little after 9 p.m. when a small coupe headed north from the boulevard. A short distance behind was a black sedan carrying young Jack Rhodes and his 2 newfound friends, Al and Mac. Are you sure that's the car that come out of the factory gate, Mac?
Yeah, that's it. I better start closing up the roads to clear traffic now.
Well, kid, you look just like the Green Hornet himself with that phony mask on.
Really? Have you ever seen the real Green Hornet?
Yeah, once. A long time ago. 3 years about. He busted in on us and broke up our racket. I did a stretch and stir because of him. After I got out, I met up with Mac and Joe. I was only in 8 months that time.
Get ready, you guys. We better crowd him over and make him stop. Pull over and stop. Pull over there.
Hey, listen here. I don't know why you stopped me.
Shut up or I'll use this rod on you. Can't you see who we're working with? Go on, kid. Do your stuff.
Give us the payroll you're carrying and you can drive on.
What? The Green Hornet.
You catch on quick, mister. I'll open the door.
I don't know how you found out I had that money, but look out. He's reaching for a gun. I'll plug him in for you, Joe, now.
Hey, he's getting away.
I'll get him. Listen, you, what's the idea of messing up this job? You hadn't hit my arm.
I don't want in on a killing for one thing. And for another, Max said he wanted a witness to swear the Hornet did the job. You would have plugged him for sure.
Yeah, I want to plug you, that's what. There was 30 grand in that car.
Oh, forget it, Al. When we get the dough locked, kid, we'll have more we can use. The kid was right. We didn't want a killing on this job. Tomorrow night, we'll go after the hidden stuff. Come on, let's get back to the car.
The following morning, Mike AXFORD, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, entered Britt Reed's outer office where Lenore Case, Reed's secretary, was busy going over the mail.
Hi, Casey. Reading yet?
Yes, he is. But he's busy writing an editorial, and I know he doesn't want to be bothered with you.
Says you. I'll find out for myself, that's what.
Hey, you wait a minute. You can't go walking in on Mr. Reed like that.
Who says I can't?
Whatever it is, I say you can.
Oh. Good morning, Reed.
Well, make up your mind. Come in or go out. Don't stand there like a doorman.
Oh, sure.
What's on your mind, AXFORD? I'm busy right now.
I just came in to tell to see what you thought of that hold-up last night.
Hold up? I haven't had time to read the paper this morning. What hold up?
By the one by the Green Hornet.
By the Green Hornet, you say?
Sure. It was right in your own paper. All about it. He and two pals held up the paymaster of the citywide factory last night while he was on the way to the branch office with the payroll.
Oh. How much did they get?
That's just it, Reed. For once, the Hornet didn't get away with it. He didn't get anything.
Well, how come? What happened?
Well, according to the paymaster, I went out there this morning, mind you, to interview him. According to the paymaster, one of the crooks pulled a gun to shoot him. The paymaster, that is. When the Hornet turned and knocked his arm down.
Really?
Yeah, and while he was doing that, the paymaster started the car and got away. They didn't get a cent of the payroll.
Well, that's fortunate.
You know, Sarge says it looks to him as though that Hornet almost wanted the paymaster to get away. Funny, ain't it?
Yes, it's very strange.
I found out, too, that no one was supposed to know about the payroll being sent out last night. Except, that is, the paymaster, his assistant, and the branch manager.
I see.
That Hornet sure has ways of finding out things.
Yes, hasn't he?
But it's sure a wonder to me that he let the guy get away with that payroll. The Hornet must be slipping to my way of thinking.
Maybe he is a brat. Yet, he might have had a reason for letting him get away. Something tells me there might be something bigger than the police think behind the whole thing, AXFORD. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Green Hornet himself comes up with the answer.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
When Mike Axford went to Nick Haskell's office to have a showdown over the disappearance of Pat Clancy, he walked into a frame-up. A short time later, Britt received a phone call in his office.
Hello?
Mr. Reed?
Yes, this is Britt Reed.
This is Sergeant Burke at headquarters. I'm phoning for Mike Axford.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. Well, I'm sorry, but Axford isn't here right now.
I know that, Mr. Reed, being as he's here over at headquarters. We just brought him in as the suspected killer of Nick Haskell.
What?
That's right, Mr. Reed. Axford asked me to call. He wants a lawyer, and he wants to see you.
Thanks, Sergeant. I'll call my lawyers right away. Tell Axford I'll be right down.
Okay, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Great Scott, Axford certainly got himself into a mess this time. I'd better call a lawyer and then get to him right away.
Within 15 minutes, Britt Reed arrived at police headquarters and was allowed to talk to Axford for a few minutes in private.
Reed, it's all a mistake. That's what it is. So in I go, raring to tear into Haskell. But he says, "Who are you? What do you want?" says he. When I tell him, he says he told Tony and somebody called Joe to make me leave. Then he says, "There's something funny about this." And he starts to get up from his chair when he was shot by somebody outside the window.
The window was open then?
Yeah. Well, Haskell fell over, and then I heard a thud. And there, right behind me, was a gun, the one that he was shot with. So, not thinking, I stoop and pick it up, just as the guy Tony comes running in. Then Haskell's partner came in and accused me. He grabbed the gun out of my hand and phoned the cops. He gave them the gun, which has my fingerprints on it, of course.
I suppose the partner's prints were found on it, too, since he grabbed the weapon out of your hand.
Oh, sure. Sarge says Joe Libby's. That's the guy's name. Sarge says his prints are on it, too. But there were lots of people crowding into the doorway who saw him take it from me.
I see. Then Tony didn't attempt to get the gun from you?
No. But then he was there only a couple of seconds before Libby came running in. What do you think, Reed? Do you think they'll make a case against me?
So far, Axford, they've already made a case against you. But don't worry. My lawyers will be here soon. They'll arrange bail. Then they'll do what they can to prove you didn't kill Haskell. I have to go now. I'll see you later tonight.
Leaving police headquarters, Britt Reed bought the latest editions of the city newspapers. Then, since dusk had already fallen, he went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting.
I already hear news on radio, Mr. Britt. It's not good. Mr. Axford, he not killer.
We know that, Cato. But the circumstantial evidence would look bad before a jury.
Well, if there's some way to find real killer...
Cato, the story in the papers gave the names and addresses of those who were witnesses of the scene immediately following the killing. Now, 2 of those addresses interest me.
Well, perhaps the Green Hornet go out in Black Beauty tonight?
Yes, and we'll take along our automatic wire recorder. The first place we'll visit will be the apartment of an Italian named Tony Marietta at 22 First Street. Let's get going. That's number 22 across the street. Rather dingy-looking place.
Well, what we do now, Mr. Britt?
Leave the Black Beauty here in the shadows. While I go in to see Tony, I want you to take the automatic recorder into the basement. We'll be able to check the location of his apartment from the number in the dim hallway there. Then you place a microphone so that it'll pick up any conversation in Tony's apartment.
Oh, yes. There's no one around.
Now, come on. Bring the recorder.
I coming.
Keeping to the shadows, the 2 sinister figures approached the entrance of the run-down, dingy building, which housed only 4 small apartments. Cato stepped into the doorway, and from the mailbox just inside, he found that Tony Marietta lived in 101, to the left on the first floor. After telling Britt, Cato went around to the rear to reach the basement. Then Britt Reed, after a hasty glance about him, moved inside to the door of 101.
Who's there? How do you...
The Green Hornet.
Get back inside.
No, you not come in.
Let me by.
You coming to kill Tony?
Well, this gun might go off if you make any false moves. I came here to give you a warning. But first, I want some information.
I know nothing.
What happened to Pat Clancy?
Honest to Mr. Hornet, I don't know. Joe, he say kill. Nick, he say no kill. Clancy hide a paper someplace. He not tell a Nick where. Then Joe, he take a Clancy someplace for to make him talk. But he no talk yet.
Then Joe Libby knows where he is. Is that it?
Sure. That's all right. You ask Joe.
I'll give you that warning, Tony. Suppose I told you Joe is planning to rub you out because you know too much about the murder of Nick Haskell.
Who tell you that?
Never mind who told me. Just remember that I warned you. So you'd better pack your things and clear out while you have the chance.
But why Joe want to kill Tony?
I just told you. You know too much. Don't forget, you were warned. So if Joe Libby kills you at your own funeral, so long.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Did you get the recorder rigged up?
Oh, yes, sir. I wait till you're ready to leave. Then I throw a switch and run to car.
Good. Now get started. We'll stop in the vicinity of the nightclub. Libby's apartment is above it. Let's go.
Joe Libby was at the desk in the living room of the apartment he had shared with Nick Haskell. He was looking over Haskell's papers when suddenly he looked up as he heard a sound at the window leading to the fire escape.
What the?
Don't move, Libby. I've got you covered.
You're the Green Hornet. Why do you come here?
To get some information and to give some.
I'm not giving out information. For you or anybody else, see?
No? Maybe you'll be giving out plenty to the cops before the night's over.
Just what do you mean by that, Crack?
Suppose Tony Marietta squealed to the cops, telling them what he really knows, Libby. If they start grilling you, you'll give out with plenty of information.
But Tony Marietta ain't gonna squeal, Hornet.
Sure of yourself, aren't you? How do you know he won't?
Well,
I happen to know that right now Tony's packing his bag, getting ready to blow out of town, after he squeals to the police about you and your connection with Nick Haskell's murder.
How is that so? If you want to know something, Hornet, Tony ain't going anyplace. You just wait and see.
Have it your own way. But don't say I didn't tell you, Libby. Be seeing you again sometime.
I'll take a shot at that. No. I'll save my bullets. Yeah, that's it. I'll save them for Tony Marietta.
In his one-room apartment a few blocks from the nightclub, Tony had just finished packing his suitcase. As he bent over to close it, he was startled by a voice behind him.
Going someplace, Tony? Joe, how do you get in here? Easy, Tony. Somebody fixed the latch on your door so it wasn't locked. I tried it real easy like, and it opened. So here I am. That's no good. To make a Tony jump. Why you come here, Joe? I heard you might be leaving town. Or at least the neighborhood, Tony, so I dropped over. The information I got was a straight goods, too. But you ain't going anyplace, Tony. So you're coming to shoot Tony, eh? Why not? You think I'd stand by and let you squeal to the cops? But I'd not tell her that you killed Nick. I don't say nothing. Listen to me, Tony. You were in on that deal to bump off Nick and frame that fat reporter, see? And if the cops grab me, they'll grab you, too. And if I get Clancy to talk tonight and tell where he hid that evidence, I'll have more to show the cops about you. But it was you that framed Clancy, Joe. Oh, yeah? You put the frame up Joe in his apartment, didn't you? I do what Nick had tell me. You put down the gun. No. We're gonna settle this right now. In fact, if I get you out of the way, I want to have to split my tapes with you. I'm not gonna let you shoot me. But now you are asking for it.
So are you, Libby. Missed. This'll settle you.
Oh, you're saving my life, Mr. Hornet. I
This
don't know.
will save your breath, Tony.
No. I can't breathe.
I bring roll from wire recorder. It catch all they talk about.
Good. We'll leave it here with them. Also, I'll leave a note telling them that Libby knows where Pat Clancy is.
For conversation on roll of wire clear AXFORD, also clear Pat Clancy.
Yes, it should, from what I overheard while standing outside the door. Call the police and have them come here to pick up these killers. Then we'll get out fast.
It was almost midnight when Britt Reed entered police headquarters after receiving a phone call at his apartment from Sergeant Burke.
I called you as soon as we brought those killers in, Mr. Reed. That is, after we had proof they are the killers.
Then you do have proof?
That they do, Reed. I'm free to go, so they tell me.
Oh, thank heaven for that. But what proof have you?
Proof enough. Libby and Marietta accusing each other in their own voices. It's on a wire recording that we found stuck in Libby's hand when we got to Tony Marietta's place.
You see, Reed, as I get it, the Green Hornet double-crossed the two of them and left that recorded wire for proof.
Lucky for you, Mike. And lucky for Pat Clancy, too. We found him safe and sound.
You did?
Yeah. Libby was hiding him in the basement of the nightclub. He was hoping to get Clancy to tell where he hid the written evidence he had against Nick and Libby. We forced Libby to tell us where Pat was. Man alive, was his old lady happy.
Sure, and I'm glad for her sake that Pat's safe.
Sure, and what's more, he's coming back on the force now that he's been cleared. He was framed, and so was AXFORD.
Well, next time, AXFORD won't be so hot-headed and go rushing into spots like that.
Well, now, Reed, after all, me visit to Haskell's did result in our finding Pat, didn't it? Of course, it caused me a bit of inconvenience in a way.
Inconvenience?
Listen to him, will you? If it hadn't have been for the Hornet getting sold and butting in, Mike would have been sitting before a jury on a murder charge, most likely.
Oh, I knew all the time I'd get off somehow. I wasn't a bit worried, Sarge. Hornet or no Hornet, you wouldn't have let me down, would you, Mr. Reed?
No, but something tells me, AXFORD, you'll never learn.
Up Select Street, Ted Falls, Libby and Marietta indicted for Haskell killing. Pat Clancy reinstated. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still exists. At Select Street, Ted Falls.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
This has been a RadioClassics.com presentation. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, AXFORD Makes a Deal. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young man about town and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was about to give dictation to his secretary, Lenore Case, when the phone in his office rang.
I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
This is Councilman Marcy. May I speak to Mr. Reed, please?
Of course, Councilman Marcy. Just a moment.
Marcy, huh? I wonder what he wants. Hello?
Hello, Britt. I knew you'd be interested to know of something that was passed by the City Council today.
What is it they passed?
An appropriation to buy suitable land for a municipal playground on the south side.
Say, that is good news.
I must admit your constant editorials in the Daily Sentinel were greatly responsible for its passage. So I guess congratulations are in order.
Hey, is that so? I'm glad to hear it. That's been one of my pet editorial subjects for the past 6 months.
I know. You wore us down, so we decided to pass the appropriation and get you off our necks. On that subject, anyway.
Oh, well, I'll think of something else now. Where are they going to buy the land? Have they decided that yet?
No, not yet, Britt. We'll leave it up to the Parks Commission to pick out a suitable tract.
Well, it's good news, and I'm glad you phoned me about it. The children on the south side have played in the streets long enough. I'll put that item right on the front page. Thanks for calling, Marcy.
Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, it's about time the council woke up. But it took those editorials in the Daily Sentinel to wake them up.
Yeah, it's sort of a feather in our hat, Miss Case.
It'll take a lot of poor kids off the streets. I wonder what piece of land they'll buy.
I haven't any idea, but I'd like to know, too. Well, I'll call Gunnigan and get him to put a column in about the playground.
That afternoon, Slick Orwell, a man who dealt in any quick deal that promised monetary returns, was in his office with a friend, Harry Rayland, who was living on the income from certain properties left by an uncle.
I suppose you're wondering why I phoned you to come over, huh, Harry?
Don't tell me you're going to hit me for a loan. If you are, I might as well tell you I haven't any...
Forget it. I'm not looking for a loan. I came across something in the Sentinel that might make us both some quick dough.
That's different. What's the dope?
Look here. See that article?
You mean about the city council passing an appropriation for a playground on the south side?
That's it. And right between the lines, I read dough for us. Plenty of it.
Look, I'm not so good at reading between the lines. You tell me in plain words.
Okay. Now listen. You own that old Rhinebeck estate in the south side, don't you?
Say, I never thought of that. Maybe the city will buy that for the playground. I could really get a good price for it.
No, not a chance, Harry. That isn't what I have in mind at all.
Then what is?
Oh, wait a minute. Look. Here in the city directory.
A list of Raylands. Well, what of that? I knew there were a lot of people with the same name as mine in the city.
Sure. And now they're going to dig down and donate their dough to you and me.
What makes you think that?
Listen. Suppose I owned a piece of property, but by mistake a city representative came to you thinking that you owned it. and offered you, say, 20 or 30,000 for it, what would you do?
I'd let him think I owned it for the time being. Then I'd come to you and get an option on the property.
Exactly. That's just what any one of those other people would do, too. Now, here's the idea. I have a good appearance. I could go to them, one after the other, tell them that I represent the city, that I've found out that they own the Rhinebeck place.
And each of them in turn will come to me to get an option.
Right. You can get 1,000 from each one. Then, when they find out the city doesn't want that land, they'll just have to drop the options, that's all. Of course, none of them will know that you've sold more than one option.
Oh, Slick, you sure have a quick mind. I have to hand it to you for thinking up slick ideas.
I'm not called Slick for nothing.
There isn't a chance of the city buying that land of mine, so we can really go to town selling options.
Right. Now, let's get busy before the city gives out the news that they've found a site for the playground. Because up until the time they do find a site, we'll really rake in the dough.
It was several days later. Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter, was in the office talking to Britt Reed.
I tell you, Reed, it just goes to show the power of the press, says I, especially the Daily Sentinel, that is. There's sure a lot of letters to the editor coming in about that playground appropriation.
Well, the city council is made up of human beings, Axford, and they have to be reminded of things that are needed like anybody else. If they're reminded enough, and it's for the good of the city, they'll finally bring it to a vote.
Huh. I bet if any other paper in the city had been pushing...
Hello?
Call for Axford, Mr. Reed.
Oh, just a minute. For you, Axford.
Oh, for me, yeah. Hello?
Hey, Mike, this is Fred. Fred Rayland.
Oh, yeah. How are you, Fred? What's up?
Listen, a representative from the city was here to see me. Wanted to buy my land, the Rhinebeck estate on the south side, for $30,000.
Suffering snakes. Congratulations. I didn't even know you owned the land.
That's just the point. I don't. But I could get it for about $10,000. Right now, I want to take an option on it. I found I can get one for $1,000.
Golly, you better go ahead and take it.
Yeah, but all I have is $500. I thought maybe you'd go in with me on the deal. We could buy it together. We'd make $10,000 apiece in the end.
Well, Look, where are you now?
Well, I'm at home, but
Stay right there. I'll be over right away.
Okay, I'll be waiting. Bye.
So long.
What's up, Axford? Somebody in trouble?
Nope, far from it, Reed. The fact is, I'm going to invest a bit of dough and make a small fortune. All in a few days, that's what.
Hold on, Axford. Don't be hasty. What's the proposition, and who's behind it?
That was Fred Rayland, a friend of mine. He's got a chance to make some dough by taking an option on some property, but he ain't got enough. So I'm going to go in with him for half.
But why does your friend and you want the particular piece of property you're after?
Reed, let me tell you. Now, this is the deal, and to my way of thinking, it's a good one. Me friend, the one that just called, you know, says the city representative came to him and wanted to buy the Rhinebeck property over on the south side to be used as a city playground. Me friend was offered $30,000 for it.
I know that old Rhinebeck estate. It's worth only about $10,000, and that's stretching it a bit. But, if your friend owns that property, what's all this about an option? I don't quite get it.
But he don't own it. That's the point.
He doesn't. Then why did the city representative go to him instead of to the real owner?
Let me explain, Reed, and I'll make it quick because I got to go meet Fred with the dough. Now, the place is owned by someone named Rayland. That's Fred's last name, too. The guy made a mistake and came to Fred, and Fred let on like he was considering the matter, playing for time, you know. Now he's going to pay the real owner, a guy named Harry Rayland, $1,000 for an option. I'm putting up half, see?
Now I get it. The real owner doesn't know the city wants that property. So if your friend can get an option before he finds out, then you and your friend can sell it to the city.
Sure, that's it.
I don't like slick deals like that, Axford. Of course, it's legal, but not quite ethical to take advantage of the owner that way.
Well, sure, and if we're smarter than he is, and he's satisfied with the price he asked for the place, what's he got to kick about?
Well, you see
Look, Reed, I got to go before he talked me out of it. Anyway, I told Fred I'd meet him with the door right away.
Yeah, but Axford...
So long, Reed. See you later.
Axford's too excited at the prospect of easy money to listen to reason right now. I wonder...
Yes, Mr. Reed?
See if you can get Councilman Marcy on the phone, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. I'll put the call through right away.
And now I'll wait and see what Marcy has to say about that new playground site.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hello, Brett. What can I do for you?
I understand the city has already selected a site for the new playground on the south side. Is that right?
Why, no, Brett, it isn't. I've been appointed chairman of a committee to select a site. So far, we haven't done anything about it.
I see. Well, have you or any city representative contacted a man by the name of Rayland in connection with the playground site?
Rayland? Never heard of him. No, as I just told you, no move has been made as yet to select a site for that project.
Well, thanks for the information. I'm glad you set me straight on it.
Not at all, Brett.
I'll get in touch with you again soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Casey, we put it over. My friend and I brought up an option on the Rhinebeck place.
AXFORD, I've been trying to get in touch with you all afternoon.
Why?
Because Mr. Reed told me to, that's why.
Reed wanted to talk me out of making that deal for the property. I beat it out of his office today before he had a chance to argue me out of it.
Well, I don't know what he wanted you for. You'd better go in and find out.
Okay, I'll go in a minute. Golly, Casey, just think. When our deal goes through with the city, we'll have plenty of dough, me friend Fred Rayland and I. That we will. Everybody around here will give Michael Axford credit then for having brains.
I'll still wonder. Now, you'd better go in now.
Sure. Stop rushing me. You know, Casey, when a guy gets into the door like I'm about to do, he don't jump every time somebody wiggles a finger. People know it takes smart thinking to make dough fast, and I'm here to tell you.
I'm waiting to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Sure, Reed, I was coming right in. Is that I was?
Oh, he'll never learn.
Come in. I haven't much time.
Okay, Reed, okay.
I've had Miss Case try to get in touch with you all afternoon.
Yeah, she told me. You see, I went to the bank and got the dough out. Then I met Fred Rayland.
And turned your money over to him, is that it?
No. He gave me his dough. Then I went to see Harry Rayland. And after a lot of stiff arguing, I finally got him to sell me an option on the Rhinebeck place for $1,000. Look, I got the agreement right here.
I see. Axford, are you sure your friend Fred Rayland doesn't know Harry Rayland? Maybe they're cousins.
Reed, Fred never heard of the other guy. They just happen to have the same name, that's all. But why do you ask me that? What difference does it make, Reed? I got the option. When the city buys that piece of property...
If the city doesn't buy that estate, your $500 will be lost.
Don't worry, Reed. It's a sure thing. The city guy who talked to Fred said so.
After you left today, I phoned Councilman Marcy.
Did he tell you they decided...
He told me that the city hasn't looked at any site yet. And what's more, I found out that nobody from the city government went to see your friend Fred Rayland at all.
What? Holy crow, there must be some mistake.
As I see it, you're the one who made the mistake, Axford. It looks to me as though this whole deal is some sort of a racket, and you are one of its victims.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
After hearing Brett Reed's startling statement, Mike Axford stood for a moment without saying a word as the import of Reed's disclosure sank in. Then he exploded.
A racket, is it? When I've been took in, you say? Let me at that phone.
I'll soon find out where Fred Raylan stands in this dirty deal. If I thought for 1 minute he set out to gyp me, I'd pull his worthless no-good head off his skinny neck and throw it right in his face, that I would. Why, for 2 cents, I'd take him and...
Hello?
Hello. Is that you, Fred?
Oh, it's you, Mike.
Sure, it's me, Mike Axford. Your pal, remember? We got an option on a place that cost us $500 apiece. I guess you recall that little transaction, no doubt.
Hey, is our little deal going to your head, Mike? Quit your kidding and get to the point. What's new?
What's new, you say? It's a racket, that's what. And I've been gypped out of me door, that's what again. You told me a guy from the city came to see you. And you talked me into putting me door $500, all I had, to buy up the option.
Wait a minute, Mike, wait. What's the matter with you? A guy did come to me just like I said. I have $500 in this deal, too.
I suppose you never saw that other Raylan guy before, huh?
Oh, I swear I didn't, Mike. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Well, maybe you're a victim, too, Fred.
Victim?
Yeah. Mr. Reed found out the city ain't even thought of looking at a site for the playground yet. And they didn't send anybody to talk to you either.
Holy cats, you mean we've fallen for a racket?
Sure. That's what it looks like. But we ain't gonna take it sitting down. Not Michael Aloysius Axford. Meet me in front of the Sentinel building as soon as you can get here. And we'll go to Harry Raylan and try to get our dough back.
Okay, I'll be right over. So long.
Nobody can try to make a bigger fool out of me than I am and get away with it.
Let me know how you and your friend make out, Axford. I'll be at home. I'm leaving right now.
Okay, Reed. I'll let you know just as soon as we see that other Raylan guy. And he better have a good reason for keeping our dough, or else.
Leaving the Daily Sentinel building, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. Britt told Cato about Axford's transaction and about what Councilman Marcy had said.
Did it look like Axford lose money he put out to buy option, Mr. Britt?
Well, that's the way it looks right now, Cato. Axford and his friend went to see if they could get their money back, but I'm afraid they'll be out of luck on that score.
Well, you think friend have anything to do with the racket?
I thought so at first, but now I have my doubts.
Well, Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, let me speak to Reed.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Axford.
Hello, Axford. How'd you make out?
It's no use, Reed. That guy, Harry Raylan, just laughed at us. Said he didn't know anything about any fast deal, and unless it was the fact that we tried to gyp him by buying the option when we thought the city wanted the land.
Well, he's got a point there, Axford.
Maybe so. But that don't get me $500 back. Sure, and I'm sick over the whole thing, that I am.
Don't give up hope yet, Axford. Something may turn up so that you will get your money back.
I ain't that lucky, Reed. Well, I'll be seeing you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Poor Axford's very much upset. And you can't blame him. That money was practically all the savings he had. It's strange that someone should go to Fred Rayland and... Cato, get the phone book and see if there are other Raylands listed. I'm going to do some phoning that may prove Axford and his friend really are victims of a racket.
Finding several Raylands listed, Britt Reed telephoned each one. Then he told Cato the result of his calls.
Cato, it is a racket. I've discovered that every Rayland in the city was approached by a so-called city representative about that Rhinebeck place. And each one took an option.
Well, then owners sell options to several people.
That's right. And each one would probably refuse to go to court about it. Since with a smart lawyer, the owner would bring out the fact that each one bought the option with intent to defraud. However, there's nothing to prevent the Green Hornet from stepping in.
Well, how you hope to break racket and get money back?
First, I'm going to phone Councilman Marcy again. I have a plan that may work. Anyway, I hope so, for Axford's benefit.
Hello?
Marcy, this is Britt Reed. I just had a thought about a site for that playground, and I want to pass it along to you.
Of course, Britt.
I was thinking of the Rhinebeck estate. Are you familiar with it?
Why, yes, I am, Britt. Now that you mention it, I think it would be just the site for the new playground. I'll bring it up before the committee tomorrow. I'm sure they'll agree.
Fine. Why don't you phone the owner tonight and get all the data on it? His name is Harry Rayland. He's in the phone book.
I'll phone him right away, Britt. Thanks for your help.
And don't mention it. By the way, who else is on the committee?
Well, there's two others. Councilman McIntyre and Councilman Manson.
I'll have the committeemen's names in the Sentinel. That's why I asked.
Yes, of course. Well, thanks again for calling. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Why you tell him to buy Rhinebeck's site?
That was Britt Reed's idea, Cato. But as the Green Hornet, I'll see that they don't buy it. In the meantime, when Harry Raylan gets that phone call from Marcy, he'll try to save his neck by getting back those options, or I miss my guess.
What we do now, Mr. Britt?
Now we're going out in the Black Beauty, Cato. It's time for the Green Hornet to play his hand. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A short time later, Slick Orwell entered Harry Raylan's apartment after having received a hurried phone call to come over.
Well, here I am, Harry. What's all the excitement?
Plenty, Slick. We've got to do some fast thinking. I had a call from the head of the playground site committee. They're interested in buying my Rhinebeck estate.
What? Are you kidding?
No, on the level. What are we going to do about all those options we sold?
Now, wait a minute. There's only one thing to do, Harry. Let's get in the car, and I'll take you to the places I visited. You can go in and buy back those options. It has to be done tonight.
But what can I tell them? What'll I say?
Tell them you found out that the city had been considering this site, but had turned it down, that you didn't blame them for trying to get it. That now you want to use this site yourself, and you'll pay more to get the option back. And give each one the same story.
All right. But what about that guy, AXFORD? I refused to give back his money tonight when he came over and said he thought he was being gypped.
Oh, that's an easy one. Drop a note in the mail and enclose a check. Tell him you changed your mind and decided to kill the option and refund his money.
Okay, that's what I'll do. And we'll go see the others. And we'll have to pay them more, but it'll be worth it. By tomorrow, I'll be able to make it all back when I close the deal with the city.
Meantime, Committeeman Manson sat in the study of his home reading. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of a voice coming from just inside one of the long French windows.
Must be a very interesting book, Manson.
What?
Sorry to startle you, but I came here to give you a definite warning.
The Green Hornet. This is an outrage.
You have nothing to fear right now.
Why have you come here?
I happen to know you're on the committee to determine a site for a new playground on the south side.
How does that concern you?
I had a tip that the Rhinebeck site will be proposed. I'm here to tell you to be sure to see that it goes through.
Well, of all the nerve. No one, not even the Green Hornet, can dictate to me how I shall vote in that committee.
I have an interest in that site. Remember, see that it's the one selected. That's all I have to say.
There are others on that committee who have a say.
That's so. Maybe I ought to have a few words with McIntyre, too. The two of you can swing it.
Neither Councilman McIntyre nor myself would vote for it, knowing that you wanted it selected, Hornet.
I think you will.
Get out. Get out, I say.
Okay, I'm going. But remember, see that the city buys the Rhinebeck site. So long.
I'll show that criminal. I'll phone the police right now and have them go over to McIntyre's.
10 minutes later, in the McIntyre apartment.
What order?
Get back inside. I want to talk to you.
You're the Green Hornet.
Good guessing. Listen, you. Tomorrow, the committee will vote on the Rhinebeck place as a site for the playground.
What have you to do with that?
Plenty. See that you put it through. I want that site chosen.
In that case, I'll vote not to buy the site. You can't threaten me, Hornet.
Oh, no? Listen, McIntyre.
The police. I knew you were coming here.
So that's it. Manson warned you.
Yes, and he sent for the police. You won't threaten any more people, Hornet.
Well, switch off the lights.
Help, police, in here.
I got your lights on. Search the place.
Hurry, we're out the back way.
Quick, Cato. Get going. Police coming fast. Step on it, Cato. The following morning, in Britt Reed's office...
Mr. Reed, Councilman Marcy phoned before you came in. He said to tell you that the committee decided not to purchase the Rhinebeck site for the playground.
Really? Oh, well, they must have some other site in mind.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Marcy said the Green Hornet's connection with the Rhinebeck place made it undesirable. Whatever he meant by that.
Oh, yes, I understand. Two of the committeemen were threatened by the Hornet last night. Gunnigan has a story on it.
Hi, Reed. Morning, Cassie.
Well, Axford, I didn't expect to see you quite so happy this morning, considering your loss and all.
Loss, you say? I haven't lost a thing, Reed. I just came from the bank. You see, I got a special delivery this morning from Harry Raylan saying he'd forget the option, and with a check enclosed for the full amount.
Well, what do you know? I wonder what prompted that move.
Need you ask, says I? Reed, to my way of thinking, that guy was scared to death wondering what I was going to do next. He knew I was a smart one, and he knew I suspected some kind of a racket. So he just ups and says to himself, I better get that guy out of me hair. So he sent me money back, and that's that.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear it.
Michael Axford, the smart guy who always makes a smart deal and comes out even.
Yeah, that's me, Casey. Phooey.
Pet Bar, Green Hornet, threatened playground committee, Rhinebeck site turned down, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still in charge, Central X Street, Pet Bar!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
A presentation of RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, One Too Many Frame-Ups. The Green Hornet strikes again. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, looked up from her work as Mike Axford, Daily Sentinel reporter, entered her office.
Hi, Casey. It's a bit warm this afternoon to my way of thinking.
Oh, you'll live through it, Michael. By the way, there was a phone call for you. A Mrs. Pat Clancy.
What does she want, I wonder?
The best way to find out is to go over there. She seemed quite upset. She said it was very important.
Oh. Well, I'll run on over there and see what it's all about. I hope nothing's happened to Pat. Do you suppose that's it?
She didn't say.
Well, I'll go on over now. See you later, Casey. Tell Reed I'll be back in a little while. So long. I wonder what she wants to see me for. Hello, Mrs. Clancy. I heard you wanted to see me, so I came right over.
Mike Axford, thank heavens you've come. Do come right on.
Oh, thanks.
Here, have a chair, Mike. Sure, and you can listen better sitting down, says I.
You said to tell me it was something very important that you wanted to see me about.
Oh, that it is, Mike, that it is. Oh, I'm that worried and upset. I shake like a leaf. It's about poor Pat.
About Pat, you say?
Oh, sure, and the devil himself has been hanging to poor Pat's coattails these past few months. As you know, Mike, Pat got laid off the force a few months ago.
Sure, I know. 'Twas a shame, too, after all the years he put in.
Oh, they said he was mixed up in that graft business that had something to do with that racketeer, Nick Haskell. And the evidence was against me, poor Patrick, so they put him off of the force. Oh, 'twas a hard blow for the man to take.
I know. And you can believe me, I still think Pat was framed, that's what.
Glory be, that's just what Pat says himself that he does. Well, I'll get along with me story. Pat's been in a bad way since that happened, Mike.
Is that so?
Oh, he managed to earn an honest penny here and there to keep things going, mind you. But between times, he was going about trying to get evidence against Haskell so as to prove his own innocence. Last night, though, you wouldn't know the man. Sure, and he wasn't the same at all. I remember the minute he opened the door, it struck me Patrick was himself again.
Maggie, darling, come see what I brought for you.
Well, now, Pat, 'tis time you came home, with supper getting cold on the table.
Sure, and 'tis a cold supper I'll eat then. Here, a little gift for you.
What? Oh, Patrick.
Huh?
A box of candy, no less. Oh, bless your heart. Oh, you shouldn't be spending your money on the likes of me.
Go along with you, Maggie Clancy. Who would you have me spending me money on then, huh?
Sure, and it's good to hear you laugh.
Maggie, I've got it. The evidence against Haskell.
No. Oh, Pat.
Sure, and I'm speaking the truth, Maggie. After supper, I'm going over to Haskell's nightclub and face that rascal down with it. 'Tis me job on the force I'll be having back within the week, Maggie.
Oh, but Pat, do you think you should go to Haskell's, I mean? Why not talk to Sergeant Burke and get him or someone else to handle it?
Don't worry, Maggie, darling. They'll get their chance to handle Nick Haskell and put him where he belongs. But tonight, I'm going to make him squirm. And what's more, make him give me a written retraction that'll clear me name. Then I'm turning in the evidence. Maggie, I've worked and waited for this night for a long time.
So Pat ate supper and then went on his way to have his showdown with Nick Haskell.
What happened?
Well, that's just it, Mike. I don't know. Patrick didn't come back home. I haven't laid eyes on him since he left last night.
Suffering snakes.
And over at Haskell's place, they say Pat never went there at all. Oh, I'm that worried I don't know which way to turn with thinking of me poor Patrick.
But haven't you called cops headquarters about it?
Sure, and that's the first thing I did, Mike. Well, it was Sergeant Burke himself who went to inquire of Haskell about Pat. But he was laughed at for his trouble. There's just nothing they can do. That's why I called for you, Mike. I thought you being smart and all, perhaps you could think of something.
Sure, and it is pleased I am you thought to phone me, Mrs. Clancy. Of course, right at the minute I can't think of just what to do, but I will. So don't worry. Just leave all the worrying to Mike Axford. I'll find Pat one way or another. You can count on that.
A short time later, Axford was in Britt Reed's office at the Daily Sentinel, telling the young publisher about Patrick Clancy's disappearance.
It's sure funny, Reed, that it is. But knowing Pat like I do, if he said he was going to Haskell's, then that's where he went.
Then you really think Clancy did get evidence against Haskell, Axford?
Reed, that's exactly what I do think. And what's more, I think Haskell's to blame for his disappearance, that's what.
Yet there isn't much the police can do in the matter. All they have to go on is Mrs. Clancy's word.
That's right. So when the cops went to Haskell's place, they laughed in their faces. Ain't there something we can do about it, Reed?
The police are on the case, Axford. We couldn't do anything more than they're doing. The main thing is to locate Pat Clancy, living or dead.
Holy crow, I never thought of that. Maybe he is dead, Reed.
That's just a possibility, Axford.
Poor Pat's dead, and Haskell killed him. I might have known.
Axford, snap out of it. We don't know that Pat's dead, nor do we really know Haskell had anything to do with his disappearance.
So that dirty killer wouldn't talk to the cops, huh? Nick Haskell thinks he can walk over everybody in the city and get away with it. He thinks he can go out hunting down decent citizens and killing them in cold blood, does he? Well, he can't bluff Mike Axford, says I. I'll get the truth out of him this very night. And I don't mean maybe.
But Axford, hold on. Don't let your imagination run away with you. After all, you
Nick
have no
Haskell
proof.
can't pick on the Irish and get away with it.
Wait, where are you going?
Right over the face down Nick Haskell, that's where.
Listen a minute, Axford. You
See
can't...
you later, Reed. After I settle with Haskell. So long!
Half hour later, Nick Haskell, smooth, dapper, and steely-eyed, sat at his desk in his office at the nightclub and stared through half-closed lids at his associate, Joe Libby, whose tough features and muscular body belied his cringing attitude in the presence of the slim, suave-mannered Nick.
But, Nick, when you said we were to be partners, I figured it meant we're going 50-50 on everything.
Then you thought wrong. You'll take what I want to give you as your share and like it.
Hey, look, Nick. It's about time you and me had an understanding. I've done most of the dirty work around here, and you take all the gravy. I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Really? Just what are you going to do about it, Joe? Or do you want me to do something about it?
Now, wait a minute, Nick. Don't get me wrong. When I said that, what I meant was...
If you really meant what I thought you meant, Joe, I'd see to it that you didn't have to worry any more about your cuts. And it would take me only about 1 minute to do it. Are you still dissatisfied, Joe?
Now, look, Nick, you don't have to pull that rod on me.
You haven't answered my question, Joe.
Sure. Sure, Nick. I'm satisfied. Let's forget the whole thing.
Okay, you oversized dope. We'll forget it this time. But don't let it happen again. What do you want, Tony?
Say, boss, want a bigger fat man. He's outside in the lobby. It's a man he'd talk a lot. He'd tell a Tony he want a bigger reporter.
Reporter, huh? Going to be on his way, Tony.
That's what Tony tell him. But this man here mad, like a bull. He say he make a Nick Haskell tell him something. He no go away.
Joe, that's a job for you. Go out and get rid of that reporter before he upsets everybody in the club.
Okay, Nick. I'll ease him out somehow. Come on, Tony.
Remember, don't let him get in here.
Okay, Nick. Say, Tony.
How do you want to, Joe?
Before you open the door into the lobby, I want to talk to you.
It's okay, Joe. Now you talk, eh?
Hey, look, Tony. I know you don't like Nick any more than I do. He's been holding out on the both of us. And he'd plug you or me whenever he felt like it.
Nick, he's one mean guy. He pushes Tony around all the time.
Sure, that's right. Now, if I was running things here, it'd be different. And if anything should happen to Nick, well, I would be running things, get it?
But, Joe, that's no good. If Nick could get it dead, the cops would take a Joe and a Tony, ask a lot of things.
Now,
and
listen,
then
Tony. That fat reporter in the lobby. Didn't you say he was sore and said he was going to make Nick tell him something?
That's all right, Joe. He plenty mad.
Okay, now listen close. I got a plan. You wait here a few minutes. I'll go out the side door there and go around to the open window of Nick's office.
But what for do you go?
In a few minutes, you go out. Tell the reporter Haskell will see him. Bring him to Nick's door and tell him to go on in.
But the Nick, he don't like it for me to do this.
You won't have to worry about Nick. Now, I'll go on out. And in a few minutes, you do what I told you. Nick will be out of our way, and that reporter will be the fall guy.
That's Nick Haskell's office. Now, you walk her right in. Okay, I will.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Mike Axford from the Daily Sentinel, that's who. That fellow out there told me you'd talk to me. And a good thing you said you would, too. I came about Pat Clancy, and I don't want...
You say Tony told you I'd talk to you?
That he did. Now what I want to know is where...
I simply told him and Joe to make you leave. There's something funny about this. I'm going to find out just what it is.
Oh, holy crow! Hey, wait a minute. Suffering snakes. He's been shot. And that must be the gun. Somebody just threw it in the window. Somebody shot Haskell from the window. Oh, Niaco. I'll let you in, you shoot the neck. You have a gun in your hand. Say no, me good man. I'll have you know
What's happened to Nick?
This man, he shot the neck.
Yeah, he's got the gun. Give me that.
Hey, I didn't...
You swore you were going to get the neck, and you did. If you're a reporter like you say, you'll get a story, all right. Naming you as Nick Haskell's murderer. Now, I'll call the cops.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. When Mike Axford went to Nick Haskell's office to have a showdown over the disappearance of Pat Clancy, he walked into a frame-up. A short time later, Britt received a phone call in his office.
Hello?
Mr. Reed,
Yes, this is Britt Reed.
This is Sergeant Burke at headquarters. I'm phoning for Mike Axford.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. Well, I'm sorry, but Axford isn't here right now.
I know that, Mr. Reed. Being as he's here over headquarters. We just brought him in as the suspected killer of Nick Haskell.
What?
That's right, Mr. Reed. Axford asked me to call. He wants a lawyer, and he wants to see you.
Thanks, Sergeant. I'll call my lawyers right away. Tell Axford I'll be right down.
Okay, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Great Scott, Axford certainly got himself into a mess this time. I'd better call a lawyer and then get to him right away.
Within 15 minutes, Britt Reed arrived at police headquarters and was allowed to talk to Axford for a few minutes in private.
Reed, it's all a mistake. That's what it is. Now, in I go, raring to tear into Haskell. But he says, "Who are you? What do you want?" says he. When I tell him, he says he told Tony and somebody called Joe to make me leave. Then he says, "There's something funny about this." And he starts to get up from his chair when he was shot by somebody outside the window.
The window was open then?
Yeah. Well, Haskell fell over, and then I heard a thud. And there, right behind me, was a gun, the one that he was shot with. So, not thinking, I stoop and pick it up, just as the guy Tony comes running in. Then Haskell's partner came in and accused me. He grabbed the gun out of my hand and phoned the cops. He gave them the gun, which has my fingerprints on it, of course.
I suppose the partner's prints were found on it, too, since he grabbed the weapon out of your hand.
Oh, sure. Sarge says Joe Libby's. That's the guy's name. Sarge says his prints are on it, too. But there were lots of people crowding into the doorway who saw him take it from me.
I see. Then Tony didn't attempt to get the gun from you?
No. But then he was there only a couple of seconds before Libby came running in. What do you think, Reed? Do you think they'll make a case against me?
So far, Axford, they've already made a case against you. But don't worry. My lawyers will be here soon. They'll arrange bail. Then they'll do what they can to prove you didn't kill Haskell. I have to go now. I'll see you later tonight.
Leaving police headquarters, Britt Reed bought the latest editions of the city newspapers. Then, since dusk had already fallen, he went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting.
I already hear news on radio, Mr. Britt. It's not good. Well, Mr. Axford, he not killer.
We know that, Cato. But the circumstantial evidence would look bad before a jury.
Well, if there's some way to find real killer...
Cato, the story in the papers gave the names and addresses of those who were witnesses of the scene immediately following the killing. Now, 2 of those addresses interest me.
Perhaps the Green Hornet go out in Black Beauty tonight?
Yes, and we'll take along our automatic wire recorder. The first place we'll visit will be the apartment of an Italian named Tony Marietta at 22 First Street. Let's get going. That's number 22 across the street. Rather dingy-looking place.
Well, what we do now, Mr. Britt?
Leave the Black Beauty here in the shadows. While I go in to see Tony, I want you to take the automatic recorder into the basement. We'll be able to check the location of his apartment from the number in the dim hallway there. Then you place a microphone so that it'll pick up any conversation in Tony's apartment.
Oh, yes. There's no one around.
Now, come on. Bring the recorder.
I coming.
Keeping to the shadows, the 2 sinister figures approached the entrance of the run-down, dingy building, which housed only 4 small apartments. Cato stepped into the doorway, and from the mailbox just inside, he found that Tony Marietta lived in 101, to the left on the first floor. After telling Britt, Cato went around to the rear to reach the basement. Then Britt Reed, after a hasty glance about him, moved inside to the door of 101.
Who's there? How do you? The Green Hornet.
Get back inside.
No, you not come in.
Let me by.
You coming to kill Tony?
Now, this gun might go off if you make any false moves. I came here to give you a warning. But first, I want some information.
I know nothing. I know nothing.
What happened to Pat Clancy?
Honest to Mr. Hornet, I don't know. Joe, he say kill. Nick, he say no kill. Clancy hide a paper someplace. He no tell Nick where. Then Joe, he take a Clancy someplace for to make him talk. But he no talk yet.
Then Joe Libby knows where he is. Is that it?
Sure. That's all right. You ask Joe.
I'll give you that warning, Tony. Suppose I told you Joe is planning to rub you out because you know too much about the murder of Nick Haskell.
Who tell you that?
Never mind who told me. Just remember that I warned you. So you'd better pack your things and clear out while you have the chance.
But why Joe want to for the kill Tony?
I just told you. You know too much. Don't forget, you were warned. So if Joe Libby kills you, it's your own funeral. So long.
That you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Did you get the recorder rigged up?
Oh, yes, sir. I wait till you're ready to leave. Then I throw switch and run to car.
Good. Now get started. We'll stop in the vicinity of the nightclub. Libby's apartment is above it. Let's go.
Joe Libby was at the desk in the living room of the apartment he had shared with Nick Haskell. He was looking over Haskell's papers, and suddenly he looked up as he heard a sound at the window leading to the fire escape.
What the?
Don't move, Libby. I've got you covered.
You're the Green Hornet. Why do you come here?
To get some information and to give some.
I'm not giving out information. For you or anybody else, see?
No? Maybe you'll be giving out plenty to the cops before the night's over.
Just what do you mean by that crack?
Suppose Tony Marietta squealed to the cops, telling them what he really knows, Libby. If they start grilling you, you'll give out with plenty of information.
But Tony Marietta ain't gonna squeal, Hornet.
Sure of yourself, aren't you? How do you know he won't?
Well, I
happen to know that right now Tony's packing his bag, getting ready to blow out of town, after he squeals to the police about you and your connection with Nick Haskell's murder.
How is that so? If you want to know something, Hornet, Tony ain't going anyplace. You just wait and see.
Have it your own way. But don't say I didn't tell you, Libby. Be seeing you again sometime.
I'll take a shot at that. No. I'll save my bullets. Yeah, that's it. I'll save them for Tony Marietta.
In his one-room apartment a few blocks from the nightclub, Tony had just finished packing his suitcase. As he bent over to close it, he was startled by a voice behind him.
Going someplace, Tony?
Joe, how do you get in here?
Easy, Tony. Somebody fixed the latch on your door so it wasn't locked. I tried it real easy like, and it opened. So here I am.
It's no good. To make a Tony jump. Why you come here, Joe?
I heard you might be leaving town. Or at least the neighborhood, Tony, so I dropped over. The information I got was a straight goods, too. But you ain't going anyplace, Tony.
So you're coming to shoot Tony, eh?
Why not? You think I'd stand by and let you squeal to the cops?
But I'll not tell her that you kill Nick. I'll not say nothing.
Listen to me, Tony. You were in on that deal to bump off Nick and frame that fat reporter, see? And if the cops grab me, they'll grab you, too. And if I get Clancy to talk tonight and tell where he hid that evidence, I'll have more to show the cops about you.
But it was you that the frame of Clancy, Joe.
Oh, yeah? You put the frame up door in his apartment, didn't you?
I do what Nick is telling me. You put down the gun.
No. We're going to settle this right now. In fact, if I get you out of the way, I want to have to split my takes with you.
I'm not going to let you shoot me.
Now you are asking for it.
So are you, Libby.
This'll settle you. Oh, you're saving my life, Mr. Hornet. I don't know.
This will save your breath, Tony.
No, I can't breathe.
I bring roll from wire recorder. It captures all they talk about.
Good. We'll leave it here with them. Also, I'll leave a note telling them that Libby knows where Pat Clancy is.
The conversation on roll of wire clear AXFORD, also clear Pat Clancy.
Yes, it should, from what I overheard while standing outside the door. Call the police and have them come here to pick up these killers. Then we'll get out. fast.
It was almost midnight when Britt Reed entered police headquarters after receiving a phone call at his apartment from Sergeant Burke.
I called you as soon as we brought those killers in, Mr. Reed. That is, after we had proof they are the killers.
Then you do have proof?
That they do, Reed. I'm free to go, so they tell me.
Oh, thank heaven for that. But what proof have you?
Proof enough. Libby and Marietta accusing each other in their own voices. It's on a wire recording that we found stuck in Libby's hand when we got to Tony Marietta's place.
You see, Reed, as I get it, the Green Hornet double-crossed the two of them and left that recorded wire for proof.
Lucky for you, Mike. And lucky for Pat Clancy, too. We found him safe and sound.
You did?
Yeah. Libby was hiding him in the basement of the nightclub. He was hoping to get Clancy to tell where he hid the written evidence he had against Nick and Libby. We forced Libby to tell us where Pat was. Man alive, was his old lady happy.
Sure, and I'm glad for her sake that Pat's safe.
Sure, and what's more, he's coming back on the force now that he's been cleared. He was framed, and so was AXFORD.
Next time, AXFORD won't be so hot-headed and go rushing into spots like that.
Well, now, Reed, after all, me visit to Haskell's did result in our finding Pat, didn't it? Of course, it caused me a bit of inconvenience in a way.
Inconvenience?
Listen to him, will you? If it hadn't been for the Hornet getting sold and butting in, Mike would have been sitting before a jury on a murder charge, most likely.
Oh, I knew all the time I'd get off somehow. I wasn't a bit worried, Sarge. Hornet or no Hornet, you wouldn't have let me down, would you, Mr. Reed?
No, but something tells me, AXFORD, you'll never learn.
Up the left street, Red Falls, Libby and Marietta indicted for Haskell killing, Pat Clancy reinstated, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still in charge. That's the left street, Red Falls.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. All copyrights are the property of their respective owners.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Profits from War. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was about to dictate a letter to his secretary, Lenore Case, when the door to Reed's office opened and Mike AXFORD entered.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
AXFORD, I thought you were covering the Loomis hearing.
You said you were going over to the State Senate hearing room this afternoon.
Sure, and that's just what I did go. Today was the last day and the hearing's come to an end.
Come to an end? I don't understand.
Sure, Loomis got off for lack of evidence, Reed. That he did.
Lack of evidence? It seemed to me that
I know, Reed. We all thought he'd get what was coming to him for war profiteering. But they couldn't indict Loomis without convincing proof. And they just didn't seem to have any that was convincing enough.
I'm not very familiar with the Loomis case, but if the investigating committee hasn't proof against him, well, he must be innocent of the charge.
Innocent me I, Casey.
Well, what made them go after Loomis in the first place?
Well, just this, Miss Case. Before war was declared, Loomis owned a small tooling shop employing about 10 or 12 men. A short time after Pearl Harbor, he went to the state capitol and came back with a big contract. Built an immense factory on the strength of that contract and began producing war materials.
Well, what was wrong with that?
Well, on the face of it, nothing. But he really had nothing to warrant such a contract in the first place. However, Loomis received more contracts without expanding his factory, and used subcontractors to produce what he was supposed to manufacture. In other words, he had several so-called paper corporations.
Paper corporations?
Sure. Reed means Loomis formed certain companies in name only. Companies that didn't really exist.
That's it exactly, AXFORD.
If those facts are known, why did Mr. Loomis go free?
Because he claimed he delivered the goods he contracted to deliver, that's why.
Well, did he, really?
Maybe he delivered war materials like he was supposed to. But wait till you hear what one of the witnesses said about what he did deliver. There was a sergeant who was in the invasion who took the stand of his own accord. It seems Loomis' company was making ammunition for tank guns, and the young sergeant was in the tank corps.
Well, what was his testimony, AXFORD?
Well, this young guy, the sergeant that is, got on the stand at the hearing. He told about how some tanks he was with routed the Nazis out of a certain position. Then they moved in to take over and pushed them back. They got into position, then got set to hold what they had taken. Everything depended upon their firing range.
All right, men. We've got the range. Load up and let them have it. Okay, Sarge. All ready, Sarge. Ready. Fire.
Hey, Sarge, it fell short.
Must have been a defective shell. Reload. Right. All set. Ready. Fire.
Hey, that one fell short, too.
They'll get us before we have a chance to get them, Sarge. Reload again. Hurry. Funny, those shells are both defective.
Sarge, you got it! We're done for! You got the range on us! Those shells!
And according to what that young sergeant told the State Senate committee, they lost the position because of defective shells, besides losing a lot of men. He said he picked up the casing of one of those defective shells, and it had the name Loomis Munitions Company stamped on it.
Oh, that's terrible. I should think that testimony would be enough to
convict...
No,
Miss Case. That wouldn't be enough to condemn Loomis.
That's right. Loomis lawyers claimed that because there were a few defective shells, it didn't mean the company was negligent or anything like that. And, of course, the committee upheld that statement. The sergeant claimed he talked to other tank men who had found defective Loomis shells, but they weren't available now to testify.
A few years ago, Loomis was just getting by financially. Today, he's worth millions.
But how did a man like that ever get such big war contracts, if he didn't have the facilities to produce at the time?
Well, that's something they've been unable to find out in this case. In my opinion, Loomis should not have gone free.
You said it, Reed.
Well, I guess there's nothing can be done about that, though.
Not unless somebody turns up some strong evidence against Loomis. He's a slick one, that he is.
Yes. He must have had some great influence in Suncor to get those contracts. Especially the first one, without anything to go on.
Yeah, that's right, Reed. if it could be proved that Loomis had given a cut to somebody to get those contracts, his goose would be cooked.
Oh, Miss Case,
Yes, sir?
get everything you can find in the morgue on Loomis and bring it to my office.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Meantime, I'll go through my own files and see what I happen to have on Loomis. Maybe we'll run across something that will give a lead to his vulnerable spot. Then we can go ahead from there.
The following morning, Britt Reed and Miss Case were going through the material gathered on Loomis.
Well, these seem to be the general run of news items about the growth and production output of the Loomis factory, Mr. Reed.
So it seems, Miss Case. Let's see. Here's an interesting item.
What is it?
It says the Loomis Tooling Company, formerly a partnership, has filed notice of incorporation. The incorporators listed are Harry S. Loomis, Ella Loomis, and John Nickerson. This is dated December 28th, 1941.
But what does that show? Wasn't it all right for them to incorporate?
Well, yes, of course. But it's significant that Nickerson's name doesn't appear anywhere from that time on among the officials of the Loomis Company. And what's more, John Nickerson went to the state capitol in January of 1942 as a state senator and served one term.
I see. Then you think Nickerson might have been the contact to put through the deal for Loomis?
Yes. And if it can be proved that he received money from Loomis for getting the war contract, it would clinch the case against both Loomis and Nickerson.
Yes, Chief?
Is Axford there in the city room?
Oh, yes, he's right here. Just a minute. This is Axford. Want to speak to me, Reed?
Yes, Axford. Tell me, during the hearing on Loomis, did a man named John Nickerson testify, or was his name mentioned at all?
You mean ex-state Senator John Nickerson?
Well, that's right.
Yeah, Nickerson was chairman of the committee that awarded the contract to Loomis. He said Loomis proved he was capable of putting out the work, so the contract went through. The company has proved itself since.
Did they connect Nickerson with the Loomis Company in any way?
No. Why?
Oh, I just wondered, that's all.
Any more you want to know, Reed?
No, that's all for the present.
Well, I guess there's nothing can be done now that the investigating committee has decided to give Loomis a clean bill of health.
I don't know about that. I, along with a lot of others, think Loomis has pulled some slick deals at the expense of the people and of some of the boys who fought the war. There must be some way to show him and his company up. And if there is, I'm going to do my best to find a way. You can bet on that.
It was late that afternoon when Miss Case announced a visitor to see Britt Reed.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, that soldier, Sergeant Joe Power, whom you sent for, is here.
Good. Send him right in.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Reed?
Yes. Come sit down, Sergeant Power.
Thanks, sir. I came over as soon as I received your message.
I, heard of your testimony at the hearing on the Loomis case. I thought perhaps you'd be willing to tell me the full story. Do you really believe that company was negligent in making those tank shells, Sergeant?
Absolutely, sir. Loomis was the only maker of those particular type of shells, and most of them were defective.
Well, perhaps it just happened that your outfit received a bad shipment. It doesn't mean others also found the shells to
Listen, Mr. Reed. I saw almost my whole tank company wiped out because of those rotten shells. And I made it a point to ask everywhere I went how others made out with them. The defective shells seemed to be in every lot, and they all came from Loomis.
You reported that fact, of course.
Sure. It was because of my report that the investigation was started. And now that war profiteer and rat is going to get away with it and go scot-free.
Do you know John Nickerson, Sergeant Power?
Uh-huh. He was state senator from my district. I wrote to him but got no satisfaction, so I took it up direct with the War Department later. Nickerson's one of those fatheads who should never get voted in office, the way I look at it.
I'm afraid until voters learn to know the background of men running for office, we'll continue to get some incompetent men elected.
Well, you can bet I'm going to know a heck of a lot about a guy before I'll vote for him.
Good. Did you tell the committee just what you've told me about those shells?
Why, sure, Mr. Reed. With those Loomis lawyers jumping on me, I didn't have a chance. I said I was hysterical at the time, that I wasn't a competent judge of what shell was good or bad. And all that stuff. I guess they made me look sort of dopey in front of the committee, but Well, I still know I'm right.
I see. Well, thanks for coming in, Sergeant. I appreciate it. Perhaps the Loomis case isn't closed yet. Time will tell.
A short time later, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. After dinner, Britt sat in the living room, his brow furrowed in deep thought.
You have something on mind, Mr. Britt?
I'm thinking about the Loomis Company case, Cato. I suppose you read about the investigation.
Well, yes, sir. I read today that investigating committee about to close case in Loomis Company's favor.
Well, that's right. But I don't like it.
Well, you think Mr. Loomis really guilty of war profiteering, perhaps?
Yes, Cato, I'm almost sure of it. But the proof is lacking. It's my opinion that Loomis paid graft to get those contracts. And that after getting them, he was deliberately negligent in turning out inferior shells from time to time.
Well, that's not good.
I'll say it isn't. I'd certainly like to be able to get the goods on Loomis and those who helped him in his slick deals.
Well, who you think helped him, maybe?
I wouldn't put it past Nickerson, the former state senator, to have sold out to Loomis for a good price. I found out he had a slight connection with the original Loomis Company before he went to the state capitol.
Well, how he connected?
Well, he was one of the original incorporators. I guess he immediately signed over to somebody else, so his name didn't appear among the company officials.
Will you not think of way to find proof against Mr. Loomis, then?
No, and I can't express my personal opinions in the Daily Sentinel. I'd laid myself open to a lawsuit. But perhaps the Green Hornet could find the necessary proof.
Well, what you intend to do as Green Hornet?
Cato, I've been thinking that it might be a good idea to move boldly in this case. To go right to the big shot himself. So I've decided that Mr. Loomis will have a visit from the Green Hornet in person. Tonight.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Cato showed no surprise when Britt Reed stated that he was going as the Green Hornet to pay a visit to Harry Loomis, head of a big manufacturing company during the war. After telling Cato his plan, Britt looked at him for a moment, then spoke.
My announcement doesn't seem to take you by surprise, Cato.
No, sir. I expecting you to make such a move, so I'm not surprised. We take Black Beauty out now, Mr. Britt?
Yes, we'll leave right away. The sooner Loomis meets the Green Hornet, the better. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life.
A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness. Meantime, Mr. Harry Loomis and his wife, Ella, were talking in the sumptuous library of their large suburban home.
Harry, there's a lot I don't understand about that investigation. Are they likely to reopen it?
Look, Ella, why don't you leave that for me to worry about,
Because I'm tied into this as well as you are, and if they clamp down on you, I'd get it too.
Sure, and why not? We made millions. You have to spend what we made, don't you? But stop worrying. With all the dough we have, we can afford to have big-shot lawyers worry for us.
Well, all right. I guess you can handle things. You always have. But, well, I didn't like what that young soldier said at the hearing about us being to blame for so many dying over there.
You're too soft-hearted, Ella. Forget what that soldier said. As long as it didn't turn the committee against us, it's okay with me, whatever he says.
Harry, are you sure there's no way anyone can get...
Ella, why don't you run along to bed? I know it's early, but you've been worrying too much. Get some rest. You used to worry when we were broke. Now that we have plenty, you still worry.
Oh, all right. I'll go rest a while. Don't you stay up too late, Harry.
I won't. Good night.
Good night.
So you don't believe in worrying, eh, Loomis?
What?
Those heavy drapes over the French doors make a good hiding place.
So you were hiding behind the drapes listening, eh? Of course, I recognize you as the Green Hornet.
Good. Then introductions aren't necessary.
What do you want here?
I dropped in for a little talk with you, Loomis.
Then say what you came to say and get out of here.
Of course, with your ability to pay big fees, you've been able to hire big lawyers who were able to confuse the issue before that investigating committee.
If you want to discuss that, go talk to my lawyers. You couldn't get a lawyer to defend you, no matter how much you could pay.
That will be my worry, Loomis.
Come on, get to the point. Why you're here.
Suppose I told you I had some important letters to sell you for a price.
Letters? What kind of letters?
They might be incriminating letters you sent to Nickerson during the past few years, Loomis.
Stop bluffing, Hornet. For your information, I might point out that I'm smarter than you give me credit for. In my dealings with Nickerson, I never put anything in writing.
Really? Well, at least you've given me some information I was after by what you just said.
What do you mean?
Now I know you did have deals with Nickerson.
Oh, that, maybe I did. What good will that information do a crook like you? Nobody would believe you, even if you swore to it.
You'll pay for what you've done, Loomis. One way or another.
I won't pay you. Not 1 cent for anything. Now get out. Get out and don't ever come back here.
Okay. I'll leave. But I won't promise not to come back. We'll meet again, Loomis. And then maybe I'll do the laughing. My bluff didn't quite work out, Cato. But Loomis did make a slip of the tongue.
What'd he say, Mr. Britt?
He indicated that he had made deals with Nickerson. That he was careful not to put anything in writing.
What we do now?
I think we'll call on John Nickerson. Maybe the Green Hornet can get something from him that will put the finger on both him and Loomis. Let's go, Cato.
A short time later, the phone rang in the study of John Nickerson's home.
Hello?
Hello, John. This is Harry Loomis.
Oh, yes, Harry. What's up?
I called to tip you off to something. I think someone hired the Green Hornet to get evidence against us.
What makes you think that?
Because the Hornet was here at my place a short time ago.
The Green Hornet? At your place? What happened?
Nothing. I got rid of him. But I feel certain he'll go to see you and attempt to scare you into showing him where and how he might get evidence.
So, what shall I do, Harry?
Yes, sit tight. I phoned the police and tipped them off off that the Hornet's expected to go there. They'll be waiting outside your place to intercept him.
I see.
You can phone me later and tell me what happened. Don't worry. If the Hornet should happen to get inside, don't lose your head. I'm sure the police will try to trap him outside. I'll wait till I hear from you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Harry. I'll call you as soon as something happens.
Nickerson's home is in the next block, Cato. You can stop here for a minute and let me out.
Yes, sir. Why you get out here, Mr. Britt?
There's a possibility that Loomis phoned the police. He guessed that I might go see Nickerson.
Well, you think police maybe wait near Nickerson's to try to catch Green Hornet?
Yes.
What you take from glove compartment?
The means by which I hope to get evidence connecting Nickerson with Loomis. I'll go from here on foot, Cato.
I to wait here, perhaps?
No, Cato. Listen, and I'll tell you exactly what I want you to do.
It was 10 minutes later. Sergeant Burke from police headquarters waited with a few men in the shadows outside Nickerson's home.
Now, you men, keep your eyes open. If the Hornet comes here, wait till I give the word before you can make a move.
Okay, Sarge.
We'll wait till he gets out of his car, then we'll jump him. If the tip-off we got is...
Hey, look,
okay...
Sarge. Here comes a car now. Maybe that's him.
Yeah, maybe it is. Get your guns ready and don't let him see you.
Don't look like he's going to slow down, Sarge.
No, don't. Get your guns ready. Great day. Green Hornet's car, all right. Let him have it. Come on, into the parts patrol car. Get after him quick. Get in. Hurry up. Now step on it. We got to keep that sprout being in sight. Get after him.
Hello.
Hello, Harry. This is Nickerson.
What's happened?
The Hornet came by, all right. Police are chasing after him in a car. Went right by without stopping.
The police will keep him busy for a while. But I think you'd better arrange to get out of town for a short time. If he did find some way to connect you with our factory deals, it would make things bad for us.
I don't see how he could. All your payments to me were made in cash.
I know. But if it got out that you arranged to get those war contracts pushed through, it'd be on your neck and mine. That soldier's testimony almost turned things against us.
Well, I warned you not to use that cheap material, Harry. You know as well as I do that most of your stuff was defective.
Keep your mouth shut. Remember, you're on the telephone. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow. Good night.
Was that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. I see you lost the police for the time being.
I used smokescreen, double back to pick you up. We hurry, Mr. Britt. They're not too far away.
All right, Cato. By tapping Nickerson's telephone wire, I got what I came after. Let's get going.
Later at police headquarters...
So the Hornet gave it the runaround, eh, Sarge?
Well, we didn't get him, if that's what you mean, Mike. Somehow that guy must have found out we were waiting to grab him.
Yeah, he whizzed right by without slowing down at all.
You can't put anything over on the Hornet. You ought to know that by this time.
Maybe so. But someday he's going to make a slip.
Holy crow! Listen.
The Hornet, right outside.
He must have been stopped right out here.
Hey, Sarge, look. Here's a package on the step.
Let's take it inside.
What is it?
How do I know? Let me look it over.
There's printing on the outside. Looks like a phonograph record.
Holy smoke. The printing says, evidence against Loomis and Nickerson.
The Hornet left it out there.
Yeah. We'll take this right over to the district attorney's office and see what it's all about. Maybe the Hornet did get something on Loomis and Nickerson. Who knows? Come on.
following morning at Britt Reed's office.
Now, here comes AXFORD again, just as you're about to dictate a letter. He never misses.
Is that so now?
Oh, never mind, AXFORD. What brings you in this time?
News, Reed. Big news.
Well, what is it?
Believe it or not, Loomis and Nickerson were picked up last night on certain evidence the Hornet got.
The Green Hornet?
Yep. The Hornet recorded a phone conversation between Loomis and Nickerson. When the DA played it back to them, Nickerson broke down and admitted their crooked deals.
No, really?
Sure. And the investigation's to be reopened. Inspector Martin says Loomis and Nickerson are sure to be indicted for war profiteering.
Well, that is news.
I'll say it is. And it took the Green Hornet to break the case. Believe me, Reed, that guy always does the country a good turn in spite of himself when he decides to pull a double cross on his pals. He must have been in on those crooked deals somewhere.
Oh, you might give the Hornet the benefit of the doubt, Michael. Maybe he really meant to do the country a good turn.
Yes. Who can say his intention wasn't a good one, AXFORD?
Huh. If the Hornet pulled a fast one against you, Reed, you wouldn't try to be giving him credit like that.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Michael. How could the Hornet ever pull a fast one against Mr. Reed?
Now, there's something to really think about, AXFORD. Believe me.
That's correct, Street. Pettigrew, Loomis, and Nickerson indicted for war crimes. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's correct, Street. Pettigrew.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
We hope you enjoyed this program from RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Death in the Dark. The Green Hornet strikes again. Reed, young millionaire playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was busy composing an editorial when he was interrupted by the buzz of the dictaphone.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Haverhill is calling on line 1, Mr. Reed.
All right, put him on.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello? That you, Britt?
Yes.
Britt, I've got to see you as soon as possible. It's important and confidential.
Well, why not come down here to my office this afternoon, John?
For certain reasons, I'd rather see you at my home. Would you be willing to drop over early tonight? I'd appreciate it very much.
All right. I'll come over about 8 o'clock then, all right?
Yes, that'll be fine. I need some advice, and I know of no one who can give it to me better than you can, Britt. I'll be looking for you around 8 tonight.
I'll be there, John. Bye.
Goodbye, Britt.
What is it, Chief?
Gunnigan, I'm holding up this editorial on John Haverhill, so don't wait for it. I may have you run it in the morning edition instead.
Okay, Chief. Just as you say. That all?
That's all for now.
Mr. Reed, do you have that editorial ready? It's getting close to the deadline for the next edition.
I just spoke to Gunnigan, Miss Case. I told him not to wait for it.
You mean you've changed your mind about Haverhill? That you've decided not to back him for the council?
No, so far I'm still for John Haverhill. He has a clean record, and he's shown himself to be sincere in striving for the betterment of the city.
It's too bad the voters haven't shown enough interest in Dunlow's past. They wouldn't have put him in office if he had.
Dunlow's a sleek politician. A good many voters have yet to learn if they want good government, they'll have to check more closely on the man for whom they vote.
I know. Has something come up about Mr. Haverhill?
Well, as you know, he just phoned. He seemed upset about something. Wants to see me. I thought I'd wait to find out what's up before I go out on that editorial, that's all.
I see.
By the way, phone Cato at my apartment. Tell him I'll dine downtown. I'm seeing Haverhill at his home at 8 o'clock tonight.
All right, sir. I'll call Cato right away.
Good. I'm rather curious to know just what could upset a man like John Haverhill. So I don't want to be late for that appointment.
Promptly at 8 o'clock that evening, Britt Reed rang the doorbell of John Haverhill's comfortable home in the suburbs.
Why, Britt Reed, how nice.
Good evening, Loretta.
Do come right in.
I have an appointment with John. He asked me to come over tonight around 8.
Really? He didn't tell me, but I'm glad you came. John came home this afternoon, and he seemed so worried. I've never seen him quite like that before.
Where is he now, in the study?
Yes. He came home about 4 o'clock, told me he didn't want any dinner. Then he went to the study, saying he didn't want to be disturbed. I heard him lock the door. He's been there ever since.
That is strange. Perhaps you'd better tell him I'm here.
Yes, come along, Britt. I'm afraid the strain of the coming election is getting to be too much for John. He's set his heart on being elected to the city council.
I know.
Here's the door of the study. I'll knock. John? John? Britt Reed is here to see you. John, why don't you answer me?
Are you sure he didn't go out, Loretta?
Oh, I'm positive. And he never locks the study door when he's not in there. And very seldom when he is. John! John, open the door.
That's strange.
Oh, Britt, I just noticed something. Usually when the study lights are lit, light shines under the door there. The lights must be out.
Here, let me try. Are you in there, Haverhill?
Please, Britt, do something. Can you force the door?
Oh, yes, of course, but...
Then please do.
All right. Here goes. The lights are out.
I'll snap them on. Oh, Britt. Look. John. John!
Wait. Well, he's lying with his head on the desk. I can't tell whether... Loretta, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, Britt. You don't mean that John is...
Yes, Loretta, I'm afraid I do.
Oh.
We'll have to call the police. From the looks of it, John has taken his own life. He's dead.
Britt Reed notified the police of John Haverhill's death. Later, in Haverhill's study, Reed stood talking to Sergeant Burt from headquarters and to Mike Axford, a reporter on his own newspaper.
Well, Mr. Reed, looks like a cut-and-dried case of suicide, all right. The gun lying there on the floor with Haverhill's prints on it and the powder burns on his coat and all. Poor guy. Shot himself right through the heart.
Yeah, it's sure a blow to Mrs. Haverhill. And for that matter, it's a shock to me, too.
Yes, Axford. Suicide is something I never would expect of a man like John Haverhill.
That's what I say, Reed. And what's more, what reason would he have to do such a thing, I'd like to know?
That's the only puzzle to me, Mike. I can't for the life of me figure out why he did it.
Well, as I told you, Sergeant Burke, he seemed upset when he phoned me at 4 o'clock today. But he didn't give me even a hint as to what he was on his mind.
Funny his wife didn't hear the shot.
I asked her about that. She said she was in another part of the house and maybe wouldn't notice it because she had the radio on most of the time.
I see.
Mrs. Haverhill told me his finances were okay. Poor guy. With the name he made for himself, raising funds for the city, as chairman of the Citizens' Welfare Committee, and with the Daily Sentinel backing him, he had a swell chance of winning the election.
Oh, that he did, Sarge.
Yes. And he was to have been the guest of honor at a banquet by the mayor's committee tomorrow night. At which time Haverhill was going to turn over the funds that were donated to his committee. Well, Axford, we'd better get back to the Sentinel.
Okay, Reed. See you later, Sarge.
Yes, sure. So long, Mike. Good night, Mr. Reed.
Good night, Sergeant Burke.
Late the following forenoon, Mike Axford entered Britt Reed's office in a state of surprised excitement.
Reed, I just got some news down at cops' headquarters. It was about the Haverhill case. I found out why he committed suicide.
Well, tell me about it.
Sure. That's why I come up to see him. You see, Reed, 'twas this way. For reasons of my own, I stepped out of the press room for a minute. Then as I was coming back along the corridor, a guy came in that looked sort of familiar. As I hesitated a second and looked at him, he stopped and spoke to me.
I beg your pardon, but I've come to headquarters to see Inspector Evans. Can you tell me which office the inspector's in?
Sure, glad to. Say, aren't you Mr. Kingman?
My name is Kingman, yes. If you don't mind, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yeah. You want to see Inspector Evans. Second door down the corridor to the right.
Thank you very much.
Come in. Well, Mr. Kingman, what brings you here this morning?
I came about the Haverhill case, Inspector.
Come in.
He left the door open.
Have a chair.
I'd move a little closer and get an earful.
The Haverhill case, you say? What about it?
I found out the probable motive for his action, Inspector.
What is it?
As you know, I've been acting treasurer for the Welfare Committee of which John Haverhill was chairman.
Yes, I know.
Haverhill checked the collections and donations each day during our drive. Then he'd turn the money over to me to bank.
Well?
The drive ended day before yesterday. The money for that day amounted to more than $20,000, which was put into the safe at Welfare Headquarters. I expected Haverhill to turn it over to me yesterday morning, but he didn't. Since most of it was in cash, as soon as I heard the bad news about him, I opened the safe this morning in the presence of my secretary and found the money gone.
Then you think he appropriated that money for some pressing need, then killed himself?
Exactly. It seems to be a logical explanation.
But he wasn't the only one having access to this safe, was he?
Yes, Inspector, he was. I had locksmiths come down and open it this morning.
Well, why didn't you contact Mrs. Haverhill? See if she could find a notation of the combination among his effects.
Well, I preferred not to be the first to start suspicion in her mind against her dead husband.
I see. Yet, so far as I can see, that would have been a normal request to make, since you did have to have access to that safe.
Well, perhaps so, but I didn't see it that way.
Well, no matter. I'm sure you acted as you thought best, Mr. Kingman. Thank you for coming to me with the news.
Oh, not at all. I thought you should know the circumstances. As soon as I can check the exact amount that's missing, I'll let you know. Well, good morning, Inspector.
And with that, he ups and left the inspector's office, barely giving me time to duck into a phone booth in the corridor. After he went out, I called Dunnigan and gave him the story. The other papers have it now.
I can't believe John Haverhill would take that money. Funny thing, too. Mrs. Haverhill seems to think his finances are in good order. She said so.
Maybe she only thought so, Reed. Some guys are cagey with their wives about their finances, so I hear tell.
Yes. Yet I can't bring myself to believe I was wrong about Haverhill.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
This case, get me everything we have on Haverhill and also on Kingman. Have it all on my desk by this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Reed. I'll get the material for you.
Thanks, Miss Case. Oh, well, Axford.
Yeah?
If what Kingman says turns out to be the truth, it'll prove that this is one time I made a grave error in judgment in backing Haverhill for city council. Time will tell.
That evening, after spending some time at the office going through the material on Haverhill and Kingman, Britt Reed put certain items in his briefcase. Then, leaving the office, he went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. They discussed the Haverhill case.
Will you believe what Mr. Kingman say to be true, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato, I'm afraid I don't. Even though Kingman has built up quite a reputation for himself in civic affairs.
Well, people put great faith in Haverhill. It'd have a bad effect on election now that it's said he commits suicide over theft of money from welfare fund.
I know that. Cato, I've come to a definite conclusion about the Haverhill case. A conclusion that may startle even you.
Well, what startling conclusion you arrive at, Mr. Britt?
Just this. It was not a case of suicide at all. John Haverhill was murdered.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. At Britt Reed's startling announcement that John Haverhill had been murdered, Cato stood for a moment in surprise. Then he spoke.
What make you think it murder instead of suicide, Mr. Britt?
This was a photograph taken when John Haverhill opened the drive for welfare funds. Look here.
Oh, he sit at desk with others standing behind him while he writes, it looked like.
Yes, he was signing the first donation, his own, to the fund. He gave a check for $100 at the time.
Well, how'd that tell you anything?
Haverhill was found slumped across his study desk last night. A bullet shot straight through his heart. And with a gun on the rug just below his dangling right hand where it had presumably slid from his fingers. The prints, of course, proved that it had fallen from his right hand.
But Oh. Now I see where you come to conclusion.
Yes. In this photograph, Haverhill is signing the check with his left hand. He was left-handed. And under great stress, that would have been the hand he would have used.
Why you not tell police you think Haverhill murdered?
I intend to, Cato. They may not see it my way. Remember, too, that the door was locked along with the windows from the inside.
Oh, it'd be hard to prove it not suicide, Mr. Britt, even if it really murder as you think. It's necessary for someone who have motive to get to victim, also to leave room.
I know. I'll tell Inspector Evans what I think about it, and then see what they can do. I'll phone him right now.
After telling Inspector Evans of his conclusions, Britt waited to see what the police investigation would turn up. It was the following afternoon when he entered the city room to find the city editor, Gunnigan, talking to Mike Axford.
Well, Chief, seems your theory about John Haverhill is knocked into a cocked hat.
Why so?
Well, you see, Reed, it's this way. The cops are certain it was suicide. But after hearing your theory, the inspector told me to go out with Bert just to satisfy myself, since I work for you, that nobody could get in or out of that study.
Well?
We went out and took a good look around. Reed, the cops are right. That room was locked up tight. I checked the windows myself, and they were both locked up tight.
I see. Did you try to open them?
Of course not. I could see they were locked by looking at them. Now, the inspector says just because the guy might have been left-handed, that's no reason why he couldn't have used his right hand to kill himself.
My theory is that he wouldn't. A person does the natural thing under great stress, Axford. And it's a natural physical action for Haverhill to use his left hand. What else?
What's more, they went over the whole room for fingerprints, but no luck.
Then the police still stick to the idea that Haverhill was a suicide, eh?
Well, sure. And for my dough, there's nothing else they can think. I guess they thought you were trying to build up a story for the Sentinel, Chief.
I suppose so. Well, I'm going back to my office, and then I'll hit for home.
So long, Reed.
See you in the morning, Chief.
Early that evening at Britt's apartment.
You think Kingman steal money from safe, then kill Haverhill, Mr. Britt?
Could be, Cato. But there'd have to be more proof.
That's true. But Kingman give long interview to Clarion reporter. He talked much about being friend of Haverhill.
Really?
Yes, sir. Kingman says Haverhill spent entire evening before death at Kingman's home, listening to political speeches on radio. Haverhill have only small radio, and it not work, Kingman say.
I see. Well, Wait a minute.
What you think of, Mr. Britt?
Something that was told me yesterday, Cato. I think it's time the Green Hornet took a hand in solving that case.
Green Hornet go out tonight, sir?
Yes. And the sooner the better. Let's go down to the Black Beauty. Right now.
Where we go first, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I want to do a little investigating in Haverhill's study. The result of that will determine our next move.
What you hunt for there?
I want to see if there's any possible way for a person to get in and out of that room, leaving the door and windows locked from the inside. Step on it, Cato.
You tried to force window of Haverhill's study, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato. I want to look at those windows as they are. We'll force one of the living room windows to get inside the house. The door to the study is open now because I smashed the lock when I found him. Come on.
Moving like two sinister shadows across the lawn, Britt and Cato made their way to the living room windows of the darkened house. Using a fine steel instrument on the catch of the French door into the living room, it was only a matter of seconds when they were inside and made their way to the study. Britt immediately moved over to inspect the two windows in the study.
You notice anything?
Nothing yet, Cato. Yes, look here.
I don't see anything wrong.
Hold that flashlight closer.
Yes, sir.
Our eyes are just about on the level with the window catches, Cato.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Notice anything now?
Well, they're both common type of window catch. Little raised edge that move into groove of part in back when turned around.
Try to raise that window with the catch still unlocked.
Oh, it not budge, of course, with catch on.
Now try this one.
Yes, sir. Window opens, but catch still hooked.
Yes. When one looks at it, it shows the catch is hooked. But it's a simple trick, Cato. The catch was hooked first. Then the two little screws were removed from the back part. As long as the window was down, the catch seems to be secure and locked. But by raising the window, the whole catch, both parts go up with it.
And then when lowered, say from outside, catch go back in place and not be noticed.
Exactly. The police were certain it was suicide, so they didn't scrutinize that catch too closely. Otherwise, they would have discovered the missing screws in back, behind the catch.
A murderer raise window, go out, pull down window. Then rooms seem all locked up with key on inside of door. That very clever.
That's how it was done, all right. Close the window.
Yeah, but still, there's nothing to tell who is murderer.
I hope before the night's over to make the murderer come into the open. Come on. I want to get to a phone booth.
After leaving Cato and the Black Beauty, Britt had removed the mask of the Green Hornet and went to a phone booth where he made 2 phone calls. A short time later, at police headquarters...
Police headquarters. What's that you say? A call from the Green Hornet?
Hey, what's that call, Sarge?
Quiet, Mike. You think he's going to be where? You don't say. Great day. We'll get right over there and try to surprise him. Goodbye. Holy mackerel. The Hornet claims he knows how somebody got out of Haverhill's study. Says the guy was murdered. That he's going to get the missing dough from Haverhill's study.
Holy crow. You mean the Hornet just talked to you?
No, it wasn't the Hornet. It was Mr. Kingman who called. The Hornet phoned him. Come on. We'll tell the inspector, then get some of the men over to take the Spalpeen by surprise. Looks like it was murder after all. Let's get going.
A short time later, Inspector Evans, Sergeant Burke, and Axford with 2 policemen moved stealthily across the porch of Haverhill's house. And not wishing to frighten away the person they had hoped to find in the study, they decided to effect an entrance with a master key rather than to awaken Mrs. Haverhill.
Quiet now, all of you. We'll go to the door of the study and look in.
Let's hope we catch that murdering Hornet red-handed.
Do you really think it was murder now, Inspector?
If I found that there were some way to leave that locked room, I'd be inclined to believe Mr. Reed's theory. Come on. Quiet now. Here's a study door, and it's open.
Glory be. Somebody took something from the desk. Let's go.
Quiet. Here's a small flash. Look. Now he's going toward the window.
He might go out. Let's get going.
What's he doing?
I don't know. But this is it. Come on. Snap on the lights. Don't move. You're covered.
Holy crow, Inspector. Look.
I mean, that's Mrs. Haverhill in slacks.
I heard a noise, so I came down. You frightened me.
What were you doing there?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Hey, she was trying to tighten a couple of screws and back to the window catch.
Hey, wait a minute. That's it.
What?
The way the murderer Haverhill left the room and make it appear that it was locked up. Very clever, Mrs. Haverhill.
Great day, Inspector. You mean...
Look, there on the desk. A bundle of dough.
Let that alone.
Stolen money, or I missed my guess.
Then she's the killer? She murdered her own husband?
Don't be ridiculous.
Mrs. Haverhill, only 2 people could have known about that set lock. One who knew was the Green Hornet. The other is the person who killed your husband. That person is you.
No.
You came here to fix that lock because somehow you learned the Hornet might tip off the police. You didn't know someone else had already done so. Arrest her, Sergeant. We'll get the truth out of her.
I would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for some sneaking person who tried to be smart.
Come along, ma'am. We're taking you to headquarters. You can talk all you want to there, and believe me, you will, too, before we're through with you. Come along now.
Late that night, Cato was talking to Britt Reed in his apartment.
Well, Axford say over phone that Haverhill woman admits she murdered John Haverhill.
Yes. Loretta Haverhill always was extravagant. She had access to the welfare office, and it coaxed the combination of the safe from John. She took money from time to time. The last collection was a temptation. She took it all.
Her husband must have found out.
I guess so. She said he was going to tell me about what she'd done, and was going to make her give back what she'd stolen. She didn't want it known even to me, so she planned to kill him and make it look like suicide, knowing he'd get the blame.
Well, what make you suspect Mrs. Haverhill? Now, I have idea Kingman may be one who do it.
I thought that at first, until I heard that Haverhill said his radio was out of order. Mrs. Haverhill told Burke she didn't hear the shot because she had the radio blaring most of the afternoon.
Oh, that's so.
I realized she was lying to hide something, and figured she might be the guilty party. Her reaction to my phone call proved it. Kingman's reaction was to call the police.
The woman even used you for alibi.
Yes. When I found death in the dark there in that study, I didn't for a moment even imagine the killer was standing there beside me. Believe me, this is one case that really wore me down.
Oh, yes, sir. And the Green Hornet win another victory. But this time, Britt Reed lose good friend.
But the voters won't lose faith. And that's a lot.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel Street.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Thank you for listening to RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Oliver Perry Tries Once More. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Following her usual morning routine, Lenora Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was opening the morning mail before taking it in to the young publisher. She looked up as the door to her office opened and Mike AXFORD entered.
Morning, Casey.
Late as usual, huh, Michael?
Don't tell me Reed's in his office already.
Yes, he is. Good heavens, I've got to show this to Mr. Reed right away.
What is it? Wait, I'm coming with you.
Mr. Reed, look at this.
Hi, Reed.
What is it, Miss Case?
This. It was in an envelope I just opened.
But what's it say? What's all the excitement?
Well, let me see it, Miss Case.
Here it is.
This is strange.
You could have knocked me down with a feather when I saw it. What do you think it means?
Well, that's what I'd like to know.
Suffering snakes, why don't you read what it says so I can be in on the mystery?
It doesn't say anything.
No, don't tell me that, Casey. Come on, Reed. What does it say in that letter?
Miss Case told you the truth, AXFORD. There's no writing on this paper. Look for yourself.
Holy crow! A blank piece of writing paper with the seal of the Green Hornet stuck right plumb in the middle.
Later that same morning, AXFORD returned from police headquarters.
Casey, is Reed okay? You haven't let anyone into his office, I hope.
Oh, relax, watchdog. Mr. Reed isn't even in his office. He left right after you did.
What? You mean after getting that seal from the Hornet he went out? Alone?
That's what I mean.
But you should have stopped him from going. You should have made him stay right in his office.
Oh, what do you want me to do, knock him down and sit on him all day? When Mr. Reed decides to go out, he goes out without asking my permission. Or yours.
But it's serious, Casey. Maybe he'll get kidnapped.
Maybe.
Or hurt.
Could be.
Or even killed, maybe.
Oh, for the love of heaven, Michael, stop it. I'm jumpy enough without you talking that way. Anyway, Mr. Reed's been threatened before, and he seemed to know how to take care of himself.
I'm going to stay right here till Reed comes back. And believe me, Casey, after he does come back, I'm not leaving his side for even 1 minute. You can bet on that.
Meantime, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was busy cleaning the living room.
Oh, I not expect you home for lunch, Mr. Britt.
I didn't come home to eat, Cato. I came to discuss something with you.
What happened?
I received this at my office this morning.
Shades of ancestors. Well, that's not good. It looked like someone knew that you're a real Hornet.
That's the way it struck me.
How you think you get Hornet seal? It looked like a genuine one.
It's genuine, all right. Of course, as the Green Hornet, I've left many of them in various places. The thing that worries me is the motive in sending it to me.
Well, maybe it's wise you notify the police.
The police haven't told Cato. I gave AXFORD permission to tell them when he went to headquarters. I didn't call them immediately because I wanted to get out before they sent a plainclothesman to shadow me as a bodyguard. I prefer to work this out alone.
Well, what you do about it?
I don't know. I just can't figure out what anyone would expect to gain by sending that to me.
It would seem like if someone have definite proof that Britt Reed is Green Hornet, then he go to police quick without giving you warning of his knowledge.
Yes, that's the way I look at it. Well, who can that be?
Oh, I go see. Well, there's no one here, Mr. Britt.
Well, that's strange. Maybe someone rang by mistake.
But whoever ring, get around corner and corridor quick. They not want to be seen.
Come on, we'll have a look.
We don't have time to go far.
No, but the service door's around there.
Corridor empty.
Cato, quick. It might be a trick. Get back to the apartment.
Oh, I not think. Maybe someone want to get inside.
That's right.
Or if anyone inside, they're not able to get out except this way.
We'll go in and look around. If anyone got into my safe, I'd... What's that?
What you see, Mr. Britt?
There on the floor inside the door. It's a letter. Come inside and close the door.
Do you think someone leave letter just now?
Yes, of course. There's no stamp on it. Cato, look here.
That same as other. It's sheet of paper with Hornet seal in middle.
This is serious. Someone evidently is shadowing me. He knew I came here to my apartment.
But what anyone think to gain by leaving Hornet seals?
Playing sort of a war of nerves, Cato. Perhaps hoping that I'll make some move that'll give him definite proof that I really am the Green Hornet.
Well, police find many Hornet seals. Maybe it's some trick of official at headquarters to get proof against Britt Reed.
Yes, it could be. But first they'd have to have something that caused them to suspect me. I've always been careful where the police are concerned, and I feel certain they have no such cause.
Maybe if we plan fake kidnapping of Britt Reed by Green Hornet, it confuse person who sends seals.
No, Cato. A move like that may be just what he's looking for. I think the best thing to do right now is to ignore the letters and let him make the next move.
Oh, that perhaps better to do.
Cato, finding this note here changes things. I guess I'll return to the Sentinel building after all. Meantime, make sure no one gets into this apartment under any circumstances.
I'll be careful.
If anything suspicious happens around here, let me know at once. This will come into the open sooner or later. Until it does, we'll just watch and wait. I'll see you later, Kate.
Britt Reed returned to his office and busied himself at his desk, while Axford sat in the outer office, determined not to let Reed out of his sight again. It was mid-afternoon when...
Yes, Miss Case?
A man from the Urban Real Estate Company is on line 1, Mr. Reed. He says it's very important that he speak to you.
All right, I'll take the call.
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Reed, I'm calling from the Urban Real Estate Company.
Yes, I know. What can I do for you?
Well, there's an old brick building fronting on the side street near your apartment building.
Oh, what about it?
Well, we found out that you own that building.
Yes, I do. So what?
We have a client who wants to buy the building at your price. We'd like to bring him over to go through it.
The building is not for sale.
Well, I don't think you understand, Mr. Reed. You can ask whatever you want for it. I'm positive he'll pay it. But, of course, he does want to look it over. He wants the building regardless of its condition. I'm sure of that.
I'm sorry, but that building is not for sale. I want it myself. I hope to use that property for an important project in the future.
Well, but, Mr. Reed, after all...
The answer is still no. I'm sorry. Goodbye. So now someone's interested in looking over the old building in which we hide the Black Beauty. I wish I knew just who that someone is.
It was a little more than an hour later when Britt Reed received another phone call.
Hello?
Mr. Reed?
Yes, this is Britt Reed.
This is Bill Weber, the fire marshal.
Oh, hello, Weber. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Listen, Mr. Reed, I've had a complaint concerning the old building you own on that side street near your apartment building. I was given to understand that you're storing inflammable materials in there.
But that's not true, Weber. You can take my word for it.
That's just it, Mr. Reed. I can't take your word for it. I'll have to send an inspector out there to look it over. That's the law. I have to follow up every such complaint.
I see. Well, I'll tell you what, Marshal. I have certain reasons why I don't want people to go inside that building, but rather than to appear obstinate about it, I'll agree to its inspection. But that is, if you'll agree to do the inspecting yourself, as a favor to me.
Well, all right. I will do it myself. When may I go to see it?
I'll meet you there at 5 o'clock and take you inside myself.
Fine. I knew you'd cooperate.
Of course, anytime. I'll see you at 5 then.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now to call Cato on the private line. So there's somebody who's sending those seals who's trying to get proof against me by finding the Black Beauty, eh? At least I know he hasn't any evidence yet. I'd like to.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, listen closely. At 5 o'clock, I'm taking the fire marshal into the old building for an inspection.
Oh, that seemed like mysterious person who sent letters trying to get evidence.
Yes. Fortunately, we're prepared for the day when we might be forced to take someone inside the Black Beauty's hiding place. So you know what to do before the fire marshal and I arrive.
Yes, sir. I have everything prepared.
Good. You can look for us around 5. Keep out of sight. I'll take him directly to the old door that opens into the side street building.
Yes, sir. Everything be in readiness. I look for you at 5. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Cato. Well, Marshal, you'll be the first to see inside of this building.
Well, I'm curious, Mr. Aiden.
Come right in. Well, here it is. Now you can check for yourself.
Well, I'd never believed it. Fully equipped laboratory, looks like.
Now, that's right. You see, I dabbled in amateur photography for one thing, and, well, I like to think I'm scientific in a mild sort of way. Of course, I don't go in for experimenting with explosives or anything like that.
Well, this looks fireproof enough to suit me, Mr. Reed. I hope you'll overlook the inconvenience I've caused you. When we get such a complaint, it has to be investigated.
I know. Oh, by the way, can you tell me who made the complaint, Marshal?
Why, yes, I can. I suppose it's all right to tell you. Complaint was made by a Mr. Perry.
Perry?
Yes, he left a phone number at my office with a request that I let him know the outcome of the investigation. I'm telling him he owes you an apology.
Oh, that's all right. It doesn't matter at all.
Well, I'll be on my way now. Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye, Marshal. Cato.
I hide in dark room to listen.
I knew you'd be hiding in here somewhere. Did you hear what the Marshal said?
Oh, yes, sir. Marshal seemed quite satisfied. I hear him say complaint put in by a Mr. Perry who... Mr. Britt, you not think...
Yes, Cato, I do. I feel quite sure the Mr. Perry who put in that complaint is none other than Oliver Perry, the famous detective who has made several attempts to connect me with the Green Hornet. Mr. Oliver Perry evidently has decided to try again.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After hearing Britt Reed say he felt sure the man who had complained to the fire marshal was none other than Oliver Perry, the well-known detective, Cato stood for a moment in silence. Then he spoke.
You think he the person who sends seals?
Yes. He's the type who'd do something like that, hoping I'd make some slip or other.
Well, you think he have idea old building is a hiding place of Black Beauty?
No, I don't think so. In that case, all he'd have to do would be to shadow the place until he saw us go out sometime.
What you think then?
I think he found out that I owned this building. And he hoped to find some evidence inside that would connect Britt Reed with the Green Hornet. It wouldn't seem logical to him any more than it would to the police that I'd keep the Black Beauty so close to my living quarters.
What you think he'd do next?
Well, that's hard to say. But we'll have to be on guard. When he finds out this is a photographic laboratory, he might decide to try to investigate on his own, in hopes of finding some photographic evidence proving I'm the Hornet.
Well, perhaps it's better we not elevate Black Beauty from basement. We leave laboratory on street level like this. Then I keep close watch.
That's a good idea, Cato. Something tells me we may have a visit from Perry here in the laboratory tonight.
After receiving instructions from Britt Reed, Cato went to the laboratory carrying a large envelope containing certain incriminating items. Laying the envelope on a nearby table, Cato partly opened a drawer in a filing cabinet, leaving it that way. Then he pretended to be busy developing photographs. It was almost an hour later when he heard a sound at the door.
Someone try keys and lock. A light not discernible from outside. I hurry phone police. I hope you'll not find right key till I finish talking. Hurry. Hello, police station? You come quick. Burglar tried to break into old building on side street near Reed apartment house. Yes, sir. You hurry, please. He coming in.
What the?
You're not coming here.
Don't move, you're coming.
Must put away envelope.
Hey, wait. I told you not to move.
What did you put in that file drawer?
It's something very private. Oh, in dim light I not first know you. You, Mr. Perry.
Very clever, aren't you? Pretending you didn't recognize me. It was because you did recognize me that you put something in that file drawer. I knew you the minute I came in. You're Britt Reed's valet.
Is that true? But I have right to be here. You not have right. You put gun away and leave now.
Look, you. I'm keeping you covered with this gun. What's more, I'll use it if you don't open that file drawer within the next few minutes.
Contents of file cabinet belong to Mr. Reed. I'll not let you see them.
I think you will. All I'm interested in at the moment is the envelope you picked up and just threw in there. Get it for me.
No. I sure you not dare shoot gun.
Oh, no? Well, I'm sure that envelope contains certain proof against Britt Reed that I've been trying to get for a long time. I'll risk shooting you all right, because I know that when the police see what's in that envelope, they'll thank me for what I've done. Now, will you open that file case?
I not open it.
All right, my stubborn Filipino friend. I'll give you exactly 5 minutes by this watch. If within that time you don't unlock that file cabinet, I'll use this gun on you, shoot off the lock, and get that envelope myself. Now, take your choice. You have less than 1 minute left. Are you going to get that envelope?
But it's not good if police get evidence from envelope.
I knew it. Now you admit its importance. Listen to me, you fool. I really mean what I say. You have now only 40 seconds, and
Put on that gun! Drop it, I say.
The police?
Drop it or...
Hey, wait a minute, officer. When you hear what I have to say, you'll thank me.
Sarge. That's Oliver Perry who was holding the gun on Cato.
Oliver Perry, you say? Glory be so 'tis. Say, what's the idea, anyhow?
Well, this man, Mr. Perry, he used skeleton key to force way into laboratory. He pulled gun. Tell me to open file cabinet so he able to steal papers.
Illegal entry, is it? Attempted robbery with a lethal weapon. I always said private detectives went too far for their own good.
Hold on, Sergeant. There's a certain envelope in that top file drawer. I'm sure it contains evidence that will prove the identity of the Green Hornet.
What's that you say?
Well, that's not true, Mr. Sergeant.
Suffering snakes. If Reed had anything like that, he'd hand it over to the cops. He wouldn't hold back evidence like that. And to my way of thinking, anybody who says he would...
Wait, Mike. Hold on. Cato, you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, sir. I know.
There, see? Let him show it to you, then. And if he refuses, I insist you get a search warrant and go through that file cabinet tonight.
Listen to that sneak who breaks into people's places and then talks about insisting on a search warrant. For 2 pins and less, I get you...
Wait, Miss Axford.
Look, Cato, it'd be better to produce that envelope now. Otherwise, after what's been charged, they'll have to come back with a search warrant.
Go ahead, Cato. Reed has nothing to hide.
Well, since there's nothing else to do...
Now, Sergeant, I feel sure you're going to get a real surprise.
Here envelope, Mr. Sergeant.
Yeah. Let me open it.
What's in it, Sarge?
Great day. What's this?
Am I right, Sergeant? Is it evidence?
It's evidence, all right. This is an enlarged photocopy of a fingerprint on a blank page with a Hornet seal in the center. And this one is a copy from headquarters that was sent to Britt Reed some time ago. A copy of fingerprints taken from his wall safe. Fingerprints that proved to be yours, Perry.
What? Holy cow.
All these prints match, which proves that you, Oliver Perry, sent these Hornet seals to Mr. Reed. Now we've got an additional reason to take you in. Blackmail.
No, wait. There's some mistake.
No, it's all here, Perry. How'd you get these prints, Cato?
We bring out prints on blank paper with seal right here in laboratory. We tried just for fun.
Well, you sure did a good job. And Perry himself insisted we look into that envelope. Take him along, boys. All right.
A short time later, Britt Reed was in his apartment with Cato. And while awaiting word from police headquarters, they were listening to a news broadcast over the radio.
That's the way the situation abroad stands at the moment. Now, here's the local news item that's just come in. Oliver Perry, the detective, has just been taken into custody for sending green Hornet seals to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, and for breaking into Mr. Reed's private laboratory. Formal charges have not yet been made, but it is expected that before the night's over, Perry may be
Shut off the radio,
three
Cato.
counts,
Yes, sir.
provided that the police...
Hello? Yes? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Sergeant Burke. When do you want me to appear? I see. All right, I'll be right down. Yes, that's right. Thanks for calling. Bye. Cato, I'm going down to police headquarters to face Oliver Perry and see about preferring charges.
You want me to drive you down, Mr. Brick?
No, Cato, I'll take the coupe. There's something else I want you to do. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Here's Reed notes, sir.
Well, good evening, Sergeant Burke. I came as soon as I got your call.
Evening, Mr. Reed. I guess you've met this guy before, Oliver Perry.
Yes. I've had that doubtful pleasure.
Look here, Mr. Reed. This is all a big mistake.
Seems to me, Perry, you're always making mistakes when you cross my path. My valet told me what happened. It was hard to believe.
After what he did last time when he tried to get into your wall safe, I don't think anything's hard to believe about that guy, Reed.
Well, there's something in that, too, Axford. What's the procedure now, Sergeant?
Well, it's up to you to prefer charges against Perry, Mr. Reed. We can book him for blackmail, illegal entry, or armed robbery, if you say so.
Wow. It's an impressive list of crimes, eh, Perry?
Now, see here, Mr. Reed. I'm ready to admit I'm wrong in my suspicions against you.
Oh. Did you suspect me of something, Perry? That's interesting.
You know darn well...
All I know, Perry, is you've proved to be a big nuisance to me on several occasions. And I'm through putting up with it.
That's the way to talk, Reed.
If he's found guilty on any one of these 3 counts, Mr. Reed, he ought to be out of your hair for at least 5 years.
That would be a relief.
Now, hold on, Mr. Reed. Maybe I have been overzealous in my determination to run down the Green Hornet and thinking that you...
Glory be!
Suffering snakes, the Hornet.
Come on.
He threw this against the front door, Sarge.
Give me that. Get out some squad cars after the Hornet. Hurry up.
Right.
What is that, Sergeant?
A rock with a note tied to it.
Let's see that thing. Read the note, Sarge.
Well, let me untie it first. There.
Well, what's it say?
It says, warning to Oliver Perry.
What?
That's what it says. Listen to the rest of it. It says, I heard on a news broadcast about Perry using seals like mine. From now on, I'm out to get him. And on the bottom is a Hornet seal.
You don't say. To my way of thinking, Perry'll be better off in a jail after all.
Sure. With a Hornet out to get you, Perry, you're sure in a bad fix.
Do you really think that's from the Green Hornet?
Of course it was the Hornet. We all vouch for that.
Perry, it looks bad for you, one way or the other.
I guess I've messed things up pretty badly this time.
Perry, I've been thinking it over. There's a plane from the airport in about an hour. If Sergeant Burke will send one of his men to make sure you go down that plane, I'll refuse to press charges against you.
Well, now, that's what I call a swell offer, Perry. You better jump at it.
Yes, of course I accept. And, Mr. Reed, I apologize for causing you so much trouble.
Keep your apologies, Perry. I've heard too many of them already. Just make certain you get on that plane tonight.
All right. Shall I leave now, Sergeant?
Take him to the airport, Cassidy. See that he leaves on that plane.
Okay, Sarge. Come on, Perry.
Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
For the last time, goodbye.
Man alive. He sure looks sad-like. Perry made a mess of things this time.
Yes, didn't he? You did a nice job tonight, Sergeant. I congratulate you.
Oh, well, sure, and we only do our duty, Mr. Reed. Of course, we do have a fine department, thanks to a good city government.
Yes. The people really knew for whom they were voting when they put in our mayor. He's done a lot for the force. Well, I guess I'll run along. Coming, Axford?
Yeah, guess I might as well. You missed all the excitement, of course, sitting at home through it all. But I'm sure we're out with all that Perry mix-up. Poor Cato looked scared to death, that he did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hey, Do you think the Green Hornet was really sore at Oliver Perry like he said in that note?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Axford. He was probably just as sore as I was. Let's go home.
Select Street, head by Oliver Perry leaves town, charges dropped, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it, Green Hornet still at large, set Select Street, head by.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
We hope you enjoyed this program from RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling story, Underwater Adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. The bright moonlight was reflected on the smooth waters of a bay, and also in the gleaming black finish of the long, sleek car which sped along the shore road. It was in the small hours of the morning when traffic was negligible, and the powerful car had nothing to impede its progress as it moved like a speeding shadow on the broad, ribbon-like highway. Behind the wheel was a sinister and startling figure,
for the Green Hornet was once again on a mission in his super-powered Black Beauty. The masked figure spoke to the man beside him.
Cato, that salvage scow will be around the next bend of the shoreline.
How you know they not leave watchmen to guard diving equipment, Mr. Britt?
They probably have left someone to guard it, Cato. But he won't be looking for a visit from the Green Hornet. And so far as they know, everybody believes they're a legitimate salvage company.
Well, how will he get out to scow?
There's one of those small rubber rafts back in the luggage compartment with a small cylinder of gas to inflate it.
Oh, I not know you put it there.
We'll paddle out, board the scow, and then hope for the best. Oh, there it is now. We'll swing off the road and drive toward the shore. Then the fun will begin. Lucky we've had moonlight bright enough so we didn't have to use our lights.
Yes, sir, that good. Guard not see car moving toward shore.
Come on, Cato. We'll get the raft out of the luggage compartment. And remember, voices and sounds carry over water, so go easy.
Yes, sir. I'll be careful.
We'll carry it near the water and then open the valve.
It's not very heavy.
There. Now turn on the valve.
Yes, sir. Oh, it filled up fast.
Yes. Quite an invention. All right. Let's get it to the water. It's ready. That small paddle's stuck in the side there. Oh, wait a second. Better smear some mud on your face in case we run into trouble.
All right. Yeah, I hope we get to the scow before anyone sees us. It's not good if bullet hit rubber raft, maybe.
We'll worry about that when it happens. Okay, let's start paddling. We're alongside now. I don't see anyone.
We climb onto the scow now?
Yes. Come on.
You see anyone?
Not yet. Give me your hand.
It looked like everything quiet.
We'll take no chances. Come on. We'll look inside that small cabin.
You keep gas gun ready?
Yes. We'll probably have to use it. The door's partly open.
Guard lying on bunk.
Wait here.
Hey, who's that?
Too bad you woke up, fella.
The Hornet. If I reach my gun, you...
But you won't reach it. Take this.
Yes.
Help me put him back on the bunk.
Looked like he only person on scow.
Yes.
There. We'll enjoy a good sleep for a few hours. Now let's get to work. Come on. Diving equipment must be under that tarpaulin.
What you plan to do? Destroy equipment?
Are you kidding? I'm going to put on the diving suit and go down while you pump the air to me.
That's dangerous.
So what? Come on. Help me get the cover off. Yeah, it's all here.
But I don't understand, Mr. Britt. Why you want to go down into water in diving suit? You not tell me why we come here.
While you help me into this diving suit, Katie, I'll tell you why we came here. A little over a week ago, we had a press release from City Hall saying the city was contracting to have the bottom of the bay in the canvas out this way inspected for debris resulting from the war. You know, such as wreckage, sunken mines, and so forth. And this afternoon, I was in my office when Mike AXFORD came in and mentioned the fact that work had begun.
And we were driving along the shore road out along the bay when we saw one of them boats they do deep-sea diving from. Cause it didn't look like much of an outfit to me. The one that's doing the work, that is.
What do you mean? The salvage company mentioned by the city in that release is one of the best, with up-to-date equipment.
The dirty-looking old scow they're using up there in that cove looks like a good blow would put it under. But I guess they know their business.
Well, just where are they working, Hershman?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Remember that daring hold-up about a year ago when Spike Goritz and two others used tear gas bombs to snatch a strong box containing about $250,000 in cash?
Yes, I remember that. They grabbed it as it was being taken from the truck into the bank.
Sure, that's the job I mean. Well, Spike and the others were trailed to a cove up the bay. The car they'd used was there on the shore, and they'd set out in a motorboat.
Oh, yes. They were caught after a running battle with a police boat.
Yep, except that Spike was said to have been shot as he dived into the bay to make a getaway. The cops looked for his body but couldn't find it, and they never did get the strong box full of dough either. Both the other thugs went to the chair for killing one of the guards in that holdup.
Yes, I recall the whole case now. So it's in that cove that the salvage company's working, eh?
That's right. Funny thing, too. Just yesterday, I ran into the head of the city council, Mr. Burbank, and I asked him when they were going to get started on that work. I guess he gave me a bum steer on purpose.
What do you mean, bum steer?
Well, he glared at me. Then says the contract called for starting the work in a month, and the city was lucky to get them at it even that soon. He said us newspaper guys are always wanting them to rush things and do the impossible. Then, later that day, I saw that the work had been started. That was yesterday. So I figured Burbank gave me a bum steer on purpose.
Yes, maybe he did it that.
Yes, I'll run along to cops headquarters. I'll be getting in touch with you later, Reed.
After Axford left, I began putting two and two together. I checked with the city hall and found the work was not begun. So I decided this outfit's a phony, and probably here hunting for that strongbox.
Oh, so that it. The Green Hornet come here to find out if strongbox on bottom of bay and cove.
Yes. There. Now you can help me with the headgear. Then it's up to you to keep the pump going so I'll have air. I hope their intercommunication system works so I can talk to you from below.
Well, it looked like it in good condition. Now I put headpiece on suit. Then you'll be ready to submerge.
Working with careful haste, Cato and Brett adjusted the heavy headgear. Then, as Britt Reed slid over the side and sank into the water, Cato manned the pump. By means of earphones and mouthpiece, similar to those worn by telephone operators, Cato was in speaking contact with Britt.
You all right, Mr. Britt?
So far, everything's okay. I'm using the underwater light, but haven't reached bottom yet.
Mr. Britt? Mr. Britt?
What's the matter?
Somebody leaving shore of cove in motorboat.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I hear boat plainly. What we do, there's not much time. We must do something.
While still operating the air pump, Cato reached over and pushed a lever which started an electric wrench. Then he watched hopefully as the taut line gradually began to pull Britt Reed to the top. Meanwhile, in the approaching motorboat, two rough-looking men strained their eyes toward the moonlit deck of the scow.
Yeah, you see anyone, Spike? Yeah. Looks like someone near the pump. Cut the motor off a second. See if we can tell if the pump's still working. Okay. Hear it, Bill?
Yeah. Still going.
Good. It means whoever's snooping around there is still below. We get there before he can get topside.
Sure. And the guy at the pump won't dare stop pumping unless he wants his pal to die.
Start the motor up again.
Right.
We come up to the scow on the off side. Then if the lug at the pump decides to take a shot at us, you won't have a chance.
See, if you want me to, Spike, I'll pick him off with a bullet when we get a little closer. That is, close enough for me to spot him.
Why bother? We get him anyway. He can't leave the pump like you said a minute ago.
Yeah, we're getting there, Spike, and the pump's still going.
Well, slow down before we ram into the scow.
I'm heading for where that rope hangs over the side, Spike. And when I cut the motor off, you grab it.
Yeah. You better cut her off now. Yeah, got the rope. Now, come on, we'll go aboard. Have your rod handy.
Okay, I'm ready. You go ahead.
Right. Come on, Bill.
We'll tie this line. All right, coming.
There. Now, listen. That pump's still going. It means whoever went down to snoop is still underwater in the diver's suit.
Yeah. The other guy must know we're here, but he can't do nothing.
Let's go forward and get things settled. Come on. All right, you can stop pumping now.
No. If I stop, air not get into diver suit.
Well, now ain't that too bad, Spike? If he stops, his friend won't get any air.
Oh, wait a minute. Go on. Keep on pumping. I got another idea.
Yeah, you must have heard us coming. How come you didn't start the winch going? Try to get your friend out of the water.
Never mind that, Bill. Dirty face don't look too bright anyway. Maybe that's why.
What you do now?
And before I answer that question, I want to ask you one.
Come on, Spike. We're wasting time. Let's get this over with.
Ah, wait a minute, Bill. All right, you. Now tell me, who went down in that diving suit and why'd he go?
It's better I not tell you.
Well, listen to him.
Look, you'll tell me, all right. 'Cause if you don't, I just make you stop pumping and leave your friend where he is.
If I tell you, then you'll help get him up, perhaps?
Sure, we'll help you get him up. Won't we, Bill?
Oh, that's right. If you say we will, Spike, then he can count on it.
Well, I tell you, man who go down in diving suit, he is Green Hornet.
Hey, what's that you said?
You said the Green Hornet. Well, what do you know? This is
Now,
luck.
look, Spike, we can't help him bring the Green Hornet up. He's too slick. Why not just let him stay below and make this guy stop pumping air to him?
No, you not do that.
Oh, don't worry. Keep on pumping.
But, Spike, we
don't
can't-
worry, Bill. That pumping won't do any good in a minute.
What you do with knife?
Yeah, Spike, what are you going to do?
Just this.
No, you not cut airline.
Oh, yeah? Watch. That did it. Now, even the Green Hornet couldn't save himself now.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Spike, Bill, and Cato stood watching the bubbles appear on the surface of the water where the severed air hose had sunk. Then Spike turned to Cato and spoke.
Now, you sneaking rat, we settled with you. And your pal, the Green Hornet, won't ever show up again to help you out.
Oh, I don't know about that, Spike Garland.
Hey, what the...
Don't blow over, you're both covered.
Holy mackerel, Spike, it's a Hornet. Well, it can't be. That mug said the Hornet was in the diving suit.
That's a trick. The guy lied to us.
No, he didn't lie to you. You asked him who had gone down in the diving suit. He told you the truth when he said the Green Hornet had.
Then how did you get here?
My friend here heard you putting out from shore. By fast work, I managed to get up on deck and out of the suit. Then we sent the empty suit down again, and he continued to pump air to fool you. Which gave me a chance to get the drop on.
Oh, yes, and now diving suit not be of use to you any longer.
Well, what do you intend to do now, Hornet?
Look, girl, the police think you're dead, but as I see it, you escaped. And knowing the hiding place of the stolen bank money, you came here to find it.
So what? The cops did plug me with a bullet when I went over the side in that fight, but it wasn't serious. And I'm a darn good swimmer, see? I swam underwater till I was far enough away. Then I managed to get to shore. But if you think I'm going to let you spoil everything without putting up a fight right now...
Maybe I don't intend to spoil things for you, Spike.
What do you mean?
I know there's a fortune below. If you'd found it, you wouldn't still be here, right?
Go on.
Well, let's work together. There's enough for all of us down there.
Now, take it easy, Spike. Don't trust this mug.
I just stood by and watched you as you thought you were taking my life. Now I'm in a position to take yours. I'm giving you a chance. If you want to take it.
All right, Hornet. We'll play along.
Good.
What are we going to use for a diving suit, Spike? The only one we had's at the bottom of the bay now.
Tell you what, Hornet. If you want a share of what's down there, it's up to you to get another diving suit.
Well, that isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, for the Green Hornet it ought to be. You can grab one from the warehouse of the Ace Salvage Company at the foot of 3rd Street in town. They keep them stored in a room at the back facing the water.
Okay, I'll make a try for one. Then we'll meet you here tomorrow night on this scow.
It's a deal. Come on, we'll take you over to show on the motorboat. And be sure you get that diving suit or we'll all be out of luck. Let's get going.
Later, Britt and Cato were back in their apartment, talking over the events of the evening.
Mr. Britt, you really mean to go through with the deal you make with Spike Gorlitz?
Right up to a certain point, Cato. Gorlitz is the only one who can readily locate that strongbox. What I want to do is to make sure he does locate it, then act.
But they killers. There'll be 3 of them. You not forget man we put out with gas gun.
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll be ready for any trouble.
You plan to steal diving suit?
Yes. And that will be where the trail will start for the police to follow.
But if we go on scow, too, and police come, the danger that they trap Hornet along with Gorlitz and pals.
I'll have to take that chance. We'll go out tomorrow night and hope for the best.
The following evening, Britt and Cato were ready to carry out their plans.
We go directly to warehouse from here, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Then after we get the suit, if we do get it, we'll give the police our trail to follow out to the scow. And it must be done so it doesn't look like a double cross. Otherwise, Spike will get suspicious and will refuse to go down in the suit. Come on, let's get started.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Arriving at the waterfront, Britt found the back part of the warehouse deserted. Taking Cato with him, he found it fairly simple matter by means of certain small instruments he always carried which would open any door or window to effect an entrance. Taking one of the diving suits, he and Cato made their way back to the Black Beauty, parked in the shadows alongside the warehouse.
Here we are, Cato. Open the luggage compartment.
Yes, sir. It opened.
All right, in with it. We'll drive out along the bay to the cove where Spike is to meet us with a boat. But on the road, just this side of the cove, I noticed a gas station. You can phone the police from there. That'll give us time to get Spike down in the diving suit.
Good, nobody...
Stop, I say!
Warehouse guard.
Get going, Cato. Since that guard saw us leaving, it may interfere with our plans, Cato.
How you mean?
The police will be on the lookout now, and it may not give us time to get to the scow as we planned. Especially if they spot us and follow.
Well, that not be good. Spike and friends find out police follow, they leave in hurry.
Yes, that's what I don't want. Spike is an escaped killer. I want the police to get him.
We hope police not get on trail of Hornet too soon, then.
Yes. Well, so far we've been lucky. Step on it. We'll soon be on the shore road.
Meantime, on the outskirts of the city, a patrol car waited at a crossroad.
Well, AXFORD, we're on the hunt for that spalpeen the Hornet again. That warehouse guard said he was headed this way.
Say, Sarge, wonder why the Hornet would want to steal a diving suit. That's a new one on me.
No telling, Mike. That guy's liable to steal anything, to my way of thinking. But you can bet your bottom dollar he had a good reason for doing it, and a reason that spells trouble for the police force.
Lucky we were out this way in that other car when you heard that radio warning. Maybe we're in time to head him off.
That's what I'm hoping to do.
Here comes a car heading for the shore road. And they're sure moving fast, Sarge.
Yeah, but if it's just another speedster, he's in luck. Because we ain't going to waste time following him.
Hey, look at him come.
Yeah, I've a good mind it.
Holy crow, that's him. That's the Hornet.
So it is. Get going, Cassidy. Step on it and don't let him out of your sight.
Yep.
That looked like a police car waiting at Crossroad, Mr. Britt.
You're right, Cato. And they're following us. Spike hears that siren. He'll skip and we'll never find him. Slide over here and let me take the wheel.
Yes, sir.
Easy careful. Easy now.
What you plan to do?
I'll turn inland at the next road and try to lose him. There's a road just up ahead.
Will you smoke screen, perhaps?
Not yet. I want the police to get far enough away from the shore road so they won't spoil things. Then we'll use the smoke screen. Here's the turn.
Driving far inland, Britt led the police away from the shore road. Then, using the smoke screen and the Black Beauty, he managed to get a good lead on them. Still at high speed, he doubled around until he had again reached the shore road. Within a short time, he reached the cove where they were to meet Spike Gorlitz.
I'll have to move fast. I want to get the diving suit into Spike's boat before the police show up. They're bound to come this way soon. Come on.
Here comes Spike and friend.
Well, Hornet, you get what you went after?
Of course. It's in the back of the car. There it is. Better than the one you had, too.
Help me with this, Bill. Sure. I'll carry it to the motorboat. Come on, Hornet. Here we are. I'll lay it into the boat, Bill.
Right.
There. Okay, Hornet. You and your helper can get in now.
Hey, listen, the cops.
Hey, they must have followed the Green Hornet.
We better scram and
Yeah,
fast.
come on.
Wait a minute, Spike. You're not going anyplace.
Hey, look, the guy's got a gun. He must be nuts.
Hey, what's the idea? The cops are after you, too.
I'm taking that chance.
All right, rush him, Bill.
I expected this.
I'll get this, Mud.
I think not.
Oh! Hey, knock Bill out. Let's scram, Hornet. I'll make a good deal with you.
Take this, Keller.
Yes. Yes, God.
We need quick, before they find Black Beauty.
Come on, hurry.
Come on, Cassidy. There's the motorboat.
Yeah. And the moon's bright enough to show two guys laying on the ground. Wait up for me.
Come on.
Hey, Sarge, the Hornet. He's leaving. Come on, follow.
No, we got something here we can lay our hands on. Let's have a look.
Suffering snakes. Two guys stretched out cold.
Let me put my light on them. Great day. Look there.
What are you great daying about?
That mug is Spike Gorlitz.
Are you sure? I thought he was dead.
Well, he ain't. That's him right there.
Hey, Sarge. Look here in the motorboat.
Well, what do you know? A diving suit. Must be the one the Hornet stole tonight.
Wonder what they'd want that for.
For diving, no doubt. Look out there, a salvage scow.
I know. Burbank and the city council told me they hadn't started work yet. But I saw that scow there, so I knew
Hold
there
on,
was...
Axford. I know the city hasn't started that work yet. There's only one answer. Spike Gorlitz dumped that strong box of money in the bay when they were making their getaway. He's come back to find it.
Say, I'll bet you're right at that, Sarge.
You're darn tootin' I'm right. We'll get divers to work right away until they get that money. It'll be a feather in the cap for the police. Getting back the bank money and catching Spike Gorlitz.
That's right, Sarge. I give you credit.
Well, maybe we didn't get the Green Hornet. But by chasing him, we got these killers. A chance to get the dough for the bank. Let's get them back to town. I'll radio Harbor Police to raid that scow in case there's others out there.
At least the Green Hornet didn't get his hands on that dough. And wait till he hears we caught his pals.
Don't be stupid, Mike. Didn't he leave him here for us by gassing him? He's hard to figure out, that Hornet. But believe you me, he's nobody's fool. You can bet on that.
Police find bank funds in Bay. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet
Well, the police were really on their toes in the Green Hornet adventure you have just heard. And to be assured of an efficient police force in any city, it's up to the people to vote for the right officials who are to head their city government. When you vote, make sure of the candidate first. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Rat Book. The Green Hornet strikes again. There was a look of determination on the face of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, as he dictated an editorial to his secretary, Lenore Case.
And furthermore, the Daily Sentinel is determined to get facts showing that an influential politician in the state legislature... Am I going too fast, Miss Case?
No, sir.
Oh, let's see, where was I?
That an influential politician in the state legislature...
Oh, yes. Is using his influence to block a bill which would be for the good of the people, and in the long run for the good of the industries concerned. If and when such facts are forthcoming, the Daily Sentinel will publish those facts and name names. Do you have all that?
Yes, sir. Are you pointing a finger at any particular politician in this article?
Well, not exactly. But I have my suspicions about State Senator Carberry. He has great influence and always seems to work undercover.
Well, what industry is affected by the bill in question?
All state publishing companies, and incidentally, the newspaper industry. It would mean certain regulations, but on the whole would be beneficial. I'm for the bill myself, but there are others who probably don't want that bill and would pay to have it blocked. If we could get proof that they were paying...
Well, now I get it. You think some politician may be taking a bribe.
That's right. AXFORD's working on it. But after lunch, I'm going to see Carberry and have a talk. He may drop some remark that'll give me something to go on.
Oh, you're friendly with Carberry, then.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I know him well enough to call on him. Anyway, I'll make it a professional call. Now, get that down to Gunnigan as soon as you can, will you?
He'll have it within half an hour. I'll go right out and type the copy.
Later that morning, in the office of Henry Longmont, head of a large publishing house, Bert Masters, the company treasurer, was vehemently denouncing the bill.
I tell you, Mr. Longmont, if that bill goes through, it means we'll have state inspectors coming in here twice a year to go over our books.
Well, we won't object to that. And the practice will weed out financially unstable companies that are really running rackets. I say it's a good bill, Masters.
Well, of course, I see your point. By the way, didn't you say you were going to the state building this afternoon?
If I get time, I intend to drop in there for a few minutes. Why?
State Senator Carberry phoned to see if we'd send him a copy of our latest book.
Oh.
He couldn't get one. I thought you might take it over and drop it into him.
Well, I guess I can. I have a luncheon engagement at the Civic Club, but after that, I'll take it to his office. Of course, Masters, you could send one of the boys over with it.
I know, but I thought it would be a nice gesture if you or I took it to him. And since you're going to the state building anyway...
All right, I'll take it. Remind me of it before I leave.
I'll wrap a copy and bring it into you so you won't forget it. I'm sure Carberry will appreciate the fact that you brought the book over yourself. I'll go have it wrapped right now.
It was a little before noon when State Senator Carberry received a private phone call.
Hello.
This is Bert Masters calling.
I thought it might be, since the call came on the private line. What's up?
Longmont fell for it. He agreed to bring the book over to you personally.
When is he coming?
Probably between 1 and 2 o'clock. He has a luncheon date at noon at the Civic Club. Make sure your secretary doesn't take the book from him.
I'll see that she's out at that time. And I'll leave my office door open so he'll feel he has to come in and hand it to me.
Okay, Carberry. The rest is up to you. Let me know how it turns out.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Meantime, Henry Longmont had gone to the Civic Club to keep his luncheon engagement, an engagement with Britt Reed. The two men talked through a leisurely lunch.
I've certainly enjoyed talking to you, Henry. It's nice to see we see eye to eye on the subject.
Britt, between you and me, do you think someone might be, persuading Carberry to block that bill?
Well, frankly, I've been wondering about Carberry myself. I thought I'd drop in there this afternoon and sort of, feel him out a bit.
Oh, by the way, what's the time, Britt?
1:20. I didn't realize it was so late.
Neither did I. I planned to go over to the state building, but now it's too late. I have an appointment back at my office at 2.
Well, we'd better get moving.
Britt, will you do something for me?
Of course. What is it?
This is a book that I was going to take over to Carberry's office. Will you give it to him?
Sure, glad to, Henry. Well, call me again soon and we'll have lunch together again.
All right, Britt. Hate to rush off, but you know how it is.
Well, I sure do. Goodbye.
Meantime, Carberry paced the office floor, looking at his watch from time to time. Finally, he called out.
Joe, a minute.
What's the matter, boss?
The party I'm expecting seems to be a little late. I want to be sure you know what you're going to do.
Sure, I think I got it all straight.
I don't want any slip-up. You'll be in that doorway over there that's covered by that large tapestry. You'll be able to watch for the peepholes in the tapestry.
I'll be watching.
When you see him hand me a package, that's when you start things going. You understand?
Sure. I got it, boss.
Good. Now go on back and be ready. And as soon as you're through, beat it.
Sure, you can count on me, boss.
I will. There must be Longmont in the other office. Good night, Hornet.
Thanks. I didn't see your secretary out
Oh,
there.
Mr. Reed, I was expecting someone else.
I came in to have a talk with you, Senator. I thought we might...
Sorry, Mr. Reed, but I have another appointment right now. If you care to come back later, perhaps you...
Well, just as you say. Oh, by the way, Mr. Longmont asked me to give you this book. He intended to drop by with it, but had to go back to his office.
Well. So Longmont gave you the book to bring to me, eh? Sit down, Mr. Reed. Sit right down.
Thanks. But I thought you said you had
As long as you're here, I'll let my other appointment wait. Yes, I'm very glad you did drop in. Very glad.
It's nice of you to say so.
By the way, I bought a copy of your paper while I was out to lunch. The early afternoon edition has a very interesting editorial in it. Very interesting indeed.
Glad you think so.
So your paper is really out to get the facts, hmm?
That's right. And when we do get them, we'll print them.
Naming names, I believe, is the term you used in that editorial.
Exactly, Senator. At least the public knows where I stand on that bill by now.
Yes. Up to now, I guess they do.
What do you mean by up to now?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Mr. Reed. But then who's to know what your stand might be later on?
I've taken my stand for the bill, and I intend to stick by it. How do you feel about the bill, Senator Carberry?
My stand will be made known when the bill comes up for a vote, Mr. Reed.
You believe in being non-committal, is that it?
If you want to look at it that way, yes.
But you must have some idea about it. You can't straddle the fence on a thing as important as that.
Who knows? Before you leave here, you may know just where I do stand on that bill.
Frankly, you'd have no reason to put pressure against it unless...
Unless I might gain personally by doing so. Is that what you started to say?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Senator.
Even though you thought it. But no matter. You have the right to think as you please, as long as you don't print what you think. Clever observation, huh?
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Would you mind handing me that book you so kindly brought to me?
Here it is.
Thank you. Let me open it. I'm sure you'll be interested.
What's the title of the... that's not a book.
No, it's a book cotton. Look here.
$100 bills.
Yes. Look at that. 20,000 in $100 bills.
Well, of all the... Do you mean to say Longmont sent you that as a bribe?
I haven't said anything, Mr. Reed. You're drawing your own conclusions.
After seeing this, Carberry, there's nothing can stop the Sentinel from naming names.
Now, don't be too hasty, my friend.
I can believe it of you. But I'd never believe that Henry Longmont would stoop to giving you a bribe.
But your own? Henry Longmont didn't give me a bribe.
I'm glad to hear you say that anyway. But you can believe me when I say I'll find out who did.
Why not ask me? I'm perfectly willing to tell you.
Why, oh, Balder. Okay, I'll ask you. Who did give you that money?
Why, you did, of course.
What? Oh, I know I carried it in here, but that doesn't mean anything. What I want to know
but
is...
I still say, you did. You see, I have direct proof.
What do you mean by direct proof?
From the moment you took that package in your hand to give it to me, a moving picture camera focused through a hole in that tapestry started running. I now have visible proof that you gave me this money and stood here while I opened it.
You're lying, Carberry.
No, Mr. Reed. I'm not lying.
But you had no way of knowing I was coming here.
That's it. I was prepared to photograph Longmont. But fate played into my hands. I'd much rather have proof to hold against you. And I've really got it.
But you don't dare use it. You'd incriminate yourself, Carberry.
Don't be a fool, Reed. I'll use it, all right. Unless you do an about-face in your editorial, coming out against that bill by tomorrow's edition of the Daily Sentinel. I'll send a series of prints showing the whole transaction to the Clarion newspaper, saying you tried to bribe me, but I turned you down. Now, think that over on your way out, Mr. Reed.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After hearing State Senator Carberry's ultimatum that he'd turn the incriminating pictures over to the Clarion newspaper by morning unless the editorial policy of the Daily Sentinel was changed, Britt Reed glared angrily at the senator for a moment. Then, assuming his usual poise, he smiled and spoke.
Thanks for the interview, Carberry. It's turned out to be most interesting. I'll be seeing you again. Good day.
So much poise and self-control in a man can be dangerous. Joe! Joe!
I beat it into the back room after I got the picture, boss. I sort of expected that guy to take a gander behind the tapestry. But the dope took your word for it.
Joe, you should learn to size up a man better than that.
What do you think he'll do now?
The logical thing, of course. He'll get in touch with Longmont immediately. And ask him what the devil's the idea of sending him into a trap.
That isn't good, Senator. Longmont will tell him the truth about getting the rat book carton from Masters. And then Reed will go after Masters.
Joe, you have quite a logical mind. That's exactly what I figure Reed will do. But he must not get to Masters.
I get it. It's to be curtains for Masters, eh?
No, Joe. Not for Masters. If Britt Reed doesn't get to Longmont, he won't find out about Masters at all. It's up to you to get to Longmont first. I'll be on your way. Meantime, I'll phone Masters.
Hello?
Masters, this is Carberry. Things turned out better than I dared hope. A bigger fish fell into the net.
What do you mean?
I had a visit from Mr. Britt Reed a few months ago.
You mean Reed brought in... That is, you've got pictures.
I have some wonderful pictures. But we'll have when they're developed.
But if he and Longmont...
Has Longmont come back yet?
Yes.
I suggest you give Joe an opportunity to see Mr. Longmont. Preferably on the outside.
But, look here, Senator.
Careful, Masters.
You don't mean... But I can't allow Joe to...
see Longmont. Then he'll necessarily have to see you. Joe's on the way over there now.
Okay. I'll arrange things right away. Goodbye. I'd better get Longmont on the dictograph.
Yes?
This is Bert Masters. Listen, Henry, I forgot to tell you. But you and I are due at a reception for one of our authors out at the Lakeshore Club. Can you leave right away?
I wish you'd tell my secretary about appointments like that so that I can be prepared. Well, I'll be with you in about 5 minutes.
Fine, I'll be waiting. I'll run down and tip Joe off. Must be outside by this time.
I'll drive out the boulevard. That's the quickest way.
Yes, it is. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I almost forgot a very important matter. I'll have to run back up to the office. It'll be about 10 minutes.
Well, in that case,
Look,
then
no use you waiting. You'd better go out so one of us is on time. I'll follow shortly in my own car.
Well, all right. See you out there later.
Later, Britt Reed entered the outer office of his own office suite, where Lenore Case was busy typing.
Miss Case, I've just come from Mr. Longmont's office. I left word for him to call me right away. He was out when I got there, and his secretary didn't know where he'd gone.
Well, if he calls, I'll switch the call in immediately.
No, don't bother. Just tell him to stay in his office until I get there. Then let me know.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to have that... Hello?
Casey, this is Mike Axford. Let me speak to Reed.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Reed's right here. It's Axford calling you, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Axford. What's up?
Plenty, Reed. I'm at Cobb's headquarters, and I just called in a hot story to rewrite. I thought you'd like to know since you knew the guy.
Knew the guy? What are you talking about?
Henry Longmont, that's who.
Longmont? What about him?
He cracked up in his car out on the boulevard, and when the cops got there, they found a bullet hole in his head. They've decided Longmont was murdered.
Longmont murdered? Great Scott.
I knew you'd be surprised, Reed.
I am, plenty. Stay there and keep me posted. Let me know right away if the police find any clues to the killer.
Okay, Reed. I'll keep you posted. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Miss Case, call Gunnigan and tell him to run the editorial I wrote on the front page.
It was dusk when Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt discussed the situation with his trusted servant.
I could get the least inkling of why a man like Longmont should put me on the spot.
Well, perhaps it's not Longmont's idea, Mr. Britt. There's someone else give the package to him, maybe.
Cato, that might be so. If there was some way to... Yeah, maybe there is a way. Come on. We're going out in the Black Beauty. Maybe the Green Hornet can find out a few facts that Britt Reed can't get to. Let's go.
Shortly after midnight, Britt Reed, as the Green Hornet, skillfully effected an entrance to Senator Carberry's office in the State Building. Then, returning to the apartment, Britt and Cato went to the private laboratory, where they were busy for some time. Finally, they stood examining the result of their work.
I was lucky to get the wrapper from Carberry's wastebasket before the cleaning women got to it. This is a copy of the fingerprint I lifted from Carberry's phone for comparison.
We find 4 fingerprints on wrapper.
Yes. This print matches one of them, so that's Carberry's. That one there I recognize as my own.
One of other 2 must be Longmont's fingerprint.
Right. And the 4th one could be a person who gave the package to Longmont.
Well, perhaps it print of one of the wrapping boys.
No. If Longmont had planned the frame-up, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to let one of the boys wrap that money. He would have wrapped it himself.
Then you think that...
I think Longmont was an innocent middleman. I'm sure he didn't send me into that trap intentionally. But the book carton did come from his place. It could be someone connected with his publishing house.
Well, how you find out?
Longmont's publishing company did war work, Cato. Therefore, they'd have fingerprints of everyone in the personnel files. Come on. The Green Hornet will try to get a look at those files tonight.
Going out once more in the Black Beauty, Britt and Cato soon arrived in the shadows near the small building housing the executive offices of Longmont's company. Since the offices were on the ground floor, it was a simple matter for Britt Reed to force entry by means of one of the windows. Then he and Cato moved cautiously down the hall.
Here's the personnel office, Cato. I'll use the skeleton key. Come on, use the flashlight.
There are many files here.
Yes, but it won't take long with the 2 of us. It would have to be one of the executives who'd get his hands on all that money for bribing purposes. Let's start looking. No, not that one. No. Here's the executive file, Cato. Hold the flash close and keep those prints we made in the light so we can compare.
They're card with Longmont name.
Yes, let's see. Yes, that one matches this print. Now, there's one more. No, that doesn't match. Neither does that. No, that one. Wait a minute. Look here. Hey, that's Cato.
Name say Mr. Bert Masters, treasurer.
He's our man. Longmont mentioned him today. Someone coming. To the window. Quick. Hurry, Cato.
What the? Somebody's fallen out the window.
After escaping from Longmont's offices, Britt removed his Hornet disguise, then had Cato drop him off near a payphone. A short time later, Bert Masters received a phone call at his home.
Hello?
Bert Masters?
Yes, I'm Masters. What do you want?
Longmont got his, and you're next on the list. You know too much.
What's that? Who are you? Hello? Hello? Oh, Carberry. He ordered Joe to get Longmont, now he's sending him after me. I found I'll get to Carberry first. With him out of the way, Joe will listen to me.
Later, at Carberry's apartment.
Who can that be? Well, Masters, what brings you here? Come in. Listen, Carberry. Where's Joe? Is he here? Let's come over here. Put away that gun and come to your senses. I have come to my senses. Call Joe. Very well. Joe!
I'm just coming in there, Senator.
Joe won't like seeing that gun, Masters.
Say, boss, I got them all here. These pictures are really...
Hey. What's going on here? Get over there near Carberry, Joe. Humor him, Joe. Okay, but I don't like it. Now, you two, listen to me. I was willing to help Carberry frame Longmont. Framing Reed and killing Longmont was Carberry's own idea. You know, Joe.
So what? What's the score?
Masters, you made the plans that took Longmont to his death. So that gives as much on your shoulders as ours. If Reed had gone to Longmont, found out the truth. And then you planned to have Joe kill me as he did Longmont, huh?
See, nutty, boss. He sent Longmont out of the boulevard so I can bump him off, and now he's trying to...
Drop it on you. Drop it.
What the... Green Hornet. He's got the drop on you, Masters. You better act quick and drop it.
So you hired the Hornet to...
You think too much. Take this.
Hornet, I'm indebted to you for this, as much as I hate to admit it.
I'll take those prints and the film.
Hey, boss, he got
Shut
it.
up, you.
Well, that leaves just you and me, Hornet. Now we can come to some terms that we...
I don't deal with cheap politicians or killers.
Well, you... I'll pick up that gun.
You left that gun? Here's some gas you can't use on the Senate floor.
No, wait.
Now we'll tie them up, leave a note saying they plotted Longmont's death, and call the police. Go on, get busy.
Later, in Reed's apartment...
Reed, you could have killed me with a feather when I found out Carberry worked with them other two to kill off Longmont.
Did the police get a confession?
Not from Carberry, but the other two confessed all over the place, blaming each other in Carberry. How a guy like that gets to be a state senator, I'd like to know.
By getting the votes of people who don't know anything about it.
He was taking bribes, which was bad enough. Then to plot murder to cover up. Holy crow. 'Twas the Hornet who got him caught, too.
The Hornet, eh? Well, I'd like to congratulate him for doing the people a good turn by showing up Carberry and his group.
You'd be talking to yourself if you tried to congratulate that Hornet, Reed. You'd never get that close to him, says I.
Press the extra paper. Carberry and actress indicted for murder. Hired gunman held. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel extra paper.
copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Prodigal Brother. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, had just finished signing some letters which his secretary, Lenore Case, had brought to his desk when the phone rang.
I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Hello, this is Senator Burnley. Is Mr. Reed there?
Oh, yes, Senator. Just a moment. It's State Senator Burnley.
Oh, yes. Hello, Jim. What's on your mind this morning?
How are you, Britt? I called to ask you to meet me for lunch at the Civic Club.
Well,
I know it's almost noon now, but I have a very special reason for wanting you to come. How about it?
I guess I can make it. What time?
Let's say 1 o'clock. Is that all right with you?
Fine. 1 o'clock it is then.
Good. I have a pleasant surprise for you, so don't stand me up. I'll be expecting you.
I'll be there.
I'll be there waiting for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Burnley usually makes his appointments well in advance. I'm curious to know why he wants to lunch with me on such short notice.
Well, it won't be long before your curiosity is satisfied.
A little before 1 o'clock, Britt Reed entered the dining room at the Civic Club and approached Senator Burnley's table.
Hello, Jim. Here I am. Well, this is an agreeable surprise. I thought we were lunching alone.
I told you I'd have a pleasant surprise for you. Pamela, I present Mr. Reed.
How do you do, Mr. Reed?
You're the first to know, Britt. Pamela is Mrs. Burnley, my wife. We were married secretly last night.
Well, may I wish you happiness, Mrs. Burnley.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Jim.
Thank you, Britt.
This is quite a bit of news, Jim, and since I'm the first to know, I'll have a scoop for the Daily Sentinel on your wedding.
That's right.
Oh, does your family live here in the city, Mrs. Burnley?
Well, frankly, Mr. Reed, I have no family. I did live with an older brother, Frank. Frank Hobart. That was our family name. When the war broke out, Frank went into the Merchant Marine. We were very close. As far as I know, he was lost at sea.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yet I've never been sure. I didn't receive any official notification, and when I inquired, they couldn't find Frank's record.
That's strange.
Yes, I felt so, too. I put through the inquiry for Pamela. She says they had no record of his enlistment.
That's why I still hope that someday Frank will come back.
For your sake, I hope he does.
I know that's the one thing that would make Pamela completely happy. Isn't it, darling?
Yes, Jim. It is.
Well, Britt, here comes a waiter with your lunch. I took the liberty of ordering for you. Now we'll get down to celebrating our wedding in earnest.
It was later that afternoon when Bart Sartell, smooth big-time crook and racketeer, had a visit from one of his henchmen in his office at his roadhouse.
What do you want, Fingers?
Listen, Bart. There's something here in the Sentinel I want you to see.
What is it?
See that picture on the front page?
Classy-looking young doll. Just married to Senator Burnley, huh? But, why are you showing this to me?
I got a reason, as you'll soon find out. You remember a few weeks ago I told you I could get a young guy to help out on jobs? A guy just out of the pen?
Yeah, I remember. And you brought around young Mercer. I've been giving him dough to live on, yet he's backed out of every job we've pulled so far.
Bart. Read that part. Right there.
Okay. Mrs. Burnley's only brother, Frank Hobart, joined the Merchant Marine. And the ship upon which he sailed, according to Mrs. Burnley, was lost at sea with all hands. It was the Aurora, sunk by a submarine in the Atlantic in 1943. Well, what about it?
Mercer is really Frank Hobart, and that dame is his sister.
What?
I know it for sure.
Well, if that's really true, then I can... What makes you think he's Frank Hobart?
He's got a picture of that doll in his wallet. I saw it once. Not only that, I knew him as Frank Hobart when he was framed for having phony gas coupons and got sent up.
Framed?
Sure. I can prove that, too.
What's that?
I learned from you to play smart and keep things just in case. This is a note I got from Luke Roselle when he owned a few gas stations. Frank Hobart ran one of them. Luke decided the guy was getting too smart. Well, here, read it.
Bring over some of those phony gas coupons. I'm planting them at Hobart's station tonight. Luke. Say, I'd like to keep this.
No, you don't. I keep that just so if Luke ever got out of bounds with me. I'm not a squealer, but it's a sort of protection. What about Hobart now?
If he is her brother, we could shake her down for plenty of dough. Even the senator would pay up with elections coming on. If I only had some definite proof that Mercer is really Frank Hobart, I could... Where is he now?
In the other room, lying on the couch, sleeping.
Get him in here.
Sure, right away. Hey, Mercer.
Huh?
Bart wants to see you.
Okay.
Hurry it up, he's waiting.
Yeah. What's he want, Fingers?
Come on in and I'll tell you.
Well, here I am.
Take a look at this, Mercer.
All right. What's...
I see you recognize the girl.
No, I just noticed a strange name, that's all.
I see. Grab him, Fingers.
Right. Hey, let me go. What's the idea?
Just have a look at your wallet, Mercer.
Hey, give me that wallet.
Well. Picture of the same girl. And here's a card. A registration card. Frank Hobart, age 23. Black curly hair, blue eyes. You're 28 now. Yeah. That's about right. I'll keep these, Hobart. Let go of them, Fingers.
Okay. But you better not get funny.
Well, now, look, Bart. Those are no use to you. What do you want them?
have a big job to pull off tomorrow night. You're going to help. If you don't, perhaps that sister of yours will be willing to pay a lot to keep her husband, Senator Burnley, from knowing her brother was a convict.
Oh, no. No, please, Bart. Now, look, I was free and honest. And if I really went out and helped pull a job, I just can't do it, that's all. Someday I hope to prove I was framed. Till then, it's best he thinks I'm dead. There's a lot I can do for you, but don't...
Well, tomorrow night, Hobart, you're going with us and do your part.
Now, wait, Bart, listen. I used to live with my sister. She was away for a few days when the cops picked me up. I left a note saying I was joining the Merchant Marine. A prison guard I knew joined up and came to see us. He said he was on the Aurora. I gave him a letter to mail saying I was on that ship.
So what?
I never wrote again. Then I read that the Aurora was lost with all aboard. So I decided to let her think I was dead. Don't spoil it all, Bart. I'll make it up some way, honest.
Quite a story, Hobart. But, as I said before, you're going along with us and do your part tomorrow night.
It was after 6 o'clock when Mike Axford entered the outer office where Miss Case was preparing to leave for the night.
Hey, Casey, how you feeling after a short day's work?
Where have you been? Mr. Reed expected you in much earlier than this.
Suffering snakes. Is Reed still here?
Yes, he is.
Guess I better go in and tell her what held me up.
Yes. You better think of a good one. Fast.
I just tell him the truth, that's all.
Well, let's hope he doesn't check up on what you tell him. Good night, Michael.
Good night.
Okay, out with it. What delayed you this time?
Well, as I passed the grill down the block, I felt the need of a bit of coffee, so I went in. I was sitting at the counter when I heard the waiter having words with a guy in the booth just behind.
Now look, Bud, in the first place you're drunk and we can't serve you any more to drink. In the second place, you haven't put down enough to pay for what you did have.
Who says I'm drunk, huh? I'm not drunk. You're the one who's drunk, that's who.
Now listen, I haven't time to bother with you. You owe me $1.40 more. Cork it over and then beat it out of here.
Hold on there a second, me good man.
What are you butting in for, mister?
Here, just take this door and calm down.
Oh, sure, thanks. You better get that friend of yours out of here so he can sober up.
Look, mister, you better let me help you get outside. What do you say?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Waiter says I'm drunk. You know what he's talking about.
Oh, come on. Easy now.
Who are you?
I'm with the Daily Sentinel.
The Sentinel, huh? That's the paper that got me into trouble. You saw that paper. I gotta do what he says. I gotta keep poor little Pam from knowing. Pick on my sister, will I? Poor little Pam. Little Pam. Oh, my head.
Easy now. Where do you live?
I got a room on 10th Street. Well, it's at 10th Street. 20110. Just a dump. Live on the first floor. Just a dump.
20110, eh? Well, no, I'll stick you in a cab and I'll pay the driver. No, on second thought, I'll go along. Now, just steady yourself a minute while I get a cab. Taxi! Taxi! So you see, Reed, that's why I was late getting back. I was afraid he'd go back to that grill and get in trouble if I sent him off alone. The poor guy. He sure was upset about something, seemed like.
I see. Well, I guess you did the right thing, Axford. I'm going on home. You'd better go see what Donovan wants. He's been waiting for you.
Okay, Reed. I go right down to the city room now.
Oh, Axford and his good deeds. Someday. Chad mentioned the Sentinel. Spoke of his sister Pam and the trouble. I wonder if the Green Hornet could find out just what it's all about.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Britt Reed left the Sentinel office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, let's forget dinner for the time being.
Well, why you not eat now, Mr. Britt?
Pamela is an unusual name, Cato. And Pam is an unusual nickname. They could be connected.
Oh, that's a strange answer. I ask you why you not eat.
Oh, yes, about dinner. Cato, I want to investigate something. Or rather, I want to talk to a certain young man.
Oh, you mean Green Hornet go to see man, perhaps?
Yes. There may be no connection. But if it should turn out as I hope, we'd be helping clear up something for a good friend of mine. And perhaps at the same time get another person out of trouble.
Will we go out now, then, in Black Beauty?
Yes. There's no time like the present. Let's go, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A short time later, Frank Hobart was awakened from a deep sleep by a violent shaking.
Come on, you. Wake up. Wake up.
What's the matter?
Wake up. I haven't all night to fool with you.
What? You're the Green Hornet.
Glad you recognize me. I came here on business.
Bart Sartell sent you here, I bet.
Maybe. He doesn't like you getting drunk and talking out of turn about that sister of yours.
Now I remember. He knows about Pamela. And he decided to pull that big job tonight instead of tomorrow night. But I won't go with him. I won't.
Bart says you will or else.
So you're in this deal with him, huh? Forcing me to go through with it to keep him from blackmailing Pamela and the senator.
Maybe your sister and the senator you speak of wouldn't go for the blackmail. Maybe what Sartell has wouldn't bother them at all.
Oh, yeah? You think she'd want him to know her brother was an ex-convict? You think I want her to know? Even if I was framed. The senator would lose the election if it got out, too.
Yes, you're right. That means you'll have to play Sartell's way.
Even if I denied that I was related to Pamela, Bart has my registration card as proof.
You'd better be sure to go on that job tonight.
So that's why you came. To make sure I do go.
Maybe. Sartell's smart. You'll be in no spot to squeal. And even after you help pull the job, he could blackmail the senator and make it look as though you're doing the blackmail.
Why, you... So that's his plan, huh?
Well, I'll tip off the cops right now. They'll be at the wholesale grocery warehouse at 8 o'clock to catch Bart and Fingers when they go to hijack that truckload of sugar.
Oh, no, you don't.
Put on that gun and let me get out to a phone.
Sorry, but you're going to help on that job as Bart planned you should.
Well, I guess you win.
And to make sure you do go, I'll take you right along with me in my car. Now, come on. We'll wait here in the shadows until we see Sartell drive up to the warehouse. Then you get out and go join him. Understand?
And what are you supposed to do?
I'm playing lookout on this job, so I'll stay right here. But my gun will be trained on your back, just in case.
You're being sure I'll go through with it, aren't you?
You can figure that out for yourself. I suggest you don't tell Sartell I brought you here either. He won't like it if he knows you had to be forced to come.
Now, look, Hornet. Let me tip off the cops and I'll be all
We're
right.
sitting right here until your pals show up. So make the best of it.
Meantime, Bart and Fingers were driving to the warehouse.
Say, Bart, do you think Frank will show up?
He'll show up, all right. He knows if he doesn't, I'll make a visit to his sister, the senator.
Once we pull this job, we'll really have him on the spot.
Even though he helps us with his job, I intend to pay that visit to his sister later tonight. But he doesn't know that yet.
You sure are smart, all right. Here's the warehouse.
See anything of Hobart?
No, not yet. Maybe... Here he comes from across the street.
That's him, all right.
Well, here I am.
I knew you'd show up. All right, Fingers. Get to work on the lock on that door.
Okay. The truck's just inside. All loaded with sugar, ready to roll. I'll get this door open in a second. This is an extra big padlock, but I can get it.
Hurry it up.
There. That did it.
Now we'll all go inside. Then we'll open the big doors. You first, Hobart.
All right.
Fingers, you drive the truck. Hobart, you go get up there with him. I'll take a gander outside first. Then I'll slide open the big doors.
Why do you have to look around when you have the Hornet posted as lookout out there?
Hornet? What's he talking about, Bart?
Yeah. What's that you're saying about the Hornet?
You ought to know. You hired him to work with you.
Hey, what gives? What kind of talk is that?
Oh, don't pull that stuff. You sent him to make sure I'd come here.
Hey, give me this straight. You say the Green Hornet came to your place tonight?
You know he did.
He's pulling something on us, Bart.
Listen, you might have a good mind.
Look, old Sartell.
Who the devil is that?
Look, the open doorway. It's the Green Hornet.
Yeah, he's double-crossing, and I'm glad of it. I'll take that gun.
Look out, Bart.
Why, you...
I've got it.
Fingers, get your rod and shoot.
I must have laid it down someplace. I haven't got it. Laid it down to pick the lock. I haven't along with my own.
Fingers, you fool.
Hey, we have to do something.
Fingers, get in the truck, quick. No, you don't.
Take some of this.
Yes.
I'm getting out of here.
Wait, come back here. You're next, Hornet. The lights went out, but I'll get you. He went out. I have to put on the lights. Fingers is fainted and Bart's out cold. I'll get my wallet and stuff from him. Here it is. I better search Fingers, too. See if he has anything to... What's this? A note from Lou Crosell. Written several years ago. This proves I was framed. Now I'll phone the police and stay right here until they get here. These two mugs won't bother me or my sister ever again.
Later that night at police headquarters, Sergeant Burke, who was at the desk, was talking to Frank.
Now look, son. You sure you want to keep all this from your sister like you say?
Yes, Sergeant. I've thought it all over. She's safe now from Sawtell and anyone else who might want to try blackmail.
Sure she is. That note you got from Fingers with Luke Rozel's name on it proves you went to prison on a frame-up. What's more, we got Fingers to talk, and he squealed about it. The inspector says you got a clean bill of health.
I'm sure glad about that.
I can't for the life of me see why you gave those reporters the name of Mercer instead of your real name. Your sister ought to know.
No. Oh, she thinks I'm dead. I'm drifting along without a job, and, well, it's better this way. Well, I guess
Hey, Sarge! Mike, I thought you went over to the Daily Sentinel long ago with your story.
I did, but when I talked to Reed, he told me to do something, and when I had to come back down here to get it done like he wanted. Oh, say, young fella, Inspector Evans wants to see you again in his office.
All right.
Hey, take over, Cassidy.
Right, Sarge.
I'll come along with you, Frank.
I knew your curiosity to get the best of you, Sarge.
Yes, that's so now. Well, here's the inspector's office. Hey, the inspector isn't at his desk.
I've taken over for the moment, Sergeant.
Suffering snakes, it's Senator Burnley.
As if you didn't know.
Well, I was in on it, Sarge.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say Senator Burnley?
That's right, Frank. In other words, I'm your new brother-in-law.
But how did you get to know?
Come on out from behind that screen, Pamela.
Frank. Oh, Frank.
Oh, Pam. Oh, golly, I don't know what to say.
And to think if it hadn't been for Britt Reed, you might have gone away without us ever knowing.
Britt Reed? Who's he?
One of our best friends, Frank. Publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Yeah, but how did he know?
I told Reed all about it. I got your real name from the inspector. I met you this afternoon, too, remember?
Oh, vaguely. But, well, the less said about that, the better. Oh, golly, Pam, I guess I have to explain.
Everything's been explained, Frank. And you'll have a good job in my office.
Oh, it's all so wonderful. I'm ever so grateful to Mr. Reed for having Mr. Axford bring us down here. Oh, poor boy. You've been through so terribly much.
That he has. And he's a brave one, too. He faced down the Clean Hornet, no less.
Well, all I thought of was that they were trying to ruin Pamela's life and lose the election for Senator Burnley.
Man, the senator wouldn't have had to worry. The voters know he's a good one in politics, and they'd have put him back in.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Well, I'm sure grateful to Mr. Reed for bringing us together, but, well, somehow I feel that I owe the Green Hornet a vote of thanks, too. Because it was his action that brought things to a head.
You better just thank Reed and let it go at that. You'd never get a chance to find SPLP the Hornet to do any thanking. Anyways, you'll find Mr. Reed much more agreeable company. You can take my word for that.
Gillespie, Pencroft, Barson, Kelly, guided, Senator's brother-in-law vindicated, Green Hornet and Brown. Read all about it, Green Hornet Village, Bird, Gillespie, Pencroft.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet. hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Giuseppe's Secret. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, had invited Mike Axford and Lenore Case to have lunch at Giuseppe's Italian restaurant. They had just seated themselves at a table when Giuseppe hastened over effusively.
Oh, Mr. Reed! Giuseppe is very glad to see you again. Oh,
thank you, Giuseppe. I haven't had a chance to get around this way lately. How are things going in the restaurant?
Oh, fine, Mr. Reed. Everything is just wonderful for Giuseppe.
Imagine you being in the restaurant business and saying everything's just fine.
Well, things are getting better all the time, Michael.
You can say that again.
With the Giuseppe, that is just the so. Last week, I went on a football game.
Football game? Hey, no, Giuseppe, that was lucky for you.
But Giuseppe, Darwell University won that game against our own city college. Don't tell us you bet against your own hometown team.
Well, yes, Mr. Case. That's the way Giuseppe bet. That the boy, Glenn White, he's the best football player in the whole country, you bet your life.
Glenn White? Yes, he's the star player on the Darwell team. They'd be lost without him. But, Giuseppe, I didn't know you'd become such an ardent sports fan.
That's right. Last year, Giuseppe told us he didn't understand sports and thought they were a waste of time. Now, didn't you, Giuseppe?
That's all right. But Giuseppe has a change now. I go to the big Darwell game tomorrow here at the stadium. Look. Good tickets, huh?
Very good, Giuseppe. Just about the best.
Darwell's playing the biggest game of the season here, aren't they?
You said it. They're playing Homer University. And believe me, there'll be heavy betting on that game.
But with the Glen White, that Darwell team is sure to win.
Sure. But without him, Darwell wouldn't have a chance against Homer, to my way of thinking.
You're right about that, Axford. Well, we'd better order our lunch now, Giuseppe. We have to get back to the office.
All right, Mr. Reed. Hey, Joe, taking the order for Mr. Reed right away. I want the best of good
Here it is 2:00, and I expected to get back here at the office at 1.
Oh, Giuseppe certainly was generous with his food. Oh, my goodness, I never ate so much for a lunch in my life.
Miss Case, speaking of Giuseppe, I want you to get everything we have on him in the morgue. His full name is Giuseppe Morelli.
Why should we have anything on him, Mr. Reed?
He was mixed up with some racketeers a few years ago. Durand and his crowd.
He was?
Yes. Durand's lawyers managed to get all of them off on probation. Giuseppe was so scared by the whole thing, he's gone straight ever since, so far as I know. But this betting he mentioned makes me wonder. I'd like to see the material we have on him.
I'll get it right away, Mr. Reed. By the way, what's become of Durand? Did he decide to go straight to?
Durand is a smooth operator. He still has his fingers in a lot of rackets around town. Frankly, I'd like to get something on Durand that would stick in court. He's a menace to the city. But lately, he seems to keep pretty well under cover.
I see.
He'll make a slip someday, though, that'll get him into real trouble. I feel sure of that.
The matter I came to see about this afternoon, Giuseppe, is very important. And I don't want any slip-up that'll get us into trouble, understand?
But there's somebody else that can do it.
You forget something, Giuseppe. My mouthpiece got you out of a jam with the law and on probation a couple of years ago. But if they knew that you helped Spike Sorrell bump off a certain stoolie before that, it'd be too bad. Spike went to the chair. You'd go there, too.
Oh, but I did not know what was going to happen. Spike said we'd take the man for a ride. I not to know Spike I want to kill him.
I want to let you in on something else, Giuseppe. Just in case you don't really believe I could make it hot for you with the cops.
I not to understand.
It's this. A note I got from Spike Sorrell before he went to the hot seat.
Read it to him, Wally.
Sure. Listen to this, Giuseppe. I'm no squealer, but in case Giuseppe Morelli ever tries to pull a fast one, this is to say that he was the guy who was in on the killing of that stoolie with me. Signed Spike Sorrell.
Oh, but that note, it's not the right.
Cops could match this note with Spike's written confession, and they'd grab you in a minute. Now, look, I'm not using this unless I have to, Giuseppe.
What do you want me to do?
Early tonight, the Darwell team arrives in town for the big game tomorrow. I'm putting out a lot of dough at heavy odds on Homer U to win.
Oh, but Darwell, they're sure to win.
Not without Glenn White, they won't.
Without? Without the Glenn White? Oh, but the paper, they say he will play.
But Wally has other ideas.
Right. Joe and I know the rooms at the hotel that have been reserved for that team. We have a room on the same floor.
But I not to see why you...
We'll wait our chance. When we find a way to get Glenn White alone, we'll use a little persuasion to make him come along with us.
No. You'll not do that. You're not...
Shut up and listen. We'll take him to that cabin up in the river. You come up there about 9 o'clock. Then you and Joe will take young White for a little ride. And this time, you'll be the one to handle the rod.
No, Durant. I'm not to go. I no do it. I'm not to let you do that.
Boy, the guy's crazy.
Wait a minute, Joe. Now, listen, you. Why are you acting like that? I say you will do it, or I'll count you out and send Spike's note to the cops. And then Joe and I'll handle White.
No. You wait. I changed my mind. I meet you at the cabin tonight.
Well, now that's more like it, Giuseppe. I'll tell you what. I'm a right guy. You do this job, and I'll turn this note over to you tonight. We'll see you at the cabin at 9.
Oh, it's you, Coach Denby. I was unpacking.
Yes. Listen, Glenn. It's just 5 o'clock. Meet me in the dining room at 5:30. I have a few more instructions to give you.
Yes, sir.
I want you to turn in early and get a good rest. Everybody will be watching the great Glenn White tomorrow, you know.
Thanks, Coach. You can bet I'll do my best to win.
Good. See you downstairs.
Yes, sir. I'll come down at 5:30.
Might as well wash up and get ready for dinner.
Good thing I got a room to myself, so... Oh, Coach must have forgotten something.
Keep quiet and come along with us.
Hey, what is this?
Shut up. Do as you're told. I'm holding a gun in my pocket.
Well,
Come on, I said.
All right, I guess there's nothing else to do. I'll come with you.
Hi, Reed. What keeps you here till 6 o'clock?
Well, just finished signing a few letters, Axford. What's on your mind?
Casey said you were still in here, so I thought I'd come in to tell you that Durand and his friends are betting heavy on the big game Saturday. And the funny thing is, they're putting all their dough on Homer University to win.
On Homer University? That doesn't make sense.
I know. That's what I meant when I said it was funny. Of course, by betting on Homer, they're getting big odds.
But with Glenn White playing on the Darwell team, Homer hasn't got a chance, in my opinion. Durand is the type who usually bets on a sure thing. Of course, if he had any reason to think Glenn White wouldn't play in that game, it would explain why he's putting his money on Homer U to win.
Sure, but the Darwell team is already in town and White is with them.
I see. In that case... Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, Giuseppe Morelli is here in the outer office.
Giuseppe Morelli?
Yes, sir. He says he must talk to you, that it's very important.
All right, I'll see him. Have him come in.
Yes, sir, but... Well, he wants to talk to you alone.
I see. Well, Axford's just leaving.
I'll send Mr. Morelli right in then.
Wonder what Giuseppe wants to see you about, Reed.
If he wanted you to know, Axford, he wouldn't insist upon seeing me in private. I told Miss Case you were just leaving. Remember?
Oh, sure, Reed. But I'd sure like to know what it's about. See you later, Reed. Hey, hello there, Giuseppe. You can go right in. Mr. Reed's waiting for you.
Thank you very much. How do you do, Mr. Reed?
Come right over here, Giuseppe. Take this chair near the desk.
It's good for you to see, Giuseppe. One time, you said to me, if I have a trouble, then I come and see you.
That's right. I meant just what I said.
Giuseppe, you have plenty of trouble now, Mr. Reed.
Well, maybe things aren't as serious as you think, Giuseppe. If you care to tell me what's wrong, perhaps I can do something to help.
Before I tell you anything, Mr. Reed, I ask you please to make a promise to me.
Promise?
Yes, Mr. Reed. It's very important to Giuseppe.
Just what do you want me to promise?
That you're not to tell the police. That you tell nobody what I tell you.
Now, see here, Giuseppe. If you've gotten yourself into serious trouble, the best thing to do is go to the police. Then my lawyers can review the circumstances of the case.
No, Mr. Reed. Giuseppe, he do not think. Giuseppe, he need help to keep her from trouble. He need help to get somebody else out of trouble. Mr. Reed, if you not help, then Giuseppe go alone. But that no good Durand, he is very smart.
Durand? Then he's mixed up in it?
That's all right. I ask you once more, Mr. Reed. You make a promise to Giuseppe, then I tell you everything.
Well, all right. I promise to keep what you tell me confidential.
Oh, that's good. Now I tell you. Durand, he's a mean. He's a no good. But he's a very smart. He makes a laugh at the law.
I know.
Only time I see Durand afraid was when the Green Hornet, he broke up with Durand's rocket 2 years ago. Of the Green Hornet only is he afraid.
I see. Go on.
Durand. He has a paper to get Giuseppe into trouble if I not to help him. He's going to bring that paper with him tonight. Then he give it to me if I do something for him. At the first, I say no. Then I think maybe I pretend to do what he says.
What is it he wants you to do?
Durand has picked up that football player, Glenn White.
What?
That's all right, Mr. Reed. Tonight they take him to a cabin up the river. Durand says White will be taken for a ride. That I, Giuseppe, must be the one to shoot to Glenn White.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Britt Reed heard Giuseppe's announcement with considerable surprise. He sat for a moment and thought. Then he spoke.
Great Scott. That accounts for Durand's heavy betting. Well, this is serious, Giuseppe. The police should be notified at once.
No, you promised. If the police are brought in, I will go to prison. And they will find out all about me. And about the Glenn White.
I don't get it. What will people find out about Glenn White?
Mr. Reed, nobody knows. The boy, he must have never known. But that the Glenn White, the football player that Durand had tried to make a Giuseppe help to kill, he is a Giuseppe's a boy. My own son.
But Glenn White's father is known to be a wealthy banker, Giuseppe. I checked your past history this afternoon. Found that when you arrived in this country 20 years ago, you did have a wife and baby. I meant to ask you about that sometime. But when you say that Glenn White is...
My wife, she died. I was very poor. I took my bambino, the boy, to a big house, rang the bell and left him. They took him as their own. I do odd jobs in the neighborhood. For years I watch him grow, and they call him a Glenn White.
I see. Giuseppe, you must get to the police.
If I get to the police, then Giuseppe will go to prison or maybe the chair. But that I would not care about. That Durand, he gets a tip-offs. He would find out the police were coming. He would kill my boy. I want to be there with him, to get him away safe. If I could get help. But right now, Giuseppe doesn't know what to do.
If I hadn't made that promise to you, Giuseppe...
But you did make the promise.
I know. And if there were any way that I could help you, I would. I still think you should go to the police. Then I'll have my attorneys...
No. I don't want the police. Please, Mr. Reed. You're not to tell the police. You're not to tell no one.
I've already promised that, Giuseppe. But if you won't take my advice, there's little I can do personally.
Then Giuseppe try to do something alone.
Well, perhaps I may think of something. In the meantime, maybe you can stall off Durand and his men.
Even if it's not possible for you to help, Giuseppe glad he'd tell someone.
I'll keep your confidence. And if there's any possible way for me to help, I will. But don't count on it.
A short time later, Britt left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato? Giuseppe Morelli came to me for help. He's in serious trouble.
What trouble is it, Mr. Britt?
I can't give you any details, Cato. I promised not to tell anyone what Giuseppe told me. If I hadn't made that promise, I would have talked him into going to the police. But I can tell you this. Our business tonight is tied in with Glenn White, the football player's disappearance, Cato. Durand, the racketeer, is mixed up in it, too.
Well, that's not good. Durand, very slick racketeer.
I know that. And it's all the more reason why I want to catch him red-handed. And I think this is it. I know that the only fear Durand has is the Green Hornet.
Then we go out in Black Beauty?
Yes, right now. We'll head for a cabin up along the river. I want to get there before 9. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Come sit down, Joe. You make me nervous.
I'm worried about Giuseppe Durand. He ought to be here, but now... We've been here at the cabin long enough.
Giuseppe will show up, don't worry.
That weak-kneed dope is liable to run to the cops. You know how he acted today.
He's afraid of what I've got against him.
Believe me, I'll go to the police when I get the chance. And you two have said enough here in front of me to hang both.
Ah, shut up, you. Should have gagged you when we tied you to that chair.
Let him talk, Joe. You'll be quiet for a long time after you and Giuseppe take him for that little ride along the river.
You won't get away with it. My father will never let up until he gets you for this.
I'll have to pin it on us first, fella. There's Giuseppe now. Let him in, Joe.
Okay. It's about time you got here, Giuseppe.
The police already hunting for the boys.
So what? He was bound to be missed sooner or later. Now we can get things started. Well, White, meet Giuseppe. He and Joe will take you on that ride I spoke of.
Durand, this is a boy. Maybe he promised not to tell about this. You keep him here until the game is over. Then let him go, eh?
Listen, if I get the chance, I'll talk, all right? I'll get out of this somehow, and then I'll go straight to police headquarters.
No, you don't know Durand. You will be shot. Tell him you want to talk. Then
Are you crazy, Giuseppe? I know you have cold feet about this deal, but I said you're going through with it, and I mean just that.
But this is a boy. You should not have killed him. He's a young. He's not yet...
shut up.
I don't get this. These two were waiting for you to get here because they say you ought to be the one to use a gun on me. Well, I've heard enough to know they're forcing you to do it.
He'll do what he's supposed to do. Don't worry. I've got the gun right here, Giuseppe. I'll give it to Joe to carry along in the car. When the time comes, he'll give it to you. But he'll keep you covered with his gun until you finish the job.
Yeah, we better get started now.
No. You're not to make a Giuseppe go in the car. You're not to make a Giuseppe kill it, this boy.
I'm beginning to believe the crazy dope means it.
Hey, look, I got a better plan, Wally. Why not plug the guy now? Then we'll clunk Giuseppe on the head and stick the gun in his hand. We tip off the cops, he'll take the rap. He's never been any use to us anyhow. We get him out of our hair.
Cover Giuseppe with your rod, Joe.
All right.
Wait, Durand, you're not to do this.
Why, you rotten killers, if I wasn't tied...
Go ahead, Wally, let him have it.
Might as well get it over with.
No, Giuseppe, not to let you.
Crazy fool jumped right in front of White.
He took the bullet intended for me.
I've got another one for you, fella.
No, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
The Green Hornet, I'll shoot this one.
Drop that gun.
My wrist.
Drop it, I said. That did it. Now you can take the floor.
Listen, Hornet. Why are you butting in? That guy means nothing to you.
Maybe I put all my dough on his team, Durand. That's reason enough.
Look, I'll cut you in on a big deal.
Come here, you.
My arm. It hurts.
Take a bit of gas. That'll help you forget your wounded arm. As for you, Glenn White, if you don't win that game tomorrow, maybe you'll get a little of what they got.
If I get in that game, I intend to do my best. But not because of your threats. One time he saw I can help that man lying there, the Italian. He came out here to help me, and he took a bullet intended for me.
I'll untie you. But before I do, I'm giving you a little whiff of gas. Then I'll tip off the cops where to find you.
No, wait.
I'll look after your friend. I'll take this.
I come in now?
Yes, I need your help. Giuseppe's out cold, but he isn't hurt too badly. I thought of rushing him to a hospital, but it isn't necessary. The bullet just creased his head.
What we do then?
You can tip off the police from the gas station down the road. They'll see that Giuseppe gets attention, and Glenn White's testimony will clear him. I'll get a certain paper Durand carries in his pocket, then we'll leave.
That's Mr. Morelli's room just ahead. Room 302.
Thank you, nurse. How's he getting along?
Very well, sir. In fact, he had a fit until I brought in a radio so he could hear the football game. He's listening to it now.
It was a no-score tie game last I heard.
Yes, and it's almost over. You may go right in.
Thank you.
Seconds to play. The game is still a no-score tie. Darwell has the ball from the university's 30-yard line. Does it hit? It looks though. Yes, ball snapped to Glenn White. He's breaking through right tackle. He's down to the 25, the 20.
Reed, did you hear that?
5 seconds to go now. He's fighting his way through the 10. He's at the 5. He's going to make it. He has made White cross for a touchdown. And that's because this game is over. Darwell wins.
Well, Giuseppe, what do you think of that?
Mr. Reed, he did it. Glenn White did it. Now I shut up the radio.
Well, Axford tells me you've turned into quite a hero around police headquarters.
That he has, Reed. Young Glenn White told the inspector about how Giuseppe saved his life and all, and about how Duran was trying to make Giuseppe work along with him.
He's a one fine boy, that Glenn White.
That he is. I'll bet his old man is proud of him this day.
That's all right, Mr. Axford. That's all right.
The way you talk, you'd think you knew his old man, Giuseppe.
Giuseppe, once he had a little boy. He knows how a father feels inside for a boy like that.
Oh, I didn't know you ever had a kid. I guess you, well, sort of lost him. Was that it?
To Giuseppe, he's never lost. Inside here, he's with me all the time.
Sure, Giuseppe. Sorry I brought it up.
I understand, Giuseppe. About that matter you mentioned to me yesterday. You seem to have handled things extremely well without help.
But Giuseppe didn't get help, Mr. Reed. They tell Giuseppe that the Green Hornet come to the cabin after Giuseppe gets shot.
Say, I did hear the Hornet was mixed up in the affair.
I'll say he was. Glenn White told the inspector the Hornet saved his life last night. That is, after Giuseppe saved him first. Then the Hornet threatened White if he didn't win today. Can you beat that one?
Well, Glenn White came through, so he has nothing to worry about.
Mr. Reed, it's a good thing you try not to help Giuseppe.
Well, why, Giuseppe?
It's not good for you come to face with a Green Hornet.
Oh, I'm afraid, in a way, coming face to face with a Hornet would sort of tear me apart. I doubt that I could stand it.
Who could tell, Reed? Maybe you get the best of the Hornet, tie him up, throw him over your shoulder, and march right into cops' headquarters with him.
I have a mental picture of myself trying such a thing, Axford.
Axford say very funny joke, eh, Mr. Reed?
You said it, Giuseppe. Oh, you said it.
That's the Lex Street, headbound to Randa and the compass indicted. Glenn White clears Giuseppe Morelli, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lex Street,
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Return of the Missing Witness. The Green Hornet strikes again. A company rich with heritage. That's the story of the Theater Guild. For 27 years, synonymous with the best the American stage had to offer. And every Sunday night, ABC and the Theater Guild presents many of the stars and dramas they've introduced in the outstanding dramatic program, Theater Guild on the Air. When the show began last year, it attracted listeners because it offered something new. Good theater, plays that had been successful on Broadway, theater that many people had never seen. In adapting these plays, the writers conscientiously kept to the theme and dialogue, and whenever possible, the original stars recreated their roles. And this year, ABC listeners hear their favorites from the main stem. Every Sunday night when it's curtain time for the Theater Guild on the Air, heard over most of these ABC stations. And now, the Green Hornet. A long, sleek black car purred through the back streets of the city toward the outskirts. It was like a sinister shadow on wheels, and the masked figure in the driver's seat was even more sinister. Once more, the dreaded Green Hornet was about to strike. It was after 3 a.m., and the passage of the notorious Black Beauty was unnoticed by the few passers-by who were still on the streets. The Green Hornet, known to his friends as Britt Reed, young playboy and publisher, spoke to his companion Cato, the only person knowing his identity as the Hornet.
We'll soon be at the Club Mayfair, Cato.
Why we go to Club Mayfair, Mr. Britt?
The owner of that club, Chick Carson, has his apartment there. The police suspect Carson of heading the numbers racket in the city. They've searched his office without turning up any evidence.
So Green Hornet tried to find evidence in Carson's apartment?
Yes. In the past month, 2 men who were going to be picked up on suspicion in regard to Carson's activities were murdered before the police got to them. Carson is ruthless and smart. He's a menace to the city.
Oh, their club just ahead. We're coming up back way.
Yes. I'll pull up in the shadows. Better come along, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Carson's apartment is here at the back. The lights are all out. He may not be in there yet. I'll try this window. Give me a boost.
Yes, sir.
It won't take me a minute to get the latch loosened. There. I did it. I'll slide the window up and go in, and I'll give you a hand. All right, come on.
I'm ready.
Easy. There. Flashing the light around.
Here, light.
This looks like the living room. Come on. There's a desk over there. I'll search it. Maybe I'll turn up something.
Someone come.
Uh-oh. I'll leave a Hornet seal. May start something. There. Come on. Hurry. Get through. Hurry.
Hey, wait. You there.
Run, Cato. To the car.
I'll get you, you dirty.
We have narrow escape, Mr. Britt. Bullets come very close.
Yes. Carson's a mighty good shot. We were lucky.
Where your other glove, Mr. Britt?
My other glove? Yeah, it's in my pocket. I took it off to go through his papers.
I hope you're careful.
I was, Cato. Don't worry. Well, so far we haven't got anything on Carson. I'm hoping that in some way that Hornet seal I left will start something.
Early the following afternoon, Mike AXFORD, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed. I sure got some news from cops headquarters.
What is it, AXFORD?
Well, no, it ain't supposed to be known. But Taj told me they picked up a guy this morning who's ready to spill the beans about Chick Carson.
Hey, that is something.
The cops are keeping it quiet till they can build a case against Carson. They've taken the guy, a fellow named Jim Findlay, to the downtown hotel to hide him out. They have a plainclothesman there with him.
Wow. I hope at last they have a witness against Carson who can really give enough evidence to get a good case against him.
Sarge says this guy's got it, Reed. He'll be a surprise witness.
Look, Axford, go back to police headquarters and hang around a while. Find out all you can. And as soon as you get anything that isn't off the record, call in. Maybe the Sentinel will get a scoop out of it.
Okay, Reed. I'll go back to headquarters. I'll be seeing you later. So long.
A short time later, Britt Reed called his secretary, Lenore Case, into his office.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Come in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir, right away.
Oh, this ought to be strong enough to keep the police on their toes.
What is it, Mr. Reed?
Take this editorial down to Gunnigan. Tell him to put it in the next edition.
Yes, sir. Say, this is certainly a strong editorial against Carson.
That's the way I want it to be. I think things are going to break against Carson before long. But the information I have is off the record. That editorial will let the police know we're behind them in their campaign to get Carson.
I'll take it right down to the city room. Well, I hope they do get something on him. He's behind so many crimes in the city. At least that's my opinion.
Mine, too. If the police can make a case against him, it'll be quite a feather in their caps. You better take that down right now.
Yes, sir.
It was after dusk. Axford was at police headquarters talking to Sergeant Burke when Inspector Evans stopped on the way out.
Sergeant, I'm going over to see if I can get anything more from that witness Findlay at the hotel. I'll be back in about an hour.
Okay, Inspector.
Say, Inspector.
Hello, Axford. What is it?
How about letting me come along? I'm keeping everything off the record, you know.
All right, come along. But remember, not a word of this must leak out until we say so. Understand?
Sure. You can count on me, Inspector.
Very well, then. Come on.
Arriving at the downtown hotel, Inspector Evans, accompanied by a policeman and Mike Axford, went directly to the room where the witness was being held.
Rap on the door, Cassidy. 3 raps, then 2. That's a signal we arranged with Clancy.
Yes, sir.
You better relieve Clancy so he can get some dinner. Then he can come back here.
Okay, Inspector. Funny he didn't come and unlock the door.
Yes, let's see. The door's unlocked. Come on.
Hey, Inspector. The room's vacant.
Well, that's strange.
Maybe Clancy took Findlay out to eat.
Oh, no. The orders were that the witness was to eat in the room. Clancy knew that. Open the closet door. See if Findlay's coat and hat are there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're still... Holy mackerel, Inspector. Look here.
Oh, what's the matter?
We better look. Suffering snakes.
Clancy, bound and gagged.
Look, he's wounded. His arm's bleeding.
Yeah, we'll take that gag off. Easy now, easy does it. Clancy, who did this? Where's Findlay?
He took Findlay. I tried to stop him. He shot me. The Green Hornet,
Holy crow! The Hornet, he says.
Sent here by Carson, I'll bet. This is serious. We get Clancy to a hospital and then put out a dragnet for Findlay. We've got to get him back.
Britt Reed was signing some letters in his office just before leaving for home.
There you are, Miss Case. I guess that's all for tonight.
Yes, sir. I'll get them out before I leave.
Good.
I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Casey, let me talk to Reed.
Oh, just a minute, Axford.
Hello, Axford. What's up?
Plenty, Reed. You know that witness I told you about? Jim Findlay, that the cops were hiding in the hotel?
What about him?
He's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
That's what the cops would like to know. He was taken away by the Green Hornet.
By the Green Hornet? What makes them think that?
The cop who was guarding Findlay says it was the Hornet. The cop tried to stop him but got wounded. He was tied up and stuck in the closet. Then the Hornet made off with Findlay.
But how did the Hornet get into the room?
Through the connecting door between that room and the next one. He came through with the pass key.
I see. What does Findlay, the witness, look like?
He's a little guy, about 140 pounds. Thin face, black hair. He was dressed in a grey suit.
Mm-hmm. Can we print the story?
Sure. I already phoned Reed, right? No use keeping things off the record now, says Inspector Evans.
Well, let me know if the police find Findlay. I'll be at home, Axford.
Okay, Reed. I'll get in touch with you later. Evans is fuming. He's out
the bargain.
I can imagine.
So long, Reed. I'll call you.
Goodbye, Axford.
Well, what's happened, Mr. Reed?
Axford says the Hornet took away a witness the police were holding against Carson. They were hiding him in the downtown hotel.
That chick Carson is smart. Now he's hired the Hornet to help him.
Well, Carson is smart, all right, in this case. Just how smart remains to be seen.
Leaving his office in the Daily Sentinel building, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato was waiting. He discussed the case of the missing witness with his trusted valet.
Carson is pulling a new angle by introducing someone posing as the Green Hornet.
Well, that's not good, Mr. Britt.
You said it, Cato. It won't be good for Carson if I can think of a way to get at him.
Oh, you expect someone, perhaps?
No. I'll see who it is, Cato.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Britt! Mr. Britt!
What on earth?
The body of dead man, it looked like.
Close the door. I'll drag him inside. He's dead, all right. Cato, I know who this man is.
Who is he?
Jim Finley, the missing witness. I'm sure of it. I'll turn him on his back.
Mr. Britt, look.
What?
On his forehead. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Great Scott. Carson did this because of the editorial I put in the Sentinel today. We'll have to phone the police. But first, take that seal into our private laboratory and check it for prints, Cato.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'll call the police.
Police not get here yet?
No, but they'll be here shortly, I'm sure.
Better you not say anything about seal on forehead, Mr. Britt.
Well, why not? The police already think Finley was taken by the Hornet. And somehow I'll prove the Hornet didn't kill him.
But police want to look at seal. And that not good.
What do you mean?
I find fingerprint on Green Hornet seal. It your fingerprint. The print of Britt Reed.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Sometimes we wonder why Willie Piper ever plans things. No matter how well-intentioned Willie's acts may be, something always seems to go wrong. On second thought, maybe it's best that Willie does get into those hilarious situations. If he didn't, our Sunday night Willie Piper show wouldn't be the delightful comedy it is. Then there are the heartwarming characters who make up the cast. There's Willie, a blundering, good-natured newlywed, who's still amazed that he's married. Martha, his lovable young wife. Mr. Gillespie, his domineering father-in-law. And Mr. Bissell, who's never without his bike. Combine the situations and the characters, and you've got a show you're sure to enjoy. Hear the tales of Willie Piper, tonight broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Upon hearing Cato's announcement that Britt Reed's fingerprint was on the seal, which had been placed on the forehead of the dead witness, Britt stood for a moment in silence. Then he spoke.
Cato, that can mean only one thing.
It mean it's seal you leave at Carson's place. I remember you take off glove. It big mistake you make.
I made a slip, all right. And by putting that same seal on Finley and leaving his body at my door, Carson is telling me that he knows Britt Reed is the Hornet.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Well, wait until the police come here and remove Finley's body. Then I'll decide what to do, Cato. Frankly, right now, Britt Reed is definitely on the spot. There they are now. Let them in, Cato.
Yes, sir. We not mention seal.
Reed, how did it happen? Who is he?
Easy, Mike. I'll ask the questions.
Say, this is Finley, all right. That is the doornail, too. Been shot in the back.
Good evening, Inspector. Sorry you have to find your witness in this condition.
How are you, Mr. Reed? Guess this was quite a shock to you.
More than you realize. My valet opened the door and the body fell in. Somebody rang the bell, of course, but when Cato got to the door, there was no one in sight.
We got the body out right away, Mr. Reed. All right, boys.
Get him out of here. Come on, let's take him. Come on.
There we
Funny the Hornet should leave the body here.
Huh. The Hornet's been Sarge Reed in the Sentinel ever since they posted that big reward for his capture.
Yes, I forgot about that. Must have been his reason. Well, we have a line on the Hornet at last. Maybe he won't bother Mr. Reed in the future.
You have a line on him?
Yes, and strange enough, too, it came from Chick Carson.
From Chick Carson?
That's right. He phoned headquarters just after you did. Told us that if we would come to his place at 9 o'clock, he'd disclose the identity of the Green Hornet.
I see. Do you think he's bluffing?
Well, that remains to be seen. But from what he told me, I don't think he is.
Just what did he tell you, Inspector?
He said he had a photograph of a Hornet seal that had been left on his desk. Also, he can show fingerprints taken from that seal, which would definitely point to the person who is the real Green Hornet.
Man alive, Reed. We'll sure get headlines out of that.
Who said it, Axford? I have a mental picture of those headlines.
Well, let's hope you get them. Come along, Sergeant. We'll get back to headquarters. Later, we'll go out to Carson's and find out what he really has for us.
Wait for me. I'm coming, too. See you later, Reed.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Seeing you, Mr. Reed.
Good night.
Well, you must do something quick, Mr. Britt.
You're telling me. Come on, we'll have to get to Carson before the police get there.
You go as Green Hornet?
Of course. We'll have to wait a few minutes before we go to the Black Beauty, so as to give the police a chance to leave. Then we'll go see Carson.
Britt and Cato waited about 5 minutes. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, they went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
This affair not make me feel very good, Mr. Britt.
I'm not feeling any too chipper about it myself, Cato.
If Carson divulged identity of Green Hornet, then Britt Reed not only be arrested, but he go to chair for murder of Findlay.
I've been thinking about how things worked out, Cato. I believe Carson planned it that way after he found my print on that seal.
Well, then you not think Findlay picked up by the police by chance?
No. I believe Carson had him picked up. I looked up some data on Jim Findlay in the Sentinel morgue. He was a petty crook working as a numbers writing man for Carson. He married the hat check girl at Carson's nightclub. He's been very loyal to Carson up to now.
No matter what you do, Mr. Britt, Carson already know your secret. That Britt Reed is Green Hornet.
If I can get the evidence he holds, perhaps I can bluff it through. It'd be my word against his, then. I believe the police would take my word.
Well, that's true, but it leaves suspicion in minds of police.
I know. Well, we'll have to do what we can and hope for the best. Step on it, Cato.
A short time later, Chick Carson was seated at the desk in his office at the rear of the Mayfair Club when one of his men entered.
Well, what do you want?
Look, Chick, Stella Finley just found out about Jim. She's all broke up about it. Says she wants to see you.
Tell her to go on home and lay off a few days, but don't let her come in. I don't want to talk to her now.
I'll tell her, boss, but she ain't gonna like it. She says she has to talk to you.
You heard what I said. Tell her to go on home. Put one of the other girls in the hat check booth. Now, beat it.
Okay, boss. Tell Stell what you said.
Tough boss, aren't you, Carson?
What the... How did you get in here?
Through the back door. What's the difference?
So you heard about my appointment with the coppers, eh, Hornet? So you came out in hopes of grabbing that evidence, is that it?
That's it, Carson.
It's rather silly, isn't it, for you to be wearing that mask, now that I know who you are?
You're smarter than I gave you credit for, Carson. Much smarter.
I'm smart enough to know you won't dare use that gun you're holding on me, Hornet. Or, should I say, Mr. Reed.
You see, I've already pressed a button under my desk that signaled my men there's someone in here I don't want to get out. They'll cover both doors and windows from the outside.
Clever, aren't you?
Very clever. It takes a clever man to outsmart the Green Hornet.
You know, of course, I'm the Hornet. But you don't know my real identity. You're bluffing, Carson.
Don't kid yourself. I have the evidence right here in my desk drawer, proving you're Reed.
Mm-hmm. Who else knows about it?
No one else yet. Do you think I'm fool enough to give someone a chance to beat me to the reward?
I see. But if you want to have that fingerprint matched, someone must have...
That was easy. You forget that as a gag on opening night at this club, I had everyone leave his autograph with his fingerprints. You were here that night, and quite often since. I figured it was someone who knew the club pretty well to be able to go right to my living quarters. So I checked through those old cards and matched the print on the seal with the one on the autograph card you left opening night.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it, all right. So you see, I do know who you are, and the police will soon know. You're through, Reed. Through. And I'll collect $25,000 reward from your own newspaper. Now, that's what I call... Hey, what the...
Hey, come back here, Stell. Come back.
See here, Stell. I sent out word that...
Him, Carson. And that gorilla out there can't bother us.
Stell, put down that gun or turn it on the Hornet here.
Hornet or no Hornet, I'm here after you, Carson. I know you fixed it so's Jim would get picked up. I know you killed him and tried to say the Hornet did it.
Now, wait a minute, Stell. You don't know what this is all about. I have the Green Hornet here. The cops are coming to get him. He killed Jim. And you and I will divide the reward.
Keep your money, you dirty rat. I'm not afraid of you or the Hornet either.
But I know who he really is, Stell. Think what that means.
Your thinking days are over, Chick Carson.
Oh, no, you don't.
Wait a minute, don't do that.
I shot him. I killed him. Oh.
I tried to stop her. Now, there's only one thing to do. Get that evidence and try to get out. Yeah, this is it, all right. They're breaking in. Put out the lights.
Out of my way! Hey, some guy's running out. Get him!
Get going, Cato. Quick.
What happened, Mr. Britt?
I got the evidence. Carson was shot by Finley's wife. I tried to stop her.
That break for Green Hornet.
Well, that remains to be seen, Cato. If Carson's wound isn't fatal, or if he told anyone else about that evidence, I'm still on a touchy spot.
Well, that's true.
I'll just have to worry about it until I hear the details from AXFORD. He went there with the police. Head for home, Cato. We'll wait there for the news.
Yes, sir.
It was more than an hour later when Britt and Cato, waiting in their apartment, heard a key in the lock.
Oh, here come AXFORD now.
Come on, Inspector. You too, Sarge.
Well, Inspector Evans and Sergeant Burke, I didn't expect you to come back here.
I came for a reason, Mr. Reed.
Reed, what do you think? Carson is dead.
Carson dead?
That's right. He was killed by Findley's wife. I doubt that she'll have to take a murder rap, though, from what she's told us.
That's right. Carson was the killer himself. She saved the state the expense of a trial.
Oh, what about the evidence he had against the Green Hornet?
The Hornet took that and got away with it.
I see. But didn't any of Carson's men know what he had found out?
No. Carson wanted to spring the surprise himself, whatever it was. But, Mr. Reed, I came here to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Well, Inspector?
Done a bit of thinking. Of course, if I'm wrong, I hope you'll overlook it.
Of course.
So far as I know, the only persons knowing that Carson phoned about having that evidence were Sergeant Burke, the officers who came here with us to get Findley's body, and Mike AXFORD. That is, besides you.
I'm afraid I don't get what you're driving at, Inspector.
The Green Hornet went there before we did. All the others who knew were with me at headquarters. You were the only one who knew about that evidence who was not with us.
I see. Are you trying to say that you think perhaps I'm...
Inspector, can I say a word, sir?
What is it, AXFORD?
I guess I have a confession to make. You see, I let the information slip out to a reporter on the Clarion before we came up here the first time.
AXFORD, I told you that information was off the record.
AXFORD? Why, what a thing to do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed. If I'd have known that, I wouldn't have come back here. I'm very much embarrassed, believe me.
Forget it, Inspector. I ought to fire AXFORD for a breach like that, but...
Suffering snakes, Reed. Honest, I didn't
I'm
really...
sure the inspector won't insist upon anything so drastic this time.
Yeah, just so it doesn't happen again.
Cross me heart, Reed. I promise what happened tonight will never happen again. Honest.
I sincerely hope so, AXFORD. I sincerely hope so.
Pittsburgh, Carson killed my wife, a murder victim. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Central X Street, Pittsburgh.
Coming your way, another great adventure on David Harding Counter Spy, on the air this afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. Yes, this fast-moving show brings you a complete new adventure each week. Many of the cases it brings you often parallel crimes that are happening right here in America today. For example, a few broadcasts ago, Counter Spy presented The Case of the Phony Builder, in which David Harding exposed a building contractor who had a complex scheme involving the reselling of surplus government building supplies to black market builders. So if you've been missing this great adventure series, join us this afternoon when David Harding Counter Spy is heard over most ABC stations. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Al Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Death Comes to Dinner. The Green Hornet strikes again. Time was when a radio or stage star could scribble in an autograph book and make his fans happy that way. But no longer. At least according to the stars appearing on the Theater Guild on the Air. During every rehearsal, the Bobby Soxers wait patiently outside the theater until their favorite actor or actress appears. Then these fans make shots of their idols with small cameras as actual proof to their friends that they came, saw, and conquered. The stars who have created winning roles on Broadway often return to Theater Guild on the Air to relive their parts. Occasionally, well-known actors from Europe will make their first radio appearance on this program. It all adds up to realistic and thrilling drama every Sunday night over most ABC stations when it's time for Theater Guild on the Air. And now, The Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office going over the morning mail with his secretary, Lenore Case.
Well, these are the usual letters to the editor, Mr. Reed. I'll send them down to Gunnigan.
Yes, he can sort out the ones he wants to print.
Here's an invitation to dinner for you, Mr. Reed. And at the home of Mr. Findlay, the big financier, no less.
Dinner invitation from Findlay? That's unusual. He doesn't entertain very much.
Will you go?
Sure, why not?
He has the swankiest place in the city, they say.
Swanky, all right. An 8-room penthouse on the top of the finest hotel in town.
That's a lot of room for a man who lives alone.
Alone with 4 or 5 servants, you mean?
Maybe I shouldn't say this, but... Well, I never thought Mr. Findlay liked you very much.
Well, that's right, he doesn't. He's never forgotten the editorial we ran when he tried to pull that swift market deal that would have netted him $1 million. But we exposed him. That's one reason I want to go to his dinner. I'm curious to know just why he invited me. We'll phone his place and tell him that Britt Reed accepts Mr. Findlay's kind invitation.
Yes, sir. I'll call right away.
The following morning, Mike Axford entered Britt Reed's office carrying a copy of the Morning Clarion.
Morning, Reed.
Well, Axford, what brings you in?
I saw something in the Clarion I want to ask you about, Reed.
Well, what is it?
It says here on the society page that old man Carl Findlay is giving a dinner party at his penthouse tonight.
What of it?
I was took by surprise when I read who was going to be there, that's what.
Really? Well, let's see the article. Well, he's invited Warren, his ex-partner.
Sure. Warren sued him once and lost the case.
Then there's Ted Merrill, the financier whom Findlay took over the coals in that quick deal he pulled on the market.
Yeah, Merrill would give his eye teeth to get back at Findlay.
He's also invited George Reese, who was defeated for Congress when Findlay threw his influence against him.
That's right. Reese was fit to be tied at the time. He hates Findlay.
And he's invited me. And believe me, I have no love or respect for Findlay.
Sure, I know that. That's why I was interested in reading about the dinner party he's thrown for the 40th. I don't get it.
Neither do I. And I'm going just to find out why he did invite us.
The others will go for the same reason, no doubt.
I guess they will. I'm looking forward to a very pleasant evening, to say the least. Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, Mr. Merrill, the financier's on the line.
Ted Merrill? Good. I'll take the call.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Hello?
Hello, Britt. This is Ted Merrill.
Oh, yes, Ted. How are you?
Fine. I'm calling to ask if you've accepted Findlay's invitation to dinner tonight.
Yes, I have. How about you?
Well, I did, too, and so did the other two. I phoned to find out.
Frankly, I'm curious to know why he's giving the dinner for us.
We all are. Findlay never entertains. And every one of us, well, have reason to dislike him very much. The other two and myself much more than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, maybe the old boy's had a change of heart.
Not Carl Findlay. He has something up his sleeve. And I think all of us should be on our guard when we're there with him.
I'm hoping to get a good story out of it for the Sentinel myself.
Well, I'm glad you're going. Whatever he's up to, it ought to prove to be an interesting evening.
I'm counting on that, Ted. I'll see you at the dinner tonight.
Okay, Britt. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That evening, before his guests had arrived, Carl Finley, an irascible, dictatorial type of man, was giving final instructions to Benson, his butler.
Benson, these men who are coming here to dine with me are all my enemies. I hate every one of them. And they hate me just as much.
Yes, sir.
I want to wine and dine them all well. Then I'll gloat over them a bit before I tell them why I invited them. I'm going to enjoy this evening, Benson.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
After you serve the coffee and liqueur, plug in the extension phone. I may want to use it. Then I want you and the cook to go out. Understand?
We shall leave immediately, sir.
Good, good. What I have to say to those men is none of your business. I don't want any snooping servants listening at doors. I want to be alone with my so-called guests. These 4 men who consider themselves bigwigs will squirm tonight like they never squirmed before. Now get out and get ready for my guests.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Later, Carl Finley sat at the head of the well-appointed table and eyed his rather quiet guests as they started to eat the dessert that had been placed before them.
Well, gentlemen, needless to say, this has been a very quiet dinner party.
It has been rather quiet at that, Mr. Finley.
Just why did you bring us together like this?
That's what I'd like to know.
Now that your curiosity is asserting itself, gentlemen, I hope your state of mind hasn't prevented any one of you from enjoying his dinner tonight.
On the contrary, Finley, I enjoyed the dinner immensely. You have a marvelous cook. But why not get to the point as to the reason for inviting us here?
Reed, at least you have the courage to speak up.
Courage? I didn't realize it took courage to speak to one's host, Finley. Especially when that host is you, if I may put it bluntly.
Good. I like your mettle, even though I hate your publishing methods, Reed. But then, you're trying to fill the shoes of your father, and it's evident that they just don't fit.
I'll let that pass, Finley. Anything else?
Yes, there is. In my opinion, you're a young upstart, a playboy, wasting your time in nightclubs and pretending to know how to run a newspaper.
It's easy to see you don't entertain very often, Finley. Or you'd have learned that a host doesn't usually insult his guest.
Don't make me laugh. I have you all here for a purpose. The dinner invitation was a stall to get you here.
Okay, we're here, so what?
Yes. Come to the point, Findlay.
And you, Warren, a weakling. Ain't know nothing in the financial world. As a partner, I found you out for what you were. And thank heaven I ditched you in time.
Why, you...
Getting sore, huh? Good. That's what I want to see. You always were afraid of me, Warren. And we'd grown to hate each other more and more.
Hate is a mild word for it, Findlay.
Don't let him get your goat, Warren. That's what he seems to be trying to do.
So Merrill, the smart financial operator, who lost his shirt trying to buck me in a deal, sticks his nose into it, eh?
I've heard enough. I'm leaving.
Sit down. After all, you haven't satisfied your curiosity as to why I brought you here, Merrill. You might as well find out.
I didn't come here to take your insults, Findlay.
Of course you did. You knew I'd tell you off, all of you. But you came anyway. So sit down.
All right. I will stay so that I can tell these gentlemen what I really think of you, Findlay.
Why waste words? They know already.
You're not kidding.
By this time, you should have learned what we all think of you, Findlay.
George Reese speaks up at last. Now there's a man who thought he was capable of going to Congress. Had the gall to think he could really win the votes. But I, Carl Finley, stopped him. So he hates me for it as much as I hate him.
There's a lot of hate flowing around this table tonight. You're not the likable type, Finley.
I thrive on hate. I make no friends.
You can say that again.
Friends are parasites, in my opinion, out for what they can get from a person.
Any friends of yours would die of hunger before you'd help them.
Laugh, all of you. You can have your so-called friends, but I have money, power. I've bucked you all and won. That's why you hate me, and I hate you.
You made a slight mistake. I bucked you and won. And it cost you $1 million.
I'll win over you yet, Britt Reed. Wait and see.
Gentlemen, I suggest we thank our host for a delightful dinner and leave right now.
Now, wait. Now, I'll tell you why I had you come here. I received this note a few days ago.
What's it say?
Well, listen to this. Sometime, somehow, I'm going to get to you. Because I hate you, I'm going to kill you. The note is not signed.
What does that have to do with us, Finley?
Just this. I feel that you 4 men are the only ones who really have reason to hate me enough to kill me. So I figure that one of you sent this note. One of you is a potential murderer.
That's ridiculous, Finley. We might take a rap at you, yes. But as for wanting to commit murder, that's another thing entirely.
That's what you say, Britt Weed. But I wouldn't put it past even you.
I resent that, Finley.
Go ahead and resent it. That's the way I feel about it.
If you weren't such an old fool, I'd show my resentment more forcibly.
With a gun, perhaps? Well, what about the rest of you? Which one of you sent me that note?
This is most ridiculous.
I've had enough of this, Tommy Rock.
Yes, and so have I. Let's get out of here. This man's going mad.
Mad, am I? So you all want to leave, do you? Well, the doors are locked. You'll stay until I want you to go. Do you hear?
I believe he's lost his mind.
This is the strangest. The lights. What's happened?
Who put out the lights?
I'll find the switch.
Now look over by the door.
Look at Finley.
Great Scott. Something's happened to him. Look here.
What's the matter?
He's been stabbed. Finley is dead.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Sometimes we wonder why Willie Piper ever plans things. No matter how well-intentioned Willie's acts may be, something always goes wrong. On second thought, maybe it's best that Willie does get into those hilarious situations. If he didn't, our Sunday night Willie Piper show wouldn't be the delightful comedy it is. Then there are the heartwarming characters who make up the cast. There's Willie, a blundering, good-natured newlywed who's still amazed that he's married. Martha, his lovable young wife. Mr. Gillespie, his domineering father-in-law. And Mr. Bissell, who's never without his bike. Combine the situations and the characters, and you've got a show you're sure to enjoy. Hear the tales of Willie Piper tonight, broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to the Green Hornet. As Britt Reed leaned over Findlay and announced that he was dead, the others were dumbfounded.
Dead? Are you sure, Britt?
Absolutely. Somebody, one of the men in this room, turned out the lights. Then stabbed Findlay.
It could have been any one of us. We were all wandering around the room.
Findlay said the doors were locked. We'll soon find out. Well, the door is locked. Must have the key on him. Let's see. Here it is.
Let's get out of here, Reed. There'll be a big scandal about this, and I...
Sorry, Reese. All 4 of us have to stay here until the police come.
The police?
Yes. I'll call them right now.
some time later when Inspector Evans from police headquarters faced the 4 prominent men in Findley's penthouse living room.
Gentlemen, so far we've reached no conclusion from our questioning here tonight. We know someone in this room used one of Mr. Findley's silver table knives to cause his death.
Have you had a report on any fingerprints that might have been found on that knife, Inspector?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
What was the report, Inspector?
I'm sorry, Mr. Merrill, but the information I received is confidential. When the proper time comes, all of you will know the result of the fingerprint test.
Inspector, regardless of what you found out, I insist that you make some arrangements to let us go home. You can't hold all of us for this crime.
I suggest, gentlemen, that you all come to headquarters. Whatever arrangements are to be made can be made there.
Well, that should be agreeable to everyone, Inspector.
Yes.
Very well, then. We'll go to police headquarters now. Come along, gentlemen.
It was much later that night when Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt told Cato about the tragedy that had taken place at Findley's apartment.
We're all under suspicion, Cato. The police allowed us to leave after accepting our personal bonds.
But in a case like this, police move with caution, perhaps.
Yes, those men are all prominent. The police don't want to make a false move. It would be embarrassing because the papers would play it up.
That's true. But it's not good that you be in room 2 when Findley get murdered, Mr. Britt.
I intend to do what I can to bring the killer to light, Cato.
Well, how you do that? Police watch, perhaps.
They won't be watching the Green Hornet. Maybe he can find out something.
Green Hornet go out tonight?
Yes. It's best to strike while the iron's hot, and before the others have a chance to confer with their attorneys. Let's go, Cato.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
The Green Hornet is going to pay a visit to each of the other guests that Findley had to dinner tonight. Perhaps by working on their nerves, I can get the guilty one to the breaking point. Then, as Britt Reed, I'm going to suggest a plan to Inspector Evans that may crack the case.
Which one Hornet go to see first?
We'll go first to Merrill's place. Step on it, Cato.
Meantime, Ted Merrill was sitting at the desk in his study, thinking of the events that had taken place earlier in the evening. Suddenly, he was startled by hearing a voice.
Well, Merrill, worrying about the spot you're in?
Oh, what the? The Green Hornet. Why have you come here like this?
Maybe I know just who it was who killed Findlay, Merrill.
Then you know more than the police do. Why don't you tell them what you know about it?
Maybe I will. If I can't make a deal with the killer.
Get out. Get out of here. I'll call the police right now and tell them about this.
In that case, I'll leave. Be seeing you again. So long.
A short time later, George Reese, whom Findley had opposed in his political ambitions, was pacing the floor in his library. Suddenly, he looked up as one of the French windows opened and a sinister figure stepped in.
What's the idea of coming here wearing a mask and... You must be the Green Hornet.
Right the first time, Reese.
What do you want? If this is a hold-up,
I'm here to discuss Findlay's murder, Reese.
Findlay's murder? What can you know about that?
Maybe I know all about it.
That's impossible.
Is it? Of course, if the killer wants to make a deal, I'll keep what I know to myself.
A deal? What kind of a deal?
Oh, let's say for $20,000, I could forget about it.
Well, you're not getting $20,000 from me. Not even $1, Hornet. Do you understand that?
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it.
That's just the way I feel about it. And what's more, you made a mistake in coming here. I'll hold you here with this gun, then turn you over to the police.
No, you won't, Reese. Goodbye.
Stop! Come back here!
A short time later, Britt Reed crouched on the fire escape outside Mr. Warren's bedroom window.
Findlay's ex-partner sat on the edge of the bed, smoking nervously.
Oh, Warren's worrying like the other two. Well, might as well go in.
Who's that? What do you want?
Quiet, Warren.
Put down that gun. Why have you come in here like this? Who are you?
Take a closer look.
Green Hornet.
That's right. And you and I are going to have a talk about the Findlay killing.
I can't tell you anything about that. I was there when it happened, that's all.
You had a good reason to kill him, Warren.
So did the others, every one of them.
Perhaps I know who killed Findlay.
You have no way of knowing.
That's what you think.
Then tell me what you do know, Hornet.
I'd rather keep you guessing. Of course, if you want to make a deal, maybe we can get together.
A deal?
That's right. For $20,000, I promise not to tip off the police.
I don't believe you know anything. I won't deal with you. Now get out. Get out, you hear?
All right. If that's the way you want it. But don't forget I gave you a chance, Warren. See you again.
What'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
Each of them is very much worried, Cato. Of course, I didn't get a hint as to which one did it. But I believe the real killer will have a bad case of nerves because of my visit.
But how you hope to get results from making visits?
The killer will be in a very nervous state. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a proposition to Inspector Evans. If he's willing to go through with it, it may bring the killer to light.
You think Inspector listened to proposition under circumstances?
Well, you'd have nothing to lose. Especially since I gave him a bit of evidence I picked up at the scene of the crime. Let's head for home.
The next day, Britt Reed visited Inspector Evans, and after a long discussion, it was agreed upon that the inspector would request the men who had dined with Findlay to attend a luncheon in a private room at headquarters. At the appointed hour, the party gathered at the table. Inspector Evans spoke.
Let's drink our sherry first, gentlemen. It'll settle our nerves. Well, here's to a quick solution of the Findlay murder. Waiter, move the glasses to serve the luncheon.
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, this case is an unusual one. All of you, the suspects, are prominent men. You all had reason to despise Mr. Findlay. One of you took his life.
Get to the point, please, Inspector. This gathering in itself is very unusual.
Yes, I know, and I appreciate the cooperation you've all shown by coming here. Of course, I do have the authority to demand your presence, but I prefer it this way.
Well, just what is the purpose of this luncheon, Inspector?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know. I gave up an important appointment to come here, sir.
Oh, really, Mr. Warren? That's too bad, but keep in mind that you, along with the rest, are a suspect in the murder case.
I, for one, appreciate the manner in which Inspector Evans is handling this case.
Well, thank you, Mr. Reed. All right, waiter. Serve the luncheon.
Yes.
Now, gentlemen, I suggest that you eat the lunch that's before you, and then I promise the purpose of this gathering will be very plain to all of you.
This note is for you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you. Wait outside.
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I'll get right to the point.
That's what we're waiting for.
I hope so. I'll have to be leaving soon.
Well, this is more important, Mr. Warren, than anything else you could be thinking of.
What's in the note, if I may ask, sir?
I'm just about to tell you, Mr. Merrill. You see, when you drank your sherry, I had the waiter take the glasses out immediately after.
I noticed that.
It was done for a definite purpose. Get the fingerprints of all of you.
Fingerprints?
Yes. You see, on the silver table knife that was used to kill Findlay, we found a thumbprint.
That couldn't be so, Inspector. It's not possible.
There's your killer, Inspector.
Oh, no.
What right have you to say that? Maybe you, Reed, are trying to cover up for yourself.
Maybe this will clinch things, Warren.
Blood-stained handkerchief?
Right, and with your initial on it, Warren. A W.
Warren, you are too positive that there couldn't be a fingerprint on the knife. That means you were the only one who knew the killer held a handkerchief over the handle when he used the weapon on Finley. You killed him.
Why, I'll give you what I gave Finley right now.
Yes, grab him. I'm not old man Finley, Warren.
No.
Sorry, gentlemen. That was necessary. There's your murderer, Inspector.
Thanks, Britt. Saved the others a lot of needless worry by planning this. You see, gentlemen, Mr. Reed found that handkerchief in the wastebasket in Findley's apartment and gave it to me. Thanks to him, we found the killer.
I thought maybe the Green Hornet tipped you off in regard to the real killer, Inspector.
The Hornet? Nonsense. Don't mention him in the same breath with a man like Britt Reed. Mr. Reed's a chap who really thinks things out. And how?
Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X3. Pet Bob!
Remember, the thrilling adventures of David Harding Counter-Spy are heard every Sunday afternoon over the network of the American Broadcasting Company. They are experiences you'll want to hear. Entertaining, dramatic, exciting experiences. Perhaps you've read stories in the newspapers of how spies have been captured. Do you recall the story of the two men who landed in Maine, whose footsteps were traced along the New England shore? The tale of a beautiful woman who was set out to gather the secrets of American officers. These are cases you've heard, but there are other stories you'll want to hear. Stories that David Harding Counter-Spy will tell you. So for daring adventure, listen to David Harding Counter-Spy, heard every Sunday afternoon over most of these ABC stations. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. You've seen him on steeples, looking at you from walls and even peering at you from beneath your coat sleeve. He gets around more than any character in the world. His mission in life determines many things. The fate of people, the destinies of nations. Who is he? The clock. His face observes every event that happens, and you should hear his stories. Yes, listen for the stories of the clock and how he guides mortals on their destinations of mystery, adventure, comedy, or tragedy. The Clock is a new dramatic series heard over ABC on Sunday nights. The stories you will hear are not ordinary stories. Once a week, The Clock takes 30 minutes from his day to tell you a story that you won't want to miss. Listen for him tonight over most of these same ABC stations. And now, The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Woman and Oliver Perry. The Green Hornet strikes again! Britt Reed, young playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, yawned and opened his eyes as Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, stood beside the bed with a tray.
Don't tell me it's time to get up already.
Yes, sir. It's almost 10 a.m. I bring your coffee, Mr. Britt. Also the morning mail.
Set the tray on the table there, Cato. I'll take the mail.
Oh, yes, sir. I turn on light. There.
Looks like a bunch of bills. A few invitations to some boring parties. This one looks interesting. Oh, let's see. Great Scott, Cato. Listen to this.
What is it?
To the Green Hornet. You see, I know who you are. Tomorrow night at 9, come to the merchandise warehouse to help with a job. If you don't come, the police will learn your identity. Signed, a lady who knows.
That's not good.
Decidedly not. This letter is in a woman's handwriting, all right. I can't for the life of me figure how she could have found out or who she might be.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Well, right now I'll eat and then go to the office. Cato, this is going to take a lot of thinking, and no mistake. I never thought a woman would be the one to put the Hornet on the spot.
Later, in his office, Britt Reed was dictating an editorial to his secretary, Lenore Case.
Let's see now. Where was I, Miss Case?
And good government is the result of careful voting.
Oh, yes. Good government is the result of careful voting. And until the people learn... Got that?
Of course. I'm waiting.
And until the people learn to use their votes intelligently, corruption in public office won't be eliminated.
I have that, sir.
Now, where was I?
Goodness, Mr. Reed, you're not yourself at all this morning. One would think you'd received startling news before you came down or something.
Well, What made you say that?
Say what?
That I might have received startling news.
Oh, I was just saying that's the way you act this morning. Shall we continue the dictation?
No. You finish in your own words, Miss Case.
All right. Are you sure you feel all right, sir?
Of course I feel all right.
I'll add about 50 words to what you've given me, and then I'll bring it in for your okay.
I don't want to say it. Just send it down to Gunnigan when you finish it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Case.
Yes? What is it?
I want you to write out in longhand the first paragraph of that editorial I just dictated. You can do it now, right here.
Why, of course, if you want me to.
I'll read it over and see how it sounds.
I can type it up much faster.
No, write it out. In longhand, please.
All right. I so seldom write in longhand, it's almost a task to do it, but
Well, that's enough. Just give me that much.
But I've just written 2 sentences, Mr. Reed.
Never mind, that'll do. Thanks. Now you can go type up that editorial.
Yes, sir. It won't take long.
Now to compare her handwriting to this note. Foolish of me, but this case is in a position to... Well, not a bit similar. I should have known better than to...
Hi, Reed. How's things this morning?
Fine, Axford. Fine. Why do you ask?
Well, no harm in asking, is there?
No, of course not.
What's that you got? Letter from a reader?
No, it's...
Let's see it.
No, don't take that, Axford. That's, something personal. What brings you in?
Well, I thought you might like to know something I found out this morning. That is, to someone I saw that you know.
Well, I know so many people, one more or less doesn't matter, Axford. I should think by this time you'd be on your way to...
The guy I saw this morning, Reed, was Oliver Perry, that detective.
Oliver Perry?
Sure, he's back in town. And he sure got his nerve coming back after what happened last time.
Well, I'm glad you told me.
And you should see the classy blonde that was with him, Reed. They were having breakfast together.
You mean Perry had a woman with him?
Sure.
Well, did they see you?
Nope, they didn't. I don't like Perry, so I kept out of his way.
I see. I wonder where they're staying.
Well, they were eating in the coffee shop at the downtown, so I guess they've checked in there. I guess she's his secretary.
Mm-hmm. Probably so.
You know, I think I'll tip off Inspector Evans that Perry's back in town. The cops warned him to stay out of the city after the trick he tried to pull on you last time.
I know, but I'd rather you didn't say anything to the police, Axford. It may be that Perry has business in town, so just forget about it.
Okay, if you say so, Reed. Well, guess I'll be on my way to cops' headquarters. I'll be seeing you later, Reed. So long.
So long, Axford. I'll get Cato on the private line. Hope he's at the apartment.
Hello?
Cato, I found out something very important. Oliver Perry is in town, and a woman is with him.
Oliver Perry? He come back again to get Green Hornet, maybe.
And that's what I think. And that would account for that note. He could have told that woman operative with him to write it.
But you're not sure, Mr. Britt?
No. It could be just coincidence that Perry's in town. But knowing him as I do, I'm inclined to connect him with that note in some way.
What you do, Mr. Britt? You think of something, perhaps?
Well, offhand, I can't say that I have, but... Yes, I have thought of something else, Cato. I'll tell you about it when I get home. Right now, I'm going down to police headquarters to talk to Inspector Evans.
Well, Mr. Reed, it's a pleasant surprise to have you call on me. What can I do for you?
Inspector, I've come to you in a rather delicate matter. You see, I've received a note intended for the Green Hornet.
A note intended for the Green Hornet?
Yes. Of course, you realize that if I were the Hornet, I wouldn't come to you like this.
Why, if you told me you were the Green Hornet, I still wouldn't believe it. Thought's too preposterous to consider even in a joking way.
Oh, thanks. Here's the note.
Uh-huh. The Green Hornet. How did you get this, Mr. Reed?
Through the mail, Inspector. The main thing is I do have it.
Do you think the Green Hornet knows about it?
That I wouldn't like to say. One never can tell. But it stands to reason if he realizes this note has been put into other hands, the real Hornet won't show up.
But if it doesn't, according to the note, this woman is going to expose him.
It seems to me the woman, and whoever might be working with her, is exposing herself to criminal prosecution by planning a robbery at the merchandise warehouse.
Yes, that's true.
If she does know the Hornet, it would be worthwhile taking her into custody.
That's right, Mr. Reed.
Now, look here, Inspector. I have a plan that may work.
But if the Hornet doesn't show up, they won't go through with their plans.
According to the plan I have, they'll think the Hornet has shown up.
Just what is your plan?
Well, maybe you won't go for it, but here it is for what it's worth.
Meantime, in the downtown hotel, Oliver Perry was talking to the woman who had come with him to trap the Green Hornet.
We have to move carefully, Carol. I'm in wrong with the police in this city, so I couldn't approach them. But I have contacted the federal men. They're after the Hornet, too.
I know. But suppose he doesn't show up, Mr. Perry. You had me write that note, but I really don't have any proof that the man who shows up is the Hornet. By the way, who was it you mailed that note to?
Never mind that now. I think that note will bring him out. And if it does, the federal men can move in on him.
I've heard a lot about the Green Hornet.
Never mind what you've heard. Those federal men will be planted near that warehouse. At the proper time, they'll close in and grab the Hornet. And then we'll get the reward. I've made several tries to get that Hornet, and I've taken it on the chin each time. But this time, I think we'll succeed.
The following afternoon, Axford entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed.
Hello, Axford. What's new?
Oh, nothing much. I've been trying to get a line on Perry and that woman who's working with him. But they don't seem to be doing much of anything.
As I said yesterday morning, Axford, they may be in town on other business instead of to find the Hornet, as you think.
I'll never believe that, Reed. I'm keeping tabs on them two. If they do turn up with the Hornet in their net, 'tis the Sentinel who'll have a scoop on it, or me name isn't Michael Aloysius Axford, that's what.
Well, I wish you luck. Has Perry contacted the police yet?
Nope, not that I know of. He's afraid of the cops, I guess, so he's going to handle this alone. That is, with the help of that woman.
Oh, in that case, he's liable to run into trouble with the Hornet. In fact, a great deal more trouble than he expects. You just wait and see.
A short time later, Britt Reed left the office at the Daily Sentinel and went to his apartment where Cato was waiting. The two men discussed the situation.
Are you going to keep appointment with woman at merchandise warehouse, Mr. Britt?
In a way, yes, Cato. You and I are going to be in the vicinity.
But it's sure to be a trap. You say you have a plan, but you not tell me what it is.
My plan may not work out as I hope, Cato. If it does, you'll be in on it. If it doesn't, well, we'll just have to take that chance.
Will we go out in Black Beauty?
Yes, and we might as well go out now. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. When the Theater Guild takes a check on its past Broadway hits, they find they have a long and illustrious list of plays as well as actors. From their roster of star-studded hits, the Theater Guild selects one every Sunday night for Theater Guild on the Air. And this year, like last, the Theater Guild on the Air has maintained its high dramatic standards with the psychological thriller Angel Street, the farcical fun fest You Can't Take It With You, and Craig's Wife. The Theater Guild on the Air is not warmed-over entertainment. It's top-caliber theater. Be sure to be on hand tonight when Theater Guild on the Air is heard over most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to the Green Hornet. After telling Cato he had a plan to outwit those who were plotting against him, Britt Reed and Cato went out in the Black Beauty. Meantime, Mr. Martin of the Federal Bureau was riding in a car toward the merchandise warehouse with Oliver Perry and the girl Carol.
What's the name of the person you suspect, Perry?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not say. That sort of thing could get me into trouble. However, if he turns up, as I believe he will, your men can move in and grab him. Then you'll see who he is.
Well, several of my men are following in another car. I'll place them across the street from the warehouse. Then, when I get some sort of a signal from you, we'll move in.
I feel rather nervous about this. From what I've heard, that Hornet is rather ruthless. When he finds out I'm the one who wrote that note, he might...
Carol, pull yourself together. You've worked in other cases with me, and you've always shown plenty of nerve. Don't go backing us now.
Those other cases had nothing to do with the Green Hornet, Mr. Perry. Remember?
Don't worry, Carol. Our reports on the Hornet say he's suave, good-looking, and gallant with the ladies.
Maybe I'll be sorry I helped on this case when I get a look at that Adonis you're describing, Mr. Martin. Men like that are scarce these days.
But seriously, Carol, we'll have to move carefully. The Hornet has slipped out of many a trap that we and the police have set for him in the past. Personally, I've learned to have great respect for his cleverness.
I can vouch for the fact that he's clever. But no man can go on forever without making a slip. And I have a hunch that tonight the Hornet will walk into our arms.
A short time later at police headquarters, Inspector Evans was talking to Sergeant Burke.
I called you into my office, Sergeant Burke, because I have a special assignment for you tonight. In fact, we'll be leaving on it in a few minutes.
Sure, Inspector. What is it you want me to do?
I have a tip that the Green Hornet will be out of the merchandise warehouse at 9. Pull off a job with some others.
The Hornet, you say?
That's right. And it's very important, Sergeant, that there's no slip-up on our part. Therefore, I want you to select a few men that you can rely upon to go out there with you.
Okay, Inspector. Have you any orders as to what we're to do after we get there?
Yes. Stay in the rear of the warehouse until they go inside. Then move in on them. But be careful with the shooting.
You mean if the Hornet starts to get away, you don't want
The Hornet may come there, and then again he may not. But I do want you to pick up the others. Then, even if the Hornet doesn't show, we'll grill some information from them about him.
Sure, I get it. But if we do spot the Hornet, then we
Now,
can...
hold on. You'll still be careful. I'll tell you why.
Well, since the Hornet is wanted dead or alive, I am a little curious, Inspector, as to why you want us to be careful with the guns.
Because the whole deal is according to a certain plan. Now, listen closely. I'll tell you what that plan is. Then we'll be on our way.
Will you not drive right up to warehouse, Mr. Britt? Police might be watching.
Don't worry about that, Keto. You can bet on it, Perry didn't get in touch with the police. Even so, we won't drive up right in front of the place. We'll leave the car down the block and go the rest of the way on foot. Then we'll go in the back entrance.
But if they're waiting out front,
By the time we go to the back entrance, they'll be inside if my plan works out. Then we'll go in. And Perry, if it is he, and I'm sure it is, will get the surprise of his life.
Well, someday, perhaps, we not get the best of Perry. He very clever, very ruthless in trying to catch Hornet.
You don't have to tell me that after all the brushes I've had with him in the past. But this time I feel sure we'll come out all right. And Perry will be washed up more than ever.
I hope you're right, Mr. Britt.
If I'm not, it will be the end of the Hornet. I won't think of that possibility. Step on it, Cato.
Later, in the shadows across the street from the merchandise warehouse, Mr. Martin and his men waited and watched the two figures, Oliver Perry and his female operative, Carol, who stood waiting in front of the warehouse.
Now, get things straight, men. That's Perry, the detective, and the girl over there. It's almost 9 o'clock. If the Hornet's coming, he should be here soon.
What are we to do, Chief?
Well, Perry has the skeleton key to enter the warehouse. You let them go in. Then when the lights go on, we'll move in. You got that straight?
Right. Perry must be smart if he can outwit the Hornet, Mr. Martin.
Perry is one of the smartest detectives in the business. Of course, he's out for the reward. But all we care about is apprehending the Green Hornet.
That's right. Well, he'll deserve the reward if he puts the Hornet in our hands.
That's the way I look at it. We should... Look. There's a figure on foot coming towards Perry now.
Yes. And from here, he looks as though he's masked. Came around from the back.
This is it, men. Get ready. When I give the word, move. And move fast.
It's the Green Hornet.
Well, you did show up, huh, Hornet? I guess you didn't expect to see me.
Why doesn't he say something? Why does he just...
Guess he's too upset, Carol. Okay, Hornet, we're going inside. Have a gun in my pocket pointed right at you. Carol, use the skeleton key and open the door.
All right.
All right, Hornet. Hurry it up. Get inside. I'll find the light switch.
Look, I don't like this. He hasn't said a word, just looks at us.
Never mind that, Carol. You have a gun, keep it handy. I have mine pointed at him. In a few minutes, he'll be in the hands of the Federals and unmasked. And you'll know who he really is.
Funny, I have my gun trained on you, Perry.
What? He came the back way.
It's another Hornet. There's two of them.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get this.
I see that you... What is this? A Hornet in front of you, and another one at the back door. Cover them both, men.
Fine work, Mr. Martin. One of these is a real Hornet.
I know. I still don't get the idea of the two, but we'll be able to get the truth out of them. Disarm them, one of you men.
Yes, sir. I'll take the gun. All right, you drop that gun.
Here, take it.
I got this one. Now for the other one. Give me your gun, mister.
Here you are. Good. That takes care of that. Now, Mr. Perry, we'll unmask both of these men. One of them is a real Hornet.
I can point out the real one to you, Mr. Martin.
I'll have the pleasure of unmasking them myself. I'll take off your mask first.
How are you, Mr. Martin? Glad to see you.
What? It's Britt Reed.
I thought so.
Don't forget there's another masked figure over there.
Well, I don't get this. Well, might as well see who's wearing the other mask. Now for you.
Surprised, Mr. Martin?
Inspector Evans from police headquarters.
That's right.
But I don't get this. Why are you and Britt Reed both here wearing Green Hornet masks?
It's a trick, Mr. Martin. The one I sent that letter to was Britt Reed.
Is that right, Mr. Reed?
Absolutely. According to Mr. Perry is always right.
But there's nothing left for me to do but to take you in.
You'll have to take me in, too, then. I, too, was disguised as a Green Hornet, you know.
Look, what is this anyway? Inspector Evans, you must have an explanation.
Mr. Martin, don't bother about explanations. You know as well as I do that one of these men is the Green Hornet. Personally, I know which one. But you can get it out of them.
Perry, you were ordered to stay out of this city the last time you tried to pull something phony against Mr. Reed. This time you've really stuck out your neck.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Wait a minute. I'll be right back.
What's he doing blowing that whistle?
We'll wait and see.
Here we are, Inspector. Did you get them? Hey, what's going on here anyway?
Whatever it is, Mr. Martin, it's a plot to get the Hornet out of your custody.
Listen, Perry. You've worn my patience pretty thin. This is the last time I'm putting up with your insinuations.
It's up to you, Reed, to explain your way out of this mess.
Oh, no, it isn't. Sergeant, take that girl and Mr. Perry to headquarters for questioning.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Inspector. I don't know anything about all this except what Mr. Perry has told me.
Just what has he told you?
Well, he said we'd catch the Green Hornet and I'd get part of the reward.
I suppose Britt Reed will deny that he received a note signed by a woman.
Deny it? Don't be crazy. Of course I received that note. That's why Inspector Evans is here. I took that note to police headquarters.
Look, will someone explain all this?
Gladly, Mr. Martin. This Oliver Perry, the great American detective, has been pestering Mr. Reed for some time, claiming that he's the Green Hornet.
Well, as far as I can see, I've proved my point.
Quiet, you. Mr. Reed brought that note to headquarters. We both planned to use a Green Hornet disguise and come out to meet the ones who sent that note. As you see, they're Oliver Perry and this young woman.
What was in that note?
Here it is, Mr. Martin.
So you took this to police headquarters, huh?
Of course. It seemed like a threat to me.
When I read that note, I knew it was some kind of a trick. So we planned this trap. And as far as I can see, it worked.
Oh, has it?
Yes, it has. Or do you want to try to say that I'm the Green Hornet?
I say that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
Perry? I've taken so much from you, it isn't funny anymore. You've bothered me too much as it is.
Well, this looks like a case for the police. If the inspector and Mr. Reed planned this between them, and as far as I can see, neither one could be the Hornet.
Well, maybe so. But as far as Reed's concerned, in my opinion, he's an arrogant playboy and a self-styled smart guy who can't even run a 2-bit newspaper.
Perry, you've gone too far. The only language you could understand is this! Oh. Sorry I had to do that, Perry. You asked for it. Open the door, Axford.
With pleasure, Reed.
Now get out, Perry! Before you force me to lose my temper again. Get out and leave town fast.
I'm going.
The whole thing was Mr. Perry's idea.
I knew that guy was up to something.
Mr. Reed, Looks as though both the police department and the Federal Bureau owe you a vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed is certainly a smart man. The real Hornet would certainly get a laugh out of this.
Yes, I agree with you, Inspector. He certainly would.
True to life. That's the phrase a lot of people are using to describe David Harding Counter Spy Show, the program based on events of the times. Not so long ago, there were several rackets going on in the country where gangsters tried to extort money from the families of missing war heroes by telling them the GIs were still alive and needed money. David Harding Counter Spy dramatized an imaginary case of this vicious racket, and the public response was immediate. Many people wrote in to say they, too, had been taken in by such rackets. Every Sunday afternoon over most of these ABC stations, David Harding Counter Spy continues its work against rackets and the people who create them. For thrilling, down-to-earth drama, hear David Harding Counter Spy today. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Al Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. There's music in the air, and among the top new musical programs is the Sunday Evening Hour, heard over most of these same ABC stations. Here's a program with universal appeal to all music lovers. A program that presents one of the country's noted musical directors, Carl Kruger, leading one of the country's finest symphonic orchestras, the Detroit Symphony. As for the superb musical programs the Detroit Symphony has in its repertoire, you'll hear the works of your favorite classical composers. Great music, played by the famous Detroit Symphony under the splendid direction of the eminent conductor Carl Kruger. This fine program goes on the air over most of these same ABC stations. Don't forget, the premier broadcast of the Sunday Evening Hour is tonight. And now, the Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Rodin Statue. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was checking an editorial which Miss Case, his secretary, brought into his office.
Oh, that's got it, Miss Case. I wanted it strong enough to make the city council realize that the people are determined to have a decent airport.
The airport issue was the deciding factor in the elections this time. More people voted than ever before.
Yes, and it seems to me they voted intelligently. It's foolish not to know how a man stands before voting him into office. As a result, the present council agreed on the new airport issue. Tell Gunnigan to run this in the next edition.
Yes, sir. I'll take it right down to him.
Hi, Reed. How you doing, Casey?
Well, I'm fine. And fortunately, we're through discussing the editorial I brought in to Mr. Reed, so I guess it's all right for you to barge in.
Huh. Reed, Gunnigan said something about covering an assignment at the museum. Some guy named Rodin's going to unveil something or something.
Oh, that I'd like to see.
Why, Casey? Have you met the guy or something?
Axford, for your information, the name is pronounced Rodin, and he was a great French sculptor. He died in 1917.
Oh. Then how can he...
Oh, he can't.
Axford, a statue by Rodin, which has been held for safekeeping by Ralph Berry, the art connoisseur, is to be put on exhibition for a limited time at the museum before it's sent back to France.
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, it was brought over here secretly for the duration of the war.
Huh. What would the Nazis have wanted with a thing like a statue, I'd like to know?
A statue by Rodin is practically priceless.
Oh, now I get it.
When's the statue to be on exhibition?
Well, as I understand, the press is invited in to see it when it arrives at the museum.
Oh, I know about that, Mr. Reed. Mr. Berry's sending the statue from his country estate outside the city to the museum in the morning.
How did you know that, Casey?
Because the curator of the museum, Mr. Jackson, told me so.
Now, why should Mr. Jackson tell you that, Casey? I didn't even know you knew the guy.
Mr. Jackson phoned here yesterday and invited Mr. Reed to come over while he unpacked the statue. I left a notation on your desk, Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes. I saw it, but the matter slipped my mind.
Are you going, Reed?
I think so. I'm interested in Rodin's work. He's a forerunner of modern art.
Is he now? Well, what do you know?
Axford talks as if he knew what he was talking about.
Huh. How do you know, Casey, that I won't chisel a statue of somebody sometime?
Well, I admit you're foremost among the chiselers, Axford, but not in art. Oh, that I'd have to see.
Being a gentleman, I'll overlook that crack. Maybe we can go together in the morning, Reed.
All right with me, Axford. Meet me here at 10. We'll grab a cab and go on over to the museum.
Meantime, at the museum, Mr. Jackson, the curator, rose from his office desk to greet two visitors who had just entered.
Well, good morning, Mr. Berry.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. May I present Mr. Jules Francois, the French representative who has just arrived from Washington?
Charmed, Monsieur Jackson.
How do you do, sir? It's a pleasure. Sit down, gentlemen, sit down.
Merci. Yes, thank you. Let's get the arrangements straight for bringing over the Rodin statue, Mr. Jackson.
Everything is arranged, sir. One of our trucks will go to your estate late this afternoon with 2 trusted guards. I, of course, will accompany them to help you put the statue in the packing case.
Fine. I wouldn't want anything to happen to that statue.
Such a thing as that, monsieur, is unthinkable.
But not impossible, Mr. Francois. There are many who would like to get their hands on that statue. I'd like to keep it myself, for that matter.
Such a work of art belongs to the world, monsieur.
That goes without saying, Mr. Francois. We'll bring this statue here to the museum after dark tonight.
I take it for granted that your guards are absolutely trustworthy.
Oh, yes, you may be sure of that, sir.
Good. My estate is well guarded, so we have nothing to fear.
Some of the press are coming in to see us open the packing case in the morning. The articles they put in their papers should arouse a great deal of interest in the exhibit.
Once the statue is placed in your hands tonight, Mr. Jackson, my responsibility will be over.
Oh, of course. I shall write out a release for you. You'll be here in the morning?
No, I'm afraid not. I have a previous business appointment. My secretary, Jack Brown, didn't realize you were having the press in.
That secretary of yours, Jack Brown, he hasn't been with you very long, Mr. Berry. Is he,
Now, don't worry about Brown. He came with splendid credentials.
You seem to have taken every precaution, monsieur. I am sure there is nothing to fear.
There's nothing to worry about, is right. Well, Mr. Francois, we'd better be on our way. Don't forget. We'll see you tonight at my home for dinner, Mr. Jackson.
Yes, of course. Good day, gentlemen.
That evening, 4 men sat around the dinner table at the Berry mansion. Mr. Berry, his secretary, Jack Brown, Mr. Jackson, the curator, and Jules Francois.
Oh, well, Jack, did you see to it that the guards are getting something to eat in the servants' dining room?
Yes, Mr. Berry, I arranged that.
Fine.
They're being taken care of, sir.
It's a relief to have that statue packed and ready to go.
Oui, Monsieur Jackson. It has been quite a responsibility for Monsieur Berry.
I enjoyed having that Rodin in my gallery, even though I couldn't show it to anyone.
It is a prize worth having.
Yes, I'd give most anything to own it.
There are many other collectors who would give a fabulous price to get it, Mr. Berry.
Yes, I know. In fact, if it were stolen, the French government would probably give a fabulous reward for its return.
That is what has worried us, monsieur. There are many international crooks who know that fact. That is why we have insisted upon such precautions.
Oh, with all the precautions that have been taken, there's no way it could be stolen, Mr. Francois.
I am glad of that, Monsieur Brown.
How long will it be on exhibition at the museum?
We have permission to keep it for a month. Then it will be shipped abroad.
Beg pardon, sir.
Go on. What is it, Parker?
The phone, sir. A call for you. In the office off the gallery.
Very well, Parker. I'll go right in.
Yes, sir. I'll have the party hold the line.
Will you gentlemen excuse me?
Yes, certainly.
I won't be long.
The biggest regret in Mr. Berry's life is giving up that Rodin statue.
I can imagine that he's grown to feel that it's a part of his famous collection.
That's right, he has, sir. His collection is all he lives for. He has no living relatives.
I wonder what will become of his collection when he passes on.
I can tell you that, Mr. Jackson. He's willed it to your museum.
Really? That's wonderful of him.
Will you pardon me, please? I have a few matters to attend to.
Of course, monsieur.
We'll be starting out with the statue shortly.
I'll probably see you before you leave.
Perhaps, Monsieur Jackson, it is best that I go see that everything is in readiness for our departure. You will excuse me, oui?
Yes, of course. I'll go find the guards who are to go back with us. Then we'll load the packing box in the truck and go to the museum.
It was half an hour later. Mr. Jackson, the curator, stood beside the truck upon which the guards had loaded the packing case containing the valuable Rodin statue.
Pardon, sir, but Mr. Berry sends his regrets for not returning to see you before you leave. But he and Mr. Brown have some important business to go over, sir.
That's all right. By the way, Parker, have you seen anything of the Frenchman, Mr. Francois? He's supposed to ride back with us.
Oh, no, sir. I thought, sir, that he was with you.
He left about half an hour ago. Here he comes now.
I see that you are ready to leave, monsieur. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
That's all right. Ready to leave, boys?
All ready, Mr. Jackson. Now, you and Mr. Francois can ride up here in the cab with me. Joe will stand watch in the truck.
All right. Come on, Mr. Francois.
Oui, monsieur.
Within a short time, we'll have the Rodins safely within the museum.
The following morning at the museum, Britt Reed and AXFORD stood with other newspapermen waiting for the ceremony of opening the case containing the famous Rodin statue.
You know, Reed, that looks like the pine box they put a coffin in, don't it?
The statue must be about the size of a man from the looks of that case.
Seems like a lot of fuss to go to over a statue.
If you appreciated art, AXFORD, you'd realize this is going to be a treat. To see a work of the great Rodin himself.
The statue's a statue, no matter who made it, to my way of thinking. Here comes Jackson, the boss of the joint.
He's the curator of the museum.
Sure, same thing.
Gentlemen, we want the public to be impressed with the fact that they will have the opportunity to view for the next month one of the world's great works of art, a statue by the incomparable Rodin. This statue has been hidden in the art gallery of Mr. Ralph Berry. This gentleman here with me is the French representative, Monsieur Francois.
How do you do, monsieur?
We'll now have one of our museum guards open the packing case. All right, Joe?
Yes, sir.
The statue would be worth a fortune to anyone who might have stolen it, actually.
Yeah? Who'd ever think of stealing a thing like a statue?
Well, plenty of people. Now we're going to see it.
Mr. Jackson, look there. We did not wrap the statue in a sheet such as that when we packed it last night.
That's strange. Pull that sheet off, Joe.
Yes, sir.
What? That's not the statue. It's the body of Ralph Berry.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. For real news analysis and commentary, listen tonight to Drew Pearson and Don Gardner, both heard over most ABC stations. Drew Pearson has helped countless people grasp the real meaning of the news through his sound, clear interpretation of the week's important news stories. So Sunday nights, don't miss Drew Pearson with his Inside Washington reports and famous predictions of things to come. Then stay tuned for Don Gardner, who gives you an up-to-the-minute Sunday night preview of the headlines you will be reading about in your Monday morning newspaper. Hear Drew Pearson and Don Gardner when they go on the air tonight over most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to the Green Hornet.
When the body of Mr. Ralph Berry was found in the packing case, which was supposed to contain the Rodin statue, the smaller group of observers were momentarily stunned. Then Mike AXFORD spoke.
Suffering snakes, it's murder.
Hold the paper quick.
Sure, that I will.
I can't believe it. I can't understand how such a terrible thing could have happened.
A statue was stolen after we packed it last night, monsieur. But how? That is the question.
I think the first thing for you to do, Mr. Jackson, is to phone the police. Remember, this is a case of murder.
Yes, that's true. I'll phone them right away, Mr. Reed.
I am afraid, monsieur, the police will be able to do little to solve the mystery.
Really? What makes you think that, Mr. Francois?
The perpetrator of this crime is exceedingly clever. He has managed to get into a closely guarded estate, steal a priceless Rodin statue from its sealed packing case, and replace it with the murdered body of Monsieur Berry. Such a person, monsieur, would already have thought of means to evade police detection.
Our police force is able to cope with even the most clever criminal, Mr. Francois.
Then perhaps you can tell me, monsieur, why they have not caught the notorious criminal who is known as the Green Hornet?
The only answer I can give to that is that the Hornet up to now has been exceedingly fortunate.
No, monsieur. He has been exceedingly clever. And he combines cleverness with intelligence to outwit those who would try to trap him. Just such a man, too, is the one who stole the Rodin statue and killed Monsieur Berry.
That's a matter of opinion. I'm wondering why it was necessary to kill Mr. Berry to get the statue.
That, monsieur, only the killer himself can answer.
Yes, that's right. Now, the main thing is to find him so that he can give the answers. And he will be caught, Mr. Francois. I feel sure of that.
Britt Reed and AXFORD returned to the Daily Sentinel and entered the city room. They were greeted by the city editor.
Hello, Chief. Hiya, Mike. Hey, Gilligan.
Good morning, Gunnigan. Did you get out an extra on the Berry murder?
We sure did, Chief, and by thunder, we were the first on the streets with that news, too. So we got the scoop started, eh? Yeah. It's lucky you and the Chief are on the spot. Learn any more details? Reed got more than I did about it, Gunnigan. He was talking to the Frenchman, Francois, and to the curator, Jackson, whilst I was on the phone.
You got very little from them, AXFORD. You heard as much as I did when the police questioned both of those men.
Give me the details on the quizzing the cops gave them, will you, Chief?
All right, Gunnigan. You see, the police came just a short time after Jackson called them. The homicide squad was headed by Sergeant Burke. The sergeant lost no time in doing what he could to get the facts.
Now, of course, gentlemen, due to the nature of this case, Inspector Evans has notified the government authorities at their local office, so they'll question you pretty thoroughly. But I gotta ask a few questions now for the record.
Go right ahead, Sergeant. I expected that. We'll gladly do anything we can to help clear up this terrible mystery.
Thanks, sir. Did either of you see Barry before you left his place last night?
No, that is, I'm speaking for myself. Mr. Berry left the table to answer a phone. I didn't see him again until his body was found this morning in that packing case.
How about you, sir?
Monsieur Gendarme, I am so upset. Such a terrible thing to have happened. The great Rodin statue, she is lost to France forever, perhaps.
Sure, sir. But 'tis for poor Mr. Berry, I'm sorry. It's murder, that's what. And that's why you'll have to tell me what you can about last night, sir.
But I know nothing, monsieur. I am too upset to answer your questions now.
Guess you'll just have to be upset and answer them anyway, Mr. Francois. Murder is murder, and the law's the law.
I am an accredited representative of the Republic of France, monsieur. And as such, I am favored with diplomatic immunity. I do not care to be questioned like this right now.
Mr. Reed, do you know anything about that sort of thing, sir?
Sergeant, the federal men will get the facts from Mr. Francois later. I suggest you respect his desire not to answer questions.
Sure. Okay, sir, thanks. Mr. Jackson, do you have any idea how that body could have got into that case? And how it could have been done without you knowing it?
No, Sergeant.
Well, somebody switched cases on you, giving you the one with Barry's body in it, after they put it there, of course, and then making off with the other one containing the statue.
Someone could have switched cases, but I'm certain, Sergeant, they could not have left the premises with the other case. The estate is too well guarded and surrounded by a high stone wall, topped by barbed wire.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look there after the coroner sees Barry's body here. We'll get everybody together that was out there, and maybe we'll get someplace with this murder case.
The preliminary questioning brought out very little. The guards at Barry's place will be questioned thoroughly, and that may turn up something.
Yeah, I guess so, Reed. Well, I'll get on down to cops' headquarters in case anything new turns up. So long.
It was the afternoon of the third day after the disappearance of the Rodin statue when AXFORD came into Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed.
Well, AXFORD, anything new on the Barry case?
Nothing much, Reed. They haven't found that statue nor Barry's killer yet. Barry's secretary, Jack Brown, insisted that the funeral should be from Barry's home. The casket was taken out for burial at the Quiet Lawn Cemetery this afternoon. Now I guess they'll go over that Barry place with a fine-tooth comb.
I see. Then the authorities still think the statue might be there, eh?
Yeah, guess they do. The guards swear no other packing case was taken out, only the one that went to the museum with Barry's body in it.
I see. Well, all we can do is watch developments.
Well, any one of the three guys who was out there with Barry that night could have done it. The curator, the secretary, or that Frenchman.
I suppose so.
For my money, Reed, I suspect that Frenchman. He acts funny to me.
But he'd have no motive, AXFORD. And he was there to see that the statue was safely placed in the museum.
He could be a spy or something, even if he has got papers and all.
Could be. Well, I guess I'll run along home. If there's anything new, let me know.
Okay, Reed. I'll do that.
Britt Reed left the Sefville building and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. They discussed the Barry case.
You think man who killed Barry one who steals statue, Mr. Britt?
Looks that way, Cato. And from something AXFORD told me, I have an idea who it might be.
Who you think?
I'd rather not say till I've made sure. The police are moving cautiously. Meantime, I'd like to pay a visit to a certain place tonight. As the Green Hornet.
You hunt for Rodin's statue, perhaps?
I think I know where that is, Cato. But there's something else I want to check first. If what I think is true, then we'll go where the statue is and wait for the crooks to show up.
Where we go right now?
To Mr. Barry's place. Check the gas gun and be sure to bring the masks.
I not understand why we go to Barry place if we not expect to find statue, Mr. Britt.
Cato, the statue was removed from that packing case and Barry's body put into it. It was done in a short period of time.
Oh, that true.
I figure, then, There must have been a handy hiding place nearby that private museum of Barry's. Perhaps in the museum itself, so a quick switch could be made as soon as Barry was killed.
But police search Barry place. They not find missing statue.
I know, but they haven't hit upon the theory I have. If we do find what I'm expecting to find, then you'll realize just where that statue is. Step on it, Cato.
Within a short time, Britt and Cato were inside the now deserted Barry mansion, and they moved like shadows across the floor of the private museum in which Barry had housed his collection.
I not see anything big enough to hide life-size statue.
There's really no hiding place in here. Wait a minute.
What you see?
That mummy case over there. There were no mummy in it that would hold a statue or a body. Come on. I'll force it open.
Why you mentioned body a minute ago?
Oh, just a thought. Flash that light in there.
Yes. Well, look, Mr. Britt.
Just as I thought. The body of Mr. Barry.
In the statue?
Yes, Cato, in the coffin. Come on. We'll tip off the police about this. Then we'll get to the cemetery before the killer gets away with that statue. Hurry.
Here we are, Parker. We'll leave the car here. It's close enough to the mausoleum. Come on. All right, Mr. Brown. Wait, sir. Now, what's the matter? Look, door's open. Someone's using a flashlight inside. Come on, I have my gun ready. Don't move, you.
So, it's you, huh, Brown?
Turn your light on him, Parker. Yes, it's I. And I notice you've dropped your French accent.
Don't let that worry you.
I see you've removed the lid of Mr. Barry's casket.
That's right, I have. But a mausoleum is not a fitting place for a Rodin statue, Brown.
That statue is going to be taken away from here right now. But you'll stay.
I must say, I didn't expect you so soon.
You got wise. Others might do the same thing if we wait too long.
I see. But of course, you know I won't let you take this statue away.
He intends to steal it himself, Mr. Brown. I thought he was up to something. As Barry's secretary, I contacted the French embassy in Washington, Francois. They didn't send a representative out here at all.
Smart, aren't you?
Too smart for you and the police. Now I'm going to kill you, Francois. You asked for this. Oh, my arm.
What? The Green Hornet.
He shot Brown in the arm. I'll get you, Francois.
You talk too much. Oh. Sorry, Hornet. You saved my life, but I'm covering you with this gun. I'm turning you in.
I think not. You drop gun, please.
A helper, huh? And holding a gun on me. All right. You win, Hornet.
I seem to have run into a nice little mess in here.
That's right, you have.
You don't seem to be worried much.
I'm not.
Someone else coming.
That should be the police. You see, I'm a federal man. I told them to come out here. I suspected this was where the statue was.
So that's it, a federal man, eh? I guess this is the best thing for you. Take this, a bit of gas. And you, killer, can take this.
No, wait, I can't wait.
Come on, let's go quick.
Stop, I say! Who was it, Sarge? How do I know? Let's have a look in here. Look, the Frenchman, and the butler and Brown. And look there, the Rodin statue in the coffin.
He gave me a whiff of gas. Sergeant, look here, my credentials. I'm a federal man. Arrest Brown and the butler for Barry's murder. It's too bad we didn't get the other guy, too.
What other guy? Holy crow, 'twas the Hornet, Sarge.
So the Hornet tried to butt in, too, but he got chased for his pains. Well, he's not so smart when he comes up against a federal man, looks like.
I wonder.
Section X Street here. Very murder case broken. RODIN statue safe. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Section X Street here.
Whether it's morning or night, there's always a Sunday show to please your taste on your favorite ABC station. Following this program, stay tuned for the star shows coming up for your entertainment. What's next on ABC's Sunday listening menu? Why, the show that hands out money for a straight aim. It's Darts for Dough, which serves up 30 minutes of fun and suspense as contestants try to hit the target for a cash award. Hear Darts for Dough next. Then, for high-powered action and exciting thrills, don't miss David Harding Counter Spy. So make a date for these two swell shows, Darts for Dough and David Harding Counter Spy, when they're heard this afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful bonnet Keto, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The State's Witness. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked at the headlines of the latest edition of his paper as his secretary, Lenore Case, placed it on the desk before him. Then he spoke.
Hendricks' murder case will be clinched when they put the star witness on the stand day after tomorrow.
Yes. It's rumored, according to AXFORD, that the witness is the former secretary in the Hendricks and Barnes office, Marie Dayton. AXFORD says he heard she's going to testify that she went back to the office to get her gloves the evening of the murder, and she saw Hendricks placing the gun in Barnes' hand after he'd been shot.
Of course, Hendricks has stuck to his story that it was suicide.
Yes, I know.
It was generally known that their brokerage business was almost on the rocks. I was acquainted with Barnes through the Civic Club. He didn't seem like the type to kill himself.
So far, they haven't built up too much of a case against Hendricks, so everybody says around here. But if she testifies, it's going to probably mean his conviction.
I understand Miss Dayton didn't want to testify, so she was summoned to appear. The police are holding her as witness. Hendricks has a clever attorney and is fighting hard to win an acquittal. But he and Hendricks will certainly have to put their heads together to get out from under that girl's testimony.
That afternoon, two men made their way down a dimly lit corridor of the city jail.
Go right in, sir. You're limited to 10 minutes.
Thanks very much.
Well, I've been waiting for you to come.
I got here as soon as I could, Mr. Hendricks.
Well, what do you think? I didn't like the way the prosecution acted this morning. Maybe they'll come up with something that'll convict me.
Ah, don't lose your nerve. You'll make out all right.
That jury, the way they looked at me.
Don't let that upset you. You never can tell about a jury. Anyway, they know the prosecution is bringing in a witness. And they're waiting to hear the testimony that Marie will give day after tomorrow.
Testimony that Marie will give? But you said...
I know. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Day after tomorrow, when they call Marie to the stand, I'll toss a bombshell that will shake the court.
Hi, Casey. Morning, Reed.
Well, Axford, where have you been?
I just came from Cops headquarters, Reed.
Oh, that's what you say, Michael. You probably just got up.
Is that so now? If Reed had looked into my room this morning before he left, he would have seen I'd already gone.
Well, Cato said you had an early breakfast. What's new at headquarters?
Oh, not much. Though they do say the district attorney's office thinks they got the Hendricks case clinched.
Mr. Reed and I were discussing that case yesterday afternoon.
Well, that's right. So far, I understand the prosecution hasn't much to go on.
Yeah. Hendricks swears Barnes committed suicide.
Well, were his prints on the gun or anything like that, Michael?
Nope. Only Barnes' fingerprints are on it. Barnes was found slumped over his desk dead, with his gun in his hand. It was his own gun. Hendricks says he was in his own office next to Barnes, that he rushed in, saw what happened when he heard the shot, then called the cops.
But what about the girl, the secretary?
Yes, what about her? Was she there in the office when the police arrived?
Nope. But one of the cleaning women told the cops she saw the Dayton girl going in, so the cops picked her up for questioning.
And then she told them the story she's going to tell tomorrow on the witness stand.
No, not at the time, Reed. In fact, the combined story she and the cleaning woman told was something like this.
Oh, hello, Maggie.
Good evening, Miss Dayton. Are you coming back to get some work out tonight?
No, I've put in a full day already. I left my gloves on my desk. I came back to get them.
Oh, so that's it, is it? Them two men you work for are still inside. I'm waiting for them to leave.
Oh, I guess they'll be leaving soon. Well, I better go in for my gloves.
Oh, glory be. 'Twas a shot from inside your place there.
Yes, I'll see what happened.
Miss Dayton, Mr. Barnes has just killed himself. I'll have to phone for the police.
Oh, how terrible. I can't stand it. I just can't. I'm going home right now.
Well, she turned around and beat it out of the office and went home, she said.
I see.
But I understood that
I
she
know. When the cops started asking her questions, she changed her story, implicating Hendricks. And that's the story she'll tell tomorrow. That Hendricks had the gun in his hand and was putting it into Barnes' hand as she looked through Barnes' door.
Without her testimony, Hendricks would have a chance.
That's right.
I wonder why she told the first story.
She's supposed to be in love with Hendricks. That's why she don't want to testify. But, of course, she has to. Now, you know, Casey, if Reed was the one and you walked in on him,